Chapter 76 Furious Killing Celestial Dragon. Ding! Trigger the side quest and kill Xiao Lang. Seeing someone maliciously hurt his brother with his own eyes, how can a senior brother protecting maniac remain indifferent? Just when Longhun was about to use the detector to see who this boy was, and then decide whether to save him or not, the long silent system suddenly spoke. This made Longhun want to hug this boy and cry. Why did he come to this illegal area? Isn't it just for the system's mission? Now the energy of the Demon Guardian is only 1%. Although the Demon Guardian can be immune to the water pressure at the bottom of the sea, they can't go anywhere without energy. The things in the system mall are too expensive. Although he wants them, he is too poor. I can't afford them at all. Now he can only pin his hopes on the tasks of the system. At the same time, he also decided not to use large-scale space teleportation and ion light waves unless it is absolutely necessary. This is too energy-consuming. And the magic stones in the system mall are 10 million Baileys for 100 pieces, which means 100,000 Baileys for each piece. The most important thing is that they are not sold individually, but 100 pieces are sold together. I can't afford it. Task reward: 100 magic stones, a box of oxygen helmets. When he saw the 100 magic stones, Longhun almost jumped up with joy, but he held back. After all, there are so many people, and he must learn to be calm, otherwise how can the domineering color domineering be strong? Save. Must save. Boy, you are really a dog chasing rats, meddling in other people's business. Now it's all right. Enjoy the rest of your life, ha ha ha. The little wolf came to the boy and took out a collar from his body, but at this time Longhun slowly stepped forward to block him. Hey? What? Another nosy guy. The little wolf glanced at Longhun with disdain and smiled evilly. Why do you want to save him? No, I want to kill you. Longhun shook his head indifferently. To be honest, he didn't want to talk nonsense. After all, he had no interest in killing such a brainless lackey, and felt a little cheap. But the holy order of the system cannot be violated, and the killing must be done. Longhun slowly picked up the short knife that fell on the ground, took a step towards the little wolf, and clenched his left hand slightly. Bang! The little wolf, who originally looked disdainful, was terrified, and felt that a mountain suddenly pressed on him. The body instantly fell forward, and a short knife came towards him. Ah, no! Don't! The little wolf's pupils suddenly shrank, and he kept shouting, but the force pressing on his body was not something he could resist at all, and he rushed straight towards the dagger. Puff! The tip of the dagger instantly emerged from the back of the little wolf's heart, and then he also restored his human form, deader than dead. Pushing him to the ground, Longhun didn't even look at him, and fixed his eyes on the Tianlong man. You killed the little wolf. The silly Tianlong man pointed at Longhun and stuttered. Isn't it obvious? Longhun spread his hands, and Jiangxin also came up and stood with Longhun. He had heard about the identity of the Tianlong man a long time ago, but he couldn't let Longhun fight alone. Your eyes are also very uncomfortable for me. Charlo Saint raised the pistol in his hand again and pointed at Argetted Dragon Soul. He didn't believe that anyone dared to attack him so openly. The hateful crazy pirate had been killed. In this world, the celestial dragons are the heavens and gods. Do ants have the courage to resist gods? The answer is no. But the problem is that Dragon Soul is not an ant, he is a pig's foot. Buzz! Dragon Soul's eyes flashed red, and the domineering aura poured out from his whole body, and the people around him fell to the ground one after another. Celestial dragons? Gods? These things may be like a mountain in the eyes of others, and they are pressed to the point of being unable to breathe. But there is no restraint on Dragon Soul. If you hit him, you hit him, and if you kill him, you kill him. After experiencing the baptism of the war on the top, Dragon Soul has shed the immaturity of entering the pirates. At least when killing some scum, he will never be soft-hearted. Will attacking the celestial dragons attract the admiral of the navy? Hee. As long as our demon guard has energy, let alone a navy admiral, even if 3 of them come together, they probably won't even be able to see my back. Dragon soul, the opposite is the celestial dragon. I know, scum. Dragon soul nodded. Kengzin. Who are you? Saint Charlos looked at Dragon Soul with horror. In just a moment, all the people around him fell to the ground, and an inexplicable panic surged in his heart. Only Dragon Soul Kenshin and the young man were left standing intact. As for the celestial dragon, Dragon Soul deliberately made him awake. Otherwise, he would have been unconscious long ago with his half-material endurance. Dragon Soul glanced at the silly-looking celestial dragon indifferently. He really couldn't understand why such a waste could be so high up. A world noble? It's really ironic. You know I'm a celestial dragon, but you still dare to stand in front of me? You're just a commoner, don't you want to die? For some reason, this celestial dragon suddenly became confident, which made Long Hun stunned for a moment. Did he hear it wrong? Isn't the current situation clear enough? His life is in his own hands now, how can he say such stupid words? Charlos Saint looked at Long Hun's silence and thought he was afraid. He was even more confident and said arrogantly, if you two catch this kid for me, I can let you follow me from now on. No commoner who dares to resist us celestial dragons will have a good end. Wasn't that pirate wearing a straw hat fearless before? Isn't he dead now? After hearing what this guy said, Long Hun was so angry that he laughed. Just as he was about to say something, the system's voice came out again. Ding! Trigger the side quest, kill Charlos Saint. As a senior, he will never allow anyone to speak rudely to his brother? Long Hun was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at this silly Tianlong man with a different look. This guy really deserves this. Originally, Long Hun just wanted to teach him a lesson, but now the system has directly issued a death order. It is said that the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock, who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? Now that the system has issued a notice from the King of Hell, you can't live even if you want to. Suppressing the surprise in his heart about the task reward, he looked calm. I didn't do it for the reward, but the system forced me. Well, that's it. Buzz. Long Hun's eyes flashed, and since he had decided, he had to act quickly. His hands slammed together, and the huge space compression directly deformed the body of Charlos Saint, and the glass cover on his head was directly shattered. Bang! The whole person couldn't die anymore. Fuck! Kenshin instantly widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Even the young man looked at the dragon soul in disbelief, as if he were looking at a god. And this stupid celestial dragon never thought that he would be killed like this until his death. Chapter 77 Shocking the New World, The Whitebeard Pirates Return, Additional Update. When the dragon soul did such a big thing, the Whitebeard pirates had already returned to the New World. With the return of Whitebeard, the entire New World was boiling. In the New World, the news of the newsbird was relatively slow. The result of the war was not long before Whitebeard returned. For a while, some people were skeptical. And many people were in a wait-and-see attitude, but what was certain was that the Whitebeard pirates at least did not lose. And Whitebeard and his captains were all safe and sound. However, the most explosive news of this war was the four brothers Ace. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, turned out to be the son of the Pirate King Roger, and his adopted brother, the rookie pirate Straw Hat Boy Luffy, turned out to be the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Not only that, the other two are also very powerful, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and another one who has never been heard of, but the report says that he blocked the admiral. Ryahun's name has not been officially announced yet, and Morgan's, a newspaper veteran, is also having a headache. Because he can't find any information about the dragon soul before this, naturally he doesn't know the name of the dragon's soul. But the Navy already knows it now. Don't ask how they know it. The answer is that the Navy has Vice Admiral Garp, Fire Fist Ace, the Revolutionary Army Sabo, the Dragon's Soul, and Luffy. The four of them gathered in Marineford and threatened to attack the world government when they rescued Ace. The government declared war. Even the news that the Dragon's Soul insulted the celestial dragons and the Navy was reported. It can be said that the world was shocked. These brothers are so bold that they openly insulted the Navy as a dog of the celestial dragons in front of the Navy headquarters. How arrogant they are! The most important thing is that it was reported that the Fire Fist Ace was rescued by these brothers. The world's number one Whitebeard pirates only played a role of containment. Of course, everyone also understood the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Their containment is probably not as simple as ordinary containment, but even so, the brothers can shine so brightly on such a battlefield, and their strength can be seen. At this time, the four brothers have been reported as legendary. One battle to become famous, as it should be. But at the end of the report, there is a big page saying that the new pirate Straw Hat Boy has died, and it is accompanied by a big picture. In this case, most people almost subconsciously believe it, but what kind of people are at the top of the new world? They all remain skeptical about this. How can the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon die just like that? And the picture shows that the Straw Hat is sleeping rather than dead. The Whitebeard pirates are back. When the Dick landed again on their new world, it was like a triumphant elite. Ordinary people who were protected by the Whitebeard pirates were overjoyed. In the new world where pirates are rampant and unscrupulous, ordinary people are basically living in dire straits if they have no one to protect them. And the four emperors of the new world are their best candidates, but it is better to say that they are dependent than to say that they choose. Because ordinary people have no choice. Some are happy and some are sad. On the Dick, Whitebeard sat on the high platform and said to the people below, "New world, we are back." Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was full of emotion. Although it was only a few days, they felt like they had experienced a century. War is like hell. This sentence is not as simple as saying it. Only by experiencing it personally can you feel how difficult the things in the past were. But our Whitebeard pirates can't just go on like this. Everyone should be able to see something through this war. Whitebeard's eyes were deep. Although their Whitebeard pirates won this time, they also exposed many problems. Whitebeard pirates don't have the top combat power except him. Once he has problems, their Whitebeard pirates will become weak. A new era is coming. Whitebeard looked at his sons' faces slowly, and he spoke again, "We old people should also retire to the second line." "Dad." Everyone showed a surprised expression. Isn't their dad's health already good? Why would he say such a thing? I'm old. Although I don't have any physical problems now, our Whitebeard pirates should make a decision. I have decided to let Ace become the next captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Ah! Ace! This time even some captains were not calm. Dad, Ace, is he too young? Vista said at this time. All the captains nodded in their hearts. Although Ace is the captain of the second team, he is also very capable. But if he wants to become the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he is still a long way off. Only Marco did not speak. He already had a premonition in his heart. Gul Allah. Whitebeard's mouth corners slightly raised, and Ace standing behind him did not say a word from beginning to end. According to Ace's temperament, if he heard this news for the first time, he would definitely have a big reaction. After all, he is not a person who covets the position of captain. Now this situation can only mean that Whitebeard has done ideological work for Ace in advance. It is true that Ace's current ability still has many shortcomings. 2 years. I will train Ace's domineering for 2 years. If Ace cannot get your approval after 2 years, then take back this captain's order. At this point, Whitebeard smiled confidently, I believe Ace will give you an answer at that time. At this point, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all looking forward to it. "Marco, you will be the acting captain of the Whitebeard pirates for the next 2 years." Whitebeard said to Marco when he was also very happy. Marco's smile gradually froze, and he secretly complained in his heart. But he still answered solemnly, "Dad, leave it to me." "Well. Gulala." Whitebeard and Ace gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. "Let's go." Everyone's eyes were slightly moist. Whitebeard left the Whitebeard pirates. This was the first time in many years. Watching Whitebeard and Ace leave, Marco smiled. "Ace, you will definitely give us a surprise, right?" Then he became serious. From this moment on, he was the acting captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In such a new world where pirates from all walks of life have emerged, as the 4 Emperors pirates, they are facing severe challenges almost all the time. The same is true for him. In the past, with Whitebeard around, they were naturally not afraid of anything, but now everything depends on him. Whitebeard pirates, from today on, defend the territory and wait for the return of Dad and Ace. The first order Marco took as acting captain was quickly implemented. Go down. Chapter 78 New Bounty. Wanguo, Cake Island. M. A huge old lady flipped through the papers one by one. Whitebeard 1. How come the Navy is getting more and more useless? He is still as good as ever, Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, is known as Big Mom. In addition, she has a nickname that fits her very well, Big Mom. And what she held in her hand was the new bounty that had just been issued. It contained the latest bounties of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and the bounties had increased a lot because of this war. Soon she set her sights on the bounties of Ace, Sabo, Dragon Soul, and Luffy. Fire Fist Ace, bounty, 800 million Baileys. Revolutionary Army Sabo, bounty, 680 million Baileys. Dragon Soul, bounty, 400 million Baileys. Straw Hat Boy, bounty, 400 million Baileys. At this point, the name of Dragon Soul has also been known to the whole world. Are they the 4 brothers who shined in this war? Yes, Mom. In front of Big Mom, a man with legs like telephone poles, a round body and a thick black beard bowed slightly to Big Mom. He is the capable general of Big Mom's pirate group, Baron Dandan. But Mom, this person has some problems. Baron Dandan came to Big Mom and pointed at the bounty order of Dragon Soul that was just scattered on the ground by Big Mom. We can't find any information about this person called Dragon Soul. Even this name was released by the Navy. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air, and we don't know who he is. Hey! Big Mom was a little surprised, and just looked at the bounty order of Dragon Soul quietly. In the photo of the bounty order, the Dragon Soul was frivolous with a sword tip, and his face was slightly rebellious. Baron Dandan swallowed his saliva, fearing that Big Mom would take it out on him if she was unhappy. After all, it was indeed their fault that they failed to find out the information about this person, as they were the 4 Emperors pirates. However, unlike what he worried about, Big Mom was not angry, but ordered, "Now the Whitebeard pirates are in full swing, tell the people below to avoid direct conflict with the Whitebeard pirates as much as possible." Yes. After Baron Dandan left with a heavy burden on his shoulders, Big Mom murmured, "Have you really recovered your strength to the peak period?" Whitebeard. Decades ago, she and Whitebeard were both members of the legendary Rocks Pirates. She knew Whitebeard's terrifying strength very well. If Whitebeard really recovered his strength, he would never attack the Whitebeard pirates, so he should wait and see. At the same time, the other 4 emperors in the New World also received the news. Red-haired Shanks, who knew all about it, naturally didn't care. And the other 4 emperor, Kaido of Beasts. He was very interested in these so-called newcomers. New era? What a bullshit! Gulp. Kaido pouted twice, picked up the wine bottle and drank it hard, and the younger brothers beside him were all trembling. The newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million who once gathered in the Sabayati archipelago, now except for Trafalgar Law's Heart pirates, all other newcomers have entered the New World. Among them is Blackbeard, who is recovering. Here, people often call the first half of the Grand Line paradise. The horror of the New World is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, not only the unpredictable weather and the cloudy and sunny seas. There are also fights between people. People who can get along well in the first half of the Grand Line may not be as good as a small cotter of the four emperors when they come to the New World. Here, domineering has become extremely common. Not to mention the top strong men, even a random soldier may have a little domineering. This is especially fatal for newcomers. The natural system that they were once proud of is nothing here. It is a foolish dream to rely solely on the special attributes of the natural system to get along in this sea area. The two words four emperors are the best interpretation of this sea area. There are only two choices for newcomers who come here. One is to challenge the four emperors without fear of hardships and dangers, and to carve out a world for themselves in such a period of division among heroes. The second is to rely on the four emperors' pirate group. As the saying goes, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. There has never been right or wrong in the dispute over territory. Since they have become pirates and come to the New World, they have been prepared in their hearts. Those who are not prepared are destined to fall into hell and never see their former selves again. And the Pirate King is the freest existence in the world. Can't I come to your territory? The desires of domination, ambition, and overwhelming strength are themselves a pair of shackles. You can have ambition to enjoy freedom. Because wanting freedom is a big ambition in itself. Are there really such free people in this world? The answer is no. The dream of the Pirate King is this almost impossible freedom. Facing such a chaotic sea, if you want freedom, strength is the most important thing. Don't talk about freedom without strength. If you can't keep a low profile in your life will be in danger. This is Luffy's dream. It seems simple, but it is more important than the so-called rule. Unimaginable. Ruling requires absolute strength and strategy, and freedom is also based on the rule of others. He wants to rule, and you want freedom. This battle is inevitable, and almost everyone on this sea is eager to rule, and their ambition drives them forward. But Luffy's freedom will always stand in front of them. This road is difficult and dangerous, and the waves are rough. Only the dream is slowly moving forward. The world of pirates makes people unable to help but be fascinated. On the shore of the Sabayati archipelago, the Goma slowly dived into the sea, and Longhun Kenshin and the boy he met before ate various dishes on the table leisurely. Longhun's eyes suddenly lit up every time he ate a dish. God knows what he and Kenshin have experienced in the past 3 days. The original lunch on the Goma was delicious, but since they had eaten the food on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, this. I can't eat it at all. Cook. The first task must be to find a cook, otherwise the future adventure can be said to be full of difficulties and obstacles. Bell, you are such a good cook. Longhun was shocked. Qin Bell, this is the name of this boy. After killing the celestial dragon, Longhun decided to run away immediately just in case. And this boy, Bell, followed him. He said he was going to Fishman Island as well. Firstly, Longhun was indeed interested in this boy. Secondly, if he was left alone there, he might be caught and betrayed. It would be troublesome after all, right? But he never expected that Bell was such a great chef. While eating the dishes on the table and eating meat, he secretly made up his mind to keep Bell. He couldn't do without a chef on his ship. Chapter 79 The Tragic Warring States. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. As long as you are satisfied. Bell smiled and said. My sister taught me this. When I was little, my sister worked until very late every day. I often cooked for her. When Bell mentioned his sister, a touch of tenderness appeared on his face. but then his eyes dimmed. Long Hun and Jian Xin naturally saw the changes on Belle's face. "What happened to your sister?" Long Hun asked slowly. Belle's face was slightly tangled, but he soon made up his mind and said to Long Hun and Jian Xin, "Actually, I am originally from the New World. I came out this time to find some reinforcements. My sister is imprisoned now." He lowered his head again in embarrassment. He didn't know if Long Hun and the others would think he was using them. "Have you found the reinforcements?" Long Hun asked as if he didn't hear the point. It's not that he didn't hear the point, but his point was Belle. Since he had made up his mind to let Belle join them, no matter what the final result was, he now regarded Belle as his own. "No." Belle pulled a face, full of frustration. Soon he looked up at Long Hun and Jiangxin again, and Long Hun grinned. "We will help you." Hearing this, Jiangxin looked at Long Hun with a little surprise. "Ah!" Belle screamed and looked at Long Hun dumbfounded. He suspected that he had heard wrongly, they were just a one-time acquaintance. You really want to help me rescue my sister?" Belle said excitedly. "Of course. But in return you have to make us delicious food," Long Hun said with a smile. Looking at Long Hun's eager look, Jiangxin's mouth twitched slightly. "This is your ultimate goal?" "Of course there is no problem with this." Belle was very excited. There was one thing he didn't say, he had the ability to predict future developments. When he first met Long Hun and Jiangxin, there was a strong voice in his heart telling him that they could help him. They were the people he was looking for. He had seen the power of the dragon soul. Although he didn't know its specific strength, the fact that the dragon soul had solved the problem of the world noble without any scruples showed that the dragon soul was not simple. Belle didn't know the dignity of being a celestial dragon, so he didn't know what killing a celestial dragon meant. Even the 4 emperors pirates that ruled the New World didn't dare to kill a celestial dragon so openly. Because this was a war against the entire world government, not just the navy. Having grown up in the New World, he didn't have such a deep concept of nobles. Killing someone was just a common thing. He didn't know that the angry voices of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land Marijoa had already reached the 5 elders. The commander-in-chief of the world government, Steelbone Sora, sat opposite the current Navy Marshal Sengoku. This time Sengoku came to Steelbone to resign from the post of Marshal. After a series of discussions, Steelbone had to agree with Sengoku's decision. It is indeed a pity that Garp and Sengoku, 2 veterans who fought on the front line during Roger's era, have to retire to the second line. Facing the upcoming retirement life, Sengoku was full of joy, but before he could be happy for a while, a hurried marine knocked on the door of Cyborg's office. "Beep beep beep. Come in. Cyborg-san." A naval colonel hurried in, and then saw Sengoku was there, and hurriedly said, "Sengoku-san, you are here too?" "Yes." Zhang nodded slightly. "Just right, I have an urgent military report. The celestial dragon Saint Charlos was killed in the Sabayati archipelago." The colonel said hurriedly. "What?" Zhang and Steelbone stood up suddenly, looking at each other and seeing the shock on each other's faces. It has been a long time since the celestial dragon was killed. And the moment he heard the name of this celestial dragon, Zhang secretly groaned in his heart. This time the celestial dragon will definitely make a fuss about this matter, and their navy headquarters will not think of raising their heads in front of the celestial dragon this time. The news that the Straw Hat Boy is still alive has now spread all over the world. The celestial dragons, who are already angry, will definitely not let it go this time. And this celestial dragon is still the same Saint Charlos. If possible, Zhang wants to let this big idiot whip his corpse. "You said you haven't been beaten enough? Wouldn't it be better to stay in your Marijoa? You had to go out and have fun, and now you've left, leaving this mess to me. Alas!" Zhang sighed in his heart, and finally transferred his hatred to Long Hun who killed this idiot Tian Longren. "You damned bastard, why did you kill me when I was about to be laid off? The new marshal has not been elected yet, and all the spearheads are pointing at him. And Long Hun, who was 5,000 meters away from the sea, couldn't help sneezing, and his face showed confusion. Who is thinking about me? Have you found out who did it? Zhang Guo said hurriedly. No. We rushed there after we got the news, and when we got there, people were still lying there. Hearing this, Zhang Guo immediately became excited, and left a sentence and hurried out. I'll check it out. That Zhang Guo-san. Seeing Zhang Guo almost leaving the room in the blink of an eye, the colonel hurriedly called out. Is there anything else? Zhang Guo suddenly stopped and his body stiffened slightly. The 5 elders asked you to go over. Hearing this, Zhang Guo's face suddenly darkened, and Gang Gu looked at Zhang Guo with interest. How could he not see what Zhang Guo meant? He just wanted to quit and hide. In this way, he could directly throw this mess to others in the name of resigning from the position of marshal. And the naval colonel who didn't know all this was still at a loss, not knowing that he had offended Zhang Guo, the old marshal. I'm afraid his future life will not be too easy. Zhang Guo gave the colonel a fierce look and said unhappily, Take me. Yes. The colonel, who knew nothing about his dark future, responded excitedly. Sengoku. At this time, Kong Kong called them and said to Sengoku, Are there any unused admirals in the marine headquarters now? The celestial dragons were killed, so an admiral must be dispatched for this matter. Sengoku said without hesitation, Kizaru is now in the marine headquarters. Let him go. Little guy, I'm already in a bad situation. I have to recruit a few more people anyway. Of course, this is not what Sengoku did deliberately, it is the fact. Aokiji is now responsible for handling the aftermath of the war, going back and forth between various naval bases. In order to suppress the pirates who are rampant because of the war failure, Akainu has already gone to the New World. It is said that he will meet Blackbeard soon. The only one left in the Navy headquarters is Kizaru, who is the highest commander of the Navy's scientific forces. Although the pacifist damaged in the war also needs repair work, he is not needed. He just plays the role of an official inspector, he is not Vegapunk. Chapter 80 Kizaru's mentality collapsed. Extra update. Originally, because of Luffy's sudden entry, the Navy headquarters immediately strengthened the guard. And Kizaru was sent to guard the Navy headquarters. At this time, Kizaru was sitting alone on a chair in the office, cutting his fingernails with a comfortable look. Bulu bulu bulu. At this time, the dedicated Den Den Mushi on the table rang. Kiji. Moses Moses. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and took the microphone, saying slowly. Kizaru, you go to the Sabayati archipelago now. A celestial dragon was killed. You go and check this matter. We at the Navy headquarters must give an explanation to the celestial dragons for this matter. The voice of Steel Bone came out slowly from the Den Den Mushi. Steel Bone-san. Slightly stunned, Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly, and said, that Sengoku-san also asked me to guard the Navy headquarters. This matter. Kizaru, this matter must be handled by the Admiral, and Akainu and Aokiji are now on missions, so only you can go for this matter. At this time, Sengoku's voice floated over from the other side. As for the task of guarding the headquarters, let's put it aside for now. Now Marineford is heavily guarded, and ordinary people can't do anything extraordinary. Kizaru was slightly stunned, and then he knew that he couldn't escape this time, and he had to go. Okay Sengoku-san, I'll go and see. He sighed slightly in his heart, what is this, the last Straw Hat Boy hasn't gone, and this thing is coming again. Oh, by the way, the celestial dragon who was killed this time is the one that the Straw Hat Boy attacked last time, you can do it yourself. After speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone directly. Hearing that the phone suddenly stopped, Kizaru's mouth twitched fiercely, this is really a shot even when lying down. Originally, he was in front of the celestial dragon because of the Straw Hat Boy. It's hard to raise your head. This is good, they were sent away directly. Being beaten has almost driven the celestial dragons crazy, and this time it may not be so easy to deal with. It's really a worry. Kizaru, with a depressed look on his face, quickly walked out of the room and drove a warship towards the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, Kizaru had a sense of déjà vu. When he came to the Sabayati archipelago, unlike the last time, there were basically no pirates on the island this time. Maybe they knew the news that the celestial dragons were killed and the admiral's power was about to come, so they hurriedly left. Silence, silence. Kizaru led a group of navy officers on the road. And at this time a marine ran over in a hurry. Admiral, we have thoroughly investigated the entire Sabayati archipelago and have not found any suspects. It is said that everyone present at the time suddenly lost consciousness, and when they woke up again, the celestial dragons had been killed. According to the description, they speculated that one of these two people should have killed the celestial dragons. The marine took out 2 pieces of white paper and handed them to Kizaru. Kizaru slowly took the white paper and was dumbfounded. Some of the drawings are not clear. After all, there was no professional portrait painter among the people present at the time. Seeing Kizaru's stunned face, the marine hurriedly said, "There is no way." He also saw the portrait. It can be said that it is good to have 50% similarity. But Kizaru recognized them. Aren't they Ryahun and Kenshin? Although the drawings are not alike at all, their clothes have not changed yet. Ryahun is still wearing shorts and slippers, while Kenshin is wearing a set of jinchi and a long sword. After recognizing the 2 people, Kizaru immediately made a decision in his heart. The criminals are most likely these 2 guys, thinking of what Dragon Soul said about the Navy headquarters and celestial dragons in Marineford. Ordinary people don't have the courage to kill celestial dragons. Search the entire island and don't miss any corner. Go quickly. After giving the order, Kizaru slowly found a place to sit down, staring at the portraits of Dragon Soul and Kenshin in a daze, muttering, "Straw Hat Boy. Dragon Soul. 4 brothers who really like to cause trouble for others." In the New World, the Blackbeard group of the Bonnie pirates, who had just killed the newcomer Joel Bonnie, was repairing. They wanted to use Bonnie to negotiate with the Navy for a warship, but their ship was really too bad. And the Navy is now holding back a ball of anger in their hearts. You were so arrogant in Marineford, and now you dare to be so arrogant in the New World? So Akainu drove the warship over. The Navy has come with the warship, but it looks like they don't plan to hand it over to us. Van Oka said slowly. Blackbeard was a little surprised and asked, "How did you know?" "Akainu is also on the warship. It's too early to fight him now. Let's go, guys." So, the Blackbeard pirates implemented a strategic retreat strategy. When Akainu arrived on the island, Blackbeard's group had already disappeared. Looking at the tied-up Bonnie, Akainu was about to say something expressionlessly. "Brew brew brew." Akainu slowly took out a small den mushi from his body and answered the phone. "Kiji. Who is this? Is it Sakaski?" "Kizaru, what's up?" Akainu couldn't help asking when he heard Kizaru's voice from the other side. "You are in the New World now, right? Something incredible has happened here again." "What happened?" "Just 3 hours ago, a celestial dragon was killed in the Sabayati archipelago." When Kizaru said this, Akainu and Bonnie's pupils shrank at the same time. "You said, the celestial dragon was killed?" Akainu asked again to confirm again. Bonnie swallowed her saliva, her face full of shock. "Yes, and the murderer has been basically confirmed. It is one of the 4 brothers of Fire Fist Ace." At this point, Kizaru couldn't help but complain, "It's really a worrying 4 brothers. Who is it?" At this time, Akainu's face had turned black. It was his regret that he couldn't leave the 4 brothers in Marineford. Bonnie on the side also listened to the news seriously. This is big news. Someone actually has the courage to kill celestial dragons? Who is this person? She naturally knew everything about the four brothers of Ace making trouble in Marineford. But if you think about it carefully, these four brothers are not ordinary people. What is almost impossible in the eyes of others is nothing in their eyes. It has not been long since the Straw Hats beat the celestial dragons, and here comes a murderer. It's the one called Dragon Soul. It's him. Akainu's eyes flashed, and he looked at the shallow scar on his body. Although it's not a big deal, it's a huge shame for him. After investigation and speculation, this Dragon Soul has probably dived into the seabed, and he is going to the New World. Telling you this is... I know. Kizaru was interrupted by Akainu before he finished speaking. He now wants to split the Dragon Soul into 8 petals and come to the New World? Very good. Well, then hang up. Kizaru hung up the phone directly, his heart blossoming with joy. He was waiting for Akainu's words. Finally, this mess was sorted out. The child was thrown out. Nothing unusual, right? Looking at the Marines who came back to report, Kizaru raised his head slightly. No, the whole island has been thoroughly searched, and it is estimated that they have already gone to the New World. Well. Kizaru slowly stood up and waved his hand, saying, "We are going back, and someone will take over later." Chapter 81 Dreamy Fishman Island. The three of Longhun, who were completely unaware of the various encounters with the world government and the Navy headquarters, had already arrived at the depths of the sea. A dazzling light spot in front of them slowly grew larger, and there was the underwater paradise, Fishman Island. Although the process was a bit scary, the power of the Goma was absolutely beyond common sense. Not only was there no pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, but even if it encountered any unknown current, it could rush out. It was definitely a top-notch cheating weapon. At first, Belle could never believe that the Goma did not need to be coded to go to Fishman Island. After all, even the most advanced submarine could not sail in the deep sea at 10,000 meters under the sea. But he still forced himself to accept it. After all, the fact is right in front of him. "Belle, you have been to Fishman Island, right?" Longhun was looking forward to it. The scenery under the sea had already opened his eyes. The dreamy Fishman Island was now right in front of him, and a surge of blood rushed straight to his head. "Is Fishman Island beautiful?" "Beautiful," Belle said seriously. Longhun was even more excited, but Kenshin was not moved at all. Almost instantly, the demon guardian passed through the big bubble that enveloped the entire Fishman Island and entered the Fishman Island. Arriving in the Fishman Island, Longhun put away the demon guardian and looked at every plant and tree on the Fishman Island with curiosity and a little expectation. A large number of coral-like plants shone with colorful light, which was magnificent. Bang! Ha ha, ha ha! Just after walking a short distance, a wave suddenly surged in the nearby sea water. The sweet and pleasant voice is like a silver bell, which makes people have endless reverie. Giggle. One mermaid lady after another appeared in the water, playing with pearls and playing. In the giggles, Longhun's heart was pounding. Fug. Longhun felt something was wrong. All this was too unreal. What he pursued was such domineering. Women would only affect the speed of his sword drawing. Calm down, calm down. At this time, the mermaid ladies also noticed Longhun and his group, but they didn't feel anything strange. There are countless pirates going to the New World from the sea these days, and many pirates come to Fishman Island almost every day. However, the seabed is really too big, and Longhun and his group have been smooth sailing all the way. Those so-called accidents don't exist here at all. Although I have seen the appearance of Fishman Island on TV in my previous life, I was shocked when I really came here. It was too shocking. Only by seeing this scene with my own eyes can I truly broaden my horizons. Everything here is real. With an admiring eye, Long Hun slowly walked through the streets and alleys of Fishman Island, looking around. Kenshin and Belle followed him without saying much. Long Hun knew that both of them had stories. Kenshin was usually serious, but he would definitely do his best to do what he believed in. Although Belle was not very old now, his cooking skills and ruthlessness were not something that ordinary people could have. And his sister was in danger now. It was understandable that he was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. Alas! With a heavy sigh in his heart, Long Hun knew that he could not stay on this Fishman Island. In order to get Belle, who was so good at cooking, to join them, he also tried his best. Long Hun was about to speak when a scream suddenly came from the front. Ah! What's going on? Let's go and have a look. Unconsciously, Long Hun and his friends had come back again, and saw that the mermaid ladies in the sea they had just arrived were entangled by several humans. Ha ha ha! This mermaid lady can be sold for a lot of money on land. And as he said this, a wicked smile appeared on his face. The mermaid lady is really beautiful, ha ha ha. That, brother, it is said that this Fishman Island is the territory of Whitebeard. We do this. Behind this person, a simple and honest fat man persuaded with a face full of fear. Humph, what do you know? The man waved his hand and said confidently, no matter how powerful Whitebeard is, we will leave after we finish this job. Can he still find us? Stop! At this time, Long Hun came from behind and was slightly stunned when he saw the three mermaid ladies who were tied up tightly by the 5 people and cried. Good fellow, aren't you guys just asking for death? You know, this is still the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have returned, it should be the time of their prosperity. It's really like an old man who wants to hang himself because he thinks his life is too long. Who is it? You dare to meddle in my business? You think your life is too long? The man turned around with an angry face, looked at the 3 people coming towards him, was slightly stunned, and then laughed. Ha 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 ha! It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. Long Hun was stunned for a moment. This guy can't be a fool, right? At this time, Long Hun also saw clearly. To be honest, Dragon Soul has no impression of this person. He is probably not a big shot in the pirate world, how dare he be so arrogant? Do you know us? Dragon Soul asked puzzledly. Who are you? This person is tall, at least 2.56 meters tall. If he was a giant in his previous life, he would not be ranked in the pirate world. Dragon Soul is also nearly 2 meters tall, and this person directly pushed Dragon Soul away, just like an adult pushing a child. Belle, you really made it hard for me to find you. Under Dragon Soul's incredulous gaze, this person slowly came to Belle and smiled smugly. Looking for Belle? Do you know Belle? Kenshin asked with his head tilted. Yeah. Belle nodded slightly, walked forward, looked straight at the sturdy man and said with his head down, what did you do to my sister? Long Hun and Jian Xin were slightly stunned when they heard this, and then their expressions gradually became serious, and Long Hun's eyes flashed with cold light. Ha ha ha, your sister? She's fine, and she'll be even better when you go back, hee hee. The sturdy man had a wicked smile on his face. Ha ha ha. The younger brothers behind him also laughed. Only the fat man who looked very honest looked at Long Hun and Jian Xin with a strange look on his face. Shit! Belle instantly rushed towards the sturdy man like an angry lion. Holding an exquisite dagger in his hand, his movements were still as smooth as ever, and even Long Hun Jian Xin felt pleasing to the eye. However, the sturdy man named Shit seemed to have been prepared, and his arm was instantly wrapped in armed color and punched Belle. Bang! The scene that Long Hun expected to dodge easily did not happen. Shit blocked the attack and punched Belle in the face. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out instantly, and the dagger in Belle's hand was now gone. Chapter 82 The Reputation of Long Hun. Bell. Kenshin hurried to Bell's side and checked his injuries for him. How is this possible? Long Hun's face was full of disbelief. According to Bell's observation, how could he be hit by this guy with one blow? Ha ha ha. Bell, you are still so useless. Your observation can only judge the good or bad of the future, and you can only have a little feeling. It is useless in real battles. To be honest, you are even worse than a waste. You still haven't learned the armament after so long? Ha ha ha. Shit came to Kenshin and Bell with a look of disdain. Judge the good or bad of the future. Dragon Soul was slightly startled. He really couldn't understand why he couldn't use it in battle since he could predict the future. However, it's great that you can appear here. With you here, I'm not afraid that your sister won't surrender. Brothers, go. Okay. Ha ha ha. You. I will definitely rescue my sister. Bell stood up with difficulty. Little Bell, just go back with us honestly. Ha ha ha. When Bell struggled, Kenshin protected him behind him. You want to catch him? Hey? Who are you? You're not the helper that Little Bell found. How dare you stop our dark clan? Several younger brothers were extremely arrogant, and Chit couldn't help but nodded with relief when he saw this scene. Dark clan? After thinking for a while, Dragon Soul couldn't figure out what kind of force the Dark Clan was. It should be a low-ranking force. Bell. Are they the ones who imprisoned your sister? Long Hun spoke at this time. Everyone looked over. Zed and the others looked at Long Hun with interest, and then looked at Bell. Little Bell, the helper you found is not that good? Have you forgotten the bounty of Big Brother Zayat? It's 200 million Baileys. Ha 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 ha. All the younger brothers laughed loudly, looking at Long Hun and the other two as if they were watching a joke. And the honest little fat man among them looked at the faint smile on Long Hun's mouth, and his heart suddenly shuddered. The pupils suddenly shrank. Old. Boss. He. Because he was too shocked, the fat man couldn't speak clearly. Pa. Ouch. What are you yelling for? Are you yelling for a ghost? What he? Sieti said with a look of disappointment after a slap. But, the boss. Give it back to him. Sheet pretended to teach him a lesson. The little fat man was so scared that he quickly hid aside with his head in his arms, anxiously searching for something on his body. Long Hun looked at the two funny guys with interest. To be honest, Long Hun thought the little fat man was quite interesting. He looked like he knew something about their identities. Long Hun was still in an unknown state about everything in the outside world. He had been hiding in the sea and no newsbird could deliver newspapers. Bell, I'm talking to you. Did they imprison your sister? If we solve all of them, the problem will be solved. Long Hun raised his hand slightly and pointed a finger at Sheet, who was in the lead. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard Long Hun say this. Then they laughed again. Little Bell, your friend is too good. Are you bragging? You want to kill us? Bell was also confused. It was true that Chit was very strong. Even in their dark clan, he was a strong cotter. Otherwise, the bounty would not have reached 200 million. However, when he met Long Hun's indifferent eyes, he suddenly felt confident for some reason. Yes. They imprisoned my sister, but they are just lackeys. The one who really imprisoned my sister is the boss of the Dark Clan. After saying all this, Bell felt relieved, but then he was uneasy. Because he didn't know the strength of Long Hun and Jiangxin. Before, when Long Hun took action, he just killed them with his hands. He couldn't tell the strength at all, but there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that Long Hun could help him. Is that so? Long Hun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, tilted his head and said to Jiangxin, leave that shit to me, and the others to you. Understood. Jian Xin smiled knowingly, the blade was half unsheathed, and a cold light flashed. "What did you say? You want to kill us?" Xieti and his brothers looked as if they had heard a big joke. Ha ha ha! But they couldn't laugh the next second. At the moment when they wanted to block Long Hun's way, Jian Xin moved. The sword was as fast as lightning, and it was smooth and flowing in an instant. Jian Xin stopped, Long Hun stepped over directly, and all the brothers fell to the ground. Xieti's eyes widened, and before he could say anything, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "Ah! No!" The little fat man seemed to be holding a thorny thorn in his hand, and he shook it a few times and fell out. "What the hell are you screaming about?" Zid was furious, thinking to himself that I am not blind, these two people are indeed strong. Then a piece of yellow paper slowly fell in front of him. "This is impossible, this is impossible." The moment Xieti saw the paper, he became incoherent, and then suddenly looked up at Long Hun. When he saw the faint smile on Long Hun's lips, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in disbelief, You have 400 million baileys." "Oh!" Long Hun raised his eyebrows, and then he noticed the paper on the ground. "Bounty?" Long Hun recognized it as a bounty unique to the pirate world, and the person on it was Long Hun himself. "I also have a bounty?" After looking carefully, Long Hun was surprised to find that he actually had a bounty of 400 million baileys. It is really incredible that such a bounty was offered for the first time. It seems that the threat to the navy this time is indeed not small, Long Hun thought secretly. "Boss, that person participated in the war in the headquarters of the navy. We can't be opponents." "Run!" the little fat man hurriedly said. "Asshole!" Xieti shook the little fat man away, looked at Long Hun and said, "I don't believe you have such a high bounty of 400 million baileys. Even if it is true, it is probably because of participating in this war that he has risen. The strength is probably just like that." Buzz! As he spoke, Shit gathered his armament haki and punched towards Long Hun. "Brother Long Hun, be careful." Seeing Shit's move, Bell was extremely nervous and said hurriedly, "Boy, let me see how strong you are." Shit looked arrogant. "Boss, stop." "Hee hee." The little fat man rushed over breathlessly, holding the report of Long Hun and his 4 brothers fighting against Marinfondo. Long Hun slowly raised his hand, and an invisible space wall appeared in front of him. Boom! Shit punched the space wall, and the huge force impact directly threw the little fat man out. "Ah!" The newspaper in his hand fell off and fell to the ground. The top page was the picture of Long Hun fighting against Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 83 The ability of the Tremor fruit? What is it? Zeter looked confused. He could clearly feel that something was blocking him in front of him. But the fact is that there was nothing in front of him. He could still see the faint smile of Long Hun. "Damn it, I don't believe it!" Xieti shouted and attacked again. Long Hun raised his eyes slightly, clenched his fist with one hand, and a hint of intriguing arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let me show you my moves." Buzz! A strange energy flashed, and Long Hun punched out. This time Long Hun did not use the space wall. Instead, he chose to attack head-on. Boom! Before the two fists collided with each other, they formed a burst of explosion. Crack! The space was covered with cracks, and Long Hun's eyes flashed, and the whole Fishman Island was shaken suddenly. Boom! Impossible! Xieti's face was full of horror, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth. Kenshin on the side also had his pupils shrink suddenly, looking like he didn't understand what was going on. "Ah!" Bell opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Dragon Soul's performance really scared him. This punch can be said to have moved the entire Fishman Island. What kind of strength is this? And the little fat man even lay on the side holding his head and pretending to be dead, his body shaking constantly. Dragon Soul took a step forward, came to Xieti, and punched him. Boom! A large circular pit appeared directly on the ground, and flying sand and rocks scattered around. People on Fishman Island all felt the ground suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake had come, and a trace of panic inexplicably arose in his heart. What's going on? Send someone to check. King Neptune ordered in the Dragon Palace. Yes. The Dragon Soul directly picked up Shit, who had turned into a dead dog, and slowly walked towards Bell and Kenshin. Dragon Soul, what just happened was? Even now, Kenshin still couldn't believe what happened just now. The Dragon Soul was like a god descending to the earth, and his 2 consecutive punches shattered the space, just like the white-bearded uncle of the 4 emperors of Marineford. Every punch was as powerful as pulling mountains and rivers, and overturning the 4 seas. The ability of the Tremor Fruit. The move of the Dragon Soul just now was almost the same as the ability of the Tremor Fruit, which really scared him. And Bell was trembling all over, looking at Shit, who was casually picked up by the Dragon Soul. He was shocked. This is my fruit ability, which has the ability to control and use space. The Tremor Fruit is to shatter space, and I can also achieve this effect with the ability to control space. Long Hun smiled and said. He recalled the conversation with the system during the period of sailing on the seabed. He knew the horror of the New World very well, and felt that his strength was still not enough. He thought of his fruit ability. After all, the fastest way to improve strength was to fully understand and use his fruit ability. In the cycle of Long Hun coming up with one and then denying another, I don't know if the system couldn't stand it. It actually took the initiative to talk to Long Hun and gave him some pointers. Long Hun, who mastered this attack method, deeply understood how awesome his ability was. He can also use the shattering ability of the Tremor Fruit? After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed true. He could control space, so he could naturally attack with space and shatter space. All-powerful space ability. This is the new definition of Long Hun's ability. This. Jian Xin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Bang! Dragon Soul threw Shit on the ground casually and said to Bell, he should know the specific situation of your sister, go and ask him. After asking, we will set sail and head to the New World. Yet. Bell nodded heavily and looked at Dragon Soul with admiration. Just now, Dragon Soul was so handsome that it was effortless to deal with a strong man like Shit with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. This way, there is really hope to rescue his sister. At this moment, Bell was extremely excited. His premonition was always accurate. Dragon Soul was his savior. With a smile, Dragon Soul walked towards the little fat man. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. I know you are fine. The little fat man twisted his fat body slightly, sat up embarrassedly, and looked at Dragon Soul with a nervous face. Let me ask you, has there been any major events in the New World recently? Ah, this. Say it. Dragon Soul glanced at him indifferently. Yes. The New World is even more chaotic now, because Whitebeard won the war at the top and is now in the limelight. Even the other 4 emperors dare not challenge the Whitebeard pirates openly. Now they are all quite harmonious. These are the 4 emperors who reign over the New World, and the people below are really boiling. Recently, many newcomers have poured into the New World and started to make trouble. There are Captain Kidd, former Rear Admiral X Drake, Blackbeard and his gang, Pirate Apo. Enough, enough. Watching the little fat man counting them one by one, Long Hun couldn't help but feel a headache. Yes. The little fat man immediately shut up. Waving his hand, Long Hun said, just talk about some major events. Yes. It is said that the Blackbeard pirates defeated the Bonnie pirates and are going to hand over their captain Bonnie to the navy. Also, the Blackbeard pirates seem to be going to attack the Whitebeard pirates. I think Blackbeard is just looking for death. Now the Whitebeard pirates are in high morale, and they are not comparable to his undeveloped pirate group. After saying that, the little fat man looked at Long Hun eagerly. He already knew Long Hun's identity, and the legendary four brothers have now spread in the new world. Such a person can be said to be a superstar of the new era, not only with strong strength, but also with a strong backing. Ordinary people can't afford to provoke him. The Dark Clan is probably in danger this time. Of course, everything that can be explained must be explained clearly, and he can't offend him. The Blackbeard pirates, which are now in the limelight in the new world, are his great enemy. The fuse that triggered the war at the top was lit by Blackbeard. If he hadn't given Fire Fist Ace to the Navy, there wouldn't have been so many things. So the little fat man complained about Blackbeard and his gang just as Dragon Soul liked. Dragon Soul naturally saw the little fat man's little thoughts, but didn't care too much. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are now in good health with Whitebeard. Don't say that Blackbeard didn't get the tremor fruit. Even if he got it, Whitebeard would be more than enough to deal with him in his current situation. But he didn't expect that Whitebeard had already left the Whitebeard pirates at this time, and even Marco didn't know where he took Ace. Let them all go. Dragon Soul looked at the three mermaid ladies who were tied up and looked pitiful, and said to the little fat man, I'll go now. The little fat man hurriedly went to release the mermaid Xiao's sister. Did you find out? Long Hun smiled as he looked at Belle who was walking towards him. Looking at Long Hun, Belle pursed his lips and nodded slightly. But his eyes were still a little strange, and Long Hun nodded when he saw this. Then let's go, you must be very anxious too. Long Hun grinned, let's set sail. Thank you for saving the three of us, benefactor, that. The three fisherman ladies were about to say something with gratitude on their faces. Long Hun waved his hand directly. Someone is coming, and there are quite a few. At this time, Belle said with a slightly solemn face. Chapter 84 Dark Clan, Dragon Flag Pirates Group established. Someone is coming? Long Hun was stunned, he did not doubt what Belle said. Then he thought that it might be because he made too much noise before, which attracted the soldiers on the Fishman Island or something. Let's go. He bowed to the back, and Long Hun's voice came out slowly. If the king of the Dragon Palace comes, please tell him. My brother will come here in 2 years, and ask him to take care of me. Soon, Long Hun and his group disappeared from Fishman Island and began their journey to the new world. The three slender mermaids looked at each other in confusion. At this time, a breeze blew in the air, and a newspaper floated with the wind. It was the report of the four legendary brothers. This. The three mermaids saw the shock in each other's eyes and decided to report the matter to the Dragon Palace. In the seabed, the demon guardian slowly rose, and Belle also told his situation at this time. It turned out that he and his sister were both members of the underground force called Dark Clan. His sister was even a senior executive of this dark force. It can be said that she had already sat in a position below 1 person and above 10,000 people. But recently they found that the boss of the Dark Clan began to treat them unusually. Although he didn't know what happened, Belle speculated that the boss had taken a fancy to his sister and wanted to take her for himself. But his sister didn't like him at all. When he found out, her sister had already disappeared, and he was basically unable to move in the Dark Clan. He knew that his strength was limited, and it was simply impossible to save his sister. And the ability he awakened in his childhood told him that he had to go out if he wanted to save his sister. He would definitely find a way out if he went out. After getting this information, Long Hun and Jian Xin were both silent, waiting for his next words. This time I got the news from Basshit that my sister is temporarily safe. Belle continued. Basshit is the man who was beaten by brother Long Hun before. He is a cadre in the Dark Clan and used to be my sister's subordinate. But in fact, he is an undercover planted by the boss of the Dark Clan next to my sister. Speaking of shit, Belle felt very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, I really want to thank brother Long Hun and brother Jian Xin this time. Belle said with gratitude. Belle, there is no need to say thank you again. Didn't you cook for us? Long Hun waved his hand. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of Kenshin's mouth. Bell nodded heavily, looking at Long Hun with more and more admiration. There was one thing he didn't say. When he asked Shit, he swore to never tell her, and looked down on Bell. But when he noticed a newspaper beside him, he suddenly changed 360 degrees. He said everything he should and shouldn't say. He even said what color underwear he wore today. Then he picked up the newspaper suspiciously and read it, and he was shocked himself. Shock. He actually met the 4 legendary brothers like this, and there was also a report of Long Hun fighting against Admiral Akainu. Now he felt more confident about rescuing his sister. Bell, have you joined any forces? Long Hun slowly raised his head and asked. Well, I actually grew up in the Dark Clan, and I'm not a member of the Dark Clan specifically. Then do you want to come to our ship? Long Hun said with hope in his eyes. Can I really do it? Bell said excitedly. Then his expression dimmed again. He lost his confidence after seeing the strength of Long Hun and Kenshin. With such a strong strength and status, Long Hun would definitely not need people with no strength as companions. After all, this would be like finding a burden. Of course. Long Hun said without hesitation. Join us after rescuing your sister this time. I have already thought of the name of our pirate group, which is called the Dragon Flag Pirate Group. With your joining, our pirate group will have 3 people, it can be officially established. Kenshin slightly supported his forehead. How could the establishment of a pirate group by 3 people seem so natural when it came from Long Hun's mouth? However, Kenshin became interested when he heard that the pirate group was to be officially established. This is their future home and also a face to the outside world, so the pirate flag is also a must. Let's take advantage of the opportunity to make the pirate flag while we are at the bottom of the sea. Okay. Soon, Long Hun took out the tools, and then he was faced with a problem. This technician. Long Hun's eyes fell on Kenshin and Bell, with hope in his eyes. You don't know how to draw. Right. Kenshin said after a moment's hesitation. Long Hun shook his head naturally. He knew nothing about drawing and painting. Then this. Kenshin pointed at himself and said helplessly, I don't know how to do it either. Then both of them looked at Bell, who was still in a daze. If it's drawing, I know a little. Bell, who reacted, said embarrassedly. Really? Long Hun and Kenshin suddenly became energetic and started to operate quickly. After a round of experiments, they finally decided to use a pattern with 2 wings above the skull logo of a pirate flag. And these 2 wings are not just 2 wings, but 2 dragon-shaped totems, with the dragon heads facing outward to guard the 4 directions. It also showed the momentum of a flying dragon, which looked extremely domineering. Okay, that's it. Looking at the newly made pirate flag that was almost lifelike, Long Hun smiled from ear to ear. Kenshin and Bell also had a smile on their faces, and it was obvious that they were also very satisfied with this pirate flag. Bell smiled brightly from the heart. He drew this pirate flag, and Long Hun was able to entrust him with such an important task as drawing the pirate flag with confidence, which made him very satisfied. At the same time, he also felt a sense of pride and belonging. Here, the Dragon Flag Pirates was like his safe haven, and he was proud to be able to join it. Come on, let's toast to the newly formed pirate group and the newly made pirate flag. A bottle of good wine brought from the Whitebeard Pirates was placed on the table. Of course, there was only this bottle. Because Long Hun took it secretly. He also poured a glass of fruit wine from the goma for the underage Bell. Cheers! 3 laughs, 3 smiling faces, 3 glasses of wine. From then on, the pirate group, Dragon Flag Pirates, was officially established. What will they bring to this turbulent sea, and what role will they play in the new era where pirates are as numerous as stars? All this is unknown. They set sail with their dreams and find their way as pirates in the adventure. The sunshine of the new world passes through the sea, sprinkles on the Goma, and shines on the faces of Longhun and others through the large number of visible screens around the Goma. Although they can be seen to be more or less immature, when they reign on the sea, they will surely be remembered by the whole world. Chapter 85 Methods to Improve Cultivation. In the Demon Guard, Longhun stared at the cup on the table in a trance. In the training room not far from him, purple-blue light kept flashing. At some point, he took a golden stick of more than 10 centimeters in his hand, and kept turning it under the push of his flexible fingers. A row of pictures appeared in Longhun's consciousness. Open the system panel. Host Longhun. Cultivation Sword Master Cultivation. Sword Master / Sword Saint. Skills 1. Intermediate Armament Haki. 7333/10,000. 2 Intermediate Observation Haki. 1001/10,000. 3 Primary Domineering Haki. 899/10,000. 4 Sword Skill, Sweeping the World. Intermediate. 5 Sword Skill, Demon's Dance. Intermediate. 6 Fresh Water from the Sky. Intermediate. Items Broken Rainbow Sword. Intermediate, Ruyi Stick, Detector. Tools Demon Guard. Primary. Crew Kenshin, Swordsman Cultivation, Jin Bell, Swordsman Cultivation. Now the experience value has also increased a lot, and the experience value of the system task will be added to the first armed haki. Dragon Soul. At the end of the war, after that, it consumed 1000 experience points to awaken the observation haki. Only the experience points awakened by the system task can be used for exchange. Now the experience points of observation haki and conqueror haki are all obtained by the Dragon Soul itself. Just look at the requirements for the improvement of conqueror haki. Observation haki and armament haki only require 10,000 experience points when they are upgraded from intermediate to advanced. But conqueror haki requires 10,000 experience points when it is upgraded from elementary to intermediate. And conqueror haki cannot be improved through practice and training. It can only be improved by the user's own spirit. And he kept holding the rotating stick was the reward given for solving the celestial dragons. It could be big or small, and Longhun couldn't help but think of Monkey King's golden hoop, but the weight of this stick was only 10 pounds at most. It couldn't be compared with the one of the great sage, and he didn't see its extraordinariness at all. However, Longhun had some guesses in his heart that the hardness of this stick might be extraordinary. But he was not stupid enough to experiment. What if the magic of this stick was not hardness? Wouldn't he have no place to complain to the system? Ding! Main task: now that the Dragon Flag Pirates have been established, please quickly expand the sphere of influence. As a senior brother protecting Demon, you must make outsiders afraid of your brother when they hear the name of the force. Main task? Longhun was slightly startled, and then he was suddenly overjoyed. You know, the rewards for the main tasks are generally very rich. And judging from the devil fruit this time, they may all be tailor-made for the host himself. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Longhun was in a headache again. How will he expand his sphere of influence? Is he going to conquer the world and grab territory? As for the business model of the Dragon Flag Pirates, Dragon Soul has decided to take the elite route. A few or a dozen people are enough. Only a pirate group like the Straw Hat Pirates can make Dragon Soul yearn for it, but this sphere of influence. Master System, does this sphere of influence have to be the sphere of influence of the pirate group? Ding! The forces under the pirate group are also considered the sphere of influence of the host. Now Dragon Soul understands that generally, a pirate group with strong strength and reputation has its own forces. No matter how big a pirate group is, it can never reach the number of an army. At this time, many small pirate groups will voluntarily become a member of the forces of your pirate group. Then they are the so-called subordinate pirate groups. Just like the White Group came to this war with more than 40 pirate fleets, they are all pirate groups under the White Group. And the Straw Hat Fleet 2 years later, it's the same. Getting this information, Dragon Soul is relieved. Master System, I still have a question, how exactly is this cultivation improved? I feel that the relationship with strength is a bit confusing. Ding! The level of cultivation determines the upper limit of strength. Generally speaking, cultivation can only be improved through years of accumulation. But there is another way to improve cultivation. What method? Long Hun asked curiously. Fight. Only by going through hundreds of battles and understanding the essence of fighting, can cultivation be improved faster. Fight. Long Hun suddenly realized that Uncle Whitebeard, Mr. Garp, and Marshal Zhangguo, these people should have been experienced in hundreds of battles when they were young. Now that they are so old, it is normal to reach the level of Sword Saint. Red Hair is terrifying. His age is quite different from Akainu. From Akainu's attitude towards justice, it can be seen that he is definitely a person who walks on the edge of battle all year round. But even so, Akainu is only close to the level of Sword Saint. Red Hair has achieved the level of Sword Saint at such an age, which shows how terrifying he is. Red Hair has been a trainee in Roger's Pirates since he was a child. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has experienced hundreds of battles, but his cultivation is indeed a bit shocking. At the same time, Long Hun also got a very useful information. Since cultivation determines the upper limit of strength, the 4 emperors who are the ceiling of the combat power in the pirate world must have the cultivation of Sword Saints. If you want to fight against a Sword Saint, you must at least have the cultivation of a great swordsman, otherwise it is absolutely a pebble against a rock. From the war on the top, you can see a little bit of it when the generals fought against Uncle Whitebeard. It is absolutely a foolish dream to fight against the 4 emperors without the cultivation of a great swordsman. Brother Long Hun. At this time, Bell slowly walked out of the kitchen with 3 glasses of juice in his hands. He came to the table and took out a glass and placed it in front of Long Hun. Bell, your sister is still safe now, right? Long Hun withdrew from the system panel and said to Bell with a smile. Yet. Bell nodded and said, they want to capture me and force my sister to surrender. As if he had thought of something, Bell said, my sister is still very strong. There is a bounty of 300 million Baileys. He lowered his head again in embarrassment. He then remembered that Dragon Soul's bounty was 400 million Baileys, and it was the first time to offer a bounty. Ha ha ha. I'm glad she's okay. We just know that she's been locked up, right? Yes, that's what Chit said. Bell nodded. Well. How are they? Dragon Soul raised his eyebrows and said. In the secret room, Shit hasn't woken up yet. In the innermost room on the lower floor of the Guardian, Shit, whose life or death was unknown, was huddled in a ball by a fat man, who was silent in the dark space. Before they evacuated, Dragon Soul brought them both up. It should be useful, isn't it? Even if it's useless, isn't this guy named Shit worth 200 million Baileys? They just happened to be short of money, so it wouldn't be bad to hand him over to the Navy in exchange for some money. Because the room was closed without any gaps, they couldn't see anything. The little fat man was trembling all the time, and there was a vibration from the ceiling above from time to time, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to say a word, fearing that he would anger the monster that he shouldn't offend. Chapter 86 Arrival in the New World. And above him was the room for training, where Kenshin was practicing swordsmanship. It was normal to have some movement. But the movement above soon disappeared and never appeared again. It was as if it had never appeared. The little fat man swallowed his saliva, slowly crawled to Shit's side, and just stayed by his side silently. Ahem, not to protect him, but to give himself a greater sense of security. After all, it's good to have a companion. It's too scary here, Weevu. Mom. I want to go home. I don't know what kind of monster is locked up here, it's finally quiet now. It's too scary, the 4 legendary brothers, too scary, we of you. This is just one of them, you know there is also the most evil pirate king bloodline, the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace the Fire Fist, with a bounty of 800 million Baileys. The son of Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army. What kind of ghost brothers are these? Oh my God! Not only did you let them be born in this world, you also made them brothers. It's so unfair. We of you. Where are they taking us? Are they going to send us to Navy, right? The little fat man suddenly remembered that Longhun had said before that he would take them to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. He trembled violently, and then his eyes fell on Zayat, whose life or death was unknown. Boss, your bounty has reached 200 million Baileys, and mine is only 10 million. The little fat man rolled his eyes and continued to whisper, when he wants to hand us over to the Navy, I will say that your bounty is high and let them let me go. Please don't blame me. Boss. Zayat, who was lying on the ground in the dark, twitched his mouth slightly, thinking, if I can't move now, I must clean up the door myself. I was really blind before, how could I accept such a cowardly little brother? What a misfortune for my family. Boom. At this time, the door of the room suddenly rose and opened. The bright light was all scattered in the dark room. Because he was in the dark for a long time, the little fat man shuddered suddenly at first, and then quickly closed his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Listening to the footsteps coming slowly, the little fat man closed his eyes tightly, his thighs still trembling slightly. Playing dead? Longhun looked at the little fat man lying with shit and couldn't help laughing. Shaking his head, he walked towards the little fat man. Behind him, Jian Xin, who was naked on his upper body, was drinking juice and wiping the sweat off his body with a towel. Belle also walked in slowly at the door. Little fat man, stop pretending and get up quickly. Longhun smiled and teased. But there was no movement for a long time. Longhun shook his head helplessly and said, Belle, throw them both into the sea. They are really good at pretending. Okay. Belle seemed to have been prepared and took a rope from behind and walked over. No, no. Get up now. Shit, and the little fat man jumped up and shouted at the same time. The little fat man was slightly stunned, and then his body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Xieti, who was standing there as if nothing had happened, with a look of horror. Boss! Boss! When did you wake up? The little fat man shuddered suddenly. Would the boss hear what he just said? Oh my God, this is going to kill me. You dead fat man, I treat you well on weekdays, but at this critical moment of life and death, the first thing you think of is to betray me. Puff. Xieti suddenly spurted out blood in his mouth in excitement and fell to the ground. Boss, The little fat man wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Longhun. Okay, what are you doing? Are you playing a trick here? As soon as Longhun said this, the little fat man didn't dare to say anything more. And Xieti, who wanted to struggle on the ground, stopped struggling instantly and looked at Longhun with a nervous face. According to rumors, none of the 4 legendary brothers is a pushover. Not only are they incredibly strong, but their methods are also extremely cruel. He had been using his observation haki to detect the movements in all directions around him. But he couldn't sense the situation outside the room at all. He felt even more desolate. It was impossible to escape. He had originally thought that he could get out by pretending to be fainted, but he was directly discovered. This made him more afraid of Longhun. The huge fist that hit him like a mountain made him feel like he was facing death. That feeling was that he was just an ant trying to shake an elephant, and they were not on the same level at all. Longhun felt a little satisfied when he saw Shit trying to get up but couldn't move at all. He had grasped the measure before. In order to prevent this guy from being beaten to death, he used 30% of his strength in the first punch. The second punch was a sudden impulse, thinking that Chit should be able to withstand 40% of the strength, and he punched him without hesitation. After the attack, Long Hun felt a little regretful. It would be difficult to deal with if he was beaten to death. It turned out that Chit's ability to bear was still good. Although he was almost dead at this time, the questions had been asked. If he died, he died. There was no ship doctor on their ship. They couldn't find a place to treat him, right? What's the use of you two? I think throwing you into the sea can save us some trouble. Long Hun raised his finger slightly, and a chair appeared beside him in an instant, and he sat down slowly. The fingers kept tapping on the armrest of the chair. Every time the sound of the fingers colliding with the wood fell into the ears of Chit and the little fat man, it was like falling into hell. Kenshin and Bell were not surprised that Long Hun took out some things at random. This. The little fat man looked aggrieved and begged, "Don't throw us into the sea. Once a person with ability goes to the sea, he will die, woo-woo. Are you still a person with ability?" Long Hun raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief. "Yes. What ability?" "This." The little fat man hesitated and struggled. "He is the user of the animal type pig fruit. He has no special ability except eating." At this time, Xie Te said with disdain. The corner of Long Hun's mouth twitched suddenly, and his eyes looked different when he looked at the little fat man. "It seems that this is the second brother coming to the mortal world. Ahem, to tell you the truth, we are going to the new world." Long Hun said and stood up and walked outside. Go, Kenshin and Bell followed. This. Zayat and the little fat man looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Help me over." Zayat looked at the little fat man unhappily. Now he was seriously injured and couldn't even move by himself. Oh! The little fat man hurriedly helped Zayat over. When they saw that the outside was all transparent, they were stunned. The corners of Long Hun's mouth rose slightly, and the Goma rose from the sea in an instant, raising waves. New World. We are here, the Dragon Flag Pirates. Chapter 87. The Woman in Distress. At this time, 80% of the Goma was visible and transparent glass devices. They could see the situation outside clearly, and even the crystal water drops scattered on the hull of the Goma when it rushed out of the sea were clearly seen by them under the sunlight. Not to mention Long Hun and the others, Zayat and the little fat man were dumbfounded at this time. You know, this is a new world. It's amazing to see such sunshine, but when did this dark and terrifying sea become so beautiful? And this ship? Isn't this a submarine? How come the visibility is almost the same as that of a ship? Sea surface sailing form. Dragon Soul said slowly at this time. Received, the Demon Guardian is about to transform into a sea surface sailing form, please prepare the captain and crew. Hearing this strange sound coming from nowhere, Xie Te and the little fat man were both shocked. And the Dragon Soul and the others were unmoved and began to find their seats and sit down. This. When Xie Te and the little fat man were at a loss, the hull of the Demon Guardian suddenly shook violently. The slight friction sound of mechanical deformation hit the hearts of the two people heavily. Boom! With a burst of violent sound, the Demon Guardian underwent an overall deformation, and soon the special walls that originally surrounded it slowly disappeared. Ah! Shit! And the little fat man fell to the ground suddenly because of their unstable center of gravity. In just a moment, the people who were originally on the second floor found that they didn't know when they came up there. The original first floor had disappeared, and they all came to a hall. Long Hun slowly stood up and pushed open the door of the hall. What came into view was the endless sea and the sunshine in the clear sky. This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Even Kenshin and Bell were the same. Although they knew that once the Goma took any action, they had to hold on tight. But they didn't expect that the Goma could be so. This is not a submarine. It is clearly a high-level pirate ship comparable to a warship. The hull is a special metal with an unknown name, which looks very heavy. But this smooth and unimpeded sailing shows that there is no problem affecting the sailing at all. Long Hun just took a look and knew that the defense of this ship must be terrible. After staying in the submarine for a long time, I still feel that it is better to come out and get some fresh air. After stretching, Long Hun slowly set his eyes on Zayat and the little fat man. The little fat man who was pulling his boss up saw Long Hun's eyes looking at him, and he shuddered and retracted his hand. Ah! Fatty! Do you want to die? Then a pig-killing sound came, and Long Hun felt pain when he saw it. What are you yelling for? At this time, Bell came up, and there was a rope on his hand. Don't you know that you are a prisoner now? Looking at the little guy who had been bullied by him, Zayat was immediately furious. But he looked at the sharp-eyed Jiangxin and the very casual Long Hun again, swallowed his saliva, and said nothing. Hey! What is that? At this time, the little fat man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Shut up! Zayat was in a bad mood to begin with, so he had to vent his anger on the little fat man. He came up and scolded him harshly. Dragon Soul ignored the two funny guys and slowly walked to the side of the ship to see the scenery of this new world. If ordinary people knew what Dragon Soul was thinking at this time, they would probably want to curse. Who would not be cautious and careful when coming to the new world? It's good to be here. Is it a trip? Hey! Dragon Soul soon found that there seemed to be something on the sea. Only then did he know that the little fat man just shouted casually, but really found something. Speaking of which, Dragon Soul really didn't plan to kill them now, at least he had to squeeze out their value first. After all, there was still a bounty of 200 million Baileys in the end. For Dragon Soul, that was the value of 2 fairy beans. It can't be wasted in vain. God of the Demon, head forward at 9 o'clock. Received. At this time, Kenshin and Bell also came over. Why did Dragon Soul suddenly change its course? Kenshin asked. Look there. Dragon Soul pointed. Following the direction pointed by the Dragon Soul, Kenshin and Bell soon discovered that there was something that looked like a small boat in the distance. There was some movement on it. It looked like there might be someone there. You have to know that this is the new world, not a sea area where such a small boat can sail. There seems to be someone on it. Bell took out the telescope and planned to find out, and then hurriedly said, there are people. There are really people on that boat, and there are 2 people. Really? Dragon Soul and Kenshin were both slightly surprised. Wow! Such a beautiful woman. At this time, Bell said with a crazy look on his face, there is a beautiful sister on the boat, so beautiful. Long Hun. Kenshin? Let's go and take a look. Soon they came near the boat, and the people on the boat also saw Long Hun and his group. Please, let us get on the boat, our boat can't hold on any longer. A woman with aqua blue hair and a delicate face on the boat looked at Long Hun and his group with a pleading look. This. Bell's face was slightly hesitant. He grew up in the Dark Clan and knew the cruelty of the pirate world very well. People like this who came from unknown places would not be allowed to get on the boat. After all, the possibility that they had ill intentions was really too great. This is the new world, right? Who would use a small boat to sail casually? Isn't this a joke? Brother Long Hun, look. In the end, the decision was handed over to Long Hun. Seeing that the group was led by Long Hun, the woman looked at Long Hun with pleading eyes. Okay. With almost no hesitation, Long Hun spoke lightly. Brother Long Hun. Bell was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Long Hun to let these 2 unknown people get on board so easily. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The woman said incoherently, bowing to Long Hun. Looking at the faint traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, Long Hun knew that she had cried. Is the man next to you injured? If you are looking for a doctor, I may disappoint you. Our Dragon Flag pirates have just been established and there is no doctor on the ship. Long Hun pointed to the man lying behind the woman and said, "It's okay, I'm the doctor." The woman shook her head. "Well, Belle, pull them up." Soon with the help of Belle, the woman and the unconscious man on the boat came to the Goma and gave them a room. Seeing the woman treat the man seriously, Long Hun and the others withdrew. Shit and the little fat man were dumbfounded watching this scene the whole time. They actually saved him? Belle followed Dragon Soul with admiration on his face. Dragon Soul didn't care about the problems that ordinary people were worried about. Why is this? Isn't it because of strength? Even if you have any conspiracy, what can you do to me with your strength? This is the absolute confidence of the strong. However, Dragon Soul didn't think so much. Chapter 88 Akainu's Attack. At this time, all major forces in the New World are in a wait-and-see attitude. Because the Blackbeard pirates actually issued a declaration of war to the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone really doesn't know where Blackbeard got such confidence, and dared to challenge the Whitebeard pirates openly. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are now the #1 pirate group on the sea, because even the Four Emperors' Big Mom has given an order. No matter what the reason, they must not have friction with the Whitebeard pirates. And it's a death order. The Red Hair pirates and the Beasts pirates are also in a wait-and-see attitude now. Since the end of the war, there has been no news about the Red Hair pirates, but no one dares to ignore their existence. Because it is said that the Four Emperors' Red Hair himself called a halt to the war on the top. One person's words can defeat thousands of troops. But at this time, more shocking news came from the first half of the Grand Line. The man who hit the Straw Hat Boy did not die, and the legend of the four legendary brothers is still a living legend. If it were just that, it would not be so shocking. After all, some people have guessed that the Straw Hat Boy could not die. The most important news is below. The celestial dragon Saint Charlos was killed in the Sabayati archipelago. The criminal has been confirmed to be the Dragon Soul, one of the four legendary brothers. This guy, who had no information at all before, suddenly appeared in the top war as if he came out of thin air, fighting the Navy headquarters. Now he has killed the celestial dragons. As the top figure in the New World, he naturally knows the attitude of the world government towards the celestial dragons. This news can be said to have directly pushed the wave of the entire New World to the peak. The White Pirates. Marco looked at the latest report and held his forehead slightly. The news that the Straw Hat Boy was not dead was simply nonsense to them. When did the Straw Hat Boy die? At that time, he was sleeping soundly on the deck. What he cared about most was the fact that the Dragon Soul killed the celestial dragons. Killing the celestial dragons could be said to be a move on the Tai Sui's head. Under normal circumstances, as long as the celestial dragons were attacked, there would be a general to deal with the matter. Even if the Four Emperors' pirates did not intend to go to war with the world government and the Navy headquarters, they would never attack the celestial dragons. And the celestial dragons were generally in the Holy Land Marijoa and the first half of the Grand Line, and would never set foot in the New World. Because this is the world of pirates. Here their identities are not enough to be their death-free gold medal. Marco, that guy Teach is really here. Vista slowly came to Marco and said. Is he here? Marco's eyes flashed, and he slowly stood up. Let's clean up the mess for the Whitebeard pirates this time. We must not let Teach escape again. Otherwise, we don't know how many more people will be killed. Teach is a very good person to our leader. I know everything about the place. That's right. Vista nodded heavily. Let's go. The white group followed Marco out. On the other side, Long Hun and the others sat together, eating the dishes Belle had just made. Of course, this did not include Chit and the little fat man. On a high platform on the deck, the little fat man squatted by the side of the ship with a telescope and was doing observation and reconnaissance work very seriously. Chit was also lying on the side. Of course, they were not forced by Long Hun and the others. But they were voluntary. Because there was no doctor on the ship, they didn't care about Shit's injury. Now that the doctor is here, Longhun naturally doesn't want Shit to be injured. Te died just like that, so there was a scene where two people begged for treatment for Shit. Dragon Soul naturally couldn't agree so easily, thinking of leaving them alone for a while. Shit and the little fat man were still very conscious, knowing that there were not many people in their dragon flag pirates at this time. Sometimes there was not even a person looking around, so they volunteered to go. Facts also proved that their decision was right. Seeing that they participated in the transformation so actively, Dragon Soul was quite satisfied. At this time, the woman with some hair on her forehead wet by sweat slowly walked out of the room. "Have you done it? Come and sit down and eat something." Dragon Soul looked up and smiled. "Well." The woman bowed slightly and said respectfully to Dragon Soul, "Thank you for taking us in. I am very grateful." "Okay, don't say polite words, sit down and eat something, these are all Belle's specialties." Longhun waved his hand nonchalantly. Longhun and the others could see that the woman and the seriously injured man were almost at their limit. They must have drifted on the sea for many days, and even the woman's clothes were tattered. The originally flawless sky blue dress was not only dirty and messy, but also had several holes. It was obvious that she must have experienced unknown dangers. Gilyalu gilyalu. It happened that a strange sound came out at this time, and the woman's pretty face turned red, and she nodded embarrassedly. "Then I won't be polite." "Well, sister, you don't have to be polite, I still made a lot." Belle smiled and said. "Well." The woman added a bite of the dish into her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Belle in disbelief, "Did you make this dish? It's so delicious." "Yeah, it's okay. I don't deserve your praise." Belle blushed instantly. "Ha ha ha." Jiangxin and Longhun also laughed. Outside, the fat man and Shit listened to the laughter of Longhun and others in the hall, and their stomachs also started to growl. Gurgle. 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 Boss, we. Don't think about it, keep watch." Shit said unhappily. Then he began to grieve alone. After all, he was a cadre of the Dark Clan, and the bounty reached 200 million Baileys. When had he ever suffered such a punishment? This was simply hell on earth. Not only was his injury getting worse, but he hadn't eaten for several days. He could even feel that his consciousness was getting more and more blurred, but he bit his lips and tongue hard. He didn't dare to sleep, because he didn't know if he could wake up again after falling asleep. Ah! At this time, a scream that pierced the sky suddenly sounded from beside him. Frightened, Xie Te shuddered and became energetic immediately. "What are you screaming for again?" Looking at the frightened little fat man, Xie Te was desperate. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." The little fat man sat down on the ground, trembling in his mouth, and couldn't speak clearly at all. "Hurry up! When did you become a stutterer? Why didn't I find that you still have this problem before?" Xie Te's forehead was full of black lines. He was even more sad in his heart. He was in this situation now. It was not without the credit of this little fat man. "I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. It's the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu." After a long while, the little fat man calmed down a little and said with difficulty. "What?" Xie Te widened his eyes and thought he had heard it wrong. "It's the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu. We are finished." The little fat man had a look of despair, as if life had lost its luster. "This." Xie Te opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. How could he, who couldn't even move his body, expect him to react? In the distance, a warship was heading straight towards the Goma at a high speed, and Akainu, who was at the front of the warship, crossed his arms and locked his eyes on the Goma with an expressionless face. Chapter 89 Dragon Flag Pirates vs Akainu. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call for help, have you forgotten what your job is? Xiete said unhappily, looking at the unmoved little fat man. Ah, yes, yes. At this time, the little fat man also reacted suddenly. They were also people with bounties. Although his bounty. But he was also a person with a bounty. If he was caught by Akainu. The little fat man shuddered at the thought of this, and ran towards Longhun and the others, shouting, "Not good! Akainu is here, bad, the great general is coming. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alanan, you can just call me An." An introduced himself to Longhun and the others in the hall. Longhun and his friends were enjoying their meal when they suddenly heard the pig-killing cry and were all stunned. Then Longhun and Kenshin looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This Akainu actually chased them to the new world? What Akainu? Is it the Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters? An asked in confusion. Sister An, brother Longhun has fought with Admiral Akainu. He is very powerful. Bell said to An excitedly. But suddenly his face changed, and he looked at Longhun and Kenshin in disbelief. The Admiral of the Navy is coming to us. It's not clear yet, we'll know when we go out. Longhun got up and walked outside. Kenshin followed closely. Sister An, let's go too. Bell said to An, and the two walked outside together. What's wrong? Is the Navy really here? Longhun looked at the panicked fat man at the door of the hall and said. Really, it's true. A warship has arrived, and on it stands the Admiral Akainu, the most powerful admiral of the Navy headquarters. The little fat man said hurriedly. He was so nervous. However, seeing Longhun's calm face, he swallowed his saliva and calmed down. Only then did he remember that this person was not an ordinary person, but had fought with the admirals of the Navy. Although he looked very young, he couldn't be treated with common sense. Longhun took the telescope and quickly locked the position of the warship where Akainu was. Akainu seemed to have noticed that Longhun was looking at him through the telescope, and he looked at Longhun expressionlessly, with a slight smile on his lips. Fuck! Longhun cursed in his heart. Although he knew that if he killed the celestial dragons, a big man would come to trouble him in the future, but he never thought it would be so soon. And the person who came was Akainu, the dog thief, so he was in trouble now. Ah, it's really the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Bell and An looked at the warship that was already moving towards them with their naked eyes in horror. What should we do with Longhun? Jiangxin tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes fixed. Let's run. Let's run quickly. Seeing that Longhun didn't make any move, the little fat man quickly persuaded him. Hey! Longhun glanced at him unkindly. The little fat man shuddered suddenly, and then he remembered that the two of them were prisoners. And Longhun had always planned to exchange their heads for bounties. This idiot! Shit, lying on the ground, looked at the little fat man's nonsense with a look of despair. Do you want us to die faster? Get out of the way! Longhun glanced at him, stopped looking at him, and came to the deck. To be honest, Longhun felt that their strategic retreat was completely fine. After all, the existence of the Goma was unreasonable. They, the Dragon Flag pirates, wanted to retreat, and no one in the pirate world could catch up. However, Longhun wanted to try. Let's see if I am close to the level of an admiral now that I have mastered the ability to mobilize space. And Akainu is a good touchstone. We won't leave. Longhun's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an unruly smile. Fuck him. Humph. Kenshin closed his eyes and smiled. Now that he has just entered the first battle in the new world, he can't just run away in such a mess. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of sadness flashed away in the blink of an eye. He would not run away again. Kenshin concealed it very well, and even Longhun didn't find anything unusual in this scene. Ah! Shit, and the little fat man were dumbfounded. There were countless alpacas galloping in his heart. Hey, hey, hey! You have to know who is coming, that is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. When you meet the Admiral of the Navy, the first thought is to run away. This can be said to be the cognition engraved in the hearts of 99% of the lawbreakers on this sea. You still want to fight him? Brother Longhun. Bell also swallowed his saliva, not knowing what to say. Akainu. Are you here for the celestial dragons? Longhun asked knowingly to Akainu, who could already see the person coming. Humph. Akainu's mouth corners slightly raised. His hands gradually turned into magma, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Of course, I came here to kill you for the sake of this world. Really? Longhun smiled without saying a word, and then waved his hand, and the pirate flag on the ship fluttered in the wind. The dragon head on the wings of the skull raised his head slightly, casual and domineering. Not long ago, our pirate group was established. From today on, its name will resound throughout the sea. Its name is the Dragon Flag Pirate Group. Longhun spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. What's wrong with being a general? Today, we will fight the general and make a name for the Dragon Flag Pirate Group. Kenshin stepped forward slightly and drew his long sword. And me? Bell also rushed up, swallowed his saliva, and kept cheering himself up in his heart. I am also a member of the Dragon Flag Pirates. This scene made Maiden stunned. Of course she knew the man opposite. That was the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu. At the same time, she was a little shocked. She knew that Longhun and his men were pirates, but they were not the same as the pirates she had in mind. It seemed that everyone had no bad intentions. Not only that, everyone also had a heart full of kindness. But they were pirates. When Longhun asked her to get on the ship before, she didn't hear Longhun say that they were pirates. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to come up without any precautions. You just formed a pirate group? It's just right, you don't need to be famous, just die here in the sea today. Akainu's body was covered with smoke, and he raised his hands to the air and the magma bombs shot up into the sky. Meteor volcano. Countless magma bombs were like small meteorites, attacking the Goma. Goo. Bell swallowed his saliva, with a look of horror on his face, but he didn't retreat at all. He knew a truth since he was a child, that if you are weak, there is no way, if you don't even have backbone, then you are really hopeless. This is his first battle after joining the Dragon Flag Pirates. Even if he is useless, he can't lose morale. After all, if he retreats, it's their Dragon Flag Pirates who will lose. I must not delay the retreat of Dragon Soul Kenshin, this is the belief Bell has given himself now. Buzz. Dragon Soul raised his hand slightly, and the 6 space walls slowly combined to form a super large space shield blocking the Goma. Boom 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 boom. One after another, the lava flow bullets slowly fell and hit the space wall heavily. Ah! The little fat man was so scared that he hugged his head and huddled up, screaming non-stop. Shit beside him didn't blame him at this time, because he was also so scared that he couldn't speak. Chapter 90 Combat Power Rising. Boom 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 boom. The bombardment from above was endless, but they were all blocked by Dragon Soul one by one. Kenshin's face was slightly solemn. Akainu's attack was obviously merciless. This time, I think they won't be allowed to leave like this. No matter what, killing the celestial dragons is still too much of a fuss. How could the world government let them go like this? Boom! Dragon Soul took a step forward and came to the deck, and disappeared in the next moment. Akainu. I don't know if your warship can withstand my attack. Dragon Soul's eyes flashed, and the strange power in his hands gathered. A large area of space surged around, and the air condensed slightly. Buzz. Akainu suddenly had a bad premonition, and as the Dragon Soul accumulated more and more power in the air, this premonition became stronger and stronger. Humph! The corners of the dragon soul's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly punched out. Boom! Crack! The sound of space vibration spread in all directions, and space cracks spread out one after another. The sea seemed to be summoned by something, and the violently surging sea water spread out in all directions with Akainu's warship as the center. The sea level where the warship was located dropped instantly, like a canoe, swaying unsteadily. Big fire! Akainu suppressed the shock in his heart and punched the dragon soul that was bombarding. Is this the ability of the tremor fruit? Boom! Half of it was colorless, and half of it was covered with magma and smoke. The two energies collided suddenly, causing ripples in the air, and the warship dropped at a very fast speed. A void zone without seawater was formed around, which showed the power of the aftermath of the two people's attacks. Ah! The Marines on the warship screamed in shock. Even the veterans who had been fighting outside for many years had never seen such a scene. General Sakaski. Because the dragon soul descended from the sky, the two did not win or lose in this attack. So it was their warship that was damaged, even though their warship was the latest top-level equipment. But in this level of high-intensity collision, if it is not handled properly, it will be directly shattered and sink to the bottom of the sea. From a distance, the sudden depression of the sea surface seemed to be caused by a punch from the dragon soul. The fact is almost the same. The waves gathered in the surrounding seawater can instantly smash the warship where Akainu is. Of course, the Marines knew this very well, and their eyes all fell on Akainu. In this situation, they were completely powerless and could only rely on Akainu to solve it. Except for Kenshin, everyone present opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. Anqing covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes widened. This scene was so shocking that they couldn't believe that the power of one person could reach this point. What kind of power is this? It's almost at the level of destroying the world, right? Shit also saw this scene with the help of the little fat man. He had only one thought in his mind at this time. That is, the Dark Clan is finished. This kind of power like a god made him unable to have the slightest thought of resistance. Conspiracy? Hehe, that can only be done if you can trick the other party. The current situation is that even if you trick the other party, it will not have any effect on them. What's more, it is almost impossible to trick the Dragon Soul group. In their eyes, I am probably just a little grasshopper. No matter how I jump, I can't escape their control. While everyone's minds are in the situation of opening up the world view, the battle continues. Toot toot. After one move, Akainu slammed his hands towards both sides, and a large amount of magma gushed out crazily. The waves evaporated before they even hit Akainu, disappearing almost instantly. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, his combat power at sea cannot be ignored. Even though they are devil fruit users. They have been fighting outside for many years and are familiar with all kinds of naval battles. This wave is nothing to Akainu. What happened? What on earth is going on here? Although they escaped the attack of the waves, the fear of the Navy increased. The Dragon Soul was like a god descending from heaven. It stopped in the air without any support. How could a person fly? In the pirate world, there are people who can fly, but they can only fly with wings. This is a consensus that everyone in the pirate world knows. But today, the Dragon Soul just stopped in the air so calmly. What on earth is going on? Even Akainu's face was not very good this time. He knew that this was the ability of the devil fruit. But he didn't know the principle at all. He knew that the Dragon Soul and others had a machine that could make people fly. The value of this machine at sea is really too great. This battle has just begun, but the result of failure has gradually turned to their side. He came to deal with the pirates, but now he has entered a passive situation first. However, he was well prepared. Everyone, get ready for battle, aim at the people in the sky. Yes. The Navy that can follow Akainu out are naturally the elites in the Navy. As Akainu's order was issued, the navy entered the state one after another, and a row of gun barrels fired at Longhun at the same time. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Longhun raised his hand slightly, and a space wall appeared to block all the shells. Damn! It was blocked by him, it's useless. Hit their ship, someone suddenly said at this time. Yes, adjust the direction quickly. Soon the target of the gun barrel changed to the Goma, and as the gun barrels shot out, a row of shells were fired one after another. Boom boom boom. I'll do it. Kenshin was as fast as lightning, and instantly came to the sky and slashed several times in an instant, and the shells were split in two. It fell on both sides of the Goma. Bang bang! Except for some splashes of water, there was no impact at all. Now everyone has a new understanding of Kenshin's strength. How can he be so strong? This. The navy was confused. This cannonball was useless? Pull the warship over. Akainu spoke slowly. Looking at Longhun, Akainu had no expression on his face. He didn't know how Longhun got the ability of the tremor fruit, but Longhun's strength had improved significantly in just a few days. Unconsciously, it had reached a point that even he couldn't ignore, and Longhun's energy was particularly tricky. This time, waiting for the appearance of the pirate ship here was really the right time. Now that Longhun's pirate group has just been established, if they are allowed to develop, they may become a Four Emperors level force. It can be said to be a huge threat to their navy. Big Spitfire. Akainu spoke slowly. Longhun was ready to fight when he saw this. He knew that this time Akainu would not hold back at all. This time, he really didn't know if he could stop him. He didn't think that mastering space vibration would give the Admiral a real fight. The fruit ability is no longer the standard for evaluating everything at the level of the Admiral. Humph! At this time, Akainu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he turned around and punched the Goma. Not good. Dragon Soul hurriedly performed teleportation. Chapter 91 Fighting Akainu Alone. Boom! At this time, a flash of fire flashed in Dragon Soul's eyes, and a huge magma fist instantly appeared in front of him. What? Dragon Soul's pupils suddenly shrank. This time Akainu was well prepared. When he was in Marineford, he had already figured out the trick of Dragon Soul's teleportation. Boom! Dragon Soul sent out 5 space walls in a row, all of which were broken in an instant. As for why there were 5 walls, there was another one under Dragon Soul's feet at this time. He stood in the air in this way. Bang! Buzz! Boom! The ability to vibrate space gathered on the right fist and punched out. Boom boom! Brother Dragon Soul! Bell was terrified by this scene. The Dragon Soul was defeated in this confrontation and was blown away directly. Ah, no, we can't do it! The little fat man screamed repeatedly. Swoosh, tisk! Kenshin's body was covered with lightning, and he came to Akainu's attack in a flash. Thunder God's Wrath Thunder Pillar. The light column covered with thunder blasted towards the magma fist. Boom boom boom! The bright red heat, the sharpness of the Thunder God. The two energies collided violently, and the light overflowed, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Kenshin kneeling on one knee with blood all over his body. Brother Kenshin! Bell was the first to rush forward and came to Kenshin's side. Seeing the blood spurting out almost desperately, he was at a loss for a while. How could this happen? Quick, let me treat it. And rushed out and picked up Kenshin to check the situation. Beautiful sea, power of sea spirit repair. A strange sea blue light slowly appeared on An's hands, and then enveloped Jiangxin. The wounds on Jiangxin's body recovered quickly, and the skin that had been gushing blood and burned on a large area quickly recovered to its original appearance. Awesome! Bell and the others were stunned by An's operation. What kind of ability is this? Such a powerful repair ability? Beep beep beep! In just a short while, Akainu had brought a group of navy officers to the side of the Goma. The magma that kept dripping into the sea surface gave everyone infinite pressure. Go! The navy rushed towards the Goma together, and soon many people climbed onto the Goma and rushed towards Kenshin and the others. I won't let you pass. At this time, Bell resolutely protected Kenshin and behind him. Now he is the only one left in the Dragon Flag Pirates, and he must protect Kenshin. Bell. In the distance, Longhun teleported to the side of the Goma and was about to take action. At this time, Akainu stood in front of Longhun again. Looking at the expressionless Akainu, Longhun's face turned completely black. He slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was the second time he bled since he came to the pirate world, and both times were done by Akainu. It would be a lie to say that he is not angry. At this moment, Longhun was angry. Now that Kenshin has been seriously injured by Akainu, he must evacuate as soon as possible. Let him cover the rear this time. It is a good time to have a good fight with this red dog. Goma, teleport. Ding. In 10 seconds, Goma will teleport a short distance. The countdown starts now. Bell, they are in your hands. Don't worry about me, I will be there soon. Ah! Bell was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly, yes. Brother Longhun, don't worry, as long as I am alive, I will never let Brother Kenshin get into trouble. Humph! Longhun's mouth corners slightly raised, and then his eyes fell on Akainu. You are here to kill me, right? This time I will make an exception and give you a chance. It depends on whether you have the ability. Longhun's eyes flashed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Akainu. When he just made a move, the dragon soul disappeared again. Akainu's face was gloomy. He always had an indescribable feeling. It was obvious that his companions had no way to escape, but why did they still look like they wanted to escape easily? Just then, a scream suddenly came from behind. What's going on? Hey! Akainu turned around in confusion, but found that the pirate ship that had been behind him had disappeared. What's going on? The admiral disappeared. The pirate ship disappeared. And our people, they disappeared with the pirate ship. Akainu? Soon, he set his eyes on the dragon soul. Seeing that the dragon soul did not move at all, it was obvious that he had been prepared for the disappearance of their ship. Where are they? I don't know. The dragon soul grinned, gathered the power of space in his hands, and punched at Akainu one punch after another. Boom! Boom! Akainu, let's have a good fight. Dragon Soul used teleportation and space vibration to the extreme. Swoosh! Arrived on the warship in an instant. Buzz! Boom! The power of space vibration condensed. Humph! In that case, you are ready to use this place as your burial place, right? Akainu was not willing to be outdone and rushed towards Dragon Soul. Boom! The two's attacks collided violently. And Dragon Soul was slightly at a disadvantage every time, but in the next moment he would use teleportation to fight freely. Akainu's attack was indeed so terrifying that Dragon Soul might have only escaped in the past. Now, with the bonus of vibration space, even if he was defeated, he could still put some pressure on Akainu. And now they are on the sea, Dragon Soul's advantage lies in air combat, and Akainu can only land on his warship. This also puts a great restriction on him. Bang! The sea surface was shaking, and the battle above the warship was getting more and more violent. It seemed that every time the battle was launched, the whole sea would be shaken. Buzz! All-out attack! Dragon Soul teleported and burst out one after another, seizing the opportunity to punch Akainu's side. This punch was almost as strong as Dragon Soul could use. Crack! The space cracks stretched desperately around. This battle was almost always tense for Dragon Soul. The longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Bang! Akainu's reaction speed was completely beyond Dragon Soul's expectations, and he punched again in the blink of an eye. Bang! Two huge energies collided. Bang! The waves surged around the warship. Ka. Oh no, cracks have begun to appear on the warship. The sailors on the warship shouted. Even the warships can't stand this level of fighting. After this battle, the Navy had a new understanding of the strength of Dragon Soul. He could fight the Admiral to this extent. Such a person would become a pirate, and he was the mortal enemy of their Navy. After killing the celestial dragons, the Navy would never let him go. Akainu seized the opportunity and approached him directly, punching him one after another. Dragon Soul had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. You punch, I punch, and every punch hits the flesh. Hell dog! Boom! In the end, Dragon Soul was blown away by Akainu's punch, and he teleported in the air before he could stop. A mouthful of blood suddenly spit out, and Dragon Soul he raised his head slightly and stared at Akainu on the warship. Chapter 92 Emergency Call. Akainu was not having a good time at this time. A streak of blood came out of the corner of his mouth at some point, but his face was still calm. It was obvious that he had not reached his limit in the previous battle. But Long Hun was different. At this moment, he could feel that there was almost no good place on his body, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. His physical strength was gradually reaching the limit. But he was extremely excited in his heart. He was fighting with Akainu just now. Although he was not his opponent, the blood flowing from the corner of Akainu's mouth showed that he could hurt him. This was a big step. Long Hun slowly sent out a space wall under his feet, and his body gradually stood up. Although he was bleeding in many places on his body, he seemed to feel no pain. With a slight step, the whole person walked out of the iron-blooded battlefield like a top war god. He is actually okay. Seeing this scene, a thought had already emerged in the minds of some Navy officers. This man is invincible. Even the Navy's strongest admiral couldn't do anything to him. Just when everyone was afraid, they saw Long Hun suddenly grinning. Ha 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 ha. Admiral of the Navy? That's all. Let's stop here today. We have a long way to go. Then Long Hun disappeared. The Navy looked at each other, and they all saw the horror in each other's eyes. Admiral, should we chase him? Akainu said nothing with a gloomy face. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. At this time, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded. This is. When everyone was confused, a marine holding a den mushi came to Akainu quickly. Admiral, this is news from the headquarters. Looking at the den mushi that was ringing non-stop, Akainu slowly picked up the microphone. Kiji. Moses. Akainu, it's me. The voice of Sengoku came slowly from the den mushi. What's wrong? Emergency call, come back to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible, there's something important waiting for you. Hearing this, Akainu frowned and slowly looked up at the direction where Long Hun left. Generally speaking, it's impossible for anyone to see the direction of Long Hun's departure at the speed of his teleportation, but Akainu, as a Navy admiral, has a very strong observation color. After several encounters with Long Hun, he has been able to roughly determine the direction of Long Hun's teleportation. For a moment, he was silent. Akainu didn't want to let Long Hun go. The harm he would cause in the future was too great. It's actually an emergency call. The surrounding Navy suddenly fell silent when they heard the voice in the den mushi. Emergency calls are never issued easily in the Navy unless it's an emergency. And they certainly know who the voice coming from the other side of the den mushi is. It's obviously a big deal for the marshal to issue an order in person. Akainu obviously knew this, so he hesitated, otherwise he would have caught up with him long ago with his temperament. What happened? Akainu asked puzzledly. The Den Mushi was silent for a moment, and Sengoku slowly spoke again, I have decided to resign from the post of Marshal. After the high-level meeting of the world government, the next Admiral of the Navy will be selected from you and Aokiji. Aokiji is here, you should come back soon. Kiji. Then the sound of hanging up the phone came from the other side. This. Silence. Dead silence. The Navy on the warship was shocked and speechless. Is this going to elect a new marshal? Marshal Sengoku is going to retire? And the new marshal will be selected from the two admirals. Is there any more explosive news than this? After collecting the Den Mushi, Akainu looked at the direction where the dragon soul left, his eyes slightly condensed, and he turned around suddenly. Go back to the Navy headquarters. Yes. Everyone immediately became alert. No matter you are the 4 emperors or super rookies, just be proud of yourself. When I become the Admiral of the Navy, I will definitely wipe you all out. Akainu waved his hand, and the warship began to sail away. That Admiral. At this time, a navy rushed over. What's wrong? Akainu glanced at him and asked. Report to the Admiral. Colonel T. Penjin and some Marines disappeared with the pirate ship just now. The Marine's face was filled with worry. Hey! Akainu frowned. How many people disappeared with the pirate ship? About 30 people. After thinking for a moment, Akainu shook his head and said without question, return to the Navy headquarters. Admiral, this. The Marine was a little anxious. But after seeing Akainu's emotionless eyes, he immediately shut up. Akainu nodded in appreciation and said, as a navy, you must be ready to sacrifice for justice at any time, not to mention that Peng En is quite strong. The pirates may not be able to keep them. At this time, the navy also remembered that there seemed to be no powerful people on the pirate ship, so it was possible that Colonel Peng En and his men might have some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, the navy became excited. But soon someone overturned this thought made his face look worried. But that person just went back, this. When it comes to Dragon Soul, the navy can no longer be excited, although Dragon Soul looks like he was injured. But it is completely unknown how badly he was injured. How much can his strength be reduced? This is all unknown. On the other side, Dragon Soul staggered and almost fell from the air during teleportation. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and fell into the sea, dotting a red plum. Cough cough. Hey! This time Dragon Soul was really injured. It is really impossible for ordinary people to fight with Akainu at close range. Even though he felt severe pain all over his body, Dragon Soul was still in an excited state. It was really too enjoyable. Strength, this is the feeling of having strength. Although he was always at a disadvantage in this battle, he could feel that the gap between him and the Admiral had been greatly reduced. Cultivation. If his cultivation can reach the level of a great swordsman, perhaps he can really fight against the Admiral. From then on, he will enter the level of the top combat power in the pirate world. This time, it can be said that he has made great progress. With excitement, Long Hun quickly found the Goma, and was about to teleport down, but suddenly his pupil shrank. On the deck of the Goma, a man with a skinny face and an extremely scary look was seen. Wearing a coat of justice, curly black long hair. Marine Captain, T. Penjin. Known as the Ship Slayer. This is a man who can fight Zoro, how could he be here? Could it be? You know, there is only Bell on the Goma now, and he can't stop Penjin. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged in his heart, and Long Hun gritted his teeth and teleported to the Goma. Chapter 93 Dean Locke, added. Are you all right? As soon as he arrived on the Demon Guard, Long Hun was slightly stunned. He saw a very strong man in front of him, and he was a little handsome. But he didn't know him at all. Who are you? Suppressing his doubts, Long Hun quickly looked around for a figure, and soon fixed his eyes on a person. Who else could it be if he was not the Navy captain ship slayer wearing a helmet with a red feather on the top? But at this time, Peng En was tied up tightly and couldn't move at all. "Brother Long Hun! How are you? Are you okay?" At this time, Bell ran over with a worried look on his face. The main reason was that Long Hun's appearance at this time was too scary, and there was almost no intact part of his body. Some places were still bleeding, but Long Hun was really confused. He pointed at the tied Peng En and said, "Did you tie him up?" "No, it was Brother Locke." Bell shook his head and pointed at the man next to him. Long Hun looked at the man. This man was the first person Long Hun saw when he first arrived on the Demon Guardian. At first, he thought he was someone from the Navy. Now it seems that he is not, so why is he on the Demon Guardian? While Long Hun was stunned, and rushed up. "Why are you injured like this? Let me see." He came to Long Hun and checked him. When Long Hun saw that the Navy on the Demon Guardian had disappeared, he was relieved and did not resist. "Kenshin, are you okay?" Looking at Kenshin on the side, Long Hun was slightly stunned. At this time, Kenshin did not look like he was seriously injured. Except for the torn clothes, he looked like nothing happened. "Yes. An's ability is very unique. He can heal our injuries quickly. I believe yours will be the same." Long Hun was slightly stunned. "It's him." Jian Xin signaled with his eyes, and then the man Long Hun had seen before slowly walked out. "Hello, I'm Dean Locke, you can just call me Locke. Thank you for saving me and An." Locke looked sincere and bowed slightly to Long Hun. "It's you." Long Hun suddenly realized, and then he remembered that there was another person on the Guardian. There was another man who came up with An before, and now it seems that the man is Locke in front of him. A blue light ball slowly appeared on An's hand, covering Long Hun's body, and Long Hun's face changed instantly. So comfortable. This is the only feeling Long Hun has at this time, and his whole body feels like it is soaked in the essence of the mild soup and feels that his whole body is being healed. "An, what is your ability? It actually has such an effect." After a moment, Long Hun, who felt that his injuries were recovering, opened his eyes and asked. "Huff, huff." An on the side panted heavily and did not answer. An's ability is the Sea Spirit, which has the magical ability to quickly recover from injuries, but it is also very physically demanding. Generally speaking, treating 2 people at a time is the limit. Locke looked at An with a trace of worry in his eyes and said to Long Hun with a smile. An's ability is also somewhat limited. He can only recover injuries but not physical strength. "It's okay. They are our saviors. This is what we should do." An shook his head and said with a smile. Long Hun felt that he was so redundant. The relationship between these 2 people seemed to be definitely unusual. He was caught in the middle. "By the way, how did you come here with only a small boat?" Long Hun asked. At this time, Jiang Xin and the others were also puzzled. This was indeed something very wrong, love. "You know, this is the new world." Locke and An looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. "We escaped from being hunted down." Locke did not choose to hide it from Long Hun and the others. This would be irresponsible. They did have enemies. He told Long Hun and the others about his and An's experiences and origins. It turned out that the 2 of them were just residents of a safe place in the New World before, and they were looking for a peaceful place to live well. But now it has been destroyed by pirates, and they also escaped. The key point is here. They unknowingly escaped to a country that seemed peaceful, harmonious, and happy, but the darkness hidden in this country was too terrifying. When they discovered this problem, the other party's high-level officials had already discovered them. They were even more impressed by An's ability. They tried to capture the 2 of them and use them for them in the future. Locke's strength was not bad. He took An all the way out, but he was still seriously injured. After a long period of escape, his physical strength was overdrawn, and he finally fell on the boat. Even with An's ability, there was nothing he could do, and An was already exhausted at that time. Later, they drifted on the boat for several days. During this period, they did not drink a drop of water. The appearance of Longhun and others was the last straw in An's heart. Da Flamingo. Longhun's eyes flickered slightly. After listening to Locke's words, Longhun probably knew where the country they were talking about, which was hiding a great darkness. Dressrosa. The 7 warlords of the sea, the country where Da Flamingo was. It was full of darkness that everyone looked at sideways, and human nature was played by them wantonly. Relying on the title of 7 warlords of the sea, he was the perfect king in the eyes of the people. But secretly, he was terrifying, playing with everyone in the palm of his hand, and was the super leader of the underground forces. Do you want to come to my ship? When Locke and An looked at Longhun worriedly, Longhun suddenly spoke. Every time when it was tense like this, Longhun's words always shocked everyone. They were still worried that Longhun would chase them off the ship, but they didn't expect Longhun to play by the rules. Not only did he not have any prejudice against them, he also invited them on board. Are you serious? Locke looked at Longhun with a serious face. Of course. Longhun said with a smile, it just so happens that we don't have a doctor on the ship. I believe An will be able to do a good job. Locke looked at Longhun deeply and smiled. If you don't mind that we are being hunted, we will naturally not refuse. Of course, An is the same. Then, welcome to join. Longhun stood up slowly. At this time, his injuries had healed, and An did look extremely weak, which showed that such a supernatural ability still had limitations. Did you defeat him? Longhun looked at Peng En, who was tied up, and said. It's Brother Locke, he's so awesome. Belle said excitedly, great, Brother Locke and Sister An will be our companions in the future. But I'm the most useless. Longhun slowly came to Belle, patted his shoulder and said, you have hidden power in your body that will shock the whole world, but you don't know it. I believe it won't be long before your hidden power will be completely released, and then you will be the strongest backing on our ship. Really? Of course. I promise. The power of your body will scare even you in the future. Yet. Belle nodded heavily. Chapter 94 The Dragon Flag Pirates are famous. Open the crew introduction. In the Gomo, Longhun looked at the latest page in the room and clicked it directly. Kenshin, a swordsman, a thunder fruit user, with a comprehensive combat power of 5633. Bell, swordsman training, special observation haki, large-scale future prediction, currently in an incomplete awakening state, comprehensive combat power 1968. Locke, swordsman training, intermediate armament haki, primary observation haki, comprehensive combat power 5389. An, swordsman training, sea spirit fruit ability user, healing, primary armament haki observation haki, comprehensive combat power 2088. The crew introduction is a new page that opens when the crew reaches 4. From which he can get the current physical conditions and combat power levels of all crew members. He has asked the system about the various levels and strengths of haki. He learned that haki has some special states, and once awakened, the whole person will have earth-shaking changes. Bell's observation haki is like this, different from Katakuri's foreseeing the short future. Bell's observation haki can be said to be extremely rare, and there are many types of observation haki. Judging the opponent's actions and sensing the surrounding atmosphere can be called observation haki. However, there are some obvious differences in strength and weakness, and thus there are differences in levels. There are indeed changes in the status of the primary, intermediate, advanced, and top levels, but this can only be realized by those who have talent and training in this area. Some people can improve their domineering level even if their status does not change for a lifetime. When the range of the observation haki reaches a certain level, even if there is no special state awakening, the level of the observation haki will increase. This is the strength, weakness and weakness. Just like the Ryu Sakura and hardness of armament haki, Ryu Sakura is not the only intermediate armament haki. Dragon Soul even speculated that Garp's armament haki is hardness and huge domineering. Having cultivated the hardness of armament haki to the extreme, can you say that his armament haki is weak? An ordinary punch can probably have a devastating effect, so what if there is no special state? All of this is not the definition of determining strength. The old man's big fist is hard truth. For Bell's observation haki, Dragon Soul feels that he is just fortune-telling and predicting the future, not like Katakuri, which is specifically used for fighting. Of course, this does not mean that it cannot be used in battle, but its main effect is not fighting. In the future, Bell will definitely be able to give their Dragon Flag pirates the most correct action guidance, which Dragon Soul is almost certain of. It's just that I don't know how much strength Bell's observation haki can exert if used in battle. It would be better if it can also achieve the effect of meeting the short future like Katakuri. At this time, a whole day had passed since the battle with Akainu. When Akainu returned to the Navy headquarters, the first thing he did was not to find Zhang Guo immediately. Instead, he immediately sent someone to issue a new bounty order to Long Hun and the others. When he arrived at the meeting room, Akainu did not immediately mention the election of a new marshal. After all, it was what it was, and it couldn't escape. Before that, let me tell you one thing. Regarding Long Hun, one of the brothers of Ace who killed the celestial dragons, he somehow obtained the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. What? Everyone present changed color when they heard this. Even Kizaru on the side was stunned. What's going on? What exactly happened in the new world? The specific situation is not clear. Whether he has any special ability or really got the tremor fruit, they will pose a serious threat to our navy from now on. The bounty is recommended to be directly increased to 1 billion. This. The senior navy officials below looked at each other in bewilderment. Of course, they were very sure of what the Admiral Akainu said. Since the Admiral said so, then this is the truth. Sakazuki, is what you said true? Does the Dragon Soul really have the ability of Whitebeard? Kizaru couldn't help asking. That's right. Akainu nodded. Thinking that he was injured by the Dragon Soul again this time, he had already put away his contempt for the Dragon Soul in his heart. Although their pirate group has just been established, the people on the ship are not ordinary people. Issue a bounty order for all members immediately. Dragon Flag Pirate Group. Yes. Tap tap tap. At this time, a sound of footsteps came slowly from outside the door. Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Aokiji walked in from the door. With the arrival of Sengoku and Aokiji, the whole place suddenly became quiet. They gathered here to select the new marshal. The meeting begins. As Sengoku's order to start the meeting came out, the entire meeting room became busy. On the other side, reports about the first appearance of the Dragon Soul in the New World War Navy Admiral Akainu and the Dragon Soul pirate group quickly flew to all parts of the world. The reputation of the god of war Dragon Soul and the Dragon Flag pirates instantly became famous, setting off an extremely huge wave in the New World. All forces began to truly treat Dragon Soul and the Dragon Flag pirates. The eyes of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea fell on the latest bounty order of Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul can be said to have the fastest bounty change. The first bounty order was issued just a few days ago, and a new bounty order was issued again. And the bounty reached a height of 1 billion baileys. In Dressrosa, Ming Ji, who was sunbathing, looked at the latest report about Dragon Soul and the Dragon Flag pirates, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He. Newcomers? Newcomers who can fight against the admirals? He. What role will you play in this era? It's really exciting. It's getting more and more interesting. New World. The Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates are about to go to war. Why does the emerging force Blackbeard have the courage to challenge Whitebeard? Everyone knows that Whitebeard is the most untouchable existence now. As a former member of the Whitebeard pirates, would Blackbeard not know? No. He knows. But he still went. Why? He. The navy is now electing a new marshal. Will it be Akainu or Aokiji? This era is getting more and more interesting. Dover, our transaction time with the Dark family is almost up. Let's do it this time. At this time, a weird old man with a long snout slowly walked towards Doflamingo and said with a smile on his face. Let's take action this time. The Dark clan has been getting more and more disobedient recently. Ming Ji regained his composure and said expressionlessly. He, York is probably still fantasizing that he can dominate the area. He doesn't even think about what kind of person he is. I'm sure I'll give him a surprise this time, he. As Ming Ji said, the white group and the black group started their first clash, and the scene of the confrontation between the two camps began to be widely reported. This is earth-shattering news. Chapter 95 White Group vs Black Group. In the New World, on the territory dominated by the Whitebeard pirates, the Dick stopped at the shore. This is the Whitebeard pirates, the territory of the group. Not long ago, the Blackbeard pirates occupied this place and declared war on the Whitebeard pirates. Now this scene is watched by the whole world. Although everyone thinks that this battle is a foregone conclusion, they also think that Blackbeard is not a fool. In this case, it is really hard to say what this war is. Captain of Team 1, Marco. On the Dick, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates came to the deck one after another and looked at the Blackbeard pirates on the island. The residents on the island hid one after another. They had seen the horror of the Blackbeard group. They could only be a spectator in this territorial dispute. Even if they were residents of this small island. In fact, compared to the Blackbeard pirates, they hoped that the Whitebeard pirates would win. Because the Blackbeard pirates were too cruel, they still missed the time when they were protected by the Whitebeard pirates. But they had no say. Teach. Is this your attitude? Marco looked down at Blackbeard and said expressionlessly. The captains were also ready to fight. In their opinion, this battle was inevitable. The traitors of the Whitebeard pirates must be dealt with by themselves. Ha. Blackbeard raised his head and laughed. After a moment, his expression gradually became serious. He said, Captain Marco, the Whitebeard pirates have become a thing of the past. A new era has arrived. Where is Daddy? Let him come out. I have a big surprise for you. Teach, it's not necessary for Daddy to go out in person to deal with you guys. Marco waved his hand, and the blue-green flames on his body slowly emerged. Vista. Understood. Buzz. Marco turned into a phoenix and soared into the sky, cutting a brilliant light in the air, and rushed towards Blackbeard. At the same time, there was also a group of Whitebeard pirates captains who came to the front of the Blackbeard pirates almost instantly, blocking their way. Their mission in this battle was to stop the other members of the Blackbeard pirates. As for Teach, I'll leave it to Marco. Buzz. Marco flapped his wings slightly, and slammed down with one claw. Boom. The earth shook, and smoke and dust filled the air. A breeze blew, and the figures of Blackbeard and Marco gradually appeared. Blackbeard's arm emitted bursts of golden light, blocking Marco's ultimate attack. This is... Marco's eyes condensed slightly, and his wings vibrated again and flew into the sky. Although it was just a fight, Marco could deeply feel the huge force transmitted from Blackbeard's arm just now. And the indestructible hardness. Captain Marco. Blackbeard's eyes were cold, his arms were full of golden light, and he laughed loudly. Look at this, the strongest mythical beast species. I already have the most terrifying power in the world. As he said that, the golden light of the other hand slowly disappeared, and black energy gradually emerged. This. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at the two different abilities on Blackbeard's hands in disbelief. In the pirate world, a person can only have one ability, which is the consensus of everyone, but Blackbeard now has two abilities at the same time. Everyone's face looked unhappy this time. Although they didn't know what Blackbeard's other ability was, since it was a mythical beast, it must not be ordinary. This is a fact known to everyone, because the mythical beast is so rare. Dual fruit ability user. Even Marco couldn't help but look slightly unhappy. At the same time, thinking of Blackbeard's special physique, he couldn't help but be more prepared. The outcome of this battle is really unknown. Buzz. Marco attacked Blackbeard again. Teach, no matter what your ability is, this time I will definitely eliminate the traitor for the Whitebeard pirates. Thief, ha ha ha. Come on. Blackbeard's golden arm punched Marco. Boom. The fists and claws collided, and a huge energy wave swept around. Marco's face changed at the moment of the bombardment, and he felt that this attack was like bombarding a mountain. Captain Marco. Is this the only power you have? If so, you can't stop me. As Blackbeard spoke, the power of the dark fruit condensed in his hands, and everything around him began to be gradually wrapped in darkness. At the same time, the other hand was surging with golden light. The moment the darkness caught Marco, he punched out. Marco was prepared for Blackbeard's dark ability, and his hands were surging with armed color domineering. After the fight just now, Marco did not dare to be careless, dodging and attacking at the same time. Vajra arm. Blackbeard became more and more addicted to fighting. Being able to suppress his former captain of the first team, is there anything more exciting than this? Captain Marco. Everyone in the white group was shocked when they saw this scene. Although Marco is the acting captain, in the hearts of pirates, it doesn't matter what the title is, the main thing is that the captain likes it. Marco. Vista's face was slightly solemn. It seemed that Blackbeard had been prepared, even ready to fight his father. And Whitebeard was not in the Whitebeard pirates at all. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Bang! The weapons met, and Shiryu and Vista fought together. Looking at the giant battleship Wolf, the captain of the 3rd Division, Jaws with no expression on his face, his body gradually turned into diamond. The captains used their best skills to fight with the Blackbeard pirates. At this point, the battle between the white and black pirates was imminent. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Dragon Flag Group, which was still 1 day away from the island where the Dark Clan was located in the New World, was having a meal on the Goma. After 3 days of getting along, they also got to know each other a little. Although An Locke had just joined them, they felt very comfortable with An because of his gentleness and generosity. An Locke was a very opinionated person, which could be seen from their usual interactions. When he and An were together before, it should be Locke who was the main focus. Dragon Soul was naturally very happy that the crew could get along well with each other. To be honest, he also felt that the members he invited were a bit hasty. But isn't this a kind of fate? Perhaps they were destined to have such a companion encounter. Although they still had their own concerns in their hearts, they believed that one day they would be able to open their hearts to each other. Becoming partners who can completely trust each other, then they will surely truly stand tall on this sea. The name of the Dragon Flag Pirates will also be completely known, and they have a heart of unity. Dragon Soul could see this from the beginning. After breakfast, they were all busy with their own things. Looking at Belle who was busy in the kitchen, Dragon Soul smiled gently. He stood up and walked outside. This is... Kenshin's pupils shrank slightly outside the door, and he shouted, "Dragon Soul, come and see this." Chapter 96 News came, Dragon Soul was shocked. Additional update. What's wrong? Dragon Soul walked over slowly with doubts, took the newspaper from Kenshin's hand, and his body froze. This is... On the newspaper just brought, there was a report of the battle between the white group and the black group. The Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard fought. So soon. Dragon Soul couldn't help but be surprised. It was too fast. It was only about 10 days after the battle. Blackbeard dared to attack the Whitebeard pirates again? This is impossible. Longhun looked at the following report in disbelief. Whitebeard pirates, lost. How is this possible? How could Blackbeard, who possesses the dark fruit, defeat Whitebeard now? Ace, what about Ace? For a moment, Longhun was in a state of confusion and breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, Whitebeard did not come out for this battle, and Ace did too. The newspapers began to report whether there was something wrong with the two of them, so they did not show up. Kenshin's face was slightly solemn. He knew that this was not good news for them. Especially for Longhun, Ace was rescued with great difficulty. They will not have any problems. Longhun shook his head. With Whitebeard's current strength, even if the four emperors attacked at the same time, they might not be able to do anything to him. It should have been said that it would still be possible many years later. After all, Whitebeard would be really old by then. He is still young, over 70 years old. Even Roger back then might not be able to defeat Whitebeard now. That is to say, it is a tie or a slight victory. What happened? Are Uncle Whitebeard and Ace not in the Whitebeard pirates? As soon as this thought came out, Longhun was shocked. Where else could they be if they were not in the Whitebeard pirates? But if it were not the case, Whitebeard and Ace would not have allowed Blackbeard to occupy their territory without doing anything. There is nothing to hide about the Blackbeard pirates. Just take action directly. The more you tolerate him, the more disadvantageous it will be to the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard will definitely be able to see this. After thinking for a long time, Longhun still felt that Whitebeard and Ace must have left the Whitebeard pirates for some reason. This makes everything clear. Now Blackbeard has occupied a quarter of the Whitebeard pirates' territory, and has even formed a force that is confronting the Whitebeard pirates. The newspaper also said that Blackbeard has become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. How could it be possible that he will share territory with the Whitebeard pirates in the future? Kenshin expressed his disbelief. At this time, Longhun slowly put down the newspaper, and a bounty order slowly fell to the ground. Marshal D. Teach, bounty of 1.8 billion Baileys. Looking at the smiling face of Blackbeard on the bounty order, Longhun narrowed his eyes slightly. Longhun, what should we do? Should we go to the Whitebeard pirates? Kenshin asked the question in his heart. No. Longhun shook his head and said, Ace has already said that Blackbeard will be handed over to him. So it's not easy for us to intervene in this matter. Now the most important thing is to go to the Dark Clan and rescue Belle's sister first. At this time, Belle and the others just came out of the room. Brother Longhun. Belle opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Ha ha ha. It's okay, that's the Whitebeard pirates. The one who can really defeat the Whitebeard pirates hasn't appeared yet. Dragon Soul waved his hand and looked away. The white pirates lost the battle with the black pirates. No, to be more precise, it was Marco who lost. Now the white pirates have retreated to their territory, and the news of their withdrawal has shocked the whole world. At the same time, the morale of the white pirates has dropped significantly, and the captain Marco was also seriously injured. On the deck, everyone gathered together, looking at the captains who were unwilling to give up and Marco who looked unhappy. Marco, are we really going to retreat like this? Izang said unwillingly. The other captains didn't say anything either. They did lose this battle, and it was not unfair. Teach, who was just an ordinary member on weekdays, now easily defeated Marco, which was something no one expected. Yes, it was easy. In the previous battle, they had a great hope of winning, and Marco and Blackbeard were evenly matched. But that was when Blackbeard didn't use all his strength. The most terrifying thing was that huge form, and even Marco couldn't break his defense. This is what made them despair. The reality is in front of us. Teach's strength is so strong that it is beyond our imagination. Although Vista was helpless, it was already a fact. The more times like this, the more we must face it calmly. I seem to have understood what Dad meant. What? Izzo raised his eyebrows. Vista sighed and said, when our Whitebeard pirates came out, Dad was no longer able to support our power to dominate the sea. Now Teach's strength has reached the top level, especially his defense. No one among us can defeat him. Of course, if Dad were here, all this would not be a problem. You mean Ace? At this time, the captains also reacted. Yes, it's Ace. Vista nodded heavily. Can Ace really reach that level in such a short time? They couldn't help but have doubts, because many of them present had been fighting in the New World for many years. Marco, Jaws, and others are veterans who have followed Whitebeard for decades, and a large part of their strength has reached a bottleneck. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to make further progress. Ace, can he surpass all of them in 2 years and become the little setback of the New World pyramid? Dad has already said that Ace has the talent and ability. Marco stood up slowly, looked around, and said firmly, believe in Dad, believe in Ace. He will bring us surprises. And what we have to do is to defend the remaining territory. We have already retreated a step and can't retreat anymore. Otherwise, how can we face Dad and Ace, Teach, that guy? Next, we have to strengthen our defense. As long as we can stop Teach for 2 years, our Whitebeard pirates will still stand at the top of this new world. Yes. Captain Marco. No, it should be said that he is the acting captain. Humph. All the captains smiled slightly, and at the same time they felt a sense of emotion in their hearts. In the past, Ace was like a child who had not grown up in their hearts. Unknowingly, he has become the spiritual pillar of their Whitebeard pirates. If Whitebeard is a backer, then Ace is the pillar in their hearts at this moment. Chapter 97 Arrival at Mocha City. By the way, Marco, what Teach said about Squad before, is it true? After Vista said this, everyone fell silent. Even Marco felt uncomfortable, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. Some things can't be hidden. It should be true. There has been no news about him since the end of the war, and others also said that he did not die on the battlefield. There is no news of their group's safe evacuation. With Squad's temperament, it is really possible that he would do such a thing. The faces of the Whitebeard pirates all sank, and they all felt the same about Squad's affairs. He did something wrong, but it was their Whitebeard pirates' family business, not to mention that neither they nor their father blamed him. Now he died at the hands of Blackbeard. Let's keep this matter in mind for now, and defend the territory with the current mission. Teach, the future will be handed over to Ace. Marco waved his hand. This time is really a big test for them. With the vision of his father, he probably thought of such a scene a long time ago. Even so, he still let himself act as the captain, presumably to let him defend the territory. On the other side, Long Hun and the others can already see the island in the distance. That is where the Dark Clan is located, the isolated island, Mocha City. There is a small country here, and in this country it can be said that the Dark Clan is the only one. The identity of the royal family members is nothing in front of the Dark Clan. They are a super underground force known for their cruelty. In Mocha City, the most prosperous area is called the Dark Zone, which is the headquarters of the Dark Clan. On the Guardian, Bell and everyone told the information about the Dark Clan. There are 2 leaders in the Dark Clan, one is my sister Kimberness, and the other is the real boss Hansen York. When talking about Hansen York, Bell's eyes flashed with disgust. My sister is now imprisoned by this York. He covets my sister's beauty and has always wanted to take my sister for himself. But my sister doesn't like him at all, and can even be said to hate him. This time, it's really yes, thank you. Everyone can come together to save my sister, I really. Bell looked grateful, and before he could finish his words, Longhun interrupted him directly. Don't say such things again in the future. From the moment you joined the Dragon Flag Pirates, your business is the business of all of us. What's more, she is your biological sister. Longhun smiled and continued. Okay, we already know the specific situation. Think about how to rescue your sister in the fastest and most secure way. Tell me, what is the division of power and distance of the Dark Clan? Yes, Bell, since she is your sister, how can we, as your companions, not save her? An also smiled gently, looking at Bell with a more loving look. She didn't expect Bell to be so young but bear such pressure, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Well. Bell nodded heavily. Then he slowly told everything about the Dark Clan. It turned out that the Dark Clan was a well-known force in this sea area, and the leader York had a bounty of 340 million Baileys. His sister Bernice's bounty also reached a terrifying 300 million Baileys. Otherwise, he would not have become the deputy leader of the Dark Clan. Longhun knew that those who could get along well in the Dark Force were not easy to deal with. Bell's sister was naturally no exception. In addition to the two leaders, the cadres of the Dark Clan were divided into intermediate cadres and junior cadres. The so-called mid-level cadres are people with some strength like Sheet, whose bounties are all above 50 million Baileys. As a criminal with a bounty of 200 million Baileys, Sheet is also a well-known figure in the Dark Clan. When he was under Sister Bell, he was her top general. In addition to Sheet, there are 5 other mid-level generals. However, only 2 of them have bounties over 100 million. Hearing this, Longhun nodded slightly. The Dark Clan is just a small force, at least for him now. Since these things are probably clear, think about how to act. While everyone was lost in thought, Locke slowly raised his head, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Locke, just say whatever you want to say, we are all companions. Longhun smiled. Yet. Locke nodded, thought for a while, and said, according to what Bell said, the people in the Dark Clan that we can pay attention to are just these few people with bounties over 100 million. Others are not to be feared. After spending a few days together, they also understood each other's strength, and they admired Dragon Soul Locke very much. In the war at the top that gathered the world's strongest forces, he went to Marineford at all costs just to save his brother. Just this courage alone is enough to impress people, and there was also one person who stayed behind to block the pursuit of the Admiral of the Navy. Even if he had never seen it, he knew the danger. The Admiral of the Navy. That is known as the existence of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. What's more, Dragon Soul is still so young. Dragon Soul and Kenshin nodded in agreement. This Dark Clan, Dragon Soul had never heard of it before. Bang, dang, dang. At this time, the sound of something falling to the ground suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over. The little fat man and Chit were hiding in the corner of the room. There was an overturned mop next to them. The two guys were really scared when they heard that Longhun and the others were so green. At this time, Chit was no longer half dead like before. And had done some treatment for him a few days ago. Now he looks like nothing happened. This also gave Longhun a new understanding of the recovery power of the pirate world. After such a serious injury, let alone how much he recovered, just being able to move at will is terrifying enough. You know, when untreated Chit, he didn't use his ability, but medical skills. Ah, sorry. You guys continue, we'll go mop the floor. This time it's not just the little fat guy, even Chit is the same. During these few days, Chit has already understood the words of survival very thoroughly. Coward. Must be completely cowardly. This group of people is so terrifying that even Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters can't do anything to them. Darkness? Haha. That's nothing in their eyes. We have to act separately. And I will go to check the place where Belle's sister is imprisoned, and Kenshin and Belle will go to the place where Belle and his sister used to live. Locke looked at Belle and analyzed, maybe your sister has escaped by herself. After all, the ability and strength of someone with a bounty of 300 million Baileys must be extraordinary. Yes. Hearing this, Belle's eyes suddenly lit up. Then Locke's eyes fell on Dragon Soul again. Just in case, the captain will go to find that York in person. In this way, even if they have hostages, we are not afraid. After all, the other party's boss is in our hands. Locke said with a smile. Hearing this, Long Hun also laughed. After the previous battle, they all understood the horror of Long Hun's strength. This is indeed the safest way. Well, let's go now. Soon after, the Dragon Flag pirates officially landed in Mocha City. Long Hun waved to everyone and said, I will take care of the two of them. Take them, and go on your own. Long Hun said, leading Shit and the little fat man with a bitter face to the city. Chapter 98 Kim Bernice. I ask you two, what's the name of your boss? What? AI is your boss, where is he now? Long Hun thought for a long time but couldn't remember what their boss's name was. He simply didn't think about it, after all, it's the same whether he has a name or not. It's York. Shit said carefully. Seeing that Long Hun had no expression on his face, as if he was not interested at all, he hurriedly continued, usually at this time, our boss York should still be at the headquarters of the Dark Clan. After saying that, Shit secretly scolded himself for being stupid, and he must not say the wrong thing at this time. Otherwise, this life that was finally saved would definitely not last for a few minutes. Then where is the headquarters of your Dark Clan? Long Hun raised his eyes slightly and said. Hee. Master, that was in the past. Now we are no longer members of the Dark Clan. Sheet said flatteringly. At this time, admitting that you are a member of the Dark Clan is like seeking death in Sheet's opinion. The fat man on the side also nodded and agreed like a chicken pecking at rice. Long Hun looked at the two guys speechlessly. Let's not talk about how powerful the Dark Clan is. The ability to select people is not good enough. With two such traitors, I guess the other people in the Dark Clan are not good either. But what Long Hun didn't know was that the reason they became like this was because he was too scary. Unconsciously, he had crushed the only remaining persistence in their hearts. Every move of Long Hun made, they were under inhuman mental pressure. Soon Long Hun and the two lively people came to the back street of the bustling street. It was not as lively as the front, but there were still many people coming and going frequently. Need a restaurant? Long Hun murmured as he looked at the tattered plaque on the door of a tavern. This is it, right? Yes. Zayat answered quickly, this is the closest public place to the Dark Clan's headquarters. If you want to monitor and spy, this is the best place. Looking at his appearance, he was afraid that the little fat man would get there first. The little fat man on the side looked at Zayat with resentment. Since Zayat no longer had the will to resist, he never had the chance to show anything. Well, let's go in and take a look. When they walked in, Long Hun was a little surprised. This was indeed the best place to monitor the Dark Clan. Because it was a small bar, it was not very eye-catching, but for some reason, it was quite remote, but there were many people. When was this bar built? Long Hun raised his eyebrows and asked the two of them. While they were talking, the three of them had already found a window seat on the second floor and sat down. Of course, only Long Hun sat down. Xieti and the little fat man didn't dare to do so. They just stood aside and hurriedly answered Long Hun's questions. Sit down and talk. Long Hun waved his hand. It would be too easy for them to attract other people's attention if they stood like this. Didn't you see that the beautiful woman opposite kept her eyes on them? Ah! Oh! The two looked at Long Hun with gratitude. For what they had experienced in the past few days. Today's treatment was really good, making them feel respected again. However, the facts proved that they really thought too much. Long Hun was just afraid of causing trouble. Are you sure it's safe here? Doesn't your boss know there is such a place? I know. Are you kidding me? Long Hun glared, about to slam the table and hit someone. No, no, no. Xie hurriedly explained, it's like this, our dark clan used to come here often, and ordinary people didn't dare to monitor the dark clan here. Not to mention York, anyone from the dark clan wouldn't think anyone would dare to cause trouble here. That's why I said this is the most suitable place. That means I brought you two here, right? Long Hun leaned back on the chair. No, no. Xie smiled embarrassedly. This is the dark clan's territory, so no one would have the courage to monitor here. Okay, tell me where York should be now and what he's doing. Long Hun doesn't like to drag things out. This is also very simple. Find the target and beat him up. It's that simple. Shit nodded quickly and told Long Hun the news he knew one by one. At this point, there was no sense of incongruity when Shit talked about York's itinerary. Just when he was talking about it, Long Hun slowly raised his head and narrowed his eyes. What happened? Shit and the little fat man hurriedly wondered if they had said something wrong just now, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Shit! At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Xie and the little fat man, causing them to shudder. A beautiful woman with long golden hair and a black tights that outlined her exquisite body walked slowly towards Long Hun and the others with a smile on her face. Long Hun gave a slight signal, and Xie secretly gave Long Hun a reassuring look and slowly turned around. In the middle, he deliberately glared at the little fat man, indicating that he should not want to speak. But when he saw the person coming from the opposite side, he was stunned. Who are you? Zit was very sure in his heart that he had never seen this person at all, and he was with a beautiful woman. Hearing this, Long Hun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes fell on this woman. How could someone Xie didn't know recognize him at first sight? There is a problem. Don't you recognize me? The corners of the blonde's mouth slightly raised, with a teasing look on her face. You. Xie's pupil shrank, and the whole person began to stutter. Tell me, where is my brother now? The blonde's slender thigh kicked Xie's neck all of a sudden, knocking him to the ground with one blow. Ah! The little fat man screamed and retreated far away. Even Long Hun was watching this scene with interest. Zit's face was flushed, and he kept motioning, You let me speak, let me speak. How can you let me speak like this? You are Deputy Chief Bernice. The little fat man also reacted at this time, saying in disbelief. Ahem, ho. After being released, Shit had countless alpacas running in his heart. What was going on? Wasn't she arrested? How could she be here? What happened in the past few days? Yes, this blonde beauty is Belle's sister who Long Hun and his team are trying to rescue. In this situation, it is obvious that they don't need to rescue her. Chief, your brother is fine, he is fine, he should be looking for you at your home now. Shit said it all in one breath, fearing that there would be something missing. After that, he hurriedly said, By the way, let me introduce you, this is the captain of the Dragon Flag Pirates, Boss Long Hun, your brother is on his ship now. How could Long Hun not know the situation at this time? He also stood up. It seems that this rescue plan is much smoother than expected. At the same time, he was also a little amazed at Locke's inference. Belle's sister really escaped by herself. Chapter 99 Deal with Don Quixote. After listening to Shit's explanation, Bernice understood. She knew the name Long Hun the moment she heard it, and she had seen Long Hun look familiar. But when she saw him and Shit together, she didn't think of Long Hun. You should know that Long Hun's latest bounty order has been issued, not to mention them, even the 4 emperors who reign over the sea are looking at Long Hun with respect. In Bernice's opinion, it is basically impossible for small people like them to have any intersection with people like the legendary four brothers. At least it must be so for the time being. Nice, thank you for taking care of my brother Belle all the time. I am Bernice. Bernice put one hand on her face, slowly revealed a completely different face in front of everyone. Only then did Longhun realize that she had disguised herself before. You are not afraid? Longhun hesitated. It is said that this is the territory of the Dark family, and Bernice should be under surveillance by them now. How could she expose her identity like this? Bernice smiled and clapped her hands. Everyone in the bar suddenly moved, and soon surrounded the bar tightly, closing all the doors and windows tightly. This. Longhun's pupils shrank, and then he realized that all the people here were hers. They had been under their surveillance since they came in, and he didn't notice it at all. What a terrible hiding power, is this the underground power? Now Longhun looked at Bernice differently, she was obviously not a vase. Otherwise, she would not have escaped from the enemy, and it would be even more impossible for so many people to support her under the eyes of the Dark Clan. Let's talk somewhere else. Soon, Bernice led Longhun and Shit to a private room on the second floor. Please take a seat. Longhun sat down slowly and waited for her next words. To be honest, Longhun really admired Bernice. I learned from Belle that he was brought up by her sister, and her achievements today were definitely not groundless. I want to thank you again. Thank you for helping Belle. Bernice bowed slightly to Longhun. She already knew that Longhun and Belle met in the Sabayati archipelago. When she thought of her brother going so far away, Bernice felt a little scared. The danger is definitely not something that can be described in a few words. No need to thank you. Belle has joined the Dragon Flag Pirates now. I just hope that you, as his sister, can support his decision. Longhun smiled and shook his head, and said to Bernice seriously, you are going to. As he spoke, Longhun looked around. He had seen the courage of Belle, the sister. Obviously, she was going to take action. As a sister, I will naturally not interfere with Belle's decision. What's more, it is safer for him to follow you than to stay with me. Bernice smiled. You're right. This time I'm going to take action against York. It's time for the Dark Clan to change its master. When Bernice said this, she looked like a completely different person, like a queen high above. Obviously, she is an ambitious person. Shit and the little fat man kept their heads down and didn't say anything, not to mention interrupting. Things changed so quickly. They were all Bernice's people, even Shit was shocked. You know, he was the top general around Bernice before, and he didn't know about this kind of thing. What is this? It was obviously deliberately concealed from him. Maybe what he called undercover was just Bernice watching him act calmly. No, it should be said that she was acting with him. When he thought of this, Shit suddenly felt cold all over. What kind of scheming is this? Mom! I want to go home. I can't understand the outside world anymore. It's too scary. Originally as a cadre of the Dark family, Shit thought he was a leader. Every day he lived a carefree life. Since he met the Dragon Soul, his three views have been refreshed again and again. This time even his unwavering things are fake. He is the one who is played in the palm of his hand, which makes him feel that this world is completely different from the world he remembers. There are people everywhere who are so scary that they make people's spines cold, and he has changed from a cadre of the underground forces to a frightened little rabbit. So we came here at the right time, such a big show, tut tut tut. Longhun couldn't help smacking his lips when he heard this. It seems that there is no place for us to be used at all, and they can also come back. The purpose of their coming here is to rescue Belle's sister, and now this purpose has been achieved. Although they did nothing. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? I didn't expect Belle to find you to save me. Anyway, thank you very much. Bernice looked sincere, and her gratitude was from the bottom of her heart. Okay, I know, then I wish you all the best. Long Hun stood up. It's not that he didn't want to help Bernice in the fight for the Dark family. It's that he didn't need it. Bernice didn't need his help to develop her power to this extent under the eyes of the enemy. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Just based on this point, Long Hun knew that she was fully confident of winning this battle. Otherwise, she would never take risks. Big sister, they have already started the deal. At this time, a young woman came to Bernice and said, "Yeah." Bernice nodded, then smiled and said to Long Hun, "How about I invite Long Hun Pavilion to watch a show?" "Okay." Long Hun nodded. On the way, Bernice and Long Hun talked about the whole story. It turned out that today was the day when the Dark Clan and the Don Quixote family, the gangster boss in this area, were doing arms trading. They were doing the deal at the port at this time. After hearing the news, Long Hun looked at Chit unintentionally, but he was scared, and hurriedly explained that he didn't know about the situation. He had been away from the Dark Clan for a long time, and he really didn't know anything about today's deal. Of course, Long Hun didn't plan to do anything to him. Soon they came to the vicinity of the port, and heard bursts of bombardment from the front. What happened? Bernice looked at the person who came to report and asked seriously. She hadn't given the order yet, so they shouldn't fight at this time. It's the Don Quixote family. They didn't intend to trade normally, this time they came to annex our Dark family. The person who came to report said hurriedly. Oh. Bernice raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's the situation now?" "York has already fought with them, and the two sides are currently fighting fiercely." "That's perfect. Tell our people to hide well, and tell the people in York not to really fight." Bernice showed a cunning smile. "Yes." Long Hun watched this scene quietly. Bernice's spirit is indeed suitable for being a leader. When unexpected situations occur, she can keep things in order and plan to reap the benefits. Chapter 100, Take it under your command. When the two forces are fighting wildly in the hail of bullets, it feels really good to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Long Hun and Bernice stood in the distance, watching the fight between the two parties. Among them, there are almost familiar figures to Long Hun, the weapon girl, the fat man who can gain weight, and the fitness old man. They were all cadres of Minga's family. Although there were not many people, it was still very difficult for the Dark Clan. As the battle became more and more intense, the Dark Clan gradually began to fall behind. Only a huge fat man stood alone. That's the leader of the Dark Clan, York. After getting Bernice's affirmation, Long Hun nodded. To be honest, York was indeed a little ugly. "You look ordinary, that's fine. This is really too ugly. The nose is not a nose, the eyes are not eyes, the key is that this guy is ugly and doesn't know it. Shouldn't he smooth his hair in the battle? This guy is definitely not a mentally retarded person." As soon as this thought came out, Long Hun unconsciously glanced at Bernice beside him. "What is meant by one in heaven and one in hell? This is it. It's fine if you look like this, but you still want a beautiful woman to love you? Thinking about it, it's understandable. The key is that is it really okay to force it like this? Where is the self-awareness?" As the sound of the battle became quieter, Long Hun and the others could gradually hear the conversation on the battlefield. G. Minga's cadre Lao Ji posed and fired powerfully. Minga's Don Quixote the clan can be said to be full of talented people, and soon only York was left among the cadres of the Dark Clan. Lao. Is this what Doflamingo meant? York's round body was panting heavily, and his whole body was like ordinary mud. Yes, Aura didn't give him any face at all. He played around for a while and then bombarded York again. Damn it! York was furious. He originally wanted to expand his power around after getting this weapon. Now, let alone ambition, it is a question whether he can survive. His eyes slowly touched the surroundings. Unconsciously, there were fewer and fewer people around him. Although the opposite side was almost the same, this was his entire family. If it's gone, there will be nothing left. Ah, in this case, I can't let you go like this. York's whole body began to grow slowly, and the body that was originally full of fat turned into a pool of mud, which was extremely smelly. Fuck, what kind of ability is this? Longhun and the others all covered their mouths and noses in a hurry. The smell was really too strong. York is a user of the stinky mud fruit. His whole body can emit the stench of mud and great stickiness. He is a natural user, which is also the tricky part for him. Bernice explained while putting on a gas mask. She also handed a gas mask to Dragon Soul. After taking the mask, Dragon Soul felt like he had survived a disaster, but he suddenly had a strange idea. York's ability might be a big trouble for others. But for Dragon Soul, it really didn't work at all. The battle lasted for another hour. At this time, only York and Rao were fighting on the battlefield. Both sides were covered in blood, but on the surface, York was more seriously injured. Dragon Soul knew about Rao. This guy defeated Green Pepper's people 2 years later, and his strength was still quite good. From this point of view, York's strength is still good. Big sister, let's do it. At this time, the people around Bernice also stood up one after another. Now that both sides were injured, it was a good opportunity for them to take action. Yes. Bernice waved her jade hand, and a group of people suddenly surged from all directions. Go! Longhun watched with great interest, while Shit and the little fat man stayed behind Longhun and dared not say a word. They knew that the Dark Clan was finished. No, it should be said that York was finished. With Bernice here, the power of the Dark Clan should continue to exist. Boom boom boom. Countless gun barrels continued to bombard the center of the battlefield. In just a moment, the battlefield was a sea of fire, and the few remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals instantly turned into nothingness. The continuous bombardment of artillery fire, from time to time, you can hear York and Rao's curses. Soon they were captured by Bernice and others, and Rao and York were handcuffed and tied up tightly. It's you. Bernice. York looked at Bernice, who was dressed in tight clothes and had a frosty face, with an unbelievable look. Did you plan all this? He was not a fool, and he knew the general situation after thinking about it. Bernice glanced at him indifferently, and then stopped looking at him, and her eyes fell on Rao. You are the little girl next to York, right? Rao also recognized Bernice. The Dark Clan was still well known in this sea area. At least it was so among the underground forces. After figuring everything out, Rao couldn't help but smile. Let us go, I will recommend you to the young master, and it is not impossible for you to continue to be the leader of the Dark Clan here. He seemed to have already eaten Bernice, and this was the fact. After all, the Don Quixote family was a behemoth to her. Any dark force here who wants to survive must look at the face of the Don Quixote family. Really? Bernice's mouth corners slightly raised, if she really meant this before. If the Dark Clan wants to go further, they must have the support of the Don Quixote family, after all, their power is too great. It was impossible for her to lead the Dark Clan to fight against the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo. But now, she changed her mind. Ignoring the strange looks of the crowd, Bernice came directly to the Dragon Soul and suddenly knelt on one knee to perform the subordinate ceremony. Under the strange look of the Dragon Soul, Bernice slowly said, Captain. Please take the Dark Clan into the Dragon Flag Pirates. From now on, all 1,500 of our Dark Clan will be at the captain's disposal. Big sister. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Dragon Flag Pirates. Some people were shocked, and some looked confused. Bernice, there is no need for us to do this. Dragon Soul said and was suddenly stunned. No, please don't worry about Belle. We are siblings, and we need to be clear about this matter. Please accept us. This. I agree. Long Hun put his hands behind his back, looking calm. But his attention was attracted by the system task. Just now, the system suddenly gave him a task to accept the Dark Clan. Yes. Bernice's face was filled with a charming smile. Then how should they deal with it? Of course, this refers to Rao and York. Now that they have joined the Dragon Flag Pirates, they naturally have to listen to Long Hun's opinion. After looking at them, Long Hun fell into deep thought. Thinking. You are Dragon Soul, one of the 4 legendary brothers? Why are you here? Rao and York also recognized Dragon Soul, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 101 Doflamingo's Attack. Looking at the two of them, Dragon Soul suddenly thought of his current predicament. Let's do this, notify Doflamingo to come and redeem the people. 500 million Baileys per person. Dragon Soul's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes fell on York again. As for him, leave it to the Navy. I remember he should have 300 million Baileys. At this time, Dragon Soul just wanted to make some money quickly, otherwise he could only look at the things in the mall with envy, which was too uncomfortable. Their Dragon Flag Pirates are now in a situation where beggars will feel sympathy. There is only more poverty, not the poorest. Yes. Bernice smiled, but she was still a little worried. If she did this, it would mean going to war with the Don Quixote family. Dragon Soul. At this time, Jiangxin and the others came from 2 directions. Obviously, they all came up empty-handed. There was nothing they could do. The situation was indeed beyond their expectations. Sister. Belle turned into a shadow and rushed towards Bernice. The 2 siblings hugged each other instantly. I'm so glad you're okay, sister. Jiangxin and the others had actually been here for a while, because Mocha City was not big to begin with. How could they not have any news about such a big thing happening here? As soon as they learned about the situation here, they came here, but they didn't understand the situation for a while. They showed up only after seeing Bernice and Dragon Soul. 1 day later. The Don Quixote family is here. When Dragon Soul and the others were busy with their own affairs, intelligence suddenly came. Hearing this, Dragon Soul, Jiangxin and the others stood up, looked at each other and slowly walked towards the port. Locke, relax. On the way, Dragon Soul looked at Locke, who was serious and unsmiling, and patted him on the shoulder. He knew that Locke had hatred for the Don Quixote family because they had captured an. Locke showed a creepy smile to Long Hun, which frightened Long Hun's mouth. He swore that he would never force a person who was in a bad mood to laugh again. It was really terrifying. What's the situation? When he arrived at the port, he asked Bernice who was directing everyone. Everyone was quiet when they saw Long Hun and the others coming. No matter what happened, the Dark family was now a force under the Dragon Flag Pirates. After a day of getting along, everyone understood the Dragon Flag Pirates, but this did not mean that they really surrendered. After all, although Long Hun's reputation was high, they had never heard of other people in the Dragon Flag Pirates. This was normal, after all, their Dragon Flag Pirates had just been established. Many people still had doubts, because they were going to trade with the leader of the Dark Forces, the Don Quixote family. Using their people to trade with them is a naked provocation in everyone's eyes. Can the Don Quixote family tolerate it? Impossible. They have a ship coming. Bernice looked at Long Hun and the others, and she was unsure. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. They have come to the door. Get ready for battle, they are coming. A large ship slowly approached the port, and the person on the ship was none other than Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea. On the surface, he is the king of Dressrosa. He created the hell where his relatives cannot see him. Dragon Hun is very familiar with Minga, and he had met him once before in Marineford. The situation was urgent at the time, and Long Hun's attention was not on him at all, but those who have seen pirates know him well, but they must have a deep impression. Because Minga is the most villain-like villain in pirates. Ruthless, arrogant, cruel, and inhuman, these terms are used on him without any sense of disobedience. But people who know what he has experienced in his life can understand him. That's right, understanding. Understand what he did, understand his cold face and ruthlessness. Minga himself is of noble status, a world noble celestial dragon who is the descendant of the Creator. When he was young, he was branded with the shadow of human nature by the so-called lower people. He no longer resents and only wants a new life. It can be said that in the world of pirates, Doflamingo is the person who has the most thorough grasp of human nature. He knows how ugly the human heart can be. Family members have no restraint on him because he is ruthless. Kim Bernice. On the boat, Doflamingo sat with his legs crossed, his eyes fell on Bernice. Where are my people? Of course they are fine. Have you brought the things we want? Bernice was not afraid at all. Since she decided to do this, she had expected such a scene. Well. Minga looked at Bernice, who was not inferior in momentum, and his face gradually calmed down, and waved slightly. The scene was silent for a while, especially those from the Dark Clan, they dared not breathe. Everyone knew the man opposite them, and he controlled almost half of the underground forces in the New World. It was no exaggeration to say that he had already stood at the pinnacle of the underground forces. 3 people walked out slowly behind Doflamingo, each of them holding a large box in their hands and placed it on the bow. Open it. Minga's voice made it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Yes. The younger brother quickly responded and opened all 3 boxes, presenting the contents in front of everyone. Gold, so much gold. Everyone was stunned to see that the boxes that each of them had embraced were all full of gold. They were all in the shape of gold bricks. Each box contains gold worth 500 million Baileys. 3 people, 1.5 billion Baileys. Minga slowly raised his eyes and looked around. Where are my people? Bernice was also shocked to see so much gold, but her concentration was not comparable to that of ordinary people, and she soon calmed down. On the surface, there was no sign of anything unusual, and she clapped her hands. Bring them up. Rao, Baby 5, and Mahaba were brought up quickly. Everyone was ashamed, feeling that they hadn't seen each other, and didn't dare to look at Minga's eyes. Seeing that everyone was fine, Minga felt a little relieved, but his eyes were still searching. He had received news that the Dark Clan had now joined the Dragon Flag Pirates, which had just risen recently. And the Dark Clan had changed its leader, the original useless leader York had stepped down, and was replaced by the former deputy leader. All this was something he hadn't expected. Originally, everything was going smoothly in the transaction, and the timing of the action could not go wrong. Now all this was broken. Hey! Finally, Minga found a group of Dragon Flag pirates on a high platform. What surprised him was that there were 2 people in the Dragon Flag pirates that he was quite familiar with. Minga's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes under the red sunglasses flashed. Do it! Boom boom! At this moment, the entire Mocha city began to vibrate violently, and the people of the Dark Clan were immediately shocked. Chapter 102 War. What's going on? This time, even Bernice was not calm. Her eyes fell on Minga on the sea, and seeing that he looked very calm, Bernice bit her red lips lightly, and was shocked to the extreme. Hey! Longhun frowned slightly. Kenshin and the others also became serious. It was obvious that the other party was fully prepared this time. The most important thing was that they didn't see anyone from Minga and his group landing on the island, which made them surprised. Oh no, the hostage flew away by himself. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. The 3 people who were originally tied up and unable to move suddenly flew up and flew towards the Don Quixote family. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. The people of the Dark family had gradually lost their composure. Strange scenes happened one after another, making their spirits tense to the extreme. But Minga's ship was still some distance away from them, and they really couldn't figure out what was going on. Boom! At this moment, Long Hun suddenly came over the three hostages, waved his hand and slammed the three people to the ground. One hand over the money and the other hand over the goods to be considered a transaction, right? Shishibukai da Flamingo. Long Hun sat next to the three people and said to Minga. It was Captain Long Hun who took action. The people of the Dark family were shocked. Are you Long Hun? Minga said. It's me. Long Hun smiled slightly and slapped the ground with one hand. Boom! Suddenly the whole city of Mocha shook violently. Ah! A sharp cry suddenly came from the ground. The ground under the feet of the Dark clan suddenly bulged, and a big face slowly emerged. This is... The Dark clan hurriedly retreated, leaving a space for the big face. Bernice recognized this person at a glance. The highest cadre, Pika. As the leader of the Dark clan, Bernice knew more than others. And that was why she felt that the Don Quixote family was unshakable. Because there were too many cadres in the Don Quixote family, this was secondary. Almost every one of these cadres had unique skills and good combat power. Any one of them could make the Dark clan ready for battle. This was the absolute gap. Fire! Since they were sure it was an enemy, the Dark clan's people immediately bombarded Pika with all their strength. Boom boom boom! There were loud explosions, and smoke filled the surroundings. When the smoke cleared, the big-faced man's eyes turned strangely. Hiss! Everyone was stunned. Useless! Useless at all! This thing is completely useless! Pika's expression was serious, but his voice was not flattering. His voice was extremely sharp, and even when he spoke normally, people felt like they couldn't help laughing. However, Dragon Soul ignored him and said to Doflamingo, Brother Ming, it seems that you don't plan to trade properly, right? Hey! Brother Ming stared at Dragon Soul ruthlessly for a long time, and after a moment, he raised his mouth and said, It's not impossible to want these golds, but you want him to give them to me. As he said that, Brother Ming pointed to Lockanen on the platform. How is it? What did you say? Before Lockanen spoke, Belle couldn't sit still and shouted at Minga, You are dreaming. That's right, we can't betray our companions. Jiangxin touched the hilt of the knife and raised his eyes. Minga didn't speak, his eyes were always on Long Hun. Long Hun grinned, the crew's meaning is what I mean. Hearing this, Ming Ji still kept smiling, slowly stood up, and moved his fingers slightly. This scene naturally could not escape Long Hun's eyes. Buzz! Long Hun condensed the space energy in his hand and punched out. Boom! Countless thin lines broke in response. Long Hun teleported to the top of Pika who was about to attack, and directly suppressed him with a space. Boom! The earth trembled violently. After the attack, Long Hun turned his head slightly and showed a side face to Ming Ji, Gold, I want it, if you don't want to leave, you can stay. Hey! Ming Ji's forehead veins bulged, and he didn't speak with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he pulled with both hands. The three hostages moved towards Ming Ji at a very fast speed in an instant. Although Long Hun could shatter his line, he could not detect the moving trajectory of his line. He saved the three people almost without any hindrance, but before he could be happy, a scream suddenly came from behind. Gold! The gold was robbed. What? Ming Ji turned his head suddenly, and found that the box that originally contained gold was empty. And 3 boxes appeared at Long Hun's feet for no reason, and they were full of gold. When did he? Ming Ji's face was gloomy and he couldn't speak. The transaction is established, do you want to fight again? Long Hun said. It's useless, you can't hurt me. At this time, the sharp voice sounded again, and Long Hun frowned slightly. With Pika's actions, the whole earth shook again, and this time the surrounding houses began to rise slowly. Others didn't know what this was going to do. Long Hun knew. It looks like this guy is going to create a super large stone giant, and the same thing happened in Dressrosa 2 years later. Speaking of this guy's ability is still quite difficult to deal with. He. Ming Ji waved his hand and ordered, "Go over." As he said this, he actually flew over in the air. Not good. Start fighting. Bernice reacted immediately and ordered to fight. Long Hun was about to stop Minga, but someone was faster than him. Locke flew towards Minga with a steel rod in his hand. It's you. At the moment when Minga was about to touch him, Minga suddenly changed direction and dodged. The fingers of both hands were flexibly driven, and countless thin lines swarmed towards Locke. "Be careful," Long Hun said to Locke. Locke was agile, and he kept waving the steel pipe in his hand, breaking the thin lines that Long Hun could not see clearly one by one. The steel pipe was swung towards Minga again. Even Minga had a look of surprise on his face, and raised his foot to collide with Locke's steel rod. Bang! The two retreated to the back at the same time. This was the first time that Long Hun saw Locke take action. He didn't expect Locke to be able to block Minga's attack. Long Hun was relieved to see that Locke was not injured, but the situation on the other side was not so good. Kenshin and the huge stone giant controlled by Pika fought together. Boom! Every time they fought, Kenshin seemed a little overwhelmed. The power of Pika's huge body was really great. Even if he cut off Pika's body in a row, he couldn't hurt his body at all. "Kenshin, leave him to me, you go and stop the people on the boat." The dragon soul collected the gold and teleported to Pika, punching him. The reason why he let Kenshin go was because there was another cotter on Minga's ship. Adding the 3 cotters who were released before, there were 4 cotters in total. Bernice and the others might not be able to stop so many people. No, it should be said that they definitely can't stop them. Because the other cotter is Derringer. In the Tokushima chapter 2 years later, if Rummel's sickle weasel in Cabbage's body hadn't taken action, I'm afraid few people would have been able to stop him. This man's strength is definitely not bad. Chapter 103 Battle against Minga. Do you think someone else can defeat me? Too naive. Pika looked down at the dragon soul with his eyes exposed. The dragon soul didn't say anything nonsense, because Pika's town of Mocha City had been destroyed beyond recognition at this time, and the people of the Dark Clan had also suffered heavy losses. Zhang! With the sound of sword sound, the broken rainbow sword appeared in his hand, the dragon soul armament haki attached to the sword body, and the sword was slashed out in a horizontal line. Shua! At the moment when the Pika stone giant was cut off, the dragon soul had already arrived above Pika. What? Pika shouted. The speed of the dragon soul was so fast that no one could see his figure clearly, let alone when he attacked. Swish! Knowing Pika's weakness, the dragon soul's sword was as fast as a phantom. In a few breaths, he had slashed dozens of swords, and the huge giant was instantly turned into a piece of rubble. This scene was so shocking that no one expected that the dragon soul would dismember the seemingly unshakable giant so quickly. Doflamingo, who was fighting with Locke, frowned. Their original plan was for Pika to attack from behind the enemy. With Pika's strength, it can be said to be a devastating blow to the Dark Clan, but the dragon soul's attack was too fierce. This disrupted all their plans. Mingo covered his right leg with armed color and kicked at Locke. Boom! When the footsticks collided, Locke's face darkened, and he clearly felt that Minga's strength had increased a lot. It was obvious that Minga started to get serious. Ah! I know you, Dragon Soul. In the air, Pika suddenly emerged from a rubble. Let me try the strength of the legendary 4 brothers and see if they are overhyped. Pika suddenly jumped down from the air. Dragon Soul naturally couldn't let him do what he wanted. Once this guy got into the ground and didn't come out, it would be a big trouble. Space, cage. Dragon Soul mobilized the space energy with both hands and slammed them together. A square space chamber was formed instantly, surrounding Pika. Ah, what is this? What's going on? Pika was suddenly trapped, which shocked him. Squeeze. The expressionless Dragon Soul clenched his fist with one hand, and Pika was squeezed crazily in the air by the pressure from all directions. Boom! Feeling the pressure from all sides, Pika didn't dare to be careless. The armed color instantly covered his whole body, resisting the pressure from all sides with all his strength. As Pika shouted with difficulty, many people discovered the situation here. The people of the Dark Clan all swallowed their saliva. A person of this strength was beaten like this in a single encounter. How strong is Dragon Soul? Of course, this scene also fell into the eyes of the people of the Don Quixote clan. They were even more shocked than the people of the Dark Clan. They knew exactly what kind of strength Pika was. That was why they were even more shocked. You know, Pika was the highest cadre of their Don Quixote clan. Derringer. Ming Ge's forehead was bulging with veins, and he looked at Derringer and others who had already landed. But he found that they were fighting back and forth with Kenshin, Bernice, and others, and they couldn't get away at all. Bang! Ming Ge's speed increased to the extreme, and he blasted Locke away with a tight blow. Dragon Soul! That's my subordinate! This voice instantly spread throughout the venue. At the same time, there was a strong momentum fluctuation, which spread rapidly around with Ming Ge as the center. Countless people fell to the ground in response. Minga seemed to walk into an empty space, and the people around him fell one after another. Heroic domineering aura. Bernice's eyes were full of horror. Derringer, Ola, and the others all looked proud, and Minga was a terrifying existence in their hearts. Long Hun turned around slowly. Looking at Minga who was gradually walking towards him, Long Hun grinned and said, "It's none of my business." The vibration energy in his hand slowly gathered. Although Long Hun was very confident in his strength, he knew that he had a very obvious flaw. Battle awareness. He had experienced too few battles, and he could not use all the strength contained in his body in the battle. "Let him go, we retreat." Saying this meant that they had to give in on this matter. But Minga did not regret it at all, and most of his cadres had followed him for many years. Minga still couldn't let him give up on them so easily. Oh! Dragon Soul's eyes suddenly flashed when he looked at Minga, and the vibration energy in his hand suddenly punched Pika. Boom boom! This punch directly shattered a large area of space, and Pika, who was trapped in the space chamber, was hit directly by the punch. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Because there was no space restraint, Pika fell straight down from the air. Boom! He fell heavily on the ground. Minga didn't expect that Dragon Soul would not give him face at all, and beat Pika like this in front of him. Pika! Derringer and the others were all stunned, and after reacting, they all looked at Dragon Soul with a vicious face. Doflamingo! At this time, Locke rushed towards Minga again. Minga's eyes were cold and he was about to attack, but Dragon Soul suddenly blocked him. "Locke, leave him to me." Minga looked at Dragon Soul with a dark face. After looking at Ming Ge and Long Hun, Locke nodded and walked towards Kenshin and the others. Long Hun gathered strength in his right hand. Ming Ge slowly raised his foot. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet. In his heart, Ming Ge's domineering color was there, and there were basically no soldiers on the battlefield. And Kenshin and the others didn't really fight at all. It's not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't fight. All their eyes fell on Long Hun and Ming Ge. The victory or defeat of this battle was actually the victory or defeat of the two of them. Long Hun's strength shocked them too much, and the cadres who were originally confident in Ming Ge also fell silent. Boom! Long Hun punched out. Before the attack came to Ming Ji, the sea behind Ming Ji had been shaken and became restless. What is this? Ming Ji looked at the dense space cracks around him and suddenly felt a sense of fear. Whitebeard's ability. Without time to think about it, Ming Ji kicked Long Hun with a foot containing armed color. Boom boom. With a loud laugh, Minga's body flew backwards from the smoke and dust, and the dragon soul teleported to catch up. Young master. Seeing this scene, the cotters of the Don Quixote family shouted in surprise. Minga! Take another punch from me. As soon as the voice fell, the dragon soul punched down again, still vibrating energy. Looking at the fist that was about to hit his face, Minga had a blank expression on his face, and he had already cursed in his heart. What's going on? Why did Whitebeard's ability appear in this? What happened to the dragon soul? Could it be that Whitebeard's disappearance was related to the dragon soul? Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Minga's mind, but the most important thing now was to think about how to deal with the dragon soul's attack. Otherwise, if he continued to endure such attacks, he would be finished sooner or later. Chapter 104 Minga's Defeat. Feeling that the dragon soul was so powerful, Minga did not dare to be arrogant and directly used his trump card. Minga opened his hands, and countless buildings around him turned into huge waves of white lines. The armed color directly covered a large area of white lines, forming a large defense net. The awakening of the fruit ability. The dragon soul punched down without hesitation. Boom! As expected, the dragon soul's punch directly shattered the defense net sent by Minga and hit Minga in the face. Boom! The angle of the dragon soul's punch was just right, and Minga was directly blasted onto the sea surface. Everyone was delighted. You have to know that Brother Ming is a person with special abilities. It is self-evident what will happen to him if he falls into the sea. Just when Brother Ming was about to fall into the sea, his body suddenly stopped in the air. Seeing this scene, the people of the Dark Clan all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Shua! Long Hun teleported and chased him, and at the same time, the broken rainbow sword appeared in his hand. It would be really difficult for ordinary people to meet Brother Ming, but Long Hun was different. Even in air combat, Long Hun had a full advantage. With spatial abilities, Long Hun was familiar with air combat. Brother Ming! Ming Ji, who had just recovered, heard Long Hun's cry, and his face became ugly. It was so aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. He originally wanted to teach Long Hun and the others a lesson, but he was the one who was beaten twice in a row. Shame! How could Brother Ming swallow this breath when he heard Long Hun's voice at this time? Ming Ji stood up in the air instantly, looking at the rushing dragon soul with a smile on his face. Boom! After blocking the attack of dragon soul, Ming Ji smiled evilly. You are using Whitebeard's ability, right? What happened to him? Dragon soul narrowed his eyes slightly, and just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and heard a sound of breaking air from the right. Several thin lines cut towards Dragon Soul like sharp blades, and Dragon Soul slightly deviated, avoiding the thin lines and slashing with the sword. Dang! Ming Ji's hands were wrapped in armed color and directly blocked Dragon Soul's slash with his hands. I heard that Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace disappeared. Since you got Whitebeard's ability, Whitebeard is dead, right? Who said Whitebeard and Ace disappeared? Dragon Soul frowned. Why didn't he know about this? Ming Ji didn't answer, and kicked up. Dang! Blocking Ming Ji's attack, Dragon Soul said, Uncle Whitebeard can't die? You said he disappeared? Stop lying! He rotated the sword in his hand a few times, and this time the Dragon Soul gave the vibration energy to the sword body, and slashed towards Minga with his sword. Boom boom! The moment he caught the attack, Minga's face changed, and the energy generated by the space vibration directly hit him, blowing him away. Young master! Looking at Minga getting farther and farther away, the cotters were stunned. Go to support the young master. Deli Ji and others quickly broke free from Jiangxin and others' restraints and boarded the ship, heading towards the sea. This. Looking at the people of the Don Quixote family who retreated directly, Jiangxin and others looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Pika was also taken away by them. At this time, everyone realized that Pika, one of the highest cotters who was lying on the ground, disappeared without knowing when. Not good, they are going to escape. At this time, Kenshin and the others also reacted. No one expected that the people of the Don Quixote family would escape like this. This is indeed the case. After seeing that it was basically impossible for them to win directly, Minga immediately ordered them to retreat. He will lead the dragon soul away. It is not as simple as leading the dragon soul away. After all, Minga has never been convinced in fighting. He also wanted to test the strength of the dragon soul, but the ability of the dragon soul's tremor fruit was too terrifying. Especially for their ship, it would be effortless for the dragon soul to destroy their ship. So the dragon soul must be led here. Boom boom boom. In the sea and in the air, the dragon soul and Minga went back and forth, punching and swords. Suppress. Instantly came to a place 5 meters away from Minga, and the dragon soul pressed down with one hand. Minga felt as if a mountain was pressing on his body, and he fell directly to the sea. At the critical moment, he moved away instantly and avoided the suppression of the space wall of the dragon soul. Before he could catch his breath, the dragon soul came in front of him again and punched him. Buzz! Boom! Doflamingo instantly turned into a cannonball and was directly blown away by the dragon soul's punch. Perhaps Minga tried his best to control himself and flew backwards along the sea at a high speed but did not fall into the sea. It's over. Long Hun muttered softly, and then he caught up with another teleportation, and quickly changed his position with the teleportation and slashing. In just a few breaths, Long Hun left countless scars on Ming Ji, and the battle ended in a one-sided way. Blood kept splashing in the air, but not a drop was Long Hun's own. Just when Long Hun was about to use the last blow to kill Ming Ji, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and instantly met Dragon Soul pulled away and flew away quickly. I'll let you take advantage this time, and I'll fight you next time. You're leaving now. Dragon Soul was slightly stunned, and was about to chase him, but stopped again. He didn't know if Brother Ming had any evil tricks. What if something happened to Belle and the others? When he thought of this, Dragon Soul shook his head. Forget it, there's no benefit in solving Brother Ming now. It might also bring some variables to this era, so let's leave it to Luffy. Back in Mocha City, the scene that Dragon Soul was worried about did not happen. Instead, the battle was over and the post-war cleanup had begun. Hello, Captain. Seeing Dragon Soul returning from the air, many members of the Dark Clan stood up straight and greeted Dragon Soul. This battle really shocked them. They looked at Dragon Soul as if they were looking at a god, and this time everyone was in awe from the bottom of their hearts. Dragon Soul didn't say anything, and came to Kenshin and the others with an excited look on his face. I have this great news to tell you. Let's go back first. Captain, Doflamingo. Bernice said. He escaped. Longhun nodded to Bernice. Escaped. Bernice widened her eyes. Indeed, he escaped. Longhun thought Bernice was afraid that Minga would come back to attack, and said. But I think they won't attack us for the time being. Ah. No, I don't mean that. I'm just too surprised that the 7 warlords would escape. Bernice reacted and said quickly. Well, let's go back first. I'll leave this to you. Longhun said excitedly and walked towards the city with Kenshin and the others. Longhun was so happy not because of anything else, but because the system gave him good things again. Seeing Longhun like this, Kenshin and the others were also very curious. This is what could make Longhun so excited. Bernice looked at the back of Dragon Soul going farther and farther away, with more respect in her eyes. Dragon Soul's figure before catching up with Doflamingo was like the god of war, and every move exuded terrifying power. Chapter 105 System Reward. Hidden Task, Unity. Task Reward, Training Package. Looking at the task reward just issued by the system, Dragon Soul couldn't help but admire that this thing came at the right time. After this battle, Dragon Soul also truly understood the current strength and situation of the Dragon Flag pirates. Locke and the others also gradually integrated into them, which was considered to be a lot more stable, but there was still a big problem. They also need time to accumulate. Although their strength can already stand firm in the new world, it seems a little insufficient for the top forces like the Four Emperors Pirates. At this time, continuing to take risks is actually not the most clear choice for them. In the past, Dragon Soul had no good method and could only let nature take its course. After all, if the Dragon Flag Pirates want to achieve a qualitative ascension, it is not up to him alone. Even if his strength has been greatly improved, what about the others? What Kenshin needs now is nothing but the accumulation of domineering practice. Bell and the others are all different, and Longhun knows nothing about teaching people, so he has no good way and can only let nature take its course. Seeking breakthroughs in adventure is also a good way. But now all this has been solved. Longhun, what exactly do you want to say? At this time, Kenshin and the others came over and looked at Longhun with curiosity. This is the residence arranged by Bernice for them. Under normal circumstances, no one will come to disturb them. I have something to tell you. We may not be able to set sail for the time being. What's wrong? Did something happen? Kenshin and the others were all puzzled. Is there something wrong with the Goma? No, well, don't guess blindly, it's a good thing. Longhun smiled. We need to stop and accumulate strength. I just happen to have something good to show you. As he spoke, 4 books suddenly appeared in Longhun's hand and were placed on the table. The top book had the 4 characters King Yun sword art written on it. The new world is now divided into 4 parts. If we continue to sail at this time, we will encounter various problems. The 4 emperors of the new world are becoming more and more powerful. For the time being, we have not thought about challenging the 4 emperors. It is definitely not the best time to go to sea now. Longhun looked at the people who agreed with him and grinned. If it were before, we would still continue sailing. After all, various adventures can also make us grow up, but now we have a better choice. As he spoke, Longhun took the first King Yun sword art in his hand and looked at Jian Xin. Jian Xin, you are good at swordsmanship. This King Yun sword art should be of some help to you. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Longhun handed the King Yun sword art to Jian Xin. Even Jian Xin himself was at a loss. He took the sword art and slowly opened it to read. What is swordsmanship? First, practice the art, then practice the sword, and finally practice the body. Seeing this first sentence really shocked Jiangxin, and he soon fell into it. Seeing Jiangxin so absorbed in it, Locke and the others became even more curious. What on earth did Longhun take out that shocked Jiangxin so much? Yes, it was shocking. At this moment, Jiangxin was completely stunned, and felt that the book in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Seeing Jiangxin so absorbed in it, Longhun smiled and picked up the second book. Bayo Medical Classics. I'll give you this book. I believe it will be of great help to your medical skills. He gave the 100 Treasures Medical Classics in his hand to An. Longhun had already read the 100 Treasures Medical Classics. Although he didn't understand medical skills, he still saw a lot of things. This medical classic is not as simple as ordinary medical skills. Medical skills and killing skills are mutually dependent. It can save people and kill people. Anne's pupils gradually shrank as she carefully looked at the contents of the medical classics. It can be seen that this medical classic is also extremely shocking to her. "And how about this medical classic?" It was the first time that Locke saw Anne like this. In the past, Anne always talked endlessly when she talked about medical skills. It was as if there was nothing she didn't understand in terms of medical skills. It could make Anne so shocked. Locke couldn't help but feel a little curious about the contents of this medical classic. What kind of medical skills were recorded that even Anne was so shocked? This medical book records a lot of medical skills and diseases that I have never seen before. It is really a strange book. Anne felt Locke looking at her, and quickly closed the medical book, saying calmly. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Long Hun again, with an excited smile on his lips. This scene happened to be hidden from Locke. Anne naturally saw the medical skills and killing techniques recorded in the medical book at a glance, and the ideas and context were extremely clear. Even the explanation of the doctor practicing the killing technique was rigorously marked. That's right, it's here to explain. A doctor actually has to practice the killing technique. This is a hurdle that many doctors will never get over. But the explanation in this book will make you feel that killing is also saving people. Not only did you do nothing wrong, but you were praised for killing well and killing wonderfully. There was a reason why she didn't tell Locke. In the past, Locke always protected her, and all she could do was to keep treating Locke's injuries after he was injured. No one could understand her despair when she saw Locke unconscious again and again. The seed of wanting to become stronger in her heart became extremely strong. When she saw the killing technique in the medical book, she was not afraid at all, and her heart was full of excitement. She could become stronger, she could become very strong. With her superb medical skills, she immediately saw the horror of the killing technique recorded in this medical book. What killing invisibly is the most trivial of all. So Anne looked at Long Hun with gratitude, but she said nothing. Long Hun knew everything and quickly picked up another book. Heaven and earth have a stick. There is a stick method in this world, and a stick can shake the demons of the world. Among them, only Locke used a stick, and Long Hun gave it to him. Locke was also like Kenshin and the other two, and he was attracted by it at a glance. Seeing that everyone had something they were satisfied with, Belle stared at the last book on the table. It was written on it, Blade of the Wind. Seeing Belle's eager eyes, Long Hun directly handed him Blade of Gale. Yes, this book was indeed prepared for Belle. Belle opened it with excitement, and the more he read, the more excited he became. He felt that as long as he could understand 1 or 2% of the things in this book, he would definitely become a top master. Brother Long Hun, I can become a master too. Belle couldn't help but get excited. He had always felt that he was the most useless and would be useless when the enemy came. Now, he finally saw the hope of becoming a strong man. In fact, Belle's strength is not weak. He is still young, and it is very good to have a combat power of more than 1,000. And the enemies of the Dragon Flag Pirates are now at a higher level, which makes his strength seem too weak. From today on, our Dragon Flag Pirates will temporarily close and enter a state of practice. The next time we go out to sea will be the time for us to reign in the new world. Long Hun slowly stood up and looked outside. The breeze blowing from the sea from time to time made people feel peaceful, but he knew that this sea would never be peaceful. Chapter 106, Retreat. In the Dark Clan headquarters, Long Hun and Bernice sat opposite each other. This time we will have a collective retreat. We are ready for practice. I believe that the Dark Clan will become stronger under your leadership. Long Hun looked at Bernice and said. But this is far from enough. Long Hun said in a serious tone, I want the Dark Clan to become the top dark force in the new world within 2 years. Dragon Soul has not forgotten the main task of the system. He needs to expand his power, firstly to complete the task, and secondly to prepare for future wars. The future new world must be more violent, because the victory of the Whitebeard pirates in the war will surely bring a large number of newcomers to the new world. A new era is also coming. There are too many places where power can be used, so the Dark Clan must become stronger. After listening to Dragon Soul's words, Bernice was silent for a moment and said slowly, "If you want to expand your power, you need to go to war with the outside world. York has been preparing for this kind of thing for several years. In the end, it fell short before it even started to expand. The competition among the dark forces is too fierce. Our dark clan has just experienced a war and is in a weak period." At this point, her meaning is already very clear. It is too difficult to develop power. What's more, now is the weak period of the dark clan. However, the captain's orders should be carried out with all our strength. At this time, Bernice stood up suddenly, with a serious face. Said. Long Hun knew that she must have already made plans in her mind. The dark clan would become more powerful in her hands. Long Hun was convinced of this. Yes. Long Hun nodded, and then said, "If there are any difficulties, please tell me in time, and we will come forward to solve them personally." "Okay, do you have any questions?" "That. Captain." Bernice's face was slightly red, as if she was embarrassed to say something. "Speak. If you have any questions, just say it directly." "Well, since the captain said so, then I will say it directly. After this battle, our dark clan was seriously injured." "This. In terms of funds?" Bernice looked at Long Hun eagerly. Hearing Bernice's words, Long Hun's eyelids jumped fiercely, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "How much do you need?" "Not much, just 1.5 billion Baileys." "Long Hun. So you have me in your hands, right?" This is to take the 1.5 billion Baileys worth of gold that Long Hun just got from Ming Ji. "As for the funds, our dark clan really..." Long Hun hadn't finished speaking when Bernice said again. "Yes, when York was here, all the funds were used up. In order to make a deal with Doflamingo, all the funds that could be used were used up." When Long Hun heard that the family's wealth had been squandered by that fat guy York, he wanted to tear that guy's muscles and skin him. "By the way, how is the exchange of that guy for the bounty going?" Long Hun now has a deep hatred for York. "Yeah, it's already been exchanged." Bernice slowly stood up and came to Long Hun. "Captain, to develop strength, funds are the foundation. Even 1.5 billion Baileys is not much. When the dark clan grows up, the funds will be yours." As he said this, he didn't know when his hands hugged Long Hun's arms. Long Hun only felt a softness and his face froze. "Ahem, Bernice, you're right. The 1.5 billion berries are really the most profitable for the dark clan." As he spoke, Long Hun had already broken away from Bernice's arms. Then he waved his hand, and 3 boxes appeared in the room. Long Hun also had his own considerations. It was true that the 1.5 billion berries could reflect the value of his possession. He had planned to buy some things in the system mall before. For example, fairy beans. But now he has decided not to go out to sea for the time being, so the money is useless for the time being. It's better to use it to expand his power. Looking at the 3 big boxes full of gold, Long Hun's eyes were full of reluctance. He gave it away before it was even warm in his hands? But Long Hun concealed it very well. "Isn't it just 1.5 billion berries? Is it necessary to be so heartbroken?" "Thank you, Captain. I will definitely lead the Dark Clan to develop with all my strength and will not let you down." Bernice's eyes were curved like crescent moons. "Well, I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, Long Hun teleported away from the Dark Clan headquarters. Watching the disappearing figure of Dragon Soul, Bernice's eyes were full of admiration and worship, and at the same time there were some small doubts. Why did she feel that Dragon Soul felt a little painful for taking out the gold just now? Well, it must be her illusion. Isn't it just 1.5 billion Baileys? Would the captain care about this little money? It must be her illusion. Then her eyes fell on the gold. With this gold, she was confident that she could develop the Dark Clan at the fastest speed. 2 years was the deadline given by Dragon Soul. She would give Dragon Soul a surprise in a shorter time. After leaving the Dark Clan headquarters, Dragon Soul quickly came to the back mountain, where they would practice in 2 years. To be honest, Dragon Soul still felt a little painful. But as long as the Dark Clan can grow up, all this is worth it. At least the Dark Clan will provide him with a steady stream of liquidity. Seeing a clearing, Dragon Soul waved his hand and released the Demon Guardian. For them, the Demon Guardian might be the best place to practice. After all, there is a practice room inside. At this time, Kenshin and the other 4 slowly came behind Longhun and walked into the Gomo with Longhun. From then on, the Dragon Flag Pirates entered a state of training for 2 years. They all had confident smiles on their faces. This time, they had a premonition that they might be afraid of themselves 2 years later. That would be a brand new self, and the Dragon Flag Pirates would also undergo a transformation across dimensions when they reigned in the New World again. The world would undergo tremendous changes because of their existence at that time. At the same time, when Longhun and the others chose to retreat for 2 years, the New World was not peaceful. Because the Navy Marshal Sengoku abdicated, the 2 admirals Aokiji and Akainu were about to go to the isolated island for a man-to-man contest. On one side was Akainu, who was strongly supported by the Navy's top brass, and on the other side was Aokiji, who was strongly recommended by the former Navy Marshal Sengoku. In the end, it was decided that the winner would inherit the position of Navy Marshal. The loser had no say. Once this matter was reported, the whole world was shocked. On the one hand, people were lamenting Sengoku's retirement, and on the other hand, they were concerned about who could become the new Navy Marshal. This will have a great impact on the entire world. Even the 4 emperors of the New World are paying special attention to this. Why hasn't Whitebeard shown up yet? Has he really disappeared? In a short period of time, the forces of all parties have undergone a huge change, all of which started from the recent war on the top. The speed at which the gears of the times are turning is like a hand pushing them invisibly, and it is visibly accelerating. Before people can react, the New World, the time has come. Chapter 107. 2 years later, supporting the Whitebeard Pirates. 2 years later. Big news! The Blackbeard Pirates launched the final general attack on the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this true? It must be true. Didn't you see the photo of Blackbeard setting sail in the newspaper? Is the Whitebeard Pirates going to be destroyed? For a while, the entire sea was full of different opinions, and the pirate world fell into chaos because of Blackbeard's move. In the past 2 years, the friction between the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates has been continuous, and the Whitebeard Pirates have been suppressed. Not long ago, the Whitebeard Pirates were defeated again. The Whitebeard Pirates were beaten back by the Blackbeard Pirates and have now lost 90% of their territory. This time, the news that all members of the Blackbeard Pirates were dispatched suddenly came, and it was obvious that Blackbeard was going to kill them. Why haven't Whitebeard and Ace appeared yet? Did they really watch the Whitebeard Pirates being destroyed by Blackbeard? What nonsense are you talking about? Whitebeard and Ace died a long time ago. Otherwise, how dare Blackbeard be so rampant? Someone said disdainfully. This is indeed the case, because Whitebeard and Ace have never appeared since the war on the top. Everyone believes that they were seriously injured in the war and died. This news has spread all over the sea. Some people doubted, some nodded, and the majority of people believed it. After all, there has been no news about them for 2 whole years, and people can't help but refute it in this case. Mocha City, Dark Clan Headquarters. The Dark Clan is now very different from before. The original 4-story flat headquarters has become more magnificent. The area of the headquarters has even surpassed the castle of the palace. The walls are made of special stone, and the dark green color makes it look unique. On the top floor of the headquarters, Bernice sat dignifiedly in a black dress on the big chair in the office. In her hand was the latest report that had just been delivered, and the top page reported the news of the Black Group's final declaration of war. Is the Blackbeard pirates going to launch the final attack? Bernice slowly stood up and shouted while muttering, "Hey Bing, come in." The office door was gently pushed open with a creak, and a silver-haired woman in professional work clothes walked in gracefully. "Leader, you called me?" Bernice smiled and nodded to the woman. A Bing, her capable assistant who had been with her for a long time, was also her good friend. When Bernice became the real leader of the Dark Clan, she became her secretary. "Come with me to the back mountain." Bernice pulled A Bing and walked towards the back mountain. In the uninhabited area behind the mountain of Mocha City, a tall tower stood proudly, and Bernice and A Bing soon arrived in front of the tower door. Looking at Bernice knocking on the door, A Bing didn't say anything, just looked at the tower that was dozens of meters high with awe. This was not the first time she came here, but every time she came here, her heart beat uncontrollably and quickly, and every time she was shocked beyond words. "Captain, I want something." Bernice had just spoken when the huge tower in front of her suddenly shook violently and made a loud noise. Boom! The door of the tower slowly opened, and a sound of orderly footsteps gradually came. Tap, tap, tap. A Bing looked at this scene nervously, and her two little hands were tightly clasped together. This was the first time she had seen this situation, and she had been here several times before. Every time when the Dark Clan faced a major crisis and the enemy's strength was far beyond their ability to resist, they would come to this tower to ask the adults for help. This kind of situation where the door opened automatically was the first time in her memory. In an extremely nervous mood, several figures slowly walked out of the gate of the tower, to be precise, 5 figures. I saw Long Hun Jiangzhen and the other 5 people slowly walked out of the tower side by side. At this time, Long Hun was wearing a pair of slippers, a black open-chested thin shirt, and a red belt on his shorts. In the past 2 years, they only had someone come out to fight against the foreign enemy when the Dark Clan was in crisis, and the rest of the time they were desperately improving themselves. In 2 years, they completed the transformation that they had never imagined before. At this time, Long Hun no longer looked like a young man who had just started out. What was revealed in his gestures was unintentional domineering, without the slightest scattered breath, and the whole person looked restrained, and at first glance very easygoing. But when you look closely, you will find that there seems to be an invisible aura around Long Hun, which makes people dare not approach. "Belle? Are you really Belle?" Bernice looked at the restrained young man next to Long Hun with an incredulous face. Not to mention Bernice, A Bing was stunned the moment she saw Belle. She knew Belle. It can be said that Belle grew up under her watch, but how could she associate the person in front of him with the skinny little Belle in the past? 2 years. For 2 whole years, Belle did not leave the tower. As his sister, Bernice was particularly concerned about him, but she knew that the road to becoming a strong person is to walk on one's own. She saw Belle's efforts in the past, but it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough in strength, and she could basically not help him. But now Belle gave her a feeling of extreme danger. With Dragon Soul, unlike the extremely reserved Belle, Belle's aura would occasionally emanate. "Sister, I'm Belle." Belle came to Bernice and picked her up. "From now on, I can protect you." "Belle." Bernice blushed. This was the first time she was picked up by Belle, and she couldn't help but feel shy. Before, Belle was only the height of a child, and she was tall, so how could this happen? But now Belle is actually a head taller than her. Ha ha ha. Looking at the 2 siblings, everyone laughed. Even Long Hun couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. After the cheers, Bernice remembered that she had something important to do, and hurriedly said to Long Hun, "By the way, I have something to tell you, Captain." "What happened?" Long Hun knew that if there was nothing wrong, Bernice would never come to disturb them. Bernice slowly told Long Hun and the others about the current situation of the White Group and the Black Group, especially the current crisis of the White Group. "Dragon Soul, are we going to act? Kenshin looked at Dragon Soul and said. Everyone's eyes were on Dragon Soul, waiting for his decision. Dragon Soul's eyes moved across the faces of Kenshin and the other four. In the past 2 years, their appearances have changed slightly, and they are naturally evolving towards maturity. The Dragon Flag Pirates set sail again. Target Whitebeard Pirates. As Dragon Soul's words slowly came out, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Since then, the Dragon Flag Pirates have set sail again. Boom boom. As Dragon Soul's words fell, a large amount of snow that had accumulated on the tower slowly fell, and a light blue-white metallic luster appeared in front of everyone. Goma, set sail. Chapter 108 Ace reappears. A Bing on the shore looked at the Goma that gradually disappeared from her sight, and her beautiful eyes were full of shaking ripples. Dragon Flag Pirates. This name is the most sacred existence in the eyes of the Dark Clan. Since the battle 2 years ago, no one has seen all of them appear. Now they are setting sail again under her witness. It would be a lie to say that she is not excited. Beside her, Bernice's eyes were slightly moist. Big sister, Belle has grown up, you. Before Bing finished speaking, Bernice interrupted her. Bing, I am not worried, I am happy. Belle has finally found his own way, and with the captain by his side, there is nothing to worry about. After saying that, Bernice turned around. Let's go, the captain handed the Dark family to me. Although the Dark family has now overshadowed the Don Quixote family, it is not enough. Yes, the development of the Dark family in the past 2 years can be said to have shocked the entire underground forces. Since the Don Quixote family was defeated in the last battle, they have never attacked them on a large scale, and the occasional friction is that the Dark family is slightly better. Bernice's goal is to directly annex all of Minga's underground forces. It is worth mentioning that the funds that the Dark Clan can provide to Dragon Soul have exceeded his imagination. An isolated island not far from Wano country, Kagaya Island. This was originally the territory of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. 2 years ago, not long after the battle between the White and Black Pirates, this place was occupied by another 4 Emperors Kaido. In the past 2 years, Blackbeard was not the only one who attacked the White Pirates. All the 4 Emperors except Red Hair attacked the White Pirates. It's just that there was no direct confrontation. Both Big Mom and Kaido got a lot of territories that originally belonged to the White Pirates. This place is closest to the territory of the 4 Emperors Kaido. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. It took the Beast's pirates less than a day to successfully occupy this place. The territory of Kagaya Island is also one of the largest in the Whitebeard Pirates. It can be said that the land is vast and rich. The 4 seasons of Kagaya Island are different because it is close to Wano country. It may still be winter in this area, but it may be summer in the next area. It is hard to tell. To the south of Ge Island is an endless desert. A young man in a red coat walked slowly in the desert. The air around him, which was almost hot, was like a spring breeze blowing gently, without making him frown. Along the way, the young man seemed to be strolling in the garden. His steps seemed to float casually, but in fact, every step was as steady as Mount Tai. Even walking in this limp and hot sea of sand, he still did not take any effort at all. I don't know if the young man deliberately sped up, his light steps gradually walked out of the phantom, and the whole person walked forward at an incredible speed. It didn't take long for him to walk out of the desert and come to a town. After such a long time of walking barefoot in the desert, the young man's breathing was still unusually stable, and not even a drop of sweat flowed out of his body. Arriving at a restaurant, the young man wolfed down one plate of food after another, ignoring the surroundings. Hey, have you heard? Blackbeard is going to attack the Whitebeard Pirates, and this time he's serious. Of course I heard, this time the Whitebeard Pirates are probably going to be destroyed. Ace, who was enjoying his food, was stunned when he heard this. Yes, the young man in the red coat is the eldest brother of Dragon Soul and his gang, Fire Fist Ace. Since he was taken away by Whitebeard 2 years ago, he has never appeared in anyone's sight again. Ace wanted to go to Wano country first when he returned this time. However, he was stunned when he heard the news. Bang! Ace picked up the man who had just spoken and asked expressionlessly, "Tell me, what did you just say about the Whitebeard pirates being destroyed? Who are you? Why should I tell you?" The man was panicked at first, then got angry and said with a tough face. Ace looked at him indifferently without saying anything, but just looking at him straight, cold sweat unconsciously covered his palms and body. The man swallowed his saliva and said in panic, "It's the Blackbeard pirates. They are going to launch the final general attack on the Whitebeard pirates." Ace frowned, stared at the man for a moment and put him down. "Tell me what happened to the Whitebeard pirates in the past 2 years. You don't know." Looking at Ace's face, the man didn't dare to neglect and quickly told Ace about the conflicts and battles between the white and black pirates in the past 2 years. Every time he heard a piece of bad news about the white pirates, Ace's face became uglier, and finally his face was so dark that it couldn't be seen. The movement on Ace's side naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Now this land has been ruled by the Beast's pirates. The news that someone was making trouble in the restaurant soon reached the ears of the consul of the Beast's pirates stationed here. Teach. Ace put down the meal money and turned to leave the restaurant. At this time, there was a sudden chaos outside, footsteps, horse hooves, and a burst of dust. Quickly surround the restaurant. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on Lord Kaido's territory. At this time, Ace found that he was surrounded. I was careless. Ace murmured. With his current observation haki, he could sense these people before they approached him, but his mind was full of the crisis of the Whitebeard pirates. They were not in sight at all. Of course, a large part of the reason was that these people were too weak to arouse Ace's vigilance. "Boss Boniu, that's him." A lackey pointed at Ace and said to the strong man riding an unknown horse-like mount. "Hey? Boy, you are the one who caused trouble on Lord Kaido's territory." Boniu said to Ace with his eyes wide open. "Get out of the way." Ace was in no mood to talk nonsense with them at this time. He was extremely worried about the safety of the Whitebeard pirates. Boniu saw that Ace was not polite at all, so how could he tolerate it? This island was the territory of their 100 Beasts pirates. Now, someone dares not to give him face? Good boy, let me see what you are capable of. Boniu showed a fierce look on his face, holding the giant axe in his hand and chopped towards Ace. Slowly raising his hat, revealing eyes without any emotional fluctuations, Ace slowly stretched out one hand. Seeing Ace trying to catch his axe with just one hand, Boniu showed a cruel smile on his face. Boom! The axe chopped down, but there was no feeling of hitting, but suddenly there was a burst of explosions. In an instant, flames splashed outside the restaurant door, and one after another, the sea of fire expanded like waves. A large amount of flames suddenly enveloped the entire street. Ah! The screams echoed throughout the venue, and Ace walked leisurely in the flames towards the distance. Chapter 109 Dealing with APU, Additional Update. Ace walked out of the sea of fire and slowly stopped. A group of people blocked him in front of him, and the sea of fire behind him gradually dissipated. All the people who had surrounded Ace before were charred and fell to the ground. The one called Boniu was the worst. He was the first to be hit by Ace's sea of fire. His clothes were burned directly. His white eyes were extremely miserable against the backdrop of his charred body. Even whether he was alive or dead was unknown. Ah, bang 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 bang! You are! The man in front of Ace was Apu from the Beast's pirates. Hai Ming Apu. Fire Fist Ace. As a capable member of the Beast's pirates, Apu recognized Ace's identity at a glance. It is impossible not to panic, but he was more excited in his heart. You know, Fire Fist Ace is now rumored to be dead. The news that he is still alive will definitely cause a great sensation in the world. At this time, Apo was already thinking about selling the news that Ace appeared in Gu Island to Morgans. This will definitely sell for a good price. Thinking of this, Apu quickly took out a camera den mushy and filmed Ace. Get out of the way, I'm in a hurry. Ace held his hat with one hand and walked slowly past Apu with a calm face. Just before leaving, Apu moved. Bang! Apu slapped his head hard, and a sound came out slowly. Swish! A slash appeared on Ace's body instantly. Buzz! The flames burned fiercely, and Ace soon recovered as before, looking at Apu in a strange way. Looking at Ace with a calm face, Apu's face was ugly, and his hands began to slap his body constantly, making a series of drumming sounds. Boom boom boom! Boom! Without any warning, Ace's body exploded instantly, black smoke billowed, and the flames rose again, and his body was still intact. What a strange ability, the armed color can't defend you. This time Ace was really a little surprised. He was shocked. The first time he was hit accidentally. The second time he used his armament haki to defend himself, but he was already attacked by Apu. Apu's ability is actually quite unsolvable. His attack range is the range that sound can transmit, and it is an attack that cannot be defended. Currently, there are 3 means of attack. 1. Turn your arms into strings to pluck them to produce air cannons to hit people from a distance. 2. Turn your head into a cymbal and hit it to send a flying slash. 3. Turn your body into a drum and hit it, and the enemy's body locked by the sound will explode. Apu also saw that it was difficult for him to cause substantial damage to Ace, so he stopped and said to Ace with a smile, Fire Fist Ace, you should know that the Whitebeard pirates are about to die, right? After hearing this, Ace did not speak, and his eyes fell on him calmly. As if he didn't see Ace's expression, Apu continued to talk to himself, now the Blackbeard pirates have grown up, and they are more powerful than the Whitebeard pirates before. Yet. Oh yet. The Whitebeard pirates are going to fail, yet. Aba. As he spoke, Apu couldn't help but jump up, and his tone unconsciously became a rap form. I also heard that the traitor squad in your Whitebeard pirates was solved by Blackbeard, Aba. Shouldn't you thank Blackbeard? Yet, after all, they helped you clean up the traitors, oh yet. Ace, who had a calm face, suddenly had his pupils shrink and his body trembled slightly. What did you just say happened to Squard? What? You don't know? By the way, where have you been these 2 years? It seems that there is no news about you anywhere. Aba. Apu sang and danced, and he looked like he was enjoying it. Is Squard really dead? Ace slowly walked towards Apu. Apu saw that Ace seemed to be very touched, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, saying, Yes, he is dead, 2 years ago. Who told him to look for Blackbeard without knowing his own strength? Now everyone knows that Blackbeard is a dual fruit ability user and has the strength to be one of the 4 emperors. Just based on him. Aba. Yet. Oh yet. By the way, there is Whitebeard. Is he really dead? Apu looked at Ace with hope. If Whitebeard is really dead, it would be super big news. Buzz. Ace's palm was burning with flames, and he came to Apu in an instant, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The flames on his hands became more and more intense, and the smell of meat emanated instantly. Ah! The blazing flames almost killed Apu, and he tried to slap his body with both hands, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he struggled. Save me! At this time, the soldiers of the Beast's pirates who came with Apu also reacted and quickly raised their guns to shoot wildly at Ace. Bang 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 bang! Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Bullets passed through Ace's flaming body one after another, and none of them hit Ace's entity. Squad. Ace slowly closed his eyes. He could see that Apu didn't lie to him. Squad must have. He could indeed do something like looking for Blackbeard alone. He knew Squad. At this time, Ace suddenly opened his eyes. After 2 years of practice, he was no longer the Fire Fist Ace who acted impulsively from time to time 2 years ago. You deserve to die. A faint voice came out slowly from Ace's mouth, and the flame on his hand suddenly increased. A flame cloth directly wrapped Apu inside, and the temperature of the flame kept rising. And it rose rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, the shape of the flame turned into an ellipsoid shape of an egg, and it was still shrinking. After a while, the flame was only the size of the palm of his hand, and Apu, who was originally held in his hand, disappeared. Not even a trace of dust was left. Ace slowly put away the flame, adjusted the hat on his head, and walked towards the distance as if nothing had happened. And the soldiers who came with Apu looked at Ace's back with horror, but no one dared to breathe loudly, for fear of attracting Ace's attention again and following Apu's footsteps. It's so scary. As a supernova, Apu is now highly regarded by Lord Kaido and was sent to manage Luo Island. But even a person of this strength was burned to ashes without any resistance in the hands of the legendary Fire Fist Ace. They are totally on a different level. Walking towards the coast step by step, Ace looked back inadvertently. That was the direction of Wano country. Au, wait a little longer. I will fulfill our promise after I guarantee the safety of the Whitebeard pirates. When he set out on his journey again, he had no distractions. Teach, wait for me. Ace's shadow grew longer and longer under the pull of the sunset, but every step he took was firm and easy. It looked like he was taking a walk in his own backyard. Chapter 110 The War Triggered. 3 days later. Altera Island, surrounded by mountains and dense forests, has a natural environment that is absolutely refreshing and can't be taken away. On the island the residents of Altair live a carefree life every day, without worrying about pirate invasions, just because this is the base of the Whitebeard pirates, where the strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard, is located. And now an uninvited guest has interrupted all normal life here. The new 5 emperors, Marshal D. Teach, is known as Blackbeard. Rather than saying he is the new 5 emperors, it is better to say he is the new 4 emperors, because Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, has not had any news for 2 years. Even the residents of Altair Island thought that Whitebeard had died from the serious injuries left by the previous war at the top. Not only that, because not long after the war, Ace, the Fire Fist, and his 2 brothers, Dragon Soul and Straw Hat Luffy, all lost any news one after another. Everyone also thought that the legend of the legendary 4 brothers had ended, and only Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, was still active in people's vision. But this rumor has now been completely broken, because the youngest pirate rookie Straw Hat Luffy among the 4 brothers has set sail again not long ago. Defeated the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. When the news came out, the whole new world was instantly shocked. That's right, because of the 2-year retreat of the Dragon Soul, now the time has come to the end of the Dressrosa arc, and Mingo is being escorted to Impel Down by 4 navy warships. An app was sent by Kaido to guard the island of Gedo because of his meritorious service in solving the Kid Pirates. It can also be said that he is the local emperor of Gedo. But now, he has really become the local emperor, and he is buried in peace. On the sea, 10 pirate ships emerged one after another, heading towards Altera Island. On the shore, Marco and other crew members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the pirate ships coming one by one with a solemn expression. Marco. It's been 2 years. Vista seemed to have not seen the army in front of him, and seemed very calm. That's the fact. They had expected such a day. They knew that it was the deterrent power of their father that they could come today 2 years later. No one can be sure whether Whitebeard is really dead. The people of the Whitebeard pirates certainly know that Whitebeard is definitely not dead. But the people outside don't believe it, thinking that the Whitebeard pirates are bluffing. Even if they know that the Whitebeard pirates are bluffing, Blackbeard doesn't dare to take too many risks. He has always been fighting small battles and slowly devouring the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Even so, he is walking in the front of everyone. After all, no one dares to pull out Whitebeard's beard because they are not sure whether Whitebeard has fallen. Except Blackbeard. Until today, he launched a full-scale attack with all his strength, and he must defeat the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Whitebeard has not been out for 2 years. He is definitely dead. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates who witnessed Whitebeard's serious injury 2 years ago thinks so. What medicine can make Whitebeard recover from all injuries instantly? He can also fight back and forth with Admiral's garb, showing his domineering power. After they saw that the drug definitely had side effects, otherwise, how could Whitebeard not show up no matter how they tried to test him in the past 2 years? You know, they did it many times, killing many people under the Whitebeard pirates, and sometimes even killing many civilians. Blackbeard knew that according to Whitebeard's temperament, this kind of thing would never be allowed. If he didn't come forward to stop it, it could only mean one thing: Whitebeard is no longer in the Whitebeard pirates. And where can Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, be if he is no longer in the Whitebeard pirates? In Blackbeard's impression, Whitebeard has never left the Whitebeard pirates in the decades he has been in the Whitebeard pirates. There is only one possibility: Whitebeard is dead. Ha 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 ha. On the pirate ship at the forefront of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard stood at the forefront, looking forward with a crazy laugh. The Blackbeard pirates, the battleships have large logs on both sides, similar to primitive rafts, and the pirate flag logo with 3 skulls dances in the wind. Behind him, a person who shouldn't have appeared here. Former Navy Admiral Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji looked forward with a calm face, and the words of the people around him seemed to be non-existent to him. Vihahaha. At this time, a bold voice came from a ship next to Blackbeard. It was Bashas, who was defeated by Aokiji. Now he is also in the Blackbeard pirates. Logically, he should be in Impel Down at this time. But at this time, he is actually in the Blackbeard pirates, and the disturbances in it are unknown to outsiders. The pirate fleet. Rain Shiryu, Otokoshi Vanoka, Pizarro, Lafitte, etc. Everyone is the captain of a battleship, and the admirals on the ship are eager to try. This incident will definitely be recorded in history in the future. Because it represents the demise of the world's #1 pirate group, the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, it's been 2 years. Marco smiled and looked forward. This should be our last battle. Teach's strength and power have grown to a level that we can't shake. Today, let's fight again for the glory of the Whitebeard pirates. Humph. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates all smiled but said nothing. For them, being able to fight for the Whitebeard pirates is a great blessing in life, even if they die at sea. Go. The cannons of the Whitebeard pirates were set up one after another, and the dark and deep muzzles exuded a hint of cold air. Boom boom boom. Batlethi fighting artillery fire started instantly. Chirp. The sound of the shells breaking through the air was extremely harsh. But a series of unknown melodies sounded. Ha 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 ha, you are really merciless. Blackbeard on the battleship looked at the rain of shells pouring down from the sky and laughed loudly. Do it. With Blackbeard's order, the Black Group members took action one after another. Bang bang bang. Van Oka raised his gun and fired continuously, and the shells in the sky exploded with each shot. Way ha ha ha. Bashas's arms muscles swelled, and his arms swung out horizontally. A huge attack wave swept out, and a large number of shells in the air exploded directly and turned into ashes. Boom 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 boom. At this time, the Black Group warships locked their targets and fired a series of artillery fire at the location of the White Group. A big battle. It's about to start. Get closer! Blackbeard ordered again. The black pirates' warships slowly approached Altera Island. Vista rushed out from the white pirates, holding two swords and slashing at the warship where Blackbeard was. Swish! Captain Vista, go! The white pirates were shocked. It was almost easy to cut off such a warship with Vista's slash. Vista did not hold back and went all out at the beginning. He knew that even so, he would lose more than win this time. Now that the white pirates do not have the strength of the four emperors, it is too difficult to defeat the Blackbeard pirates. It is basically impossible. Blackbeard on the opposite side was not panicked at all. He slightly tilted his head and glanced at Aokiji beside him. It's your turn. Aokiji did not speak, slowly stepped forward, and a popsicle condensed in his hand and inserted it directly into the sea. With a casual lift, a huge block of ice suddenly flew up from the sea. It collided with Vista's cross slash. Boom boom. Chapter 111 The Expectation of the White Group. Because of Aokiji's move, the sea surface was surging, the waves surged, and the ship swayed. The ice fragments in the air slowly fell into the sea, and Aokiji's figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. Former Navy Admiral Aokiji. The white group was shocked. You know, Aokiji is known as the top combat force of the Navy. Why is the Admiral here? No, it's the former Admiral. Aokiji left the Navy after being defeated by Akainu. No one knows where he went. The white group crew member said with an ugly face, but he is with Teach now. He joined the Blackbeard pirates. Even Marco looked unhappy now. After all, he knew Aokiji's strength very well. If he really joined the Blackbeard pirates, then they are really in trouble this time. Aokiji. Have you joined Teach? Marco looked up and stared at Aokiji. Captain of Team 1, Marco. Aokiji looked at Marco and muttered something, but didn't reply. Then he looked cold and jumped off the boat. At the moment of landing on the sea, he slowly uttered, Ice Age. Instantly, the originally rough sea surface turned into a clean and spotless ice surface. Ha ha ha. Looking at the paved ice road, Blackbeard laughed and said, Go. All the people in the Blackbeard pirates jumped off the boat, holding guns and sharp blades and rushing towards the island. Wow, ha ha ha. Bashes couldn't stand the loneliness, so he jumped off the boat at the first time and rushed to the front. Stop them. Looking at the white group gathered in front of him, Bashes clenched his fists and threw a punch with excitement. Champion strike! The huge shock wave directly blew up waves of ice chips and hit the shore heavily, and a team of white group crew members were directly blown everywhere. Boom! Ah! The screams continued. Champion, Bashes! Rumor has it that he has been defeated and sent to Impel Down. Marco knew that the real battle had begun, and they could not afford any surprises or shocks, so they had to do their best to stop them. The captains could not hold back, and they all rushed out the moment they saw Marco nod. Only Vista stayed with Marco. Their previous plan was for the two of them to join forces to defeat Blackbeard. Now this plan is probably extremely difficult to implement. They didn't expect that the former Navy Admiral Aokiji would actually stand on Blackbeard's side. Then their eyes fell on Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division. As long as he could quickly deal with his opponent, they would still have a chance. Vihahaha! Bashes became more and more excited as he fought, and he rushed to the front of the white group. Boom! Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he felt that he had hit a mountain and flew out directly. In the air, Bashes spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes rolled back. Ah! The people of the black group who followed Bashes were shocked. It's the captain of the 3rd team, Diamond Jaws. The burly Jaws clenched his fists with an expressionless face, and the moment Bashes landed, he turned into a black shadow and rushed again. Swish! Although Jaws was huge, his speed was extremely fast, and he came to Bashes in a moment. Hey! Bashes opened his eyes suddenly, looking at Jaws, who was rushing over with a look of surprise. Without giving him time to think, Bashes swung his fists subconsciously, and the huge shock wave collided with Jaws violently. Boom! The ice beneath their feet cracked instantly, and Bashes flew backwards again, while Jaws turned his whole body into diamond and remained motionless. Although Jaws was just accumulating strength and Bashes was hastily resisting, it still gave everyone a great shock. This is the captain of the white group. None of them is a pushover, and any one of them is a top-notch expert. It can be said that Jaws' move once again made everyone in the black group realize the strength of the white group. Even without Whitebeard, they should not be underestimated. Some people who have just joined the black group have also put away their previous contempt for the white group. Even if the black group can win, it is the credit of all the captains. They are the real strength of the black group. Jaws. Quick fight and quick decision. Marco shouted to Jaws. At this time, Jaws' power is absolutely indispensable to them. Suddenly Marco felt a gust of cold wind blowing, and a sense of crisis suddenly descended. He was dazed for a while, but it was Vista who rushed out. Bang! Aokiji and Vista fought together. Aokiji, why did you join Teach? Vista asked Aokiji with narrowed eyes and looked at Aokiji holding a spear. The Whitebeard pirates may no longer exist after today. Aokiji did not answer, but said so. No. Vista shook his head firmly, with a slight smile on his face. The Whitebeard pirates will not be destroyed. Even if we lose this time, the Whitebeard pirates will come back here soon. Although there has been no news about Whitebeard and Ace for 2 years, they still firmly believe that they will come back. Still looking forward to the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. No, it should be said that the new captain will bring them the biggest surprise. If Ace really grows up to be able to lead the Whitebeard pirates to regain their original territory, then their persistence in the past 2 years will be very meaningful. I believe that by that time, Daddy will no longer have to take action, and can accompany them to drink and laugh every day. When thinking of such a beautiful picture, Vista unconsciously showed a smile from the heart. This is what their white group desires most. Once they all lose, it will be extremely difficult to take it back. Even if Ace has the same strength as Daddy, he may not be able to take it back. At that time, maybe Daddy will still be needed to take action. This is what everyone in the white group does not want to see. They just want Daddy to accompany them like a father. The old Whitebeard is no longer suitable for conquering the world. No. It should be said that they don't want Whitebeard to take action. They are afraid. They almost lost their father when they were on the top. They were also seriously injured by Whitebeard again. They are afraid that Whitebeard will really leave them. So, they support the proposal of 2 years of training. Ace, you will definitely not let us down. Right? What are you Whitebeard pirates planning? Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace are not dead, right? Aokiji asked Vista when he saw Vista like this. To be honest, he didn't believe that Whitebeard and Fire Fist were dead. After all, he saw Whitebeard and Ace leave almost unscathed during the war. How could they die just like that? Humph! Vista didn't reply, and the petals of the double swords in his hands were flying. What flowers do you want to see? The sword light was overflowing, and the endless petals were beautiful. Vista's double swords kept slashing. Bang! Bang! Chapter 112 Marco was seriously injured. Additional update. At this time, there was a lot of screaming, and looking for the sound, it was found that Blackbeard had taken action. Because of the restraint of the captains of the black group, all the captains were blocked, and only Marco was unmoved. Darkness, darkness everywhere. A lot of darkness overflowed from Blackbeard and continued to spread, and countless people from the white group fell into it. Ha 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 ha! Blackbeard's eyes fell on Marco. Marco! Is Dad dead? Ha 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 ha! Laughing, Blackbeard shook his head with some regret. What a pity, when did Dad die? When he said this, Blackbeard's eyes showed a sharp light. Teach. Marco gritted his teeth. It was no longer a secret that Blackbeard had the ability to plunder others. How could he not see what Blackbeard meant? It was obvious that he had his eyes on the ability of Dad's tremor fruit. I also heard that Ace's brother seemed to have obtained Dad's ability. What's going on? You should know, right? Marco. Now that Dragon Soul used the ability to vibrate space in the battle with Akainu before, it has also been known to the world. The white group naturally didn't believe it, not to mention that Dragon Soul had not been active for 2 years. But did anyone believe it? Even Blackbeard had doubts. Could it be that Dragon Soul had obtained the ability of the dead Whitebeard? This possibility is not only possible, but also very great. Marco snorted coldly, and the blue flame burned fiercely. Just as he was about to fly into the air, a scar suddenly appeared on his back. Puff. Marco said nothing, and the flame of regeneration slowly repaired the injury. Captain Marco. The white group was shocked. Marco. Vista's pupils shrank slightly, and he was very nervous. If Marco was seriously injured at this time then. Ha 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 ha. Marco, you are careless. Ah. Blackbeard stared at Marco and laughed. Marco looked ugly and looked around alertly. He knew that someone had just attacked him. And this person might have the ability to be invisible. There is such a troublesome person on Teach's ship. Without thinking too much, Marco flapped his wings and rushed into the sky. At this moment, the feeling of lingering fear came again. Phoenix shining in the sky. Marco's body turned rapidly and the flames on his body increased instantly. Bang! A knife instantly slashed at Marco, but it made a sound of metal collision. Marco's feet turned into claws to catch the slash. The figure slowly revealed its human form. It was the former warden of the Push Castle, Zillow of the Rain. Buzz! Marco's eyes flashed, his wings fluttered, and a claw blasted out. Bang! Zillow quickly held the blade in front of him, and was then kicked away by Marco. With just one look, Vista knew what Marco meant, and got rid of Aokiji with a knife and rushed towards Shiryu. Shiryu's ability is too difficult to deal with, and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Buzz! Marco swooped towards Blackbeard, his claws containing extremely powerful Ryuo. He has not spent these 2 years sleeping. Aokiji was about to turn around to stop him, but a figure suddenly rushed towards him. Bang! Boom! Jaws came to Aokiji with diamonds all over his body. Diamond jaws! Aokiji looked ugly. Boom! At this time, the ground suddenly shook violently, and Marco and Blackbeard collided heavily. Ha 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 ha, Captain Marco, have you improved your strength? Blackbeard said excitedly. As he spoke, a faint golden light appeared in his hands, one hand grabbed Marco's claw, and the other hand clenched his fist and punched Marco. Marco was not to be outdone, and his other claw covered with flowing cherry blossoms to meet it. Boom! The huge energy wave lifted all the people bound by Blackbeard. After the attack, the two separated far apart, and Marco opened and closed his wings, ready for battle. Come again! Blackbeard's whole body was covered with golden light, forming a dense armor all over his body. He crushed a large area of the ground with his feet and rushed towards Marco like a cannonball. Thief, ha ha ha! The right fist was full of golden light, and Blackbeard laughed and punched Marco. Buzz! With a flap of his wings, Marco jumped into the air and turned into a ball of blue-green flames and rushed towards Blackbeard. Boom! The two collided again, and Marco gritted his teeth to block Blackbeard's attack. Boom 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 boom! The two groups fought, especially fiercely. The sound of artillery fire has never stopped since the moment the war started. Ha ha ha! Super heavy elbow strike! When Marco and Blackbeard were fighting fiercely, a strong wind came and hit Marco's chest directly. Boom! Under the circumstances of being caught off guard, Marco was directly blown away by a blow, and how could Blackbeard miss such a good opportunity? He jumped over with his legs. Vajra fist. This time, Blackbeard can be said to have grasped the timing just right. At the moment when Marco just landed, a punch had already fallen from the sky. The dazzling golden light covered down, and the hearts of all the people in the white group who saw this scene were raised to their throats. If hit by this blow, even Marco's Phoenix's super strong recovery ability may not be safe. Everyone looked at Bashes on the side fiercely. It was because he attacked Marco at the critical moment just now that the situation became like this. Boom! The whole ground collapsed after the punch, and dust and gravel flew into the air. Even the aftermath of the punch cleared everything around. The whole place was silent. No one saw Marco's escape. Obviously, he couldn't dodge the blow. Kill the duck. The black group was very imposing, and they rushed forward. The impact of Blackbeard's attack could be seen clearly even outside the island. Golden light filled the sky above Altera Island, and waves on the sea surface kept spreading around, with slight waves surging from time to time. Everyone! Behind Altera Island, not far away, a small single-person rocket ship was heading towards Altera Island at a very fast speed. And on it was Ace, whose feet were emitting flames. At this time, Ace's face was a little anxious, and the flames on his feet were getting more and more fierce. A huge wave was raised again on this not-so-calm sea surface. In 2 years, Ace thought he had trained everything he could. Compared to 2 years ago, he had been reborn. He even thought that his strength had surpassed his father Whitebeard, although he had never really fought with Whitebeard. Sometimes he still thought that if that bastard father was still alive, he really wanted to fight with him, and it would be best if he could beat him up. One Piece? Is it very strong? It's just right to test my current strength. And Ace improved not only in strength, but also in mentality. If it were before, he would probably wish he could reach the island immediately. He couldn't wait for a minute or a second, but now he knew he couldn't be impatient. Because there's no use in being impatient. T.I. strange. He did not lose his mind, but secretly accumulated strength. This time he would personally deal with Blackbeard. As for whether he could win, he never thought about this question, because he felt that he was the strongest now. The power in his body is inexhaustible. No matter who comes, he can't stop him. Chapter 113 Arrival. Boom! The entire Altera Island shook from time to time. The fluctuations of the battle were too strong. Boom! Ah! Save! Save me! In the residential area, a house collapsed suddenly, and a young woman was crushed underneath. Lily! A man hurried over, and there was a little girl of 3 or 4 years old beside him. It can be seen that they should be a family. Ah ha ha ha! Go! Kill all those who are attached to the Whitebeard pirates! A group of people rushed over in the distance, led by a fierce-looking strong man holding a machete. Now the whole Altera Island is in chaos, and many people from the black group have rushed in through the gaps. The black group has obviously made full preparations this time, with a team of 10,000 people, all of whom are his main legion. The people stationed here by the white group are only the people of the white group, with a number of only a few thousand, which is still a little different from the black group. Mom! The little girl came to the woman crying and grabbed the woman's hand as if she wanted to save the woman. Lily, I'm here to save you. The man hurriedly tried to push the wall that was pressing on the woman, but no matter how hard he tried, the wall didn't move at all. It wasn't just a wall that was pressing on the woman. The house collapsed and many things were pressed on the wall. It was impossible for an ordinary person like him to push it away. The people in the village had already gone to the back mountain for refuge. Only they were still here, and no one could help. Even if the man used all his strength, he still couldn't move it at all. Hey! Someone is trapped under the house here. Where is it? Let me see. Hey, there really is one, ha 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 ha. Go over quickly, don't let them escape. Hearing the sound coming from behind, the man's pupils shrank and his face changed drastically. Ah Chong, take Xing'er away quickly. Don't worry about me. The woman looked at the black group of people walking towards them with horror and said quickly. Hurry up, I beg you, take Xing'er away quickly. Mom, if we're leaving, let's go together. The little girl stood in front of the woman with red eyes. Leave? Ha ha ha, no one wants to leave. The leading strong man took out a pistol from his waist and pointed the muzzle at the little girl's head. Xing'er. The man immediately protected the little girl behind him and looked at the people who surrounded him with an ugly face. Yaha! The strong man looked at the man who protected the woman and the child behind him, with an evil smile on his face, and his finger pulled the trigger at once. Bang! The bullet hit the man without any hindrance, and blood spurted out. Puff! Ah! Dad! Dad! The little girl's pupils shrank first, and then she screamed, tears from her eyes kept falling to the ground. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the black group came out unscrupulously, and the woman's face turned pale in an instant, trembling. Ace Hong, you, don't scare me. After a moment, the woman suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly shouted to the little girl, Xing'er. Run, get out of here. I won't. The little girl looked stubborn, and her eyes were fearless as she looked at the people in the black group. You bad guys, I will teach you a lesson when Brother Ace comes back. Ace. She should be talking about the former captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Oh, it's him, isn't that Fire Fist Ace dead? The man suddenly realized. Yes. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that, little brat? The Fire Fist Ace you are waiting for is dead. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the constant ridicule and sarcasm coming from all around, the little girl's face flushed red, and she said angrily, You are talking nonsense. Brother Ace will not die. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the little girl like this, the black group laughed even more unscrupulously. You. The little girl was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xing'er, you, go away. At this time, the man who fell to the ground raised his head with difficulty and grabbed the little girl's hand. Dad. Hey? Not dead yet. The leading strong man raised the pistol in his hand again with a look of disdain. No. The little girl blocked the man in front of him. No. The man and the woman shouted at the same time. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, the muzzle smoke slowly rose, a bullet cut through the air, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, time seemed to stand still, the man and the woman's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme, and the horror lasted for a long time. Swish! It seemed as if something flashed, and then it seemed as if nothing happened. When everyone came to their senses again, they didn't know when a figure stood in front of the little girl, and there was a bullet between his two fingers. Hiss! This scene really scared everyone in the black group, and they all took a breath of cold air. You, who are you? The strong man finally mustered up the courage to say to the person who came. Ace ignored her, turned around and squatted, smiling at the little girl. It's Xing'er, you've grown so tall. Ace, Ace, you are Ace. Xing'er opened her eyes wide, with unspeakable excitement in her tone. It's me. Ace touched Xing'er's little head from behind, raised his hand and lifted the rebel that was pressing on the woman. Ace? He said that man was Ace? Was it the Fire Fist Ace? Someone in the black group widened his eyes, looking incredulous. This is impossible. Fire Fist Ace is obviously dead. The strong man shouted, raised his big knife and killed Ace. Let's go together. Ace, they. The little girl didn't have time to express her joy that her mother was rescued, and her face was full of worry, but before she finished speaking, Ace stretched out a finger to block her mouth. SHH. Ace slowly stood up, with a ball of fire wrapped around his right hand, and threw the ball of fire out casually. What can this little fire do? Just as everyone was about to mock, the small fireball instantly turned into a large sea of fire that enveloped them and shrank in an instant. All the people in the sea of fire turned into ashes before they could even scream. Not to mention Ching'er, even the men and women were stunned, not knowing what had happened. The people who were just fine just disappeared out of thin air. Ace, go! At this time, the man stood up with difficulty and urged Ace, now Tich's strength has surpassed Marco, even if you come. Before the man finished speaking, Ace waved his hand at them, Brother Ace Hong, you just wait, go to the back mountain to find a doctor to treat your injuries. Then he walked towards the front of the island. Looking at Ace's back, the three of them were speechless. Finally, when Ace was about to disappear, Ching'er shouted, Brother Ace! We will all be safe, right? Then Ace's firm voice came, go treat your father's wounds, have a good meal, and everything will be fine when you come out again. Ace's figure turned into a residual shadow and arrived at the center of the battlefield in just a moment. All the black group members who took advantage of the situation along the way were burned to ashes by Ace. Swish! A red figure suddenly landed on the mast of the black group. Ace looked around and locked onto Blackbeard in an instant. Long time no see. Teach. Chapter 114 Ace's Terror. Such a scene suddenly happened on the battlefield, and everyone was shocked. Who is on our mast? All the black group members looked at the man on the mast. Someone in the white group also looked at Ace in surprise. Hey! Blackbeard turned around slowly and looked at Ace with some doubt. Ace just called his name. When he saw the face under the hat, his eyes suddenly flashed, and then he laughed, haha. Marco. Vista was slightly startled and was about to rush towards Marco. Puff. The invisible Shiryu would not miss such a good opportunity. He seized the opportunity and slashed Vista with a knife. Vista looked ugly and quickly raised his knife to block Shiryu's slash. Captain Marco! The white group shouted. Damn it! Marco raised his head with difficulty and looked at the condescending Blackbeard with his hands clenched. At this time, he also noticed Ace. After 2 years, they finally waited for Ace, but Marco didn't want Ace to come over at this time. Teach's strength has exceeded his expectations. Even if Ace has improved greatly. In Marco's opinion, it is already amazing to have the strength to fight Blackbeard. The current situation is not a simple fight to turn defeat into victory. Ace. Dad. Although Marco didn't say it clearly, Ace knew what he meant at a glance. Want to ask if Whitebeard has come? Marco, I'll be right over. Ace shook his head slowly. He didn't know where Whitebeard was now. Buzz. Ace's body was ablaze. He put his index and middle fingers together and jumped down at once. At the same time, a beam of flame shot out from both hands. As Ace's body kept spinning, the two beams of flame were like ruthless cutters. As long as they were lightly swept by it, the huge warship was directly cut in half. Because of the rotation, it was not just one cut. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the black group warships were instantly divided into several pieces like tofu. Ah, our ship! It was too fast. Everything started when Ace jumped down. Before he even landed, 6 warships around him had already turned into debris on the sea. When the ship under their feet turned into pieces and was about to fall into the sea, they reacted and screamed one after another. This scene made everyone in the black group dumbfounded, and some captains almost had a brain short-circuit. What kind of destructive power is this? Ace. Marco and other captains were also speechless because of Ace's operation. Hey! Blackbeard's face couldn't be any darker. Who would have thought that in just one encounter, 6 of the 10 warships he brought were destroyed? In the long battle before, none of the warships of their Blackbeard pirates were sunk, and Ace had just arrived and destroyed 6 of them? What they didn't know was that these 6 ships were deliberately controlled by Ace, otherwise all 10 would be destroyed. Ace also considered this deeply. Once all were destroyed, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the retreat routes of the Blackbeard pirates. In that case, all the members of the Blackbeard pirates would go all out and fight to the death. They would die on both sides, and they would have to fight to see a way out. This was not the result Ace wanted. He didn't need to kill everyone here. He only wanted Teach's head. If it was Ace 2 years ago, he would never care so much, and he would just go all out right away. And now Ace obviously considered more. Our ship. Damn Fire Fist! Vhahaha! Bashes jumped down from the high ground, his right fist constantly compressed. Battleship smash! With a wave of his arm, a huge energy impact poured down towards Ace. It's Captain Bashes! The Black Pirates were excited when they saw Bashes's swift attack on Ace. Bashes's strength is one of the best in their Blackbeard pirates, and they are in awe of the strength of several captains. Ace's flames were entangled on the ice, but there was no sign of melting on the ice under his feet. This was not because his fire was too weak. It was because his fire control ability was too strong. Ace slowly raised his hand, and a flame was slowly released. The palm-sized flame instantly formed a sea of fire and collided with the energy strike. Boom! At the moment when the two forces collided, Ace came to Bashes in the blink of an eye like a ghost and passed by him. Fire sword finger! With 2 fingers on one hand, a flame flashed, like a sharp sword piercing through everything. Puff! After one move, Ace didn't even look at it, and walked towards Blackbeard. Beside him, Bashes suddenly had a blood hole on his chest, and blood was flowing out of the hole. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Bashes fell to the ground. Bang! The ice on the ground was cracked by his knees. Captain Bashes! Someone from the black group ran over to check on Bashes. This time everyone was shocked, and no one saw how Ace made the move, they only saw him slowly walking past Bashes. Ace, be careful! In shock, Vista suddenly realized that Shiryu, who had been dealing with him, had disappeared, and shouted to Ace. Swish! After turning invisible, Xilu came to Ace's side before anyone noticed, and drew his long sword. With a domineering aura, Xilu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he slashed at Ace's neck with a knife. Dang! In the eyes of everyone, they only saw Ace suddenly raise his hand. But there was a sound of metal collision. What's wrong? What happened? Do you want me to teach you how to draw a sword? As Ace spoke, he put his 2 fingers together, a red light flashed, and a red mark suddenly expanded. Boom! An unknown black shadow flew backwards from Ace's side like a cannonball. Xilu's teeth instantly turned red, and he flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he stopped. Then he covered his chest with a look of horror. It's Master Xilu! What? This time, not only the black group but also the white group was stunned. Especially Vista, he knew that Zilliu was difficult to deal with, but Ace only used one move to knock Zilliu out. And it was when Zilliu was invisible and attacked. Ace! How strong is he now? Chapter 115 Brothers Meet. Blackbeard was also shocked when he saw this scene. Of course, he knew Zilliu's strength. Ace was able to force him back with one blow, and his strength had obviously reached an extremely high level. Where has he been in the past 2 years? Ace, look at Marco! Blackbeard said to Ace with a smile on his face. Everyone looked at him in confusion, and then everyone noticed that Blackbeard was holding Marco in his hand. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard held Marco in one hand and said, Ace, you must have experienced very strict training in the past 2 years, otherwise your strength would not have increased so fast. So, Daddy and you were secretly training you during the 2 years you disappeared. Daddy, he's still alive, right? Release Marco. Ace didn't reply and walked slowly towards Blackbeard. At this time, a man stood in front of him. General, Aokiji. This time Ace was really surprised. He had never noticed that Aokiji was here before. Why are you here? Fire Fist Ace, you are not dead after all. Aokiji looked at Ace, whose momentum had changed drastically, with some emotion. He still remembered the battle between Ace and Shiryu 2 years ago. At that time, Ace was only tied with Shiryu, at most slightly better. But now, there has been a drastic change. Just now, Shiryu was knocked out with a casual blow. Based on this alone, although it is still impossible to judge Ace's true strength, it can be seen. Ace, be careful. Aokiji has left the navy and joined Teach and others. Vista reminded him hurriedly. Oh. Ace looked at Aokiji strangely, but he didn't investigate further. Now, solving Blackbeard is the most important thing. Get out of the way. Aokiji didn't say anything. I don't know when an ice spear appeared in his hand. The meaning was already very clear. Buzz. A ball of fire came out of his hands. To be honest, Ace didn't intend to fight Aokiji, no matter why he joined Teach. Ace didn't think that Aokiji had no other ideas for joining Blackbeard, but now he had to fight. Just when the two were ready to go, there was a sound of breaking ice on the sea. Bang! An unknown oval object actually rushed out of the ice from the sea and flew into the air. Everyone explained that they stared at this scene with wide eyes, and those who were close closed their eyes and hugged their heads to defend themselves. After a long time, the expected roar of falling did not sound. They slowly opened their eyes in surprise and saw a scene they would never forget. The giant unidentified object that originally rushed into the air had long disappeared, and instead, 5 people like immortals slowly fell everywhere. One person held a famous sword that had not been unsheathed, and just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. The whole person was arrogant and independent. This person was Kenshin. Brother Kenshin, it seems we are not too late. A young man with a tang sword hanging on his waist smiled and walked slowly towards Kenshin. On the other side, Locke and Onluo smiled at each other. Ace, I will stop Aokiji. A young man in a black coat at the highest point said with a smile. With just one glance, Longhun knew what the situation was now. They were not too late. Boom! Longhun stepped on his feet and his body rushed out like a rocket. At the same time, Ace also moved, leaving only a residual image on the spot. Almost instantly, he passed Aokiji and rushed directly towards Blackbeard. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Aokiji turned around suddenly and was about to make a move, but Longhun came to him with a swish. It's you. You should stay here for the time being. Let Ace and Blackbeard solve their own problems. Longhun spread his hands and said casually. Governor. Van Oka's sniper rifle instantly locked onto Ace. Just as he was about to shoot, Bell suddenly came in front of him and put the tang sword directly on his neck. As Ziliu stood up with difficulty, Jiangxin's sword had already been unsheathed, and the blade shone coldly. You'd better not move, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to you. Who are you? Ziliu did not make any extra movements. He could feel the threat from the blade. He knew that feeling very well, it was the feeling of death coming. This was the day Ziliu felt closest to death in all these years. If he hadn't blocked the sword with his sword in time, Ace would probably be a corpse now. And before he could catch his breath, this feeling came again. He knew that this was a threat from the man in front of him. With the arrival of Longhun and others, the battlefield entered a delicate stage unconsciously, and the people of the Black Group did not dare to act rashly. Boom! A loud noise directly attracted everyone's attention, and a scene that stunned everyone appeared in front of everyone. Ace's foot hit Blackbeard's chest hard, sending Blackbeard flying. Marco, are you okay? Ace helped Marco up. I'm fine, Ace, is it really you? Your strength. Marco looked at Ace in front of him with a shocked face. To be honest, Ace shocked him too much. Whether it was the speed of the action or the attack power just now, they had surpassed him comprehensively. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kick Blackbeard out with one blow just now. The most important thing was that Ace had just broken Blackbeard's defense with one kick. This was what shocked him the most. You know, the reason why he was so embarrassed was because he couldn't break Blackbeard's defense at all. That layer of golden armor was extremely hard. His full-strength attack only caused some cracks, and it recovered as before in a moment. It was really difficult. And Ace just rushed over and kicked, and the cracks he destroyed were even bigger than his full-strength attack. You've really improved a lot, Captain Ace. Blackbeard looked at the almost broken hole in the armor, and his expression became a little more serious. This was the first time someone had beaten his armor into this state. If it was a little stronger, it would probably hurt him directly. But Blackbeard didn't think that the kick just now was Ace's strongest attack. Vista, Marco is in your hands. He shouted to Vista next to him. Ace turned into a shadow and rushed towards Blackbeard. So fast. Many people present could not see Ace's movements clearly, and could only catch a trace of the shadow. How could they resist if they could not even see the person clearly? In a short time, Vista had come to Marco's side and protected him. Fire sword finger. Ace put his hands together, and a flame-shaped laser sword appeared instantly, pointing at Blackbeard. A slender woman's wrist-thick flame laser shot out directly, and Blackbeard, who had no intention of dodging it, suddenly had his pupils shrink. At this moment, he changed his previous idea and quickly moved sideways to avoid the flame laser. The flame laser that passed by Blackbeard's ear directly pierced through a mountain peak. Hiss! This scared everyone silly. Chapter 116 Advanced Fire Fist. It's the move that injured Bashes before. Vista's face showed a look of realization. This move has such power, so it is not difficult to explain why a strong man like Bashes fell down with one blow. It's not that Bashes is too weak, but that Ace's attack is too strong. Boom! Ace disappeared again and came to Blackbeard in an instant. His operation shocked the dragon's soul. How can this speed be so fast? Although it is not as fast as his own teleportation, he actually feels like flying freely. He remembers that the speed when Rayleigh rescued Zoro from Kizaru's feet may not be as fast as Ace now. What did Ace do in the past 2 years? Swish! Ace used his 2 fingers as a sword and slashed at Blackbeard's chest. This sword did not have any gorgeous colors, only the red mark was extremely dazzling, containing endless murderous intent. Ding! Unable to hold back, the dragon's soul still opened the detector, wanting to see how strong Ace was. Ace, a great swordsman, close to the sword saint, a flame fruit user, a 3-color domineering owner. Note, domineering color is close to the top. Comprehensive combat power, 8286. Fuck. Even though Longhun felt that he had trained himself to be calm in the past 2 years, he couldn't help but swear when he saw Ace's strength. Domineering color is close to the top? As for the domineering color, Longhun knows its difficulty. As for him now, domineering color is only close to the advanced level. This is still under the system. This shows the terrible talent. Ace actually raised the domineering color to a certain strength in 2 years. Domineering color is the only thing that cannot be improved through training. At this moment, Ace's kingly momentum has exploded to the extreme. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach this level. Thief, ha ha ha. Captain Ace, do you remember how I defeated you last time? At this time, the armor on Blackbeard's chest had been restored to its original state, and the armor on both hands was surging with golden light. With a kick of his legs, he rushed directly towards the oncoming red blade. Boom! The red light and the golden light each occupied half of the sky. Not long after, Blackbeard's face suddenly changed, and the armor on his arm actually had a crack. "Titch, Skiyard was killed by you, is it true?" Ace on the opposite side had a calm face, but his eyes flashed. "Hey? Skiyard? Yes, he has been killed by me." Blackbeard naturally did not deny it and grinned. Boom! The next moment, the red light increased greatly, and there was a sound of armor breaking, and Blackbeard was instantly chopped off. "Ah!" Blackbeard on the ground held his arm that was bleeding continuously and screamed. "Governor!" The captains of the black group could no longer sit still. They did not expect that Blackbeard would be injured by a single blow. That almost impossible to break defense was actually broken. "Governor, I'll help you." Captain bashes. Everyone in the black group was shocked. They didn't expect that Bashes, who had been knocked down, would stand up again. Wow! Bashes suddenly jumped into the air, intending to charge a powerful blow to Ace. "One stick for heaven and earth. One stick to split the mountain." At this time, a golden stick was swung in front of Bashes and swept across his face. Boom! The moment the golden stick touched Bashes' face, his mouth, which was originally full of big teeth, was instantly smashed into a crooked state, and the teeth and blood foam exploded in the air at the same time. Before he could scream, Bashes' eyes turned white as if a cannonball hit the ice directly. Boom boom! Then everyone saw Bashes lying in a big pit on the ice, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, and sea water was seeping out from his back from time to time. "It's him!" Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Locke, who was slowly putting away his stick. Locke held a golden stick on the ground, which was the Ruyi stick that Dragon Soul had obtained before, which could be freely extended and retracted in length and thickness. After learning that Locke was good at using sticks, Dragon Soul gave him the Ruyi stick. Just now, that was the effect of the Ruyi stick after it was extended. Bang! Jaws slapped his hands together and walked out slowly. The captains of the white pirates gathered, and with the dragon flag pirates, the momentum was extremely grand. For a while, no one in the black pirates dared to step forward easily. The captains of the black pirates all looked at the captains and the dragon flag pirates with solemn expressions. If it was just the white pirates, they could still deal with it, but with the addition of Dragon Soul and the others, the situation became out of control. Just now, Locke and the others had demonstrated their strength. It was hard to predict the result of rash actions. When the two sides were deadlocked, Ace and Blackbeard fought again. Boom! "Ace! Come on, let me see what strength you have." Blackbeard had one hand of darkness and the other hand of golden light. As a dual fruit ability user, Blackbeard can be said to have completely offset the side effects of the dark fruit with the armor on his body. Ordinary people can't hurt him at all, so he is even more unscrupulous. Dark water. The terrifying suction force acted directly on Ace, pulling him towards Blackbeard. Ace was not unfamiliar with this feeling. The last tragedy was caused because he lost to Blackbeard, and the reason for his defeat was that this move of dark water was hard to defend against. Thief, ha ha ha! Ace, this move is not unfamiliar, right? Ah! Ha ha ha! Blackbeard's left hand suddenly glowed with golden light while laughing wildly, and he took a step forward and punched out. If it were someone else, they might be seriously injured by Blackbeard's blow, but what about Ace now? Ace's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fist with one hand. Suddenly, dark red lightning covered the surrounding area. The seemingly ordinary punch gave people a feeling of being unbeatable. Before the two fists collided, a powerful shock wave was emitted in all directions. The ground cracked and rocks collapsed, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The Overlord's hide was entangled. Dragon Soul recognized the move used by Ace at a glance. Wasn't it the Overlord's hide? With a click, the armor on Blackbeard's arm shattered one after another, and Ace's fist hit Blackbeard's face all at once. The punch with powerful Overlord's hide directly hit Blackbeard's eyes white. Blackbeard gradually regained consciousness while flying backwards, and his face, which was already extremely dark, became even darker. Boom! Blackbeard's feet landed heavily on the ground, and he was about to take a breath and start to accumulate strength, when Ace fell from the sky, his whole body burning with thick flames. His right hand was bent backwards, and his fist was clenched. Anyone who knows Ace knows what this posture is. Ace's famous skill, the Fire Fist. But this time Ace didn't shout out the Fire Fist, but Flame Meteor. He punched out, and unlike the previous Fire Fist, a huge flame impact fist poured down. This time, a terrifying red flame light column the size of an ordinary person's head fell like a meteor. This move was considered by Ace to be an advanced version of the Fire Fist, and this effect was achieved after layers of flame compression and integration. The attack power is several times that of the original Fire Fist. Chapter 117 Complete Form. The fire meteor hit Blackbeard's location at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom! With this punch, the entire Altaira island seemed to be shaken by Ace. Governor! The members of the Black Group were stunned. They had never expected that the fight between Blackbeard and Ace was almost suppressed. Now, after this blow, Blackbeard would not be intact. La. It's really a terrifying blow. Aokiji was extremely shocked when he saw this blow. Aokiji looked at the dragon soul after being shocked. He could feel that there was a huge power hidden in the dragon soul's body. Thinking of the scene on the top, Aokiji was full of emotion and thought to himself, have the four brothers of that year grown up now? The Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Soul, and the recently popular Straw Hat Luffy in front of him, plus Sabo, the second chair of the Revolutionary Army. The influence of these four brothers has reached the level that can affect the world pattern. Akainu, it will be a huge challenge for you to transfer the Navy headquarters to the new world. Can the Navy really stop these guys? Hey, Aokiji, why did you join the Blackbeard Pirates? Long Hun smiled and touched his chin, let me guess. Now Blackbeard's power has a vague feeling of gathering the world's powerful. And your Admiral Aokiji is a person who seeks justice all over the world. It is said that people who live wisely will have a ruler in their hearts to measure everything. What are you going to do for the justice in your heart? Long Hun looked at Aokiji with interest. Of course, he didn't believe that Aokiji joined the Blackbeard Pirates because he admired Blackbeard. Isn't that nonsense? Aokiji did not answer Long Hun's question. He stared at Long Hun and asked, why did you set up the Dragon Flag Pirates? Is it to find One Piece? No. Long Hun waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's meaningless for us to have more of that thing. Aokiji raised his eyebrows. But Long Hun changed the subject and said seriously this time, my brother seems to be very interested in that thing. In this case, I will naturally clear the obstacles for him. Looking at Long Hun's serious expression, Aokiji's mouth twitched fiercely, you bastard. If I believe your nonsense, there will be something fishy. He has seen the actions of Kenshin Lock and others with his own eyes. It can be said that no one on the Dragon Soul ship is a simple character. Who would believe such a group of powerful people who said that they set up a pirate group just for fun? There may be some secrets that cannot be told to outsiders. Boom boom. The earth shook violently, and the island seemed to have appeared again. A new sun appeared, and the golden light filled the entire sky. What is that? Everyone on Altaira Island was horrified. A huge figure slowly emerged on the battlefield, and it was still expanding, and the dazzling golden light was emanating from there. That is. Dragon Soul looked at the figure under the golden light with a slightly solemn look in his eyes. It's out, the governor's Vatra body is in full form. The Black Group was overjoyed when they saw this scene, and many people cheered directly. Not only ordinary crew members, but even some captains with good strength looked at the huge golden light with awe. Is that, Teach? Baista stared at the huge golden wheel that was more than 10 meters high. with an incredible look on his face. Marco's pupils shrank slightly beside him, and his face looked a little ugly as he said, "I heard rumors before that Teachkin burst out with strength that he is afraid of, because this power is so terrible that he usually doesn't use it at all. I always thought that this was a rumor deliberately released by the Blackbeard pirates to hit our morale. Now it seems that it may not be groundless. Could it be that?" Vista's eyes condensed slightly. He remembered that the rumor said that Blackbeard's power could easily destroy an island. If Blackbeard really has such a strong power, then Ace. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cast his worried eyes on a small figure under the golden light. Ace's height is not very short, and it can even be said to be quite tall, but compared with the ball of golden light, he seems extremely small. "Thief, ha ha ha! Ace! Let you see my real power!" Blackbeard's wild and unruly laughter in the golden light ball spread to every corner of Altera Island. Ace, who was closest, felt it particularly deeply. As Blackbeard's voice was heard soon, the golden light slowly shrank, and only then did everyone see the true face of Mount Lu. A muscular giant ape more than 10 meters tall stared at Ace on the ground with a ferocious look on its face. "This is..." Long Hun's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked. At this time, Blackbeard was no longer the ugly black monster, with golden hair all over his body. Although his face was still quite black, his body was not black. What made people unable to take their eyes off was the 8 abdominal muscles on his chest. How could a chubby King Kong have so many abdominal muscles? These were not what Long Hun cared about the most. After all, no matter how he looked, he was still the same person. The most important thing was his strength. Blackbeard's form was not as simple as an ordinary giant ape. On this giant ape, he was still wearing a golden transparent armor covering his entire body, just like Blackbeard before. You have to know that the previous armor was at most 2 or 3 fingers thick, while the thickness of the giant ape this time is estimated to be 70 to 80 centimeters thick. "Ace! Be careful!" Marco shouted to Ace without caring about anything else. The power of Tich's huge body is definitely not comparable to before. Ace naturally does not need others to remind him. Now he is closest to Blackbeard and feels it very clearly. Blackbeard's breath suddenly surged at the moment when his attack fell just now, and Ace did not stop him until he became so huge. "Because he disdains." Waving to Marco and the others, Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes fixed on the face of Blackbeard King Kong giant ape. "Tich, is this the power you have been waiting for decades and have obtained at the cost of killing your companions? If I smash it directly, you should be more sober, right?" "What?" Everyone wondered if they had heard it wrong. The power displayed by Blackbeard now might be able to sink the island of Altera. But Ace still said calmly that he would smash this power. This. The people of the Black group think that Ace is bragging. After all, in their opinion, even Whitebeard doesn't have such strength. The people of the White group are skeptical. Although they dare not imagine it, many people still believe in Ace. "How much have you grown? Let's open our eyes, Ace." Marco looked at Ace's unwavering back and showed a relaxed smile on his face. He knew that Ace never talked big. Since he said so, he must be sure. Chapter 118 Sky Break. "What did you say? You want me to be more sober? Thief, ha 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 ha." Blackbeard laughed and slapped his chest with both hands, making a violent bang 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 sound. The surrounding air seemed to be slowly driven by his actions, and the hurricanes made Ace's coat rustle, but Ace was not moved at all. "In that case, let me show you the power of my form." Blackbeard's huge palm instantly clenched into a fist and punched Ace. To everyone's surprise, Ace had no intention of dodging, and actually punched the huge fist head-on. Boom! The huge air wave knocked down a group of ordinary crew members on both sides, and the sky was full of flying people. The terrifying aura instantly filled the whole place. Dark red lightning suddenly appeared in the air, and the thin strips continued to spread during the fight between the two. Another air strike. Dragon Soul was dumbfounded on the side. Overlord color entanglement. Another Overlord color entanglement. This Blackbeard also has Overlord color entanglement? When did he have Overlord color haki? And he also learned Overlord color entanglement. When did the Overlord haki become so common that it is worthless? Look at the sky. The sky, cracked. Looking at the sound, the Dragon Soul's pupils condensed slightly, and saw a crack gradually appearing in the thick clouds above the sky, and it became deeper and deeper. Cracking the sky. A natural sign of the battle between the top pirates. The fact that it can cause the cracking of the sky means that Blackbeard and Ace are now among the small group of people standing at the top of this world. Teach! Ace suddenly roared and instantly came to the height in front of the Blackbeard giant ape. Flame meteor! The clothes fluttered, the flames bloomed. And the flame beam instantly passed through. Thief, ha ha ha! Blackbeard's voice shook the earth, and his arm swung out instantly, hitting the flame meteor directly. Crack! A slight crack appeared, but Blackbeard did not frown, and directly knocked Ace away with his punch. The cracks on the armor instantly recovered as before. Ace's attack still failed to break his defense directly. The defense and attack power of the complete form have been greatly improved. Boom boom! The flame beam that was blown away by Blackbeard directly flattened a small mountain. Boom! Blackbeard stepped on the ground and punched Ace. This punch was only in an instant, and the huge body's mobility was no different from that of an ordinary person, and it was swift. Swish! Ace's two fingers became swords, and countless red marks cut through the sky, turning into sharp blades that slashed on Blackbeard's huge body. Even if it was just the aftermath of the slash, it also drew deep grooves on the ground. Boom! Dang! Not long after, the two collided again. The hurricane and strong aura formed by the slamming made it impossible for ordinary people to get close. Ace, you have indeed become much stronger, but with this, you can't break my current defense. Blackbeard's deep mouth actually revealed a sense of pride. After a fight, Ace also found that all his attacks could cause cracks in the armor on Blackbeard, but he just couldn't break it. He couldn't help but frown. Ace! His armor has 3 layers. Be careful! Longhorn reminded him when he saw something was wrong. The fight between Ace and Blackbeard was the focus of everyone's attention, and he and Aokiji were just fighting casually. Longhorn could see that Aokiji didn't seem to have the intention to fight him hard, which was good news for Longhorn and the others. The two of them also cooperated with each other tacitly, and they just perfunctorily dealt with it. Their attention was on Ace and Blackbeard. 3 layers. Ace was slightly stunned, and then he showed a relieved smile. He thought there was something special about this ability armor, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. That's right, the defense of this armor is already extremely amazing, and if there is anything, it would be outrageous. After figuring everything out, Ace smiled slightly. Teach, this form of yours should be very consuming for your body, right? With such a large body, the consumption of maintaining 3 sets of armor at the same time must be extraordinary. Hey! Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, then said, so what? My 3 layers of defense are not so easy to break, and I have plenty of physical strength now. Blackbeard did not deny this. What can he do if he knew it? His form is the world's top in terms of both destructive power and defense. Even Kaido, the so-called undead creature, may not be able to compare with himself in terms of defense in his opinion. This is Blackbeard's confidence. Then let me try how strong your defense is. Ace's whole body was full of flames, and the whole person, except for his face, turned into a raging fire. He flashed in front of Blackbeard, flame sickle strangle. Countless flames emerged from Ace's body, condensed into sharp blades, strangled Blackbeard's huge body at a very fast speed. Swish! Blackbeard didn't feel anything, but a crack suddenly appeared on the armor on his right hand. The first layer was broken. Then it healed quickly. Swish, 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 swish. Fast. Too fast. Blackbeard didn't have time to make any move, and countless strangling forces came at him like a gust of wind. Boom 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 boom. The armor was covered with scars in just a moment, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. When Ace saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown again. He slashed several times in a row but still couldn't break the last layer of defense. That's right, this seemingly terrifying attack still didn't break the last layer of Blackbeard's 3 layers of armor. Blackbeard was a little horrified. He didn't expect Ace's attack to reach this level. Looking at Ace with increasingly cold eyes, Blackbeard understood that he and the Whitebeard pirates had a relationship of either you or me. Ace's threat was too great, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible. In 2 years, his strength has increased to this extent. This talent is too terrifying. If he is given another 2 years, who knows what will happen? Giant Diamond Fist. Blackbeard's eyes flashed coldly, and a punch was already in front of Ace. Boom! At the last moment, Ace narrowly avoided the blow, and his hands condensed, and a flaming spear appeared in his hands. But before he could make any move, Blackbeard's other hand suddenly turned into an overwhelming darkness, swept him in. Break it! In the darkness, Ace's whole body was covered with flames, rushing straight into the darkness. Just as he was bursting out with all his strength, a sense of crisis suddenly came over him. The huge diamond fist smashed directly on his head from top to bottom. Boom! After the blow, the corners of Blackbeard's mouth slightly raised, and he punched down again. Everyone saw Ace being smashed directly on the ground by the fist like a hill, and the surrounding ground collapsed instantly, with rubble all over the sky. Boom boom! Ace! Marco widened his eyes, a little absent-minded. This time, even the dragon soul was not calm. If he went down by himself without using space to resist, he would definitely be seriously injured. And he didn't see whether Ace resisted at all. Chapter 119 Emperor Yan Ace, Additional Update. Buzz. Marco instantly turned into a phoenix and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Vista. Vista, let me go and take a look. No. Marco, you are seriously injured now, even if you go over, you can't help much. Vista shook his head and tightened his palm slightly. He was about to say I'll go, but someone was one step faster than him. I'll go. They looked for the voice and found that it was Long Hun. At this time, Long Hun glanced at Qing Ji and smiled slightly, and Qing Ji stood in front of him. It's not that easy to go over. As soon as the voice fell, Long Hun disappeared in the next second, and a rather casual voice came. I think it's quite easy. Who knew that Long Hun teleported directly across a distance of 1,000 meters? Disappeared directly. That's right, it was 1,000 meters. In 2 years, Long Hun's cultivation has reached the level of a great swordsman, and the distance of teleportation has increased tenfold. This alone is enough to make Dragon Soul have a qualitative leap, and how could Dragon Soul's progress in 2 years be just this little? How is this possible? Aokiji's face changed instantly. Dragon Soul was in front of him 1 second ago, and appeared 1,000 meters away the next second. The most important thing is that he didn't see any trace of Dragon Soul's movement at all, and didn't see his movements at all. Dragon Soul teleported again, and after 2 consecutive teleports, he had already arrived in front of Blackbeard. The vibration energy in his hand slowly gathered, and when he was about to make a move, a voice came out. Dragon Soul, don't make a move. I will deal with Teach myself. Dragon Soul, who was about to make a move, was stunned for a moment, and then slowly fell to the ground, with a smile on his face, and whispered softly, I know. Then he turned around suddenly. Dragon Flag Pirates, the captain ordered, to help the Whitebeard pirates defeat the enemy with all your strength. As he said that, he came to the sky above the center of the battlefield and punched down. Boom! Sand and rocks flew all over the ground, and countless people from the black group flew directly into the air. As soon as the dragon soul gave the order, Bell moved, and the Tang sword instantly swung out a phantom, and at the same time, several wounds instantly appeared on Van Oka and Lafitte in front of him. Fast. Extremely fast sword. This is the result of Bell's day and night work in the past 2 years. He pursues the swordsmanship that is extremely fast. He knows his weaknesses. Compared with strength, he is best at defeating the enemy from the weaknesses. He can't even comprehend the most basic armed color, and his strength is directly lower than others. That's right, even if he has been in this situation for the past 2 years, he has found a new way out. Sometimes, even if the power is not enough, the sword can still kill people. Heaven and earth one stick. One stick splits the earth. The huge stick fell from the sky, directly splitting the ice surface on the sea into two, and a large number of black group people fell directly into the sea. Bang! Ah! Save me! Save me! The ability user is a landlubber. Ugh! Ah! The screams on the sea surface rose and fell, and the black group was in chaos for a while. Boom! Kang Yun swordsmanship, condense the sword. As Ken Shin slowly uttered it, the huge slash continued to spread. Dang! After the crisp sound of weapons, a figure quickly flew backwards, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Lord Ziliu! Boom! In the eyes of everyone's doubts, Ziliu fell to the ground suddenly and couldn't get up. On the other side, Ken Shin slowly put away his sword after a sword, and the whole person was fierce. Don't be afraid, everyone. There are so many of us. One person and one sword can kill them all. Charge! Pizarro shouted. Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by countless sounds of breaking through the air, the black group members who rushed up actually fell to the ground one after another. A beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. She slowly raised her jade hand and a handful of silver needles appeared in her hand. Obviously, those people who fell just now were all her masterpieces. He, you'd better not act rashly, otherwise. An said with a smile. Ah, I can't move my body. Me too, what's going on? The fallen black group members did not die, but lay on the ground unable to move at all. What's wrong with you? Hey! The black group was completely panicked. How could this person suddenly be unable to move? Everyone looked at An with horror in their eyes. Such a beautiful and gentle woman was so terrifying. The dragon soul slowly walked towards them. An used the acupuncture point sealing method. The most common technique in medical books that can make people lose their ability to move instantly. The dragon flag pirates officially appeared in the eyes of the whole world at this moment. Many people in the black pirates swallowed their saliva and took a step back unconsciously. Whitebeard pirates! Don't let people look down on us. Vista's eyes were bright, holding 2 swords and killing people everywhere. Ah! The white pirates were instantly full of energy and worked hard. Are you going to stop us? Dragon Soul looked at Aokiji who was walking slowly and raised his eyebrows. No, I want to ask why you didn't help Fire Fist Ace. Aokiji shook his head and said with some doubts. He really couldn't figure it out. If Dragon Soul fought with Ace, even if Blackbeard was strong, he would definitely not be his opponent. And just now, with such a good opportunity, he thought Dragon Soul should take action. Dragon Soul looked at Aokiji, who was indeed somewhat puzzled, with a smile on his lips. Without replying, he turned around and set his eyes on Blackbeard's huge body. He murmured, "It's coming." Aokiji was a little puzzled, and then turned around. Blackbeard felt the current situation of the black group, and his face was a little ugly. Just as he was about to make a move, there was a sudden movement under the fist that hit the ground. Buzz! A large amount of flames emerged from under the fist, spreading in all directions. What? Blackbeard's originally round eyes widened, and his arm unconsciously moved up slowly. A flaming figure slowly appeared in front of everyone again. He raised his hand and directly pushed up Blackbeard's huge fist. I thought I wouldn't need this trick, but I didn't expect Teach's strength to reach this level. Ace raised his head slowly, and flames kept coming out of his eyes to the left and right sides. Emperor Flame Ace. Boom! A huge flame surged into the sky, sweeping the entire place in an instant. A sea of blazing sand. This was everyone's first thought. Even though they were still thousands of meters away from the flames, they still felt a lot of heat. It felt like they would be roasted in the next second. The most shocked person was not anyone else, but Dragon Soul. Because at this moment, Ace's whole body seemed to have undergone a major transformation. The red coat on his body was surrounded by flames, as if it was formed by flames. The red eyebrows and eyes looked so strange, and even the momentum rose a few points. Is this the second gear? Dragon Soul couldn't help but smack his lips. Ace has undergone a major transformation? What on earth has he experienced in the past 2 years? Originally, he thought he was strong enough. Although he had felt a sense of crisis from Ace before, Dragon Soul didn't care too much. But this time, he really felt the horror of Ace, which was a strong sense of crisis. Powerful breath. Dragon Soul felt that Ace's strength was probably not inferior to Whitebeard's at this time. When this thought came out, even Dragon Soul himself was shocked. Is Ace going to defy the heaven? Flame pillar sky lifting. As Ace spoke softly. Boom! A giant pillar of fire shot up into the sky, directly blasting Blackbeard's huge body into the sky. Ah, what's going on? Chapter 120 Completely Defeating Blackbeard. Boom! Blackbeard had never expected that Ace could stand up like nothing happened under such an attack. Not only that, he also launched such a swift attack on him. Ace! Blackbeard in the air had a ferocious face, shouted to the sky, and punched down. Buzz! As the flame pillar slowly dissipated, everyone noticed the change of Ace at this moment. His whole body was red. Not only his eyes and eyebrows, but also his hair seemed to be surrounded by flames, and his whole body was the incarnation of flames. This is completely different from the previous flames. This time the flames seem to be attached to Ace. Ability Awakening. The body of the Flame Emperor. Fire Spear, Condense. Ace condensed his hands in the void, and a flame slowly condensed. Soon, a spear with a red flame appeared in Ace's hand. His feet kept emitting flames, and the whole person flew up directly, shooting at Blackbeard's huge fist. The tip of the spear was wrapped in dark red lightning. Obviously, this attack was attached with powerful domineering aura by Ace. Boom! At the moment of collision, the tip of the spear instantly pierced in and directly broke through 2 layers of armor. And Ace did not show any satisfaction, and slowly spit out from his mouth. Burn! Boom! The tip of the spear exploded instantly, and this attack went straight into the sky. Crack! The last layer of armor was directly broken without any surprise, and the tip of the spear directly pierced the huge fist hidden deep inside. Puff! A gun pierced in, blood spurted out, but it evaporated completely before it dripped onto Ace's face. Ah! Blackbeard screamed, his eyes were a little doubtful. His defense was actually broken? Boom! Blackbeard fell to the ground and stabilized his body. Just as he was about to make a move, Ace flew over from the air. How is it possible? Blackbeard's eyes widened. He was not wrong. Ace flew over. One shot to locate the fire and flames. A gun hit Blackbeard's chest directly and accurately, and the 3 layers of armor shattered. Puff! Being hit by a gun, Blackbeard instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face changed greatly. Boom boom! The ground shook, and Blackbeard fell heavily to the ground. That is. Dragon Soul looked at Ace standing in the air, holding a gun in one hand and proudly standing alone, and an idea came to his mind. Naza? Then he shook his head quickly, that is. Ace. Yandi. Is this the power of the awakened fruit ability? It is so powerful. What shocked Dragon Soul the most was Ace's strength in this state. Not only that, a ball of fire under Ace's feet kept spinning like a fire wheel. He knew that Ace could move freely in the air because of this reverse thrust. And when acceleration is needed, the feet can form a rocket-like acceleration effect through a large amount of flames. It is not so simple to use the flame fruit to this extent. Otherwise, other natural systems should be able to do it, but they can't do it. Like the smoke of the smoker and the gas of Caesar can achieve the effect of slow flight, but it is absolutely impossible to achieve instant acceleration like Ace. It is not just about controlling the power, but also about having extremely strong strength. Buzz. Flame meteor. Flames erupted from Ace's body instantly, and he punched out with a punch. In this state, Ace's speed and strength were all upgraded to a higher level, and the power of this punch was naturally incomparable to the previous one. The red flame beam poured directly towards Blackbeard, leaving no room for him. Boom! The entire Altera island shook violently, and Ace didn't care at all. If the house was gone, it could be rebuilt, but if the person was gone, there would really be nothing. Blackbeard's strength was obvious to him because he could use this state. If he still worried about the surrounding environment at this time, he would be really stupid and hopeless. Blackbeard must be completely eradicated today. Boom! Ace's body shuttled through the air at a high speed, and bursts of explosions came from the air, and his momentum reached an unprecedented level of strength. One man and one gun seemed to be able to destroy the world. Tidge! Ace's voice arrived before his body arrived. You killed your companions and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Today, I will execute you on the spot in the name of the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The smoke dissipated, and Blackbeard's figure slowly appeared, but at this time Blackbeard had restored his body. The complete form is too energy-consuming. Every attack of Ace requires him to restore the broken armor with great effort. Now that huge body is just an inconvenient target. Have you restored your human form? Ace's eyes moved slightly, and he came with a gun. The red gun head brought endless chills, which was the trembling of the soul. Ace! Do you think you can defeat me like this? Blackbeard panted heavily, and his hands were surging with golden light. The smaller the body, the less consumption. Although the power is not as huge as when he was in the giant ape form, he can concentrate the hardness of the armor with all his strength. This is the best choice for him now. Boom! The fist and the gun collided, and a violent power fluctuation came out. This time, Blackbeard had no defense. The ability of King Kong can be used not only for defense but also for attack, just like the armed color domineering. The fighting aura of Ace and Blackbeard is so great that in the eyes of Dragon Soul, they both have the strength of the four emperors. Otherwise, such fighting fluctuations would not occur at all. For ordinary people, even if they just get a little closer, their lives may be in danger. Ace's spear skills are flexible, and he swings his spear with great force, one shot after another, all in a combo. After a short fight, Blackbeard was already struggling, not to mention others were shocked. At this time, Blackbeard was the most depressed. What on earth did Ace go through? His strength was so terrifying in just 2 years. Originally, he thought that this was a key step for their Blackbeard pirates to expand their power. After taking this step, he was one step closer to the legendary throne. Obviously, everything can be said to be foolproof, but at this time Ace actually killed back. And his strength was so terrifying. Now Blackbeard has vaguely thought of retreating. This battle can no longer be fought. Ace is under great pressure alone, and he never forgets that there is another person. Blackbeard clearly remembers the pressure that Dragon Soul brought to him in an instant. He is sure that Dragon Soul is not much weaker than Ace. How can he fight this? Boom! When Blackbeard was in doubt, there was a sudden commotion on the battlefield. Captain Wolf! Hearing the commotion on the battlefield, Blackbeard glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On the ice, a big figure fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and his body was covered in blood. It was a captain of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Giant Battleship, which Blackbeard brought out from Impel Down. Not only him, but almost all the captains of the Blackbeard pirates fell to the ground. The White Pirates and the Dragon Flag Pirates have joined forces, and it is not easy for them to hold on until now. Chapter 121 Blackbeard Escapes. Captain Catalina. Captain Bacchus. The terrified voices of the Black Pirates came out one after another. The captains are defeated, The battlefield was full of tearing sounds, the White Pirates were full of fighting spirit, and the Black Pirates were shaken. The Blackbeard Pirates have been defeated. At that moment, everyone knew that the Blackbeard Pirates had lost. Flame Dragon, shoot! Ace shouted from afar, and then everyone saw Ace shoot through Blackbeard's right shoulder, and blood flowed out. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates looked at this scene with disbelief. Such a powerful Governor Blackbeard was defeated. At this moment, the faith in their hearts seemed to collapse. Some people were stunned, some were horrified, and some were excited. Many people who can join the Blackbeard Pirates are ambitious guys. Who wants to be a subordinate when they can be the boss? If Blackbeard dies, they will have a chance. Teach, this shot is for Squard. Ace looked calm, and recalled the scene of fighting side by side with Squard, Thatch, and others, and eating meat together. Puff! Ace pulled out his spear and looked down at Old Black. Ah! Blackbeard grimaced in pain, ignoring the blood flowing from his body, and thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. This battle ends here, and we must evacuate as soon as possible and fight again next time. Ace's strength has far exceeded his expectations, and now all the captains of the Black Group have been captured by Dragon Soul and his men. Can this be any more miserable? Dark Cup Ointment Road. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, put one hand on the ground, and a large amount of darkness was released from his body. In a moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in darkness, and everyone was on high alert. But Blackbeard's attack did not come, but Blackbeard and some members of the Blackbeard Pirates were gradually sinking. Ace, let's stop here this time, I will come next time. Blackbeard, who only showed his head, said to Ace with a look of disapproval. Not good, they are going to escape. Vista's face changed, and some captains of the Black Group on their side also began to sink slowly. Obviously Blackbeard wanted to take them away with him. Just when the captains of the White Group were about to take action, one of them was faster than them. Ice Age. The ice road instantly covered the battlefield, and Shiryu and others who were about to be dragged into the black hole by Blackbeard were directly frozen. Cannot be dragged at all. After trying various methods to no avail, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and escaped directly into the black hole. He directly abandoned all the Black Group members and escaped by himself. Teach escaped. The captains came one after another, gritting their teeth. They now really hate and dislike Blackbeard. Only by executing him can they clean up the mess. Don't let Thatch die unjustly. Aokiji looked at his broken ice, his eyes solemn. Even though Blackbeard had suffered serious injuries, his strength should not be underestimated. He can't escape. At this time, Ace took a step forward and rushed towards the back mountain like a rocket. Ace. Long Hun looked at Ace's figure going away, knowing that Blackbeard would not be able to escape death this time, and then set his eyes on Aokiji. General. Aokiji, can you tell me your purpose now? Aokiji looked at Long Hun deeply, and then sat down casually. What do you want to know? Your purpose for joining the Blackbeard Pirates. Long Hun looked directly at Aokiji and said. This question has troubled Long Hun for a long time. Although he was prepared, Aokiji still joined the Blackbeard pirates this time. Although Long Hun was a little puzzled about this, he knew that there must be a deep meaning in it. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The governor has already fled. Because of Blackbeard's retreat alone, everyone in the black group was terrified and climbed onto the battleship one after another. Hurry up! Let's go! The scene was chaotic for a while, and the white group did not chase and kill in a large scale. For them, it was good to win. There was no need to cause too much killing. Besides, the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates is not very good. They have suffered heavy casualties. There is no need to fight again for unnecessary killing. That would only increase innocent casualties. However, these Blackbeard officers and captains cannot be let go. Just when Blackbeard was about to take them away, Aokiji froze them all into ice. The Whitebeard pirates locked up the captains including Ziliu, and those who treated the wounded began to treat the wounded. The scene was still extremely busy. However, Kenshin and the others were very idle. Seeing that Long Hun seemed to deliberately keep some distance from everyone and talk to the former Navy Admiral Aokiji, they did not go over to disturb him and sat down casually. What do you think Long Hun is talking to Aokiji? Kenshin looked at Long Hun, whose face changed slightly and couldn't help but curiously said to Locke and the others. That's right, why does brother Long Hun seem so surprised? That Aokiji won't harm brother Long Hun, right? Bell was also a little confused. He had never seen anything that could surprise Dragon Soul so much. With Dragon Soul's strength, even if that general wanted to do something, he might not be able to hurt Dragon Soul. Locke shook his head. He was very clear about Dragon Soul's strength. If that former general wanted to attack Dragon Soul, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, he still felt that Dragon Soul had a higher chance of winning, because even they didn't know what Dragon Soul's true strength had reached in the past 2 years. That's right. Bell smiled awkwardly. In front of the Dragon Flag pirates, Bell was still like a child, because this was like his home. Even if he has grown up, he is still a child in the family. And he is very happy to be such a child. But facing the enemy, he is no longer a child. This should be deeply understood by everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. Back mountain. Ace fired a gun at an open space. Boom! A bottomless pit appeared on the ground instantly, followed by a scream. Ah! Blackbeard's embarrassed figure stumbled out of the black hole, and the moment he appeared, Ace fired a gun. Dark acupoints. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and released darkness with one hand. The fire spear was instantly sucked in, and the darkness did not decrease at all, as if he wanted to suck Ace in as well. Blackbeard's 2 eyes kept staring at Ace until Ace was completely sucked into the darkness. Thief, ha ha ha! Seeing Ace being sucked into the darkness, Blackbeard could no longer hold back and laughed wildly. In his darkness, as long as he doesn't want to let someone out, then that person will never come out again in his life, no matter how powerful Ace is. Will he still be trapped in his own darkness? When he thought of this, Blackbeard felt much better. The people in the Blackbeard pirates were gone, and he could find new people. As long as he was alive, the future would definitely be his Blackbeard era. Dad is right, arrogance is your weakness. When Blackbeard was laughing to his heart's content, Ace's voice suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 122 Blackbeard, Dead. Buzz. A ball of scorching sun appeared out of thin air, dispelling all the darkness. Ace's fiery red figure was majestic, and a spear was like a god. The spear shot out like a dragon, and every strike contained extremely powerful domineering color entanglement, which was the double superposition of the fruit ability and the domineering color. The power of the Conqueror's haki in the raging fire was extremely turbulent. In the past 2 years, he had gone through a lot of hardships to successfully superimpose these 2 powers. However, fortunately, he finally succeeded in practicing. When Whitebeard first saw Ace's transformation, he was shocked. His strength almost doubled. He had never seen such a fruit awakening before. And it was only a year of practice at that time. At that time, Ace had fully mastered the three-color haki. Whitebeard knew that he could not teach Ace anything, so from now on, only Ace practiced day and night. During this period, his Conqueror's haki became more and more powerful. It is said that Conqueror's haki is the most difficult to improve, but Ace did not feel anything. Because Conqueror's haki cannot be improved through practice, Ace has never deliberately practiced Conqueror's haki. But Conqueror's haki is indeed the fastest among all haki. Without any practice, Ace can feel that Conqueror's haki is growing every day. Boom boom boom. Ace fired a shot, which seemed to shake the space. The huge attack power instantly injured Blackbeard's whole body. Ah! Teach! You killed Thatch, Squard, and countless people in the Whitebeard Pirates, and you killed ordinary people who have nothing to do with you. Ace had no expression on his face, and his hands did not slow down at all. He shot at Blackbeard in the waist. Looking at Ace with such a terrifying momentum, Blackbeard ignored his injuries and once again gathered the power of King Kong to gather his arms. Boom! The tip of the gun scratched, and a blow directly swept Blackbeard away. Unable to bear the burden, Blackbeard spurted out a mouthful of blood. Before landing, Ace made a 360-degree rotation in the air and swept through with a gun. Boom! The gun body was directly swung on Blackbeard's face, and his teeth bulged instantly. Big teeth, blood scattered in the air, Blackbeard fell to the ground instantly. Boom boom! A big pit was smashed out. Buzz! Ace rushed to Blackbeard and put a gun on Blackbeard's neck. It's all over, Teach! Cough cough, puff, Blackbeard looked in pain, out of breath, and blood all over his body. Captain Ace! I'm your team member. No! Don't kill me! Blackbeard cried for mercy without any hesitation. Looking at Blackbeard's appearance, Ace's expression did not fluctuate at all. If it were 2 years ago, he might still have hesitated. Now he has already seen Blackbeard's character. This guy is a madman who can do anything for his ambition. All submission and confession are to gain a chance of survival. It is impossible for him not to bite. When you get to that world, confess to Sachi and the others. Ace's pupils wrapped in flames flashed, and the spear exerted force suddenly. At this moment, a voice came. Brother Ace! Is that you? Are you okay? It was the little girl named Chinger who was lying on the edge of the deep pit, asking nervously. She had heard a voice that sounded like Ace's in the shelter before. Ace and Blackbeard were all wrapped in light, and their speed was so fast that Chinger couldn't see clearly at all. Because she was worried that Ace might get into trouble, she hurried over to see. It's Chinger. Seeing Chinger's nervous face, Ace showed a gentle smile on his face. And at this moment, Blackbeard, who had been begging for mercy, smiled evilly. Thief, ha ha ha! The next second, Blackbeard turned into a ball of darkness, sneaked into the ground and rushed towards Chinger. It's you, I remember your name is Chinger, right? You used to have a good relationship with Ace, and now you come just in time. In front of Chinger, Blackbeard slowly showed his head, his face was extremely ferocious. Ah! Chinger screamed directly, and was so scared that tears were about to come out. The cute little head that was originally stretched out sat on the ground in embarrassment. Not good. The flames under Ace's feet surged, and he turned into a meteor and rushed over. In an instant, he came in front of Chinger, pointed his spear forward, and his eyes were full of flames. A little light transformed into the Emperor of Flame. The tip of the spear pierced the center of Blackbeard's eyebrows without bias, and pierced through him while Blackbeard was still smiling horribly. At the same time, the tip of the spear instantly burst into a group of heat waves, and a large amount of flames spewed out directly, sweeping the whole place in an instant, and the fire almost covered the entire island. It spread directly from the back mountain to the battlefield where Longhun and others were. From a distance, it looked as if the entire island was engulfed in a sea of fire, and the dazzling flames filled the sky above the entire island. What's going on? The people of the white group on the battlefield were stunned. Who set our hometown on fire? Will Altaira Island be barren if this sea of fire goes down? Congeal. Ace waved his spear, and the sea of fire instantly began to surge towards Ace. In a moment, the sea of fire that almost filled Altaira Island disappeared. And the grass and trees on the island were not damaged at all. Only the big pit in front of Ace was unusually eye-catching. The original big pit with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters had turned into a huge deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. And Blackbeard had long disappeared. This time he did not escape, but had turned into part of the dust all over the ground. From then on, there was no Blackbeard in the world. Ace, Ace! Ching'er behind Ace looked at this scene with horror. It was so shocking. Ace fired a shot, and the endless sea of fire rolled out like a huge wave, engulfing everything. The big pit in front of him was exactly what Ace was attacking. Yandi! It was an enhanced version of the Great Flame Ring Yandi. It compressed the previous flame to the extreme through continuous compression and emitted it at the tip of the gun. The huge flame impact formed in an instant was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The big pit in front of him was the display of its power, and the moment after releasing the destructive power, it would spread in all directions. There was a scene of a sea of fire like before. However, Ace can now control it freely, but retracting the flame is still a big burden for him. And the consumption of this move is too great. Ace muffled his voice, and the enchanting flames on his body slowly disappeared, and his pupils and eyebrows returned to their original state. Huff! Ace, are you okay? Ching'er looked at Ace who was panting, ran over and hugged him. Ha ha ha! Touching Ching'er's little head, Ace smiled, of course it's okay, come with me to see our home. He picked up Ching'er and put her on his shoulder and walked towards the port in front. Chapter 123 Aokiji joins the group. What did you say? Suddenly, Longhun's shocked voice spread throughout the venue. Kengzan and the others looked over and found that Longhun seemed to have heard something incredible and stood up excitedly. Kengzan supported his forehead with a helpless look on his face. He hadn't maintained his master's demeanor for long, and his defense was broken again. However, Longhun was still a little shocked. This news was too shocking. After calming down for a long time, Longhun stared at Aokiji and said, "Why did you tell me such an important thing?" Aokiji stretched his body and seemed too lazy to say anything. However, after a moment of silence, he still said, "Because I think you 4 brothers will be the ones who can change the current world situation." Yes, with the strength and courage shown by Longhun and his 4 brothers now, they are the characteristics of a powerful person. The 4 brothers have grown up. In the current situation, even if the Navy catches one of the 4 brothers, will it have the courage to carry out any public execution? Not to mention the forces behind them, even if only the 4 of them gathered at the Navy headquarters, I am afraid that the Navy can't do anything to them. The strength of Fire Fist Ace alone has reached the level of the 4 emperors. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, Longhun in front of him, and Mr. Garp's grandson, they not only have extraordinary talents, but also have everything that a strong person has. The Navy now has 2 new admirals. Yellow Monkey. There are also some older generation Marines, who are very powerful. In the past, he would never have thought that the world government could be shaken by just these 4 brothers. But now that he has seen Ace's strength and the strong threat he feels from the Dragon Soul, he suddenly has an unrealistic idea in his mind. These 4 people may really be able to fight against the Navy. The Navy is the main force of the world government to lead the world. Once it loses its function, the world government can be said to be a tiger with its teeth pulled out. It is powerful but not real. It is extremely unfair to others to let these four people live in the same era. The most hateful thing is that these four people are actually close brothers. From the time they were at the top, it can be seen how close the relationship between the four brothers is. Is it possible to find a breakthrough in the relationship between them? Anyway, Aokiji thinks this should be impossible. When a brother is in trouble, even though they knew they were not strong enough, they resolutely came to the hellish war on the top. Want to create a rift between them? Is it possible? Let alone others, take Luffy, who he knows best, and tell him, your brothers are all using you. He will definitely say ignorantly, use? What is that? Give me food? But I want you to promise me one thing. Aokiji said again. Oh. Long Hun raised his eyebrows and said, what is it? I haven't thought about it yet, but it will definitely not be something that makes you too embarrassed. Hearing this, Long Hun narrowed his eyes. He knew that although Aokiji looked lazy and casual at ordinary times, he was absolutely flawless in doing things. His request seemed nothing, but it was not the case when he thought about it carefully. What could make Admiral Aokiji say this? Obviously, it would not be as simple as he said. Once he agreed, it would be a promise. At that time, as long as it was within his ability, he would not be able to refuse. After a moment, Long Hun grinned and said, okay, but I have a condition. You have to become our companion and join the Dragon Flag Pirates. Long Hun couldn't help but admire his own wit. If Aokiji joined the Dragon Flag Pirates, he would be a companion. At that time, he would be obliged to do whatever his companion asked for. Okay. I'll join. Hey! Long Hun suddenly woke up and looked at Aokiji in disbelief. He wanted to invite Aokiji to join the Dragon Flag Pirates, but he didn't expect Aokiji to agree without hesitation. Seeing Aokiji's happy face, Long Hun instantly felt that he was careless. Could this guy have planned it in advance? If you think about it carefully, it is really possible. The Black Pirates are now destined to become a thing of the past, and he has already obtained the secret of the Black Pirates. Isn't it the time when he has nowhere to go? It is really possible that sending an invitation at this time is just what he wants. However, Long Hun doesn't care about that. Since you're on my pirate ship, you still want to run away? No way. Long Hun was of course very happy to have the former admiral join them. He still liked Aokiji very much. Very good, let's go, I'll introduce our crew to you. Long Hun took Aokiji to Kenshin and the others with great interest. Besides being excited, he was also a little shocked. What excited him was that Aokiji just joined their Dragon Flag Pirates and became their companion. What shocked him was that Blackbeard could seize the power of the fruit. Aokiji got the news that the power user could reappear in every corner of the world one day after his death. And generally, the power of the power user will be reborn somewhere shortly after his death, and there is a way to prevent the power from escaping. Quickly eat the power. One is to eat the power user himself. Of course, this is a guess of Aokiji. He has done a lot of investigations in the past 2 years. Among them is the power of the Four Emperors' Big Mom, which is too weird. The intelligence ability of the Navy can only find a little spark. He only knew that it was a birthday party, and the only person left was the unconscious Big Mom. He speculated that something must have happened during this, causing Big Mom to eat the ability of the previous soul fruit user. The most reasonable thing is that she ate the person together. Although this idea is chilling, it is the most likely possibility. In fact, Long Hun couldn't help nodding when he heard this, and he also thought so. And Blackbeard and his gang used substitute fruits to isolate them through black cloth, so that the ability could only be attached to this fruit, and then people would eat it. Although the information exploded, it had nothing to do with Long Hun. In his opinion, the ability of the fruit does not represent everything at all. What is important is his own strength, and he, who has a system, does not bother to take away other people's abilities. And Aokiji told him this news that was enough to shock the world so easily, probably because he saw that he would not care about this matter at all. Everyone, let me introduce you, this is Aokiji, and you will be our companion in the future. Long Hun walked over with a swagger and introduced Aokiji with great interest. Kenshin and the others were not excited at all. Instead, they looked horrified and looked at Long Hun in disbelief as if they were looking at a fool. It seemed as if they were saying, "Are you crazy? This is the former admiral? Come on, new companions are joining, smile." Long Hun smiled as if he saw nothing. "This is Kenshin. He is Bell. One of them is Locke and the other is An." Long Hun also introduced Kenshin and the others to Aokiji one by one. "Ace is back." At this time, everyone in the white group shouted. For a while, the scene became lively. Chapter 124 Luffy's News. Ace. Everyone in the white group slowly surrounded Ace, who was walking over. Marco, Vista, everyone. Ace smiled at such people. "I'm late." He has been completely isolated from the world for the past 2 years. He only heard about the current situation of the white group after he came out. Even though he rushed here almost without sleep, he still felt sad when he saw the current state of the white group. His companions were beaten by Teach in the past 2 years and countless people died in the sea. Even if no one thinks it is his fault, there is still a hurdle in his heart that he can't get rid of for a long time. "Ha ha ha ha, Ace, what are you talking about?" Marco said. He punched Ace in the chest. He knew Ace's character and wanted to take all the responsibility. "That's right, Ace." The other captains also looked at Ace with a smile on their faces. This time they really thought that the glory of the Whitebeard pirates would become a thing of the past. But Ace turned the fantasy into reality with an unmatched momentum at the critical moment. The Whitebeard pirates are still the Whitebeard pirates that once dominated the New World. "Captain Ace, it's been a long time since we last met." The Whitebeard pirates surrounded Ace, all with hope on their faces. "Yes, Captain Ace. Our captain of the 2nd Division is finally back." "Ha ha ha ha. Hey, ahem, you are so disrespectful. Now you have to call me captain," Marco said with a pretentious tone. "Ah, yes, yes, Captain Ace." "Ha ha ha." The Whitebeard pirates reacted quickly. "Ha ha ha ha. Isn't this Chinger? Why did you come here with Ace?" One of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Chinger on Ace's shoulder in surprise. "Haha, Ace and Chinger are still so close." All the Whitebeard pirates did not ask about Blackbeard's situation. They just wanted to enjoy this wonderful time together. Since Ace came back almost unscathed, and thinking of the fire that just burned everything, they already had a rough guess. They were reluctant to mention the stain on the Whitebeard pirates' life. Yes, in the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard was a big stain on their Whitebeard pirates. You can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. He is insidious and cunning, and does things by any means. If he was just an enemy, they would only find it a little tricky. After all, they have been in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, and they have seen all kinds of storms. There will always be ambitious people like Blackbeard in this world. But that man was a member of their Whitebeard pirates, and he betrayed the Whitebeard pirates for his own selfish interests, which they absolutely could not accept. Everyone. Chinger's little face was full of smiles, looking at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Her big eyes were full of awe. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were the pillars of the ordinary people who grew up on Altera Island. Of course, her favorite was the most approachable and gentle big brother Ace. Ha ha ha. When everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was having fun and talking and laughing, Longhun and the others slowly came over. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates also gave the two brothers some time and went to their respective duties. Ace. Longhun grinned. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since we last met, Long Hun and Kenshin. Ace smiled, and when he saw a lot of people, his smile became even wider. You are all Long Hun's companions, I am Long Hun's brother, Ace. Ace was relieved to see that Long Hun had new companions joining. Among the 4 brothers, Ace has never worried about Sabo and Dragon Soul. What worries him most is Luffy. However, he is relieved now. The Straw Hat Pirates can now be said to be famous all over the world. For everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, Ace feels that Luffy is relieved with them. Although it is true, when Sabo and Dragon Soul were around when they were young, Ace was not so gentle and caring. Those who know that Ace was a devil when he was young. How could he know how to take care of people? Isn't this nonsense? Everything was changed after Sabo and Dragon Soul got into trouble. Hello. Hello. Bell looked at his older and gentler brother who was older than Dragon Soul and a little panicked. Especially after seeing Ace's strength, he originally admired and respected Dragon Soul and ranked first. And now, the appearance of Ace has given him a greater shock. Is this the eldest brother of Dragon Soul? He is so gentle. At this moment, he especially wanted to meet the other 2 brothers of Dragon Soul. Ace gave him a completely different feeling from what he imagined. Generally speaking, pirates look very scary, and a ferocious face is the norm for pirates. Of course, he has become special here in Dragon Soul. After seeing Ace, he changed his mind. Maybe pirates like Dragon Soul Ace are the majority on the sea? This idea is indeed terrifying enough, but Bell has a new worldview. If this world is really like this, it seems really good. I am Jin Bell, the chef on the Dragon Flag Pirates. Bell looked at Ace with a fiery look. The 4 legendary brothers are worthy of being legends. They are comparable to legends. I am Locke. The doctor on the ship. Smiled generously. Aokiji thought for a long time and couldn't figure out how to introduce them, so he just said directly, and me. Listening to Aokiji's introduction, Marco was stunned. They saw Longhun and Aokiji talking about something. But they never expected that Aokiji would join Longhun and his group. Former Admiral joins the Dragon Flag Pirates. Everyone in the white group found it incredible. And Ace didn't seem to be surprised to hear this. He still looked calm and nodded to Aokiji. It was as if it wasn't Aokiji who stood in front of him before. Ace didn't ask why Longhun let Aokiji join the Dragon Flag Pirates. He knew that Longhun would make his own decision. Ha ha ha, Ace, Blackbeard. Is he dead? Dragon Soul asked Ace. From the moment the Sea of Fire appeared just now, Blackbeard's breath had completely disappeared. In the eyes of Dragon Soul, Blackbeard was probably dead. Yet, Ace nodded. The people of the white group did not feel much pleasure when they heard that Blackbeard was dead, but instead had an inexplicable meaning. They were angry but did not have much hatred deep in their bones, at most they felt that it was not worth it for themselves. They used to trust such a villain who would do anything to achieve his goals. By the way, Ace, do you know the news about Luffy? Dragon Soul said again, now Luffy is taking action, ahahaha. Oh? What's the news about Luffy? Ace instantly became energetic when he heard the news about Luffy. Before, he had been traveling at full speed, and he had no other energy to think about other things. He basically did not stop along the way. Naturally, he would not know any other news. Chapter 125 Discussion. Seeing Ace like this, Longhun couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Ace and Sabo are always the same. He couldn't sit still when he heard the news about Luffy. However, he also liked this feeling. Then Longhun told Ace about Luffy's life in Dressrosa in detail, emphasizing the growth of Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates. Sabo and Luffy fought against the enemy together in Dressrosa. On the way to Altera Island, Longhun and his friends got the news about the Straw Hat Pirates. It was not much different from the timeline estimated by Longhun, except that there was no news about Bash's going to dress Rosa. But the new admiral of the Navy headquarters, Fujitora, still showed up. He still did the thing that shocked everyone. All the high-ranking Navy officers were shocked. Admiral Akainu was so angry that he couldn't even wear his hat. Dragon Soul smiled indifferently at this. It was nothing. It was expected. But it was different for others. Ace laughed excitedly. Sabo and Luffy appeared in Tokushima at the same time. No one expected it. It's been a long time since we met. Luffy, what kind of surprise will you bring us next time we meet? Ace thought to himself. Ace, what are your plans for the future? I'm going to the World Cake Island. Longhun and the others found a place to sit down casually. Although it is not clear where Luffy and the others are now, his ultimate goal is the Cake Island of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. Cake Island is the base camp of one of the Four Emperors. Luffy and the others are alone in danger this time, and the situation is critical. Although Luffy and the others finally escaped danger in the pirates and made the Straw Hat Pirates famous all over the world, there are still great risks. And the future has been changed a lot by Longhun this time. If Luffy and the others' only chance of survival is in his hands, then must go. World Cake Island? The territory of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. Ace raised his eyebrows and asked, why are you going there? Luffy is going there. Longhun told Ace about Sanji again. After listening to Longhun's narration, Ace's face was somewhat relieved. The Vinsmoke family. I see, with Luffy's personality, he will definitely go there. Ace nodded slowly, and the scene with the Straw Hat Pirates appeared in his mind. Sanji, of course he knew. He had lit a cigarette for Sanji before. Yes, he will definitely go. Longhun smiled in agreement. I'll leave Luffy to you. I can rest assured if you go. After all, that's the Four Emperors' Big Mom. As soon as Ace finished speaking, he shook his head with a smile. Ha ha ha, Luffy now is not the crybaby who only follows me behind. Longhun also smiled. He knew that Ace's relationship with Luffy was not doting, but had become a habit. Even if he thought that Luffy no longer needed him to worry about it, he would still be subconsciously worried. I'm going to Wano country. Ace looked hopeful, and a smile from the heart spread across his face. Of course, before that, the Whitebeard pirates must be restored to their original state, and the Blackbeard pirates no longer need to exist. Okay. Dragon Soul laughed and said, after this, Luffy and I will also go to Wano country. By the way, Ace, Luffy's target is the Four Emperors Kaido. You don't want to compete with him for an opponent, do you? Longhun had a teasing look on his face. He knew that Ace had wanted to attack the Beast's pirates a long time ago. Before joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had come to Wano country and made an important agreement with a little girl named Au. To make Wano country a country where everyone can have enough food. Now Ace's strength obviously has this ability. He had also thought about going to Wano country quickly before. He can wait, but ordinary people in Wano country can't, and the girl can't wait even more. So he went to GE Island, just passing by, and planned to go to Wano country as soon as possible. But the Whitebeard pirates are facing a war at this time, and he can only let the girl wait a little longer in the dire situation. Now, he must go. But before that, he has to arrange many things for the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the territory plundered by Blackbeard, where there must be many people in dire straits. Luffy. Hearing that Luffy's target is Kaido, Ace was slightly startled, then smiled. Since we have the same goal, can we fight side by side appropriately? How are everyone's injuries? Ace looked at the captains and asked. It's okay. Marco shook his head and smiled happily. He knew what Ace meant. Now that Blackbeard is dead, their minor injuries will not affect their actions at all. They must take back the lost territory. The pirates' territories taken by the Four Emperors must also be deterred. Yes. Ace, when will we take action? We have been depressed for so long, and people outside think that our Whitebeard pirates are going to fail. This time we must let the whole world see that our Whitebeard pirates are still the 4 emperors of the sea. That's right. We can't wait any longer. Let's talk about resting after everything is done. Vista also nodded heavily. Okay. Then we'll set off now. Ace immediately made a prompt decision, then turned around and looked at Longhun and said, Longhun, you guys should set off quickly too. How about this, Kenshin and I will be enough. Longhun thought for a while and said, Locke, Bell, and Aokiji, you guys should go with Ace and the others. It's a big project for the White Team to recapture the territory. Now almost all the captains of the White Team are injured, and their strength is definitely not at its peak. This is safer. And he is only going to bring Luffy back safely, not to go to war with Big Mom with all his strength. With his and Kenshin's strength, they are more than enough. And letting Aokiji go with him will definitely be a great help. Even if he doesn't take action, just going there can give the pirates a great deterrent. As for whether Aokiji will fight back, Longhun has no worries at all. After taking a look at the Dragon Soul, Ace smiled and nodded, okay. Let's do it. Whitebeard pirates, all the wounded will stay. This battle does not need too many people. Jaws, Marco, you two stay. Ace said to Marco and Jaws, who were full of fighting spirit. Ah! No, Ace, we. Marco and Jaws were dumbfounded and waved their hands quickly. But when they saw that Ace was serious and was definitely not joking, they put away their smiles. Marco was silent for a moment and said, I know, leave it to the two of us. Jaws wanted to say something, but seeing Marco's serious expression, he sighed in his heart and agreed. Seeing that the two were a little unhappy, Ace smiled slightly, Jaws, you are needed here. Then he took Ching'er off his shoulders and handed her to Jaws. After taking Ching'er, Jaws' expression softened and nodded heavily to Ace. Humph! Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, turned around suddenly, and waved his hand. Whitebeard pirates, let's go! Chapter 126 The New 4 Emperors, Entei Ace. Additional update. Okay, let's go too. Longhun slowly stood up. You guys should temporarily act with Ace and the others, we will gather in Wano country. Yet. Bell nodded heavily, and slowly walked onto the deck with Locke and the others. Aokiji followed slowly at the end, and when he was about to reach the deck, he glanced at Longhun from a distance. Longhun looked at him and made a gesture. Let's go. Ace was now on the deck of the deck, watching Longhun and Kenshin slowly walk into the Goma, and smiled slightly. So far, the Dragon Flag pirates were divided into 2 groups. Longhun and Kenshin went to Big Mom Cake Island, and the others followed Ace to clear out all the remnants of the Black Group. In the next 3 days, the deck of the Whitebeard pirates swept across the 4 directions. At the beginning, many people rose up to resist. When Ace showed his strength, everyone surrendered without any prior agreement. In addition to the well-known captains on the deck, an unexpected person was also among them. Former Admiral Aokiji. This peerless boss who joined their Blackbeard pirates for unknown reasons is now on the Whitebeard pirates' side. This is definitely a nightmare within a nightmare for the Blackbeard pirates. That's all. There are also a few young people whose identities are unknown, but they are young, but their strength can definitely sweep across the area. A witch who casually waved her hand to make a large number of people fall to the ground, and a god who broke the ground with a stick. A swordsman whose sword no one has ever seen clearly. Each of them is the nightmare of the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates. The power that Blackbeard spent 2 years consolidating instantly collapsed and shattered in just 3 days. The Whitebeard pirates are gaining momentum. The news about the Whitebeard pirates' comeback and the rebirth of Fire Fist Ace spread across the sea in an instant. No, he should be called Emperor Ace now. It is said that Ace, with his own strength, transformed into the god of fire and smashed the entire Blackbeard pirates into pieces. It is no longer a secret in the entire New World that 6 pirate warships were sunk in one blow. The former governor of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard, was personally dealt with by Emperor Ace, clearing the way for the Whitebeard pirates. Once this news came out, it directly shocked all the top leaders of the major forces. The 4 emperors, the navy, the world government, and the Revolutionary Army all conducted a thorough investigation and collected intelligence, just to distinguish whether it was true or false. It is definitely not a coincidence that Blackbeard can almost replace Whitebeard's position in just 2 years. He has great ambitions, and he also has the forbearance and brains to support his ambitions. The leaders of all the major forces have long regarded Blackbeard as a huge variable in the future new era, but now they are told that the Blackbeard pirates have been destroyed. That Blackbeard is dead. How can this not be shocking? The news of the war between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates has long been on the front page of the latest news by Morgans. It is a big news that shocked the world. The newspaper reported, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, the Fire Fist, has returned as a king and turned the tide of the war by himself. The Blackbeard pirates were directly disbanded, Governor Blackbeard was killed, and a group of captains were captured. This time Ace returned, there is no more Fire Fist, only the Entei. One person killed the 5 emperors Blackbeard alone, and sank 6 pirate warships with one blow. His combat power is terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates has since taken Porgas D. Ace as captain, replacing Whitebeard. Guess Whitebeard has retired. From then on, the new 4 emperors were born, Entei Ace. The latest bounty order was attached to it, which was exactly what Ace looked like when he became Entei. Just a glance at it was enough to shock people. And the bounty amount below was even more terrifying. Bounty, 2.5 billion Baileys. Once this news came out, it directly shocked the entire New World. It directly suppressed a historic event that had just happened above. Shishibukai Doflamingo stepped down, Admiral Fujitora knelt down, and the Straw Hat Pirates rose. New World, a certain island. La. Gugugu. Ah. A resounding voice came from Kaido, the beast. Kaido kept pouring wine into his mouth crazily, with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Bang! As if to vent, Kaido threw the wine jug that he had not finished drinking out with force. The wine jug broke instantly, and the wine spilled all over the floor. None of the younger brothers dared to act rashly. If they were not careful, they would be used as a punching bag, and all the anger in their hearts would be vented on you. Following our Lord Kaido, if nothing else, you will definitely learn one trick: silence is golden. What a terrible era! A group of young people think that they can show off their power by defeating a Shishibukai? Ah! Just yelling was not enough, Kaido smashed a stick on the wall beside him. Boom! The huge force directly smashed a big hole in the wall. The people below trembled even more, fearing that our Lord Kaido would be drunk and hit them with a stick. Hey! Kaido glared, looking aggrieved. Joker, our great creation of an army of all capable people has not yet been realized. How come you were defeated by some young guys who don't know the height of the world? In front of him was the latest bounty order for Luffy and Law. One of the younger brothers was about to say something, but just as he was about to say something, a hurried voice came. Lord Kaido! Lord Kaido! Boom! Before he came in, he was knocked to the ground by the sudden huge vibration. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Kaido staring at him with his eyes wide open, with a ferocious look on his face, holding the huge black and cold mace in his hand. The younger brother swallowed his saliva in fear, but when he thought of the latest big news, he bravely reported, "Report to Lord Kaido, big news, Blackbeard is dead." Hey? What did you say? Kaido shouted, and picked up the younger brother who reported with one hand. Tell me again, if you can't explain it clearly, there is no need for you to live. I was so scared that I trembled all over and said quickly, yes. Blackbeard, who replaced Whitebeard, is dead. He was killed by Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. No. Now he should be called Ente Ace. This is a report. The younger brother took out a newspaper from his arms with difficulty and handed it to Kaido. Kaido threw him to the ground and took the report handed to him by the younger brother. Opening the first page, it was a report about Ace's return and the destruction of the Black Group. At the end, it was specially marked that Ace became the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and the new 4 emperors. Seeing this, Kaido's face changed slightly, and after a long time, he set his eyes on Luffy's bounty order. I remember that this Straw Hat Kid Luffy seems to be the younger brother of Fire Fist Ace, right? Yes, yes. The younger brother couldn't speak clearly, they are 4 brothers. Kaido looked ugly, and swung the mace in his hand violently, smashing everything around him. 4 brothers. What a 4 brothers! Boom! Boom! Chapter 127 The world is shocked. New world, a certain island. Boss, look at this. In a clearing in the dense forest, the plump Lucky Lu held a large piece of meat in one hand and handed the latest report to Red Hair in the other hand, and said excitedly. Red Hair took the report calmly, but he was broken in the next second. The pupils suddenly shrank, and a sharp light flashed. Blackbeard. Teach, is dead. Yes, that Blackbeard is dead, it was Ace who did it. Lucky Lu bit off a large piece of meat with his teeth, chewing it with great taste. Ace. As Red Hair muttered softly, everyone in the Red Hair pirates stopped what they were doing. Blackbeard dead? Although they were not very clear about the matter between Blackbeard and their captain, they knew that the scar on Red Hair's face was left by Blackbeard. They all saw Red Hair's attitude towards Blackbeard, which was even more important than that towards the other 4 emperors. Obviously, Blackbeard's strength should not be underestimated. But now, such a person who made their captains on high alert died just like that? Boss, this can't be fake, right? To be honest, the people of the Red Hair pirates still had some doubts after hearing this news. But seeing that Red Hair was staring at the newspaper intently, they didn't bother him anymore. After a while, Red Hair slowly handed the newspaper in his hand to Beckman beside him. Take a look. After Beckman finished reading, Red Hair asked, what do you think? It should be true. Red Hair laughed, patted his thigh and said, I think it is true. What has Ace experienced in the past 2 years? Now his strength may have reached the world's top level. When he thought of the scene every time he saw Ace, he couldn't help but think of the former Captain Roger. The 2 of them are simply cast from the same mold, not in character but in action. The breeze blew, the leaves on the ancient trees in the forest rustled, and the Red Hair pirates fell into silence for a long time. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Red Hair suddenly couldn't help laughing, and shouted excitedly, the party is open. Navy headquarters. At the Marshal's office, Akainu sat in the highest position of the Navy, looking at Ace's latest wanted order with an ugly face. Next to him sat Admiral Kizaru, who was still trimming his nails as usual. 2.5 billion berries. Has he grown up? Poor Ghastly Ace. Although Kizaru was trimming his nails, his attention was always on Ace's wanted poster. Otherwise, remember that the bounty was not easy to come by. Akainu, who was in a high position, said nothing, his face couldn't be any darker. It had only been a few days since Mingo was arrested and the Admiral knelt down, and such a big incident had happened again. However, this might be a good thing for the Navy. Blackbeard died, and Ace became one of the new 4 emperors. This had no effect on the Navy at all, it was just that the person who reached the top was replaced by someone else. A pirate group with such a huge power was destroyed, and the Navy would generally be happy to see it happen. But Akainu was not impressed by this. Although Blackbeard's death was extremely beneficial to their Navy, he was not satisfied at all. In such a great pirate era, he sat in this position with the determination to prevent pirates from continuing to run rampant. And the tide of the pirate era today can be said to be more and more turbulent, and it can be said that it is a foolish dream for the navy to calm all the uneven seas. This made Aquino feel frustrated, but he still firmly believed that justice is always justice. The navy will definitely clean up this chaotic era. And he will never allow pirates to run rampant under his nose. 4 Emperors. Legendary brothers. You can be arrogant. Garp, Fire Fist Ace has grown up. In a room, the white-haired Sengoku and Garp sat opposite each other. Yes, I didn't expect that he would grow to this point in just 2 years. Garp lay lazily on the chair, constantly feeding senbei into his mouth. He was also very shocked. 2 years ago, Ace was just a young man who was a little bit outstanding. Although he was quite influential, he was only the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now Ace may have the power to influence the world situation. It is rumored that he has become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has become one of the 4 emperors who reign over the sea. His growth is not small. Is this your talent, Ace? And your grandson? Zhang Guo is now retired to the 2nd line and speaks quite casually. The Straw Hat Boy is also in the limelight now. This era seems to be prepared for their brothers. Zhang Guo sighed slightly when he said this. Alas, Garp, how great it would be if you could lead these 4 brothers into the navy. Garp, who was eating happily, froze in an instant, and a trace of loneliness appeared on his face for the first time. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding. Zhang Guo laughed quickly. He knew that what he said just now must have touched Garp's heart. If possible, Garp should have done it long ago with his temperament. Obviously, this is not something he can decide. Come on, I just brewed the fine tea that I have treasured for a long time. The two of them chatted and laughed again soon. The 2 former main forces of the navy on the front line now just want to chat and laugh. The changes of the times and the mainstream melody are simply not controllable by human power. Even Garp can't change the dreams of the 4 brothers. Perhaps it is because of the persistence in their hearts that the 4 brothers can support their current growth. There is never a shortage of people with dreams, but what is lacking is the perseverance and courage to pursue their dreams. The hometown of Ace and the other 4 brothers when they were young, Windmill Village. Everyone in the village came to Makina's bar, and they drank excitedly and laughed continuously. The village chief's face the top looked disappointed, but he was quite proud in his heart. On the other hand, Dodon and his gang of bandits were fascinated by the wanted posters and reports of Ace, Luffy, Sabo and Dragon Soul. They were so happy from time to time that they couldn't close their mouths. Ace, he has become one of the 4 emperors. And Luffy, Sabo, Dragon Soul and others are all safe. These guys are so abominable, making us worry for 2 years in vain. I knew they must be fine, with you. Boss, are you crying? Get out, I'm not crying. He he he. A group of younger brothers laughed from time to time beside him. Now we are also the legendary 4 emperors, ha 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 ha. Yes. Little Ace is really amazing. When the news that Ace became the new 4 emperors of the New World spread all over the world, Dragon Soul and Kenshin drove the Goma to the territory of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. Chapter 128 Arrival, Luffy's Solitary Fight. In the Goma, Long Hun suddenly cried out. It's bad. What's wrong? Seeing Long Hun's appearance, Kenshin was quite cautious. Now that they have entered the territory of the 4 emperors, they should be more cautious. Long Hun lost his voice at this time, probably because he discovered something bad, so Kenshin was on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. Aokiji has just joined us, and he hasn't had a drink yet. We must have a welcome ceremony, and a banquet is definitely not enough. Long Hun said solemnly. Kenshin was stunned at first, and then nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the truth. As a pirate, how can you not celebrate when you join a new companion? Okay, it's decided. Let's go back to Wano country and hold a celebration banquet. Hold a super big welcome ceremony. Soon Longhun made the decision. Ha ha ha, good. While Dragon Soul and Kenshin were chatting and laughing, Luffy, Nami and Sanji met. After a night of fierce fighting, Luffy's physical strength and body had reached their limits, but the moment he saw Sanji, it was as if nothing had happened before. He rushed over excitedly. But Sanji directly hit Luffy on the head. It was a contest, a one-sided beating. Luffy was covered with wounds, and he refused to fight back. A duel that both of them were extremely unwilling to fight but had to fight. Nami was heartbroken and desperate. The four of them, the Straw Hat Pirates, came here just to pick up their companions. In the territory of the four emperors, they were weak and isolated. A low-level pirate deeply hurt Luffy and Nami's hearts. The persistence of thousands of miles and the fierce battle without fear of strong enemies seemed to be in vain. The farewell between men, this is Sanji's decision. Looking at the cat car going farther and farther away, Luffy stood up firmly and shouted out his heart's voice with all his strength regardless of his injuries. I will wait for you here. You are the cook on our ship. I only eat the food you cook. If you don't come back, I will starve to death here. Without you, I can't become the Pirate King. Every sentence was almost shouted out, and Nami's nose was sore and tears were streaming down her face when she saw it. Sanji burst into tears in the cat car, but he didn't stop. There are always some things in this world that cannot be explained by so-called reason. Especially those related to feelings. Sanji has his own difficulties and decisions. And Luffy doesn't want to know all this. Because what he has determined will never change, Sanji is his companion, as long as he still wants to travel with them. Then he will wait forever. Maybe a little willful, but this is the pirate monkey D. Luffy. He knew Sanji was lying and wanted to drive him away, but Luffy didn't buy it. You asked me to leave, but I won't. I'll wait for you to come back. Luffy and Nami waited there motionlessly without any concept of time. At this time, the news that Luffy defeated Cracker, one of the three generals, had reached Big Mom's ears. In the Big Mom Pirates, there is an unwritten rule that anyone who defeats a general will be ruthlessly wiped out. The Revenge Corps will gather at the first opportunity and will never show any mercy to the enemy who provokes them. They want to avenge their brother. With Big Mom's order, the Revenge Corps has begun to move, slowly marching towards Luffy and his group. The Revenge Corps is called the Wrath Corps, representing the anger of Big Mom and her children when the general was defeated. The momentum is extremely grand. The number has reached a point where it is impossible to see the edge at a glance. At this time, heavy rain fell from the sky and clouds and mist were lingering. The sky was full of black clouds, representing the anger of Big Mom. Nami. Luffy, who was lying on the ground and waiting quietly, sat up suddenly. Hurry up and find a place to hide, they are coming. Although the enemy has not arrived yet, Luffy's observation haki has already sensed the huge number. Ah! Nami looked suspicious and ran out to take a look. Many figures gradually appeared in the thick fog in the distance, each of them was murderous and aggressive. The overwhelming momentum of the army was undoubtedly demonstrated. Nami, hide quickly. Luffy looked solemn. Sitting on the bald top of the tree that threatened him before, Nami hurriedly asked Luffy to come up. Luffy, you hurry up and come up, let's hide first. No, I can't leave. Luffy shook his head, if I leave here what should I do if Sanji comes during this time? Sanji and I have agreed that I must wait for him here. Luffy. Nami's pupils shrank, not knowing what to do. Run, tree. The tree didn't care about anything else and ran away. It's not enough to be involved in such a battle. Hey, wait! Nami shouted hurriedly, how could she leave Luffy alone at this time? Tap 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 tap. Soon after the tree and Nami left, the army pressed on and came to Luffy. "You are the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy?" "Yes," Luffy said without hesitation. The wind was howling, and the cold rain fell on Luffy. Because there was no rest in the previous continuous battles, Luffy was still panting. 4 emperors. Luffy's eyes were bright and his fists were clenched. He would never leave here even if he died. "Where are your accomplices? We know that your Straw Hat pirates have landed on Cake Island. Where are your companions?" "It doesn't matter." "Of course it matters. How can the worst generation defeat the general? The guy who defeated the general is the target of revenge. Tell us where they are." "I'm so annoyed." Luffy raised his head and shouted, "I said you are so annoying. Come on if you want to fight." "Hey! You are so arrogant." A huge figure rushed towards Luffy, with the armament haki wrapped around his fist. Luffy punched the man and sent him flying. "I am the one who defeated the cookie bastard." "Very good." Clerk Mondor gritted his teeth and said, "Go. Come on." Luffy shouted and rushed forward. Despite his serious injuries, he fought against the army alone. "Wait. Let's go back," Nami said anxiously. "Hurry up." At this time, a piece of paper appeared in her hand. Dashu was instantly covered in cold sweat. Yes. Dragon Soul, this place is really strange. Even the townhouses are made of chocolate and cake. It really fits the name. It's really eye-opening. By the way, is Luffy really here? It's been a long time since I last saw him. I wonder how he is doing. He should be here. Should. Well, he shouldn't stay on this island for long. I don't know if we missed him. This. Just as Nami was about to return anxiously, she heard a conversation from the front and was stunned. Soon, she saw 2 people casually walking out of the jungle in the distance. Chapter 129 Dragon Soul takes action. Dragon Soul, if Luffy is gone, wouldn't we have come here in vain? Kenshin was quite puzzled. Ha ha ha. Of course not. Since this is the territory of the 4 emperors, there are naturally many good things. I don't want us to return empty-handed. Dragon Soul waved his hand. He also came with other purposes this time, to help Luffy and bring back some treasures. Although the Dark Clan already has a lot of liquidity, how can it be borrowed so quickly? As for how big a taboo it is to offend the 4 emperors of the sea, Dragon Soul thinks it's just a matter of words. What's my business? Let's not talk about anything else, just take strength as an example. Can you beat us? Psychologically, Big Mom is not a good person anyway, so we don't have any psychological burden to borrow your things. Hee. Kenshin? What is it? Why is it different from what we agreed to when we came here? Hey, this big tree. Kenshin noticed the big tree in front of him. Dragon Soul's body froze, he was stunned, his head spinning rapidly. Nami. He was definitely not mistaken, wasn't the Straw Hat Pirates leader Nami on that bald tree? What time is it now? Although Dragon Soul didn't know anything else, he was sure of one thing, the Straw Hat Pirates were still on this Cake Island. Dragon Soul, Dragon Soul. Kenshin touched Dragon Soul, who was staring at him in a trance. He was still a little surprised, Dragon Soul was actually interested in women? It must be said that Nami is definitely one of the most beautiful women in the world, with a well-proportioned figure and a petite and lovely face. Ahem. Kenshin coughed and reminded Longhun. You don't have to keep staring at others like this, right? Isn't it embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Longhun didn't know what Kenshin was thinking, and laughed without warning. It looks like we are not late. I walked towards Dashu and Nami with great interest. You are Nami, right? You are. Nami heard Longhun call out her name, and the report about the 4 brothers in her mind slowly overlapped with Longhun. you are Luffy's brother. Ha ha ha, it's me, I am Long Hun. Where is Luffy? Is he okay? Hearing this, Kenshin realized that Nami was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates and hurried over. Woo woo. Nami's eyes were slightly moist, and she flew directly towards Long Hun. Brother. Luffy is in danger. Long Hun was dumbfounded, what was going on? Kenshin also looked confused, but he could also think of Luffy. Faye's situation might not be good. Okay, okay. Long Hun hurriedly asked Nami to calm down. Just when he was about to ask what was going on, Nami's eyes showed a cunning look. King Bam, take us over quickly. Then the tree put Long Hun, Kenshin and Nami on its head and rushed towards the battlefield. Long Hun, who was about to ask something, stopped talking instantly. He had already sensed the situation not far ahead. Kenshin, Luffy is in trouble, I'll go over first. Long Hun stood up instantly and jumped down from the tree. Hey! Nami hurriedly tried to stop him, but she was so shocked that she couldn't speak the next second. Long Hun disappeared instantly, and appeared 1,000 meters away in the next instant, and then she could no longer see him. Nami pointed at Long Hun, who was almost invisible, and wanted to say something to Kenshin, but she didn't know how to start. It's okay, just leave it to him. Tell me about the current situation first. Kenshin shook his head, his face slightly serious. Of course. He also sensed the army not far away, and the current situation might not be good. Okay. Nami did not doubt it, she still knew something about the Dragon Soul. Then he told Kenshin the purpose of their trip and the current difficulties they were facing. Ah! Straw Hat Boy, die! A large piece of cream rushed towards Luffy. The cream contained the power of blazing fire. Ah! Luffy's feet were trapped, and several people in front of him used armed color to blast over. Elephant gun. Luffy punched hard, but was defeated after resisting for a moment. Ah! Just when Luffy was not prepared in time, a large piece of cream fell on him. The burning sensation came instantly, as if he was going to be scorched. The arms, back, and thighs were all covered with burning cream. Ah! Along with Luffy's tearing roar, a large number of chess soldiers rushed forward. Boom! At this time, the space collapsed, and the Dragon Soul descended into the air and punched down. The ground cracked instantly, the surrounding debris flew around, and the nearby houses collapsed one after another. The Dragon Soul did not hold back at all with this punch. Seeing Luffy suffer so much, he had lost his mind. What's the point of disturbing the four emperors? Bullshit! If he doesn't take action at this time, then what on earth does he need this power for? Big Mom? Let her do it. If we don't make a big fuss today, this matter will never be over. Ah, what's going on? No, the ground collapsed. Who is it? Boom. In response to these noisy inquiries, the only answer was another bombardment. The originally large and powerful angry army instantly turned into a mess of scattered sand where everyone was in danger. Luffy's body swayed, and he knelt on one knee and panted like a cow. Dragon Soul slowly walked in front of Luffy. Luffy! Huff, huff, huff. Luffy raised his head with difficulty, his eyes were so tired that they seemed to close in the next second, but the moment he saw Dragon Soul, his pupils shrank. Dragon! Dragon Soul, why are you here? Luffy, are you okay? Dragon Soul took out a senzu bean from his body, come and eat it. No. Luffy turned his head and turned his head away. Dragon Soul was slightly stunned and couldn't help but said, what's wrong? Luffy gritted his teeth, not knowing how to start. Sanji. Seeing this, Dragon Soul suddenly remembered that Luffy said that he would not eat anything except the food cooked by Sanji. I suddenly understood everything and put away the senzu beans in his hand. Hey! Who are you? Garrett looked at Dragon Soul with horror. Luffy, you take a rest here for a while. I'll be back soon. Dragon Soul instructed Luffy and slowly walked towards the angry legion. Big Mom pirates? Very good. It seems that you won't learn your lesson if I don't give you some pain. Luffy has our 3 brothers behind him. Remember that. Dragon Soul teleported to Cream Minister Opera, put one hand on his face, and the vibration force instantly blasted out. Crack! Boom! Accompanied by the shattering of space, a strong impact cleared everything in front of him, and the Cream Minister, who was covered in cream, was instantly covered in blood. Bang! A head hit the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Dragon Soul waved his hand again, his clothes fluttered, and the space squeezed down, killing countless soldiers. Boom boom! Chapter 130 Companionship. Boom boom boom! Dragon Soul controlled the 6 space walls like a god, pointing and hitting wherever he hit. Every blow would flatten a large area. Ah! Ah! Ah ah ah! The screams on the battlefield continued. Asshole! I'll deal with you! A burly man with his hands wrapped in armament haki, punched towards Long Hun. Long Hun was not interested at all. He pinched the air with one hand, and the space shattered. The man fell to the ground with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Bang! At this time, countless soldiers surrounded him, and there were also many who knew armament haki. Push! Long Hun slapped his hands, and 4 space walls were pushed out directly from Long Hun as the starting point. Ah! All those who surrounded him were blown away by the blow, spitting blood. At the same time, the Cake Castle. Hey! Big Mom looked at the situation just presented with a surprised look on her face. Situation report. How dare someone take my treasure house at this time? M. Boom! Big Mom stepped out. The ground shook. Yes, Lord Smoothie and Baron Eggman are guarding there. The guard on the ground said hurriedly. Boom! I'll go and see for myself. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates had already launched the planned action, and Brooke and Pedro went to the treasure house to copy the historical text. Chopper and Carrot were fighting with the enemy in the mirror world. The purpose was to find Sanji. Soon Nami and Kenshin arrived, and they were stunned when they saw the scene. The scene was in a mess, and the originally aggressive Angry Legion was in a mess, and all the cotters fell to the ground. The soldiers were all played around by the Dragon Soul, and it was impossible to retreat. This is so powerful! Nami covered her mouth in horror, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Kenshin came to Luffy. Luffy, how are you? You, why are you here, Long Hun? Luffy said in confusion. Ha ha ha, Long Hun came here without caring about anything as soon as he heard about you. Kenshin shook his head and laughed, and looked at Luffy's situation again. It seems that we are not late. It's been a long time since we last met, Luffy. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's been 2 years. Luffy smiled. You and Long Hun have become much stronger in the past 2 years. Luffy looked at Long Hun, who was still at ease dealing with such a large army with his own strength, and his face was full of smiles. You are still the same. Kenshin looked at Luffy carefully. Although Luffy looked extremely weak now, he could still feel the huge power hidden in Luffy's body. That power was definitely not inferior to his. By the way, Luffy, tell me about the current situation. Kenshin looked at the scene where people kept falling to the ground around him, and he knew that the battle was about to end. Although he already knew about Luffy's purpose, Kenshin and Luffy should sort out the current situation. Soon, Dragon Soul had killed everyone and walked towards Luffy. All killed. Nami looked incredulous. It was obvious that those people were definitely extraordinary with the naked eye, and Dragon Soul had solved them all by himself in such a short time. What kind of strength is this? Especially when she thought that Luffy's brothers were all at this monster level, she felt a deep sense of fantasy. What kind of 4 brothers are these? Luffy, what are you going to do? Dragon Soul knew everything, and Luffy had to choose what to do. Kenshin and Nami both looked at Luffy. Needless to say, Kenshin was silent after hearing about the matter between Luffy and Sanji. This kind of matter between men can only be solved by Luffy himself. Perhaps this is the captain's heaviness. Although Nami had resentment towards Sanji, it was based on their feelings. If she could wait for Sanji, she would definitely be willing. Before, she was worried about Luffy's health. After all, standing here and waiting was not a solution. Now that they have the help of Dragon Soul and Kenshin, they are naturally confident. I will wait for him here. Luffy was determined. He believed that Sanji would definitely come. The 3 of them had an expression of I knew it on their faces, and Dragon Soul laughed. Well, Luffy, let Kenshin wait with you here. I have something important to do. Okay. Luffy didn't think much about it and nodded with a smile. Nami, come with me. Me? Nami asked in confusion. Yes, it's too dangerous here. Let's go. Dragon Soul smiled gently. He knew that the commotion here was indeed a bit big. If Big Mom gets the news here, she might come here in person. That would be equivalent to a head-on battle. Although Dragon Soul is not afraid, it's not the time yet. Take Nami with him and Dragon Soul teleport away. After Dragon Soul left, in a corner of the battlefield, Mondor slowly crawled towards the cake castle with difficulty, and every time he moved, a bright red blood would be left on the ground under him. Damn it! I must report to my mother quickly. Such a powerful person has come. I'm afraid something big will happen this time. After arriving at the residential town, Mondor directly sent out a few books to lift him up and slowly flew towards the cake castle. All this did not escape Dragon Soul's eyes, but Dragon Soul didn't care. Because the situation here may have been spread long ago, how could such a big movement not be noticed by anyone? Why didn't you stop him? Nami, who stayed beside Dragon Soul, naturally saw the scene just now, and said in confusion. No need. Dragon Soul shook his head and took Nami to a quiet residential room. There was no figure in the room. Dragon Soul sat directly in front of the mirror and slowly closed his eyes. He has always wanted to confirm one thing. It is no longer a secret that there is more than one space in this world. His ability is space. Does it mean that he can freely travel through all spaces in the world? If so, he should be able to succeed. The Dragon Soul closed his eyes and concentrated his spirit, using all his body's perception on the mirror in front of him. He knew that the world in the mirror must be another existing space. It can open up the connection between these 2 spaces. Barriers, then it is really possible to travel through different spaces at any time. Nami was at a loss, not knowing what Longhun was going to do, but seeing Longhun so cautious, she knew that she must not disturb him. After a moment, Longhun's eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp light flashed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly involuntarily. Found it. Found it? What did you find? Nami looked around, but found nothing. Longhun stood up and grabbed Nami. Let's go. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a slight space wave came out, and a slight ripple appeared on the surface of the mirror. The next second, they entered the world in the mirror. Ah! Nami screamed in surprise at the sudden change. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, worthy of being brothers, the degree of willfulness of this action is almost the same. I didn't even know to notify in advance. Chapter 131 The World in the Mirror. Nami reacted, looked around, and was stunned the next second. I saw a big pot of boiling water in front of me, which was burning red. Even the Dragon Soul was slightly startled. However, the most surprised were the other people in the mirror world, who looked at the Dragon Soul and Nami, who had just entered, as if they had seen a ghost. You, how did you get in? Broly's eyes and mouth widened at the same time, stunned. Hey! Nami. A hairy muscular man next to the pot almost jumped out of his eyes in shock. Chopper. Nami was excited to see Chopper. But when she saw Chopper's current situation, she was stunned. Chopper, you. Nami was about to say something, only to find that the person hanging on the pot was Carrot. Carrot? What are you doing? It's impossible not to be shocked. This scene is really funny. Are you going to stew rabbits with reindeer? Woo woo woo. Carrot, who was hanging on the pot, had tears of grievance in his eyes. Hey! Under Nami's suspicious eyes, the big pot was still singing the beat happily. Hiss! 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 Ba! Hiss! Hiss! A giant crocodile next to Chopper was holding a knife and fork in both hands and swaying non-stop. It was obvious that he couldn't wait for the upcoming delicacy, but after noticing the appearance of Nami and the dragon soul, he immediately showed a bad face. Tell me, how did you get in? Bruli looked ugly. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to get in this mirror world without her. Nami! Run! Chopper shouted hurriedly. There are quite a few people here. Nami has no chance of winning if she is alone. As for the dragon soul next to her, I don't know him. Could he be an enemy? Chopper's eyes suddenly bulged when he thought of this, and he said in a clumsy voice, Nami, he is. However, seeing the enemies around him begin to surround Nami, Chopper quickly made a look at the ceiling. It seems that the only way to start the plan in advance is to start the plan in advance. A small figure on the ceiling was lying there waiting for the opportunity. It was the real Carrot. Their capture was also within the plan. As long as they could delay time and seize the opportunity to attack, they would be able to win. Although Chopper's body was tied up by chains now, as long as he changed his form and shrank his body, he could escape in an instant. An unexpected attack on the enemy. The tactics were perfect. He, since you are here, you can stay too. Bruli smiled from ear to ear, pointed at Nami and ordered, catch her for me. Nami, run! Chopper shouted. However, Nami was not moved at all. She looked calm, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Instead, she said to Chopper with a worried look, Chopper, how did you get caught? Oh, we are because. Just as he was about to say something, Chopper immediately reacted and shouted, is it time to talk about this now? Run quickly! However, the enemy was faster and surrounded Dragon Soul and Nami in a short time. Chopper saw this and didn't pretend. I admit that I was caught on purpose. Carrot, do it! As Chopper shouted, Carrot immediately jumped down from the ceiling. The hanging carrot was actually a frog, but if the frog was boiled, it would be quite pitiful. So, Carrot wanted to rescue the little frog as soon as possible. After some tossing, he finally rescued the little frog. Chopper became small and escaped instantly. He put a blue ball into his mouth, and his body instantly became huge. He turned around and was about to attack with all his strength. But the next second, he was stunned. The numerous enemies were lying on the ground with a look of pain on their faces. Even the big crocodile was sticking out its long tongue, looking like it was dying. It was neither possible to clap nor to retract the hand that had been slapped out. What's going on? Chopper and Carrot were shocked and pointed at the people lying on the ground motionless, unable to speak. He. Nami came over with a smile and pointed at Longhun and said, this is Luffy's other brother. Haha, just call me Longhun. Longhun waved his hand. Luffy's brother. Chopper and Carrot were surprised at first, then they ran to Longhun and looking left and right. Karuchu. Carrot hugged Dragon Soul's neck and bit his ear. Dragon Soul. Big brother. Chopper's eyes seemed to be filled with tears, and he hugged Dragon Soul's neck tightly. You should know that Chopper is now in monster form, and he directly lifted Dragon Soul up, like a toy. The key is that Chopper was still moved. That scene. I couldn't bear to watch it, I couldn't bear to watch it. Dragon Soul was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect Chopper and Carrot to be so enthusiastic. This is a bit unbearable. Cough cough cough, okay. Put me down first. After being put down, Dragon Soul breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Chopper, whose cute soul body is a huge monster, was shocked. But more of it was happiness. Of course, I was happy to see the Straw Hat Pirates. Big brother, what happened to them? Chopper said with some confusion. I just suppressed them. Dragon Soul slowly raised his hand, and everyone except Broly and Train flew out instantly. Ah! Facing the straight wall, there was no way to resist. Boom! After smashing a mirror, there was no sound. Hiss! Chopper and Carrot took a breath at the same time. They didn't see how Dragon Soul made the move at all. Just by raising his hand, they all flew out. It looked like even if they were not dead, they were probably almost dead. These two are still useful, I'll leave them to you. Dragon Soul pointed at Train and Broly. Okay. Chopper and Carrot quickly agreed, turned their heads and looked at the two with unclear eyes. What are you going to do? After a while, a small train carrying people shouting in the mirror world slowly appeared. Broly and the small train were both working while crying in grievance. What sins did I commit in my previous life to end up in the hands of these devils? Life is dull. While Chopper and the others were constantly searching for Sanji, Brook, Pedro and the others, Dragon Soul was constantly searching in all the mirrors. His target was none other than the four emperors, Big Mom. If Big Mom got the news that the Angry Legion was annihilated, she would probably be furious and take action herself. Dragon Soul didn't want her to ruin the meeting between Sanji and Luffy. I'll stop her myself. Right now, Dragon Soul is full of fighting spirit. He hasn't met a decent opponent since he came out of retreat. The four emperors, they seem pretty good. Chapter 132 Big Mom's Anger. At the same time, inside the treasury. A flash of sword light, Brook sheathed his sword, and the last guard fell to the ground. Knocks began to be heard from outside the door, but because the door of the treasury was specially made and locked from the inside, it was difficult for people outside to open it. Guards! Is anyone still here? If so, please answer. Smoothie, one of the three generals outside, knocked on the door and asked. At this time, the outside of the treasure house was surrounded by countless soldiers. Even if a fly came, it would be difficult to fly away. After calling a few times without any response, everyone's face sank. Obviously, the guards inside had been killed. Boom! 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 The earth suddenly vibrated rhythmically, and soon Big Mom's figure appeared in front of everyone. Mom, just leave this to me. Why did you come here in person? Smoothie asked Big Mom, who was walking slowly. Get out of the way. Smoothie. Big Mom directly stretched out her hand and stuck it on the door of the treasure house. With a sudden force, the special door was shattered into pieces in an instant. Boom boom. Mah, mah, mah. Who on earth is so ignorant that he always disturbs other people's interest? Ah! In the room, Brook's body suddenly stiffened and turned around with difficulty. Four emperors. Big Mom. It's actually the four emperors himself. Not long after Big Mom entered the treasure house, a message suddenly came, and the jaws of the people present almost dropped. What did you say? The Angry Legion was annihilated. Smoothie picked up the person who reported the information and asked. Yes, yes. The clerk Mondor was seriously injured and rushed back at the risk of his life. And the man suddenly stopped talking when he said this. Smoothie looked ugly and said expressionlessly, Speak. Yes. It is said that the brother of the Straw Hat Boy is here. The brother of the Straw Hat Boy? Who is it? Master Smoothie, take a look at this. The person who came to report quickly took out 2 newspapers from his body. The first one was a report about the Battle of Marineford 2 years ago, when the legendary 4 brothers became famous all over the world. Smoothie glanced at it and her face looked very bad, but when she saw the next newspaper, she was stunned. Is the report on this true? Yes. We also received the request for help from the 3 islands from the Whitebeard pirates. But we just received it. Now I'm afraid they have been completely defeated by the new 4 emperors, Entei Ace. The second newspaper was a report about Ace obtaining the title of the 4 emperors and leading the Whitebeard pirates to kill all around and regain the territory. Originally, the news should have been passed to Big as soon as possible. Mom, but when she learned that Big Mom was here, she brought it along. This is big news that shocked the whole world. The most important thing is that the number 1 enemy on their cake island is the younger brother of the new 4 emperors Entei. This kind of thing must be decided early, and only Big Mom can make this decision. Whether to continue to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates, or to make friends with them and build a good relationship with the new 4 emperors. No matter which one it is, such a big thing must be let Big Mom know as soon as possible. The brother of the Straw Hat Boy you just mentioned is here. Who is it? Could it be this Entei Ace? Smoothie asked hurriedly. Only then did she remember the seriousness of the matter. None of the brothers of the Straw Hat Boy are ordinary people. If it is the new 4 emperors Entei Ace who came, then this situation will definitely develop in an unexpected direction. It's not Entei, it's another one called Dragon Soul. The subordinate said hurriedly. When he heard that it was not Ace, Smoothie breathed a sigh of relief, and his worried eyes fell on the treasure house. No one expected that a mere evil generation would put such great pressure on their Big Mom pirates. I know, you go back first, I will report this to Mom. After this person left, Smoothie's face became ugly. There are too many things beyond control in the current situation. Mom has been looking forward to tomorrow's wedding for a long time. If she knew that there was such a big problem here, she would definitely be furious. If it really came to that time, things would probably develop to an uncontrollable degree. But she must not lie to her mother. After thinking for a long time, Smoothie decided to tell Big Mom that Ace became the new 4 emperors first, and see her mother's attitude first. Not long after, Brooke, who had fought hard, finally fell into Big Mom's hands. To be called the 4 emperors is not only the top level of strength, but in everyone's cognition, they have surpassed the scope of human beings. They can't be called human beings, monsters, that's the definition of them. All the so-called common sense is completely inapplicable to them. Even if Brooke tried his best, his sword still couldn't hurt Big Mom at all. That was the defense that made everyone despair. In the outside world, Big Mom was known as the Iron Balloon, and ordinary attacks couldn't hurt her at all. Boom! Boom! Merh 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 merh. Seeing Big Mom coming out with a smile on her face, Smoothie hurriedly went to meet her. Mom, here is some information, please take a look first. Smoothie hurriedly handed over the report that Ace became one of the 4 emperors. Hey? What is that? Big Mom took the newspaper in confusion, and her face changed slightly when she saw the content of the newspaper. That Blackbeard is dead. Yes, it shouldn't be false. Smoothie nodded. Entei Ace, what a great name. A gleam flashed across Big Mom's eyes, and after a moment her eyes fell on Smoothie. Is that Straw Hat Boy dead? Did the Angry Legion capture him? Smoothie's body stiffened, and she slowly took out the battle report that had just been delivered. Looking at Smoothie who was hesitating, Big Mom frowned and grabbed the report in her hand. When she saw the content of the battle, her face instantly became ugly, her eyes were visibly red, and the air around her was slightly solidified. Brooke in Big Mom's hand could really feel the pressure emanating from her. It would be very interesting if he could see Brooke's expression at this time. It's a pity, he doesn't have a face that can show expressions. The Straw Hat Boy's brother is here. Big Mom glanced at Smoothie and said. Yet. Luffy's brother? Brooke blinked his non-existent eyes, quite curious and confused. Who is it? Mr. Ace, or Mr. Sabo? Do you really think that Ace the Fire Fist can be so unscrupulous just because he became one of the 4 emperors? This is my territory. Boom. Big Mom stepped on the ground and rushed out aggressively. Mom. Chapter 133 Interception. Brooke screamed in his heart. Although he was a little ashamed, he was helpless in the current situation. It must be said that being held in the hands of the enemy is not so comfortable. Luffy's brother Ace actually became the new 4 emperors and replaced Whitebeard. In the hands of Big Mom, Brooke pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but in fact, his eyes were only fixed on the report. Blackbeard, who had greatly expanded his power in the past 2 years and was in the limelight, was actually dead. And he was killed by Ace himself. This is definitely big news. Countless information flashed through Brooke's mind, and he was suddenly startled. It seemed that Big Mom was going to find Luffy. No. She must not be allowed to find Luffy. Quickly think of a way. Method. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't come up with any brave method. He couldn't protect himself now, so it was even more impossible for him to help Luffy. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise, and Brooke felt that Big Mom had stopped. He looked around quickly, and the dust was flying around. He could vaguely see a figure slowly walking in front of him. Ah! Big Mom opened her eyes wide and stared at the person. Behind her, Smoothie's eyes were uncertain, and she also stared at the person without blinking. Who is this person? Brooke swallowed his saliva and stared at the looming figure. 4 emperors, Big Mom. In front of them, Longhun looked at the huge ant with a fiery look. Who are you? Big Mom looked puzzled. Smoothie recognized Longhun at a glance. She knew that the so-called brother of the Straw Hat Boy who came this time was Longhun. You are Longhun? Yes, it's me. Longhun grinned. Just when Big Mom passed a mirror in the corridor, Longhun instantly locked onto her and came out through the mirror space. You guys are going to Luffy, right? If so, I won't let you go. The Dragon Soul was walking in the courtyard, not panicking at all. At this time, in the mirror world. Hey! How did Luffy's brother get out? Chopper and Carrot exclaimed at the same time. No. Impossible. Without my ability, how could he get out? Brulee's eyes were about to pop out, and she kept shaking her head in denial. In her mirror world, how could someone come and go freely? Even her mother couldn't do this, right? What's wrong with this person? Who is he? The one in front of Luffy's brother is. Chopper's tears rolled in his eyes, and his fingers kept shaking as he pointed at Big Mom in the mirror. Big Mom! Nami, Chopper, and Carrot's souls left their bodies together, looking like they were dying. Mom! Brulee looked at the Big Mom in the mirror, as if she saw a savior, and hurriedly shouted. Mom! It's me, Brulee, Mom! Mom! Ah! Chopper and the others turned pale and rushed towards Brulee. Boom boom boom! After a fierce operation, Brulee and Little Train were tied up tightly, and their mouths could no longer make any sound. MMM. Brulee stared at the 3 people fiercely as if she was saying something. However, because her mouth was tied with a cloth strip, she couldn't say anything at all. You guys, Mom will never let you go, and that person, he will definitely die miserably. That's probably what it meant. However, Chopper and the others didn't care at all, but stared at Longhun and Big Mom. Are you the brother of the Straw Hat News? Big Mom stared at Long Hun and spoke slowly, then raised her lips slightly. Do you mean you are going to stop me alone? MMM. MMM. I'm really underestimated. Mom, leave him to me. Smoothie drew out the long sword on her back, stepped out with her long legs and slashed at Long Hun. Wait! Big Mom shouted hurriedly. But it was too late, because the moment Smoothie attacked, Long Hun moved, and instantly came to Smoothie's side, easily dodged the slash, and placed one hand in front of her. Vibration. As Long Hun spoke slowly, the space around his palm shattered, and a blow hit Smoothie's lower abdomen. Boom! The shock wave generated by the shock directly blew Smoothie away. A straight hole instantly opened in the wall of the castle, and Smoothie had disappeared. However, at the moment of the bombardment, blood spurted out of Smoothie's mouth like it was free, and everyone saw that scene clearly. You know, that was the highest cadre, a general star. Sama Smoothie was injured with just one blow. The soldiers of the Big Mom group were so shocked that they couldn't speak, and no one dared to come forward. Ah! In the mirror world, everyone's expression froze instantly. Who was that person just now? That was the highest cadre general star. Just got blown away like that? Look at the destructive power of Dragon Soul's attack. The entire Cake City was actually directly penetrated. Dragon Soul. Chopper looked at the calm Dragon Soul with stars in his eyes. So powerful. Smoothie. Impossible. How could Smoothie be defeated by one blow? Bruley looked incredulous. Smoothie. The little train shouted in horror. While everyone was stunned, Nami was the first to recover. Although she was a little surprised by the horror of the Dragon Soul, she was mentally prepared. Chopper, we have to find the others quickly and gather together. Okay. What are you going to do? Bruley's pupils widened, but because her mouth was sealed, she didn't express her meaning at all. He he he. After a sly laugh, the formation was assembled again. The little train looked like it was dying. Okay, let's go. Nami was about to speak when a scream suddenly came. Chopper, what's wrong? Nami turned her head in confusion, only to find that Chopper was stunned. Chopper. N.A. Nami, look at that. Following what Chopper pointed at direction, Nami and Carrot's puzzled eyes suddenly changed. Brook. How could he be there? Nami and the others looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and were at a loss. What should we do? This. Tell Brother Longhun quickly and ask him to see if he can rescue Brook. Chopper said. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's go find Sanji and Pedro first. Maybe when we find them, Longhun has already rescued Brook. Nami made a prompt decision. Yet. Brother Longhun, the one in Big Mom's hand is our companion, you. Chopper said to Longhun through the mirror, please, if you can, you must rescue him. Understood. Longhun made a gesture to the mirror next to him. Boom. At this time, Big Mom stepped on the ground and rushed towards Longhun. Chapter 134 Dragon Soul vs Big Mom. How dare you attack my General Star? Big Mom's face was terrifying, and she punched Dragon Soul with one hand. Come on! Dragon Soul mobilized the space and shattered it with one blow. The two fists collided, and the huge impact wave flew around. Boom! Ah! The soldiers were cleared in an instant, and cracks gradually appeared on the walls on both sides. The corners of Dragon Soul's mouth rose slightly. Just as he thought, the strength and momentum of the four emperors have far surpassed ordinary people. Just standing there can burst out an extraordinary sense of oppression. Big Mom's strength is not only in her terrifying destructive power, but also in her terrifying defense. The most terrifying thing is momentum. People who can become the four emperors, in addition to their own strength reaching the monster level, the power of the overlord color can also form a strong sense of oppression. Big Mom's scream at the wedding can almost reach the power to suppress everything. Among them, Dragon Soul couldn't think of anything else except Conqueror Haki, but this was different from Conqueror Haki. Because if it was just a powerful Conqueror Haki, it wouldn't be something that a mere earplug could resist. Dragon Soul only interpreted it as a special power that reached the monster level. And now he is immune to this power, which means that his strength has advanced to the level of the 4 emperors. HAAA. Dragon Soul's arm vibrated, and his ability erupted again. Hey! This is... Big Mom opened her mouth, a little surprised. Boom! The wave spread, and the two retreated at the same time. Actually evenly matched. Chopper and the others swallowed their saliva, and the one who didn't believe it the most was Bruli. She never thought that this random person could fight against her mother. Straw Hat Boy's brother. Who on earth is this god? Let's go. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, Nami and the others quickly began their search. At least now the situation of Dragon Soul should not be killed by Big Mom soon. We must act quickly now. I wonder how Sanji is doing. At this time, Sanji came to the backyard of Bruli's room to bring some food to Bruli, but heard the news of falling to the bottom of the valley. It turned out that everything was fake. Sanji's original name was Vinsmoke Sanji, a member of the royal family of Germa 66. But in his heart, this is not his home. There is no family here, only nightmares left over from his childhood. However, he had to come here because of the threat of hostages. After he saw the power of the 4 emperors, he had an irresistible idea in his heart. If he could sacrifice only himself and everything would be better, he decided to sacrifice himself. When he was most helpless and negative, Bruli, the gentle and considerate fiancé, was like his salvation. So, he proposed. He thought he was about to become the happiest man in the world, but all these illusions just ended. The flower in his hand slowly fell to the ground. I don't know if even God was sympathizing with him. The sky was constantly flashing with lightning. On a quiet night, dark clouds flashed with lightning and thunder rolled. The reflected light shone on his face, but there was no expression on his face. After an unknown period of time, crystal tears slowly flowed from his eyes uncontrollably. They were men's tears. The raindrops slowly fell, extinguishing the cigarette in his mouth. Sanji took out his lighter and lit it again and again, but it was all unsatisfactory. The thunderclouds in the sky remained, the cold wind was blowing, the raindrops fell, and the world seemed to have no light anymore. Boom! Dragon Soul and Big Mom fought several moves in a row, and the cracks on the floor continued to spread. After a few moves, Big Mom's face became much more solemn. Dragon Soul's strength was really unexpectedly strong. She couldn't feel the depth at all, so naturally she didn't know how strong Dragon Soul was, but what was certain was that his strength must have reached the top of the small number of people with top combat power. Your name is Long Hun, right? You are also a pirate, right? Then what is your purpose in coming to my Cake Island? I don't think you are here just for your brother, right? She didn't believe that Long Hun came here just for Luffy. After all, Luffy hadn't encountered any fatal danger until now. Besides, pirates don't act casually just for such a trivial matter. Ha ha ha. Long Hun smiled, his expression calm, and didn't say much. Because he is really here to protect Luffy, what can he say? There are already a lot of system side quests now. During the 2 years of seclusion, the outside world has been turbulent. But his main quest is still not completed. He doesn't know to what extent the power can be considered completely completed, but he thinks it's always right to stay with Luffy. Is it just in case? You are here for the historical text, right? Big Mom's eyes are burning, and her momentum is becoming more and more condensed. Historical text? Brook blinked, although he has no eyes to blink. If you say it is, then it is. The corners of Long Hun's mouth rose slightly, and the domineering aura of the king was condensed, and the momentum of the whole body rose. Then the two stood face to face, and the silent breath slowly spread out from their bodies, the air gradually solidified, and cracks on the surrounding walls spread. "What's wrong?" Brooke looked around, completely unaware of what was going on. The surroundings were shaking constantly, and the momentum of the two reached the extreme at the same time. Dragon Soul's eyes glowed red, and the broken rainbow sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it out. Big Mom stomped her feet hard, and the ground collapsed instantly. She stretched her right hand back. "Napoleon! Here, Mom!" A huge sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed it out to meet Dragon Soul's slash. Bang! Boom! The huge impact wave spread to the surroundings, the ground collapsed instantly, and the surrounding walls collapsed and flew out. "Hey, hey, hey! What a terrifying power!" Brooke couldn't move in Big Mom's hands. The battle fluctuations had made him unconscious. What kind of monsters are these two people? What shocked Brooke the most was that Dragon Soul was not inferior at all, and his power was as terrifying as that of the four emperors' Big Mom. As expected of Luffy's brother, all the brothers are so inhuman. Then, can I be rescued too? Big Mom! Take another punch from me. Long Hun's left hand shattered the space, seized the gap and punched out. Ah! Big Mom stuffed Brooke in a certain place, gathered martial arts colors on her hands, and punched up. "Don't be too arrogant, kid." Bang! The two fists collided, and the strong wind exploded. Brooke! Long Hun raised his eyebrows. He naturally noticed the existence of Brooke. It was already difficult to rescue him. This made it more difficult for him. How could he save him in that kind of place? Isn't this the strongman Lockman? Brooke has never felt such a turbulent sea, even in the surging waves of sailing in the New World. Yo ho ho ho! So turbulent! Hearing Brooke's special voice faintly, Long Hun's mouth twitched fiercely. This guy probably doesn't need me to save him at all. Chapter 135 Sanji goes to the promised place. In a room on the third floor of Cake City. "You, what did you say?" Sanji's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked. "You are the child with humanity that our mother risked her life to protect, so you are gentler than anyone else." On the hospital bed, Vinsmoke Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's sister, said to Sanji. Sanji couldn't calm down for a long time, smoking quietly and recalling the past scenes in his mind. "Mother! So what are you going to do?" Reiju asked again. "What about you?" Sanji didn't answer, but asked back. "Are you worried about me?" Reiju's mouth corners slightly raised, and her soft and pretty face added a touch of charm. Then his face darkened, and he shook his head and said, "Although I still have human feelings, I am already an executioner with blood on my hands. Germa will disappear completely tomorrow, so your benefactor in the East China Sea will no longer be threatened, which is the best for you. Sanji. See what is most important to you. You will never meet such a good companion again." Ever since she saw Luffy and the others coming to find Sanji, Reiju knew that the Straw Hat Pirates really treated Sanji. This is the territory of the four emperors. For a companion, he can completely ignore all these and go alone, which shows Luffy's persistence in Sanji. "You have a good rest. I'm leaving first." After a while, Sanji slowly stood up and walked outside. Reiju looked at Sanji, who was walking away, and said nothing. She had said everything she could say. Next, it depends on his own choice. After leaving the room, Sanji walked aimlessly on the road, with Reiju's last words in his mind. If there is any regret in this life, it must be this unfinished journey. "You are a good cook, come to my ship and be a pirate." The words that started the journey kept lingering in my ears, lingering for a long time. Carrying the lunch box that had been soaked by rain, Sanji's face was lifeless, like a walking corpse. The terrifying power of the four emperors was like a mountain pressing on him. He had too many concerns and too many things he wanted to protect. But he could not do anything and could only watch it all helplessly. Under heavy pressure, he could not see the current situation clearly and fell deeply into it. Helpless, pessimistic, desperate. Scenes of the daily life of the Straw Hat Pirates emerged in his mind one after another. Luffy, Usopp, Robin, Nami, Chopper, Frankie, Brook, and Zoro. Brain confusion unbearable. When Sanji recovered, he found that he had walked out unconsciously. Standing on the empty street, he suddenly felt that he had never had any other place to go. His heart was empty and he didn't know where his future was. Sanji. I'll wait for you here. I only eat the food you cook. If you don't come, I will starve to death here. At this time, Sanji was shocked, and Luffy's last cry in his mind filled all the cells of his body. Identifying a direction, his legs kicked out a phantom. Sanji felt that his body was out of control and his speed was getting faster and faster. Every time he moved forward, the pain in his heart was relieved. At the same time, there was endless panic in his heart. He felt ashamed to face everyone in the Straw Hat group. Facing the captain who came from afar to pick him up, he insulted him verbally and behaviorally. This is a fact that can never be annihilated. He didn't know what supported him to move forward desperately, but he couldn't stop. Finally, he came to a messy battlefield. The soldiers fell to the ground, the corpses were everywhere, and the ground was broken. It was obvious that there must have been an unimaginable fierce battle before. It's such a big fuss. Sanji didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly searched one place after another. No, no. Not yet. Just when Sanji had just found a person dressed similarly to Luffy, a sentence suddenly came from the side. He's dead. Sanji, who was looking for Luffy, suddenly froze, his pupils shrank, and the cigarette in his mouth slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were gradually filled with tears, and Sanji remained silent. I didn't lie to you, he is indeed dead, I killed him. This is what the person next to him said again. Boom! Sanji suddenly jumped up, his feet burning with flames, and kicked Kenshin. Yes, the person next to him was Kenshin. Ah! Sanji shouted and roared. There was only one thought in his mind, that he killed Luffy. Bang! Kenshin drew his long sword and blocked it in front of him. Asshole! After missing the attack, Sanji jumped in the air, his legs crossed and blasted out continuously. Bang! 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 Without exception, they were all blocked by Kenshin, and then Kenshin's eyes flashed coldly, the blade flashed with lightning, and he slashed forward with a knife. Bang! The ground sank, and Kenshin slashed 3 more times in an instant. This attack was as fast as lightning, and ordinary people could not dodge it under such circumstances. However, Sanji's eyes flashed red, and he subconsciously moved twice in the air. Successfully avoided Kenshin's attack. The two landed at the same time, and Kenshin couldn't help but look at Sanji with a high look, and the blade gradually turned black. Armament color was attached to it. Sanji slowly raised his legs in anger, and both of them were fierce. Kenshin, what's wrong, is there someone else coming? At this time, a figure slowly walked out from behind the big rock behind Kenshin. Hey? Luffy. Sanji's eyes widened instantly. Luffy, who was originally listless, was shocked when he saw Sanji. Sanji. You're here. Ahem, but this is too slow. Luffy, is he the Sanji you're waiting for? Kenshin also realized that he had hit the wrong person, and slowly sheathed his long sword. Yet. Luffy smiled, nodded heavily, and then his eyes fell on Sanji. Sanji couldn't help but block his heart when he saw that Luffy was still fine. Gurgle. Gurgle. A rumbling sound suddenly came from Luffy's stomach, and Luffy collapsed on the ground. After a long battle and not eating, Luffy had already reached the limit of his body. You know, for Luffy, the ability required just to survive is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, and this long-term extreme battle. It is a miracle among miracles that Luffy is still alive. Eat if you can. Sanji put the food basket in front of Luffy and found a place to sit with his back to Luffy. I've been splashed with water and fell down. Luffy opened the lunch box and looked at the food inside. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. He put the chicken leg directly into his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it. Delicious. Stop lying. Sanji lowered his head and supported his forehead with his palm, his tone choked. Aren't these all our favorites? Luo Bing and Frankie's favorite sandwiches and hamburgers, This is really the best. I really want them to come and try it, Luffy laughed while eating. Kenshin didn't say anything at the side, just watching this scene quietly. This is the time for the two of them. Chapter 136 Jinbei appears. After a while, Luffy put the empty lunch box on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. I'm full. Are you satisfied? Yes. Satisfied, your cooking is still the best. If you are satisfied, go back. I want to stay here. What are you talking about? Let's go back together. Luffy said. Don't make me say it so many times, I won't go back. Sanji lowered his head and said. Why? Sanji slowly stretched out a finger. First, I insulted the captain who came from afar to pick me up, and I also attacked you with all my strength without any resistance. So I can't do it now. Go back to your ship. Second, the stinky old man who raised me and the sea restaurant Barity in my hometown East China Sea were taken hostages just in case. So I can't escape from the wedding ceremony. Third, the evil family connected by blood was plotted by Big Mom. In a few hours, everyone will be killed. My biological father and brothers have no feelings for me. I only hate those scumbags. Sanji looked uncomfortable when he said this, and then said, but I can't watch them die. The rain kept falling on the two of them, and the sky was thundering and lighting up their faces. After a while, Sanji said again, for the above 3 reasons, I won't go back with you. Kenshin was slightly startled. Although he had understood the general ins and outs of the matter, he was really shocked this time. Then he felt a gust of wind blowing by his side, and Sanji was blown away. Boom! While Kenshin was stunned, Luffy shouted angrily, "Speak your mind." The whole place was silent. Ahem! Sanji, who had struggled to get up, could no longer hold back at this moment. Tears slowly fell unconsciously, and he said loudly with difficulty, "Ah!" The days in the Straw Hat Pirates could no longer be lingering in his mind. Luffy, Sanji, where's the meal? Zoro, hurry up and cook, bastard. Nami, what are we eating today, Sanji? Usopp, Sanji, look, I'll catch you a big fish. Countless fragments quickly flooded into his mind, and Sanji cried non-stop. Make us something delicious, Sanji. Let me eat more, Sanji. Ahahaha. Sanji slowly knelt on the ground, covering his tears with one hand and clenching his other hand. After a long time, he said in pain, Luffy. I want to go back to the Thousand Sunny. Luffy listened quietly to Sanji's heartfelt words. Kenshin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he looked at Luffy with admiration. He finally understood why Longhun always talked about Luffy, his younger brother, and praised him every time. As long as you spend some time with him, you will definitely like him. This is Luffy's special charm. He has the ability to make the people around him become his own people, and let countless people help him without asking for anything in return. This is the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. I finally understand what you said, Longhun. Kenshin murmured slightly. Sanji then said, but I don't have the courage to escape. If the ceremony begins, I can't stop it alone. I have never regarded those scum as my family, but... Tears kept running down his cheeks. Sanji raised his head and said, but I want to save them. Yet. Luffy's mouth corners raised, nodded heavily and said, because, this is you. Then Luffy smiled, we are still here, let's destroy the ceremony. Instantly, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and scattered light penetrated the clouds and shone on Luffy and the others. Kenshin. What's going on? It must be said that Kenshin was stunned at this moment. Everything in front of him seemed to be destined by heaven. At this moment, he had a feeling in his heart. The Straw Hat Pirates are destined to lead a new era. Such a group of people can never be measured by common sense. Looking at the two people who were looking at each other closely and smiling, Kenshin was happy for Luffy from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Kenshin's face suddenly changed, and the next second he disappeared from the spot and rushed out. Boom! A shock came from not far away, and Luffy and Sanji were startled at the same time, with serious faces. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am, you can't get through today. Kenshin's blade flashed with lightning, and he gathered strength under his feet before attacking again. Jinbei. At this time, Luffy came over and said in surprise when he saw the man opposite Kenshin. Ah, Luffy. Jinbei was also surprised, I heard that you were here, so I rushed over. Sanji is here too. Do you know each other? Kenshin slowly sheathed the long sword in his hand, feeling quite surprised. Ha ha ha, that's right. Luffy smiled, and then said to Jinbei, Jinbei, why are you here? Now the Sun Pirates I am in have joined Big Mom. What? You? Ha ha ha, but I have decided to quit. Jinbei waved his hand, looked at Kenshin on the side, and hesitated, who is this? He. I forgot to introduce you, this is my brother Longhun's companion, his name is Kenshin. Luffy said with a smile. But the tooth that was broken by Sanji before looked very eye-catching. Dragon Soul. Sanji didn't care, but Jinbei still remembered it clearly. Only then did he realize why Kenshin looked so familiar. They had seen him at the top. Although he didn't remember Kenshin's appearance clearly, he still had some impression of him. It's you. Jinbei and Kenshin said at the same time. After a slight pause, they looked at each other and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Luffy's brother. Sanji was stunned for a moment. Of course, he knew that Luffy actually had 3 brothers, but he didn't expect that Luffy's brother's companion would come here. Luffy, is Dragon Soul here too? Jinbei asked with a gleam in his eyes. Yet. Luffy said heavily. Nodded. Dragon Soul still has some things to do, so he and Nami will leave first. Kenshin said. Nami. Sanji screamed in an instant, the flames on his body surged, and the whole person became extremely excited. What's going on? Did I say something? Kenshin? Why are you so excited? But the next second, Sanji was like being poured with cold water, and the flames on his body went out. When he wanted to drive Luffy away before, it instantly made Nami very sad. By the way, Jinbei, why are you here? Kenshin looked at Jinbei. Are you here to see Luffy's situation? Ha ha ha. Kenshin laughed, Luffy's charm is indeed powerful and scary. Jinbei has now joined Big Mom's team. In this situation, he dared to come here. Obviously, he has made preparations to break up with Big Mom. Kenshin doesn't believe that Jinbei did this not for Luffy. Ha ha ha. Jinbei laughed, then his expression gradually became serious and he said, since Luffy, you are fine, and Sanji is here, let's discuss the next thing. Chapter 137 Capone Beeg. Soon, the 4 of them sat in a circle, and Jinbei explained the current situation to Luffy and the others. Finally, his eyes fell on Luffy. Luffy, our purpose this time is very clear, that is, To destroy the wedding and rescue Sanji's family, right? That's right. Luffy said affirmatively. Okay, then I have something to say. This is the headquarters of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. With our current situation, the chances of winning are almost zero. Listen carefully to what I am going to say next. It depends on you how to act later. I am just making a suggestion. Jinbei slowly said a name, Capone Big, who is called one of the worst generation like Luffy and the others. And he said that he is now also a member of Big Mom and the general person in charge of the guards at this wedding ceremony. Besides, his purpose was not pure, he planned to assassinate Big Mom at this wedding ceremony. What? Hearing this, Luffy, Sanji and the others were all shocked. He wants to assassinate Big Mom. What's going on? Then Jinbei slowly told Luffy and the others about Pokemus. Pokemus, a member of Big Mom's group, is from the fur tribe of Zou Island. This time, Luffy and the others were able to successfully land on Cake Island because of his help. Not long ago, Big found Pokemus and asked him to assist in his assassination plan. Pokemus, who was loyal to Big Mom, of course refused, and was then thrown into the sea full of sharks by Big. He planned to kill and silence him. Finally, he was rescued by the members of the Sun Pirates, and Jinbei and the others also learned from him that Big wanted to assassinate Big Mom. So I think it's the best choice to join forces with Big now. Once we attack Big Mom, we may not have a chance of winning with our own strength. Jinbei's words are still conservative. This is the lair of the Four Emperors, where there are many talented people and strong people. Once they are exposed, they will be surrounded on all sides. It can be said that they will be surrounded in a moment, and it will be difficult to break through. However, he always missed one person, that is the Dragon Soul. With the Dragon Soul, all these problems will be solved. Kenshin also listened to Jinbei's proposal seriously and did not interrupt. Humph! Luffy snorted coldly, his face full of reluctance. That guy Pokemus is really pitiful. For Luffy and his friends, Pokemus is a friend who brought them to Cake Island, and the relationship along the way is also quite pleasant. Okay, I'll do as you say. Although Luffy was a little reluctant, this was indeed a good choice now. As for whether to cooperate or not, we'll talk about it after we meet. Well, but now we still have to find Nami and the others before we talk about other things. Jinbei nodded. By the way, where did Nami and the others go? Luffy and Kenshin looked at each other and shook their heads blankly. They didn't know about this either. Since the Dragon Soul left, it has never come back. Luffy, Luffy! Just then, a voice seemed to sound from the side. Luffy and the others hurriedly looked around, but did not find any figure. It's Chopper! Luffy jumped up excitedly and looked for the voice. Chopper, I'm here! It's Luffy! In the mirror world. Nami, Chopper, Carrot, and Pedro stared at the small mirror in front of them. Luffy, I'm so glad you're okay. Is Sanji with you? As Chopper asked weakly, everyone held their breath and waited for Luffy's answer. They searched all the mirrors but couldn't find Sanji, so they could only come to one conclusion. Sanji was in a place without a mirror. The agreed place for Luffy and Sanji was in the suburbs, and Nami left the mirror in her hand to contact Luffy. Ah, it's this. At this time, Luffy also found the small mirror on the ground, picked up the small mirror and said, yes, it's by my side. Chopper and the others were stunned at first, and then overjoyed, great. Then, will Sanji come back? Not yet. Luffy, after looking at Sanji, he said, because Sanji's family will be killed by Big Mom tomorrow, he won't let them die like this. So we just need to ruin tomorrow's wedding and rescue Sanji's family, then he will give us back. Luffy said with a smile. Then the air was quiet. Sanji pursed his lips lightly, wanting to say something but never saying it. When everyone was worried, a cheering voice came from the mirror. Sanji, you scared us. Nami said you had a fight with Luffy, we were still worried about you. Yuh. Chopper choked and shouted, full of energy. Yet. Great. Carrot jumped up excitedly. Nami's eyes were also wet with emotion. This scene made Pedro on the side couldn't help but smile. 4 emperors. In this huge mountain, even if they are weak, they can't resist the passion in their hearts. For their companions, the 4 emperors, don't they just need hands? Reason? What is that? Can I cook for them? Okay. Big Mom. Wedding ceremony. If we ruin everything, we can take Sanji back. Chopper shouted with high morale. That's right. Sanji kept silent when he heard the excitement and joy coming from the mirror. He was afraid that he would burst into tears if he spoke. By the way, we have found Pedro here, and Nami is like this. We only have Brook left. Chopper's voice weakened. What happened to Brook? Luffy asked. Ah. Chopper was choked and couldn't speak. At this time, Nami said, Brook, he was caught by Big Mom. What? Luffy and the others were shocked. Looking at each other, Luffy asked quickly, what's going on? Where is Brook now? Is he still alive? Sanji's eyes were startled, and he felt quite guilty. No, you don't have to worry. It's not that you don't have to worry, but Luffy's brother has gone to rescue him, but... Nami said hurriedly. Dragon Soul has gone? Then there must be no problem. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand and said, next time, will you say it all at once? It's scary. I thought Brook was dead. Ha ha ha. It's just that Dragon Soul, Big Mom, and Brook disappeared for some reason. We can't find them anywhere. This. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. That's right, when Nami and the others searched the entire Cake City, they wanted to see the situation of Dragon Soul and the others, but they were no longer seen. They couldn't be found anywhere. When asked about the mirror was also shocked and said that they just disappeared out of thin air. But Nami still had some guesses in her heart, as if the Dragon Soul brought her to the mirror world. This should be the ability of the Dragon Soul to move them to another place. Chapter 138 Disappeared Big Mom. Disappeared? Why? Then Nami spoke out her speculation. No one knew what was going on. After hearing Nami's words, Kenshin frowned. Directly travel through space? Does the Dragon Soul have such an ability? How come I don't know? But Kenshin knew that the Dragon Soul could teleport. It seems that they should not be in Cake City at this time, or even, not in Cake Island. Since the Dragon Soul must have his own plans for doing this, at least with the Dragon Soul's strength, Kenshin still believes that he will not get into trouble. It's okay, since the Dragon Soul is here, there must be no problem. Luffy grinned, and then told Nami and the others about the possible cooperation with Big. With a firm and powerful step, the sound of not hurried came, and 2 people slowly walked in front of the castle gate. The head of the 3 generals, the second son of Big Mom, Charlotte Katakuri. The owner of the future observation Haki, a monster with a bounty of more than 1 billion. Castle, meeting hall. Many brothers and sisters of the Big Mom group, led by Smoothie, gathered together. Just a while ago, they received the news that their mother disappeared, and no one believed it at first. But as time went by, there was no news about their mother, and the people sent to look for her did not find any trace. Gradually, they panicked. Then, they waited for Smoothie with injuries. No one expected that the 3 generals would be injured in one day. Smoothie. What's going on? Where did Mom go? Smoothie asked the eldest son Sparrow. Others also looked at Smoothie with a serious face. They really couldn't imagine who could seriously injure Smoothie in front of Big Mom. Just being able to seriously injure Smoothie seemed almost impossible to them. If they had known earlier, Smoothie was one of the 3 generals. She is the highest cadre of their Big Mom pirates and their pride. Seeing everyone's questioning eyes, Smoothie did not answer immediately, but kept thinking about countermeasures. The current situation is as bad as it can be. Mom is actually missing. This situation is something they never expected. The situation of the Straw Hat Pirates of the worst generation is not yet. It was known that another dragon soul had come and had made her mother disappear. She didn't know what the specific ability of the dragon soul was, but she could feel the terrifying aura of the dragon soul, which was a force she could never resist. Just like the power she felt from her mother, perhaps the dragon soul's strength had reached the level of the 4 emperors. When this thought came out, Smoothie's heart sank. This was not good news. Smoothie. As the eldest son of Big Mom, Sparrow couldn't help but frown when he saw Smoothie's appearance. Brother Sparrow, the situation this time is a bit serious. If we don't handle it well, it may be a big disaster for our Big Mom pirates. Smoothie waved his hand and gave an order. Everyone listen. Immediately dispatch the army to thoroughly investigate every corner of Cake Island and find the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates and Mom. Everyone looked at each other, and the clerk Mondo, who was wrapped in bandages, looked stern. He was a person who had witnessed the power of the dragon soul with his own eyes, and naturally knew the horror of the dragon soul. If someone said that dragon soul could stop Big Mom, he would not have any doubts at all, because in his opinion, Dragon Soul was a monster. If someone had told him before that a young man could stop his mother, he would definitely sneer. Can stop his mother? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What do you think of the 4 emperors? Cabbages that are everywhere? Let alone fighting Big Mom. If you tell him that a new pirate can fight a general star, he would think it is impossible. Everyone, hurry up. The situation this time is not optimistic. The clerk said solemnly. We know. Just when everyone was about to make some preparations, footsteps came slowly from outside. Coincidentally, someone opened the door of the meeting room at this time. Brother Katakuri. The person who came was the strongest General Star Katakuri with a straight figure and sharp eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Katakuri nodded to his brothers and sisters and said, I already know the situation. The most important thing at the moment is Mom's disappearance. We all know that tomorrow's tea party and wedding are what Mom has been looking forward to for a long time, even though we know that the current situation is no longer suitable for the wedding to continue. But tomorrow, we still have to go on. Katakuri's eyes glowed red as he spoke. Everyone present looked unhappy. They all knew that the tea party must be held as scheduled before Mom said she would cancel it. Otherwise, Mom's anger was something they could not bear. They naturally knew that Mom had been looking forward to this tea party for a long time. If Mom knew that they had cancelled the tea party privately, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. In Big Mom's heart, even if they were her children, they could be abandoned and killed at any time. Yes, the wedding cake used in this wedding is what Mom has been looking forward to for a long time. If there is any mistake. The son of an ant trembled when he thought of the ant's rage and how angry she was at them. Hearing this, the others stopped talking, and their faces were full of lingering fear. That's the fact. With Mom's strength, there is no need to worry about safety. Katakuri's eyes flashed, and his eyes swept around. Where's Bruley? She's not here. Where did she go? Bruley? She should be in her mirror world. Clerk Mondor thought for a moment, and slowly said, she should be dealing with the 2 people from the Straw Hat Pirates. I may know where Mom is now. Katakuri's eyes fell on the mirror in the room. Could it be? Hearing this, the others also roughly understood what Katakuri meant, and their faces were suddenly enlightened. Why didn't I think of this? How could my mother just disappear out of thin air? She must be in Bruley's mirror world. The children of the ant looked at Katakuri with admiration and respect. This is their proud brother, or brother. Katakuri slowly came to the mirror, Bruli, can you hear me? Bruli. But no matter how he called, there was no sound from the mirror. Bruli, she should have been arrested. Everyone start to act, the whole city is under martial law. Katakuri said to everyone. The wedding will be held as usual tomorrow. By then, I believe the enemies in the dark will emerge one after another. Yes. Brother Katakuri. Chapter 139 Dragon Soul borrows treasure. MMMM. MMM. Where is this place? Big Mom looked at the endless square boulders around her with a blank face. Her memory still stayed on the scene of fighting with the dragon soul with 2 swords. The momentum of both of them was raised to the extreme. She hadn't had such a good fight in many years. Just when she was about to go all out and fight Dragon Soul, the scene changed and she came here. And there was no trace of Dragon Soul. At first, she thought it was a trick, and Dragon Soul used some tricks to create an illusion. She tried many ways to break it, but in the end, she got nothing and couldn't reach the end. Bang! Big Mom crushed it with 1 foot. A large square boulder, the Napoleon in his hand danced violently. Boom! Every slash made a violent roar. Come out! I know you are here, come out quickly! He shouted while destroying everything here. There is no sunlight, no trees, no mountains, no water. Everything seems to be a place without life, even a person like Big Mom who has seen the world is shocked. But the space here is endless and has no end. On a boulder in the distance, Long Hun stood with his hands behind his back. This place is called the first level space by him, and it is also the only space he can feel and travel through independently. It is the so-called lowest level space. A small world like the mirror world is just a cone of space in Long Hun's view. It is not a real space world. And the space power he mobilized is far from being as simple as the fruit ability. But it is not easy to bring Big Mom here. Who else but Brook was lying motionless beside Long Hun? For Long Hun, who had mastered the power of space, it was easy for him to take something from someone else. My friend, are you really Luffy's brother? Brook asked. Of course it's true. Long Hun nodded and said, Ace Sabo, Luffy and I are 4 brothers who have known each other since childhood. I see. Then the two fell into silence. After a moment, Long Hun took the initiative to speak. I have a question to ask you, okay? You are my savior and Luffy's brother. As long as I know something, I will tell you everything. Ask. Okay. Long Hun's eyes lit up, and he coughed twice and said, well, you should have been to Big Mom's treasure house. I have been there. Then, what are some things in it? Long Hun pretended to be reserved and looked indifferent. Hey! Brook thought for a moment and counted them carefully. There are a lot of treasures, and historical texts, and treasure chests. What he didn't notice was that Dragon Soul's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his hands were already getting restless. Since we're here, we must get something, otherwise it would be a waste. Ahem, let's go. With a light cough, Dragon Soul disappeared with Brook in an instant, leaving only Big Mom in this world. Boom boom boom. Where on earth is this place? Big Mom shouted at the dark sky without any color. Boom. Come out. Come out. Boom. Otherwise, no matter how she shouted, Dragon Soul couldn't hear her. In the mirror world, Nami and the others were planning to use the mirror's teleportation function to go to the base where Becky was. At this time, Dragon Soul sent Brook over. I've sent your companions over. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. Before everyone could see the figure of Long Hun clearly, Long Hun had disappeared, leaving only Brook with a confused face. What happened? How did I suddenly appear here? Brook. Nami and Chopper screamed the moment they saw Brook, and then they were overjoyed. It's really good that you're okay. We were shocked when we saw you being caught by Big Mom, Brook. After looking at everyone for a long time, Brooke finally reacted. Oh my! It's quite a headache. But, where is this place? After a moment. What? This is a mirror? Why? How come we are in the mirror? After another moment. I see, this is the world of the mirror, and her ability can travel between the mirror and the outside world. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. The others nodded in agreement. By the way, Brooke, what urgent matter did Big Brother have just now? Chopper asked curiously. The Big Brother you are talking about should be Luffy's brother called Long Hun, he. Brooke thought for a long time, and finally shook his head and said, I don't know. Indeed, he didn't know what Long Hun was going to do. But he asked about Big Mom's treasure house, I think. That's right. Brooke opened the skull and took out a stack of papers. Brooke, you worked hard. Although you didn't get the historical text, I know you tried your best. Pedro came to Brooke's side and patted his shoulder. Since Brooke was caught by Big Mom before, they all took it for granted that Brooke's action failed. This is a copy of the historical text. Nami opened the paper that Brooke had just taken out and said in horror. Really? Let me see. Chopper and the others immediately surrounded him. What? Pedro's jaw dropped in shock, and he quickly squeezed over, let me see. This is really the historical text. Under everyone's gaze as if looking at a god, Brooke slowly stretched out 3 fingers, 3 in total. Wow! Nami rushed over and shouted excitedly, you are so great, Brooke. After experiencing the beauty in his arms, Brooke's face instantly showed there was a hint of shyness, but it didn't last for a few seconds before he said, yo ho ho ho. Can you let me see your panties? Who wants to show you? Nami kicked Brooke in the face with a roundhouse kick, snorted coldly, and walked aside. By the way, Brooke, next, we will go to Capone Beeg. Then Chopper told Brooke about the previous things. Sanji will come back. Is what you said true? Brooke shouted. Yeah, it's true. But before that, we have to disrupt the wedding and rescue Sanji's family. Okay. Let's go find that Beeg. Brooke instantly became energetic and full of energy. Well. Let's go. On the other side, the dragon soul who came out of the mirror world had a smile on his face and had arrived at the door of the treasure house. Looking at the brand new gate, the dragon soul chuckled. Things like gate walls are of no use to the dragon soul at all. Directly teleport into the treasure house. But the next second he was dumbfounded, he saw the treasury was full of guards, staring at him, the uninvited visitor. Chapter 140, Entry. The atmosphere froze instantly, and Long Hun's smile faded slightly. Fuck. How careless. He was so excited that he only cared about the treasure and the money. I completely forgot that there were guards in the treasury. When he came, he saw that the outside was still a mess, and there was no guard in front of the treasury door. I thought this place was defenseless, so I didn't pay much attention. Only then did I realize that I was careless. As the treasury of the 4 emperors, it is impossible that there is no guard even at a special time. After a glance, Long Hun's mouth corners slightly raised. Although there are many guards, they are all some characters who can't be on the stage. You. Lie down. Long Hun slowly raised one hand and pressed it lightly. The guards who were about to take action suddenly changed their faces, and all lay on the ground without any warning. Boom. Not only that, the ground cracked instantly without bearing the weight, and a deep pit appeared under everyone. Someone just screamed in pain, and the next moment he couldn't bear the pressure and his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. You all should have a good sleep, but don't wake up. As he spoke, Long Hun's palm moved down again. Boom. Accompanied by a vibration, everyone lost consciousness in an instant. In order not to cause any noise, Long Hun chose such a gentle way to make them all fall asleep. Hee hee. After finishing, Long Hun laughed strangely, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards the surrounding rooms. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. This is the treasure house of the 4 emperors. How could there be less good things? Not long after, bursts of horrifying horror laughter came from this silent treasure house from time to time. But everything here, no one knows. Ahem, of course, except someone. The time in the outside world is also passing by everyone, leaving no trace. The sky gradually brightens, and a new day comes again. This day is destined to be an extraordinary day for the people on Cake Island. Because this is the tea party of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. At this tea party, there will be bigwigs from all over the world in various fields coming to support, or they have to come. Because these people know exactly what it means to refuse Big Mom's invitation. That will be a bloody lesson that will be remembered forever. The first thing to be presented is the bloody head of your closest person, which alone will make you feel like you are in hell. At this time, at Capone Beeg's base, the 2 evil generations finally reached a common goal. The assassination plan for the 4 emperors' Big Mom. One side is the Straw Hat Pirates led by Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, and the other side is the Flame Tank Pirates led by Capone Beeg. So far, the 2 sides have formed a joint army. Sanji also returned to the castle at this time. He was the protagonist of today's wedding. In Beeg's meeting room, the meeting ended and both parties reached an agreement. When they were about to adjourn, Brook suddenly hesitated. That. Everyone looked at Brook as if he had something to say and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Brook, what's wrong with you? What do you want to say? Chopper asked. Beeg and others who had just stood up and left to prepare for the next guard work also stopped and looked at Brook in confusion. Under the gaze of everyone, Brook's voice was intermittent, that, Actually, there is something I have always forgotten to say. What is it? That. Actually. I think Big Mom should not be on Cake Island now. Brook scratched his head and said. He then remembered that they were going to assassinate the 4 emperors' Big Mom. And Big Mom should be in that world where there is nothing. She is not on Cake Island at all. How to assassinate? There is no target. What did you say? Beeg glared and said in disbelief, how could Big Mom not be on Cake Island? Because Luffy's brother took him to an uninhabited place before, I think, she shouldn't come back so easily. Brook remembered that Big Mom was almost crazy at that time. But according to the scene he saw before, Big Mom, I am afraid that Mom won't be able to come out for a while. When he saw the world in the mirror, he realized that the mysterious place might also be a special world. He guessed that this should be related to the ability of the dragon soul, but thinking about it this way, Big Mom's chance of coming out is even slimmer. After all, in the world of other people with special abilities, even if you destroy the entire world, you may not be able to come out. What? You said she was trapped? Beeg was so surprised that the cigar in her mouth fell off, but then she smiled calmly, impossible, even the 4 emperors can't trap Big Mom, who is also one of the 4 emperors. Besides, Beeg knows the horror of Big Mom very well. As for the fact that someone can trap Big Mom, you know it's absolutely impossible. Brook, are you serious? Luffy grinned. What others don't think is impossible, Luffy thinks if it's the dragon soul, then there must be no problem. That's right. Big Mom and I were taken to a special place before. That place doesn't feel like this world. Brook said seriously. If that's the case, then, our plan. Chopper and the others were at a loss. How can they assassinate Big Mom if she's trapped? But it's possible that Big Mom has already come out, because I've been out for quite some time, and I don't know the specific situation. Brook said the truth. With the strength of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, it might not be so easy to trap her. Anyway, let's continue our actions. Beeg waved his hand. He didn't really believe it. But these things can only be discussed later. Now it's estimated that they have already started to prepare for the tea party. He, who maintains law and order, must also pretend to do it. Okay. Luffy and the others looked at each other and nodded. At the top of the cake castle, there was a bustle. The bigwigs from all walks of life who received the invitation came one after another, and Big Mom's children were responsible for the reception. At the entrance, Katakuri sat casually on the wall, which made everyone feel very depressed. Even if the guests were all big men, they had no courage to resist Katakuri. Because he was the man known as the undefeated legend. On the surface, Katakuri looked expressionless and seemed to be preventing anyone from making trouble, but in fact he was also observing every corner of the venue. And his brothers and sisters were also a little uneasy in their hearts, ready to respond at any time. This seemed to be a lively welcoming occasion, but there were countless undercurrents hidden in secret. Chapter 141 The Wedding Begins. That's Germa 66 from the Vinsmoke family. A cry of surprise came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. A group of 5 people came forward, each of them was fierce and had an indescribable aristocratic temperament. Germa 66. Evil Army. The fact that the Vinsmoke family and the 4 emperors' Big Mom are going to marry is no longer a secret in the eyes of these distinguished guests. This is also one of the important activities of today's tea party, and the other activity is to open the treasure that has been passed down by the fishmen for hundreds of years at this tea party, the Jade Box. Everyone is looking forward to this. And they have also heard some rumors that this wedding may not be as simple as a simple ordinary marriage. The Vinsmoke family, I'm afraid it's in danger this time. Hey! Boss Germa, Sanji's so-called biological father, frowned as he looked at the people in front of him. In front of him was Capone Beeg. At this time, the people of the Flame Tank Pirates stopped them. According to the regulations, no weapons and equipment are allowed to be brought to Mom's tea party. So, there is no need to say more about the following words. Those who understand will understand. Others are obviously no strangers to this. Those who came before took the initiative to hand in their weapons at the first time. When Judge, who was about to say something, saw Katakuri's eyes without any emotion, he immediately suppressed his dissatisfaction. When he thought that after the wedding, he would become the in-law of the 4 emperors' Big Mom and get the help of the 4 emperors, he smiled happily. He gestured to Reiju and Iji and the others beside him. Then the 5 of them handed over their weapons to Beeg and the others, including the transformation cans of the combat suits. Seeing this scene, Reiju's heart fell to the bottom. After handing over the combat suits, they could say that they had no power to resist. But it's good that Germa should disappear and pay for the sins he committed before. Thinking of this, Reiju also decided to accept her fate and disappear together this time. With the entry of Germa, the wedding ceremony gradually entered the process, but what puzzled everyone was that the ceremony had already begun. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, has not appeared yet. This can't help but make people think deeply. Katakuri, is there still no news from Mom? The eldest son Perospero stuck out his long tongue and came to Katakuri and said. No. Katakuri's face was not very good at this time, but because the thick scarf blocked half of his face, people could not see any expression on his face. The tea party without Mom can't be held at all. Katakuri. Why hasn't Big Mom come out yet? It's not reasonable for us guests to just wait like this. Finally, someone asked the question first. Everyone looked over and recognized this man, the king of loan sharks, Field. This man is quite famous. He is wearing a purple and blue fur coat and holding a cigar in his mouth. If nothing else, his temperament is still perfect. Just a little bit ruffian. Everyone is curious and puzzled about this question, but no one has the courage to ask it. Because the one who gets beaten is the first to come out. Although they all think Field is a fool, they are still grateful to him in their hearts. After all, this guy's spirit of sacrificing one person to achieve everyone is absolutely online. Soon everyone's eyes fell on Katakuri, and Becky also had a serious expression. He has also received news that from last night to now, Big Mom didn't even go back to her bedroom. The target of the assassination wasn't there. What was the point of the assassination? He had been planning this plan for a year, and it ended with such a dramatic ending. How could he accept this? At this time, Sanji and Pudding, the two newlyweds who were about to get married today, were also ready in the back. Well, Sanji didn't count. At this time, Sanji was bleeding profusely due to his excitement, and was almost on the verge of emergency treatment. Facing many questioning eyes, Katakuri frowned and stabbed the trident in his hand into the ground. Boom! This really scared everyone present, including Big. Before, he didn't believe that Big Mom would be trapped, but now Katakuri's performance officially confirmed this. Although he was shocked, he still chose to believe it. This time, he was even more curious about his brother Luffy. He glanced at the newspaper on his waist, which was all the reports about the Dragon Soul. In his heart, there was a little doubt that Big Mom was trapped. When Mom was really trapped by the Dragon Soul, he immediately sent people to collect information about the Dragon Soul. Before, he only took the time to take a brief look, but now he is more and more curious. He still has some impression of the Dragon Soul. 2 years ago, during the Battle of Marineford, he suddenly appeared as a brother with the Revolutionary Army's Sabo, together with the Straw Hat Boy and the captured Fire Fist Ace. These 4 people have since been called the legendary 4 brothers by the world. This incident is almost known to everyone. There is very little information about the Dragon Soul. Among the 4 brothers, only he seems to have suddenly appeared. The same thing happened. With the news that Ace became the new 4 emperors, the reputation of these 4 brothers spread directly to the whole world. Everyone trembled. In the eyes of anyone, the threat of these 4 brothers is far greater than the power of a 4 emperors group. The future may not be so peaceful. This is the same for Big. If he were to take action against Luffy and the others now, he, who has been playing on the edge of life and death for many years, would also break out in a cold sweat. The consequences are really not something he can bear. Mom, she still has some preparations to make, let's start the wedding now. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and he gave the order directly. Yes. Please invite the bride and groom to enter. The 2 MCs shouted. The wedding continued as normal, but the eyes of the people below changed slightly. Big Mom's children did not show any strange colors on their faces, but they were secretly nervous in their hearts. They knew that their mother would not come at all. Next, they might face the attack of the Straw Hat Pirates and his brother. No matter what, they will act according to the previous plan. They have to survive this attack, and complete the previous plan to eliminate Germa and obtain their technological capabilities. It is difficult. But they are the 4 emperors' Big Mom pirates. Soon, a leisurely white cloud floated in the sky, and standing on it were today's newlyweds, Sanji and Pudding. I didn't expect this guy to have such acting skills. Becky looked at Sanji, who was smiling foolishly and was happy and at ease, and couldn't help but praise him. When the 2 landed on the high platform, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2. The action instructions on both sides were the moment when Pudding fired the gun, but the difference was Becky and Luffy had no action target. So far, no one has seen Big Mom. Chapter 142 Big Mom falling from the sky. What should we do now? Jinbei looked solemn. At this time, all the Straw Hat Pirates had woken up, except for one person. Luffy's snot bubbles were still rising and falling with a certain rhythm, one up and one down, one big and one small. It was almost time for them to act, but Big Mom had not appeared yet, which made people anxious. Without a target, what action can we talk about? It's okay, keep moving. Nami said at this time, our goal is to disrupt the wedding and rescue Sanji's family. Since Big Mom is not here, it is actually more convenient for us to act. After saying that, Nami gently called out to Luffy, who had been sleeping for a long time. "Luffy, it's time to eat. Rice. Meat, I want to eat meat, where is the meat?" Luffy, who was originally sleeping soundly, sat up suddenly and crawled towards the meat next to him. "Jinbei." Luffy, who just couldn't wake up no matter how he called, actually jumped up by himself because of a sentence. This sea is really big." Even though even Jinbei's composure was full of emotion. "Luffy, it's almost time for you to act. Let's go." Jinbei dragged the struggling Luffy towards the exit of Big's body castle, where there was a mirror. And Luffy was still struggling for the meat in his hand. Boom boom. Just then, a violent roar sounded in the sky. Mah! Mah mah! Accompanied by the exciting shout, everyone was shocked. Boom! A huge figure fell heavily on the wedding scene. All the Straw Hat Pirates heard this sound, and their hair stood up. "Big Mom! What happened outside Big?" Brook asked hurriedly. It was so unexpected that Big Mom, who was originally thought to be unable to come back, actually came back at this time. Or it appeared. This. Becky's cigar fell to the ground in shock, and her eyes almost popped out of her head. At this time. Big Mom. Not only Becky, but everyone present was shocked, especially the children of Big Mom. "Mom! Mom, how could you become like this?" The person who fell from the sky was Big Mom, who was taken to the first level space by Dragon Soul. At this time in the first level space, Dragon Soul looked at everything in front of him with astonishment. "I saw that the originally intact first level space was on the verge of breaking, and there were rubble and debris everywhere. Even the space began to become extremely unstable, as if the space would collapse at any time." He didn't know what Big Mom did here. This space was destroyed like this. Dragon Soul really didn't expect it. A person without space ability could almost destroy the space, although this is only a first level space. But, this is not in line with common sense. This time, Long Hun really understood why the four emperors could be called monsters, because they were completely incapable of judging by common sense. "We must find her quickly, otherwise this space will be shattered by her." Long Hun quickly used teleportation to search everywhere. But he didn't expect that Big Mom had gone out not long ago. On the top floor of the cake castle, at the wedding scene, Big Mom's eyes were red, and her whole body was condensed, making people dare not approach her at all. However, at this time, Big Mom's clothes were already tattered, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was ragged. The most important thing was that her body shape had changed greatly, and her body had lost a lot of weight, and she no longer looked like an iron balloon before. At most, she was slightly fat. It was no wonder that her children were so shocked. In their impression, their mother was not so thin. "What happened? Mom, how are you?" Sparrow walked over. However, Big Mom seemed to have not heard it at all, and suddenly uttered in a low voice, "Wedding cake." Hiss! All of Big Mom's children were horrified. They could see what was going on with their mother like this. Obviously she had bulimia. When Big Mom was bulimic, she would not distinguish between friend and foe, and would never stop until she had eaten what she wanted. This bulimia can be said to have always been the nightmare of Cake Island. No, it should be said that it was the nightmare of all the residents of Wanguo. "Mom, the wedding cake is right next to you." Katakuri hurried to Big Mom. As long as the bulimia can be solved in the first place, it will not cause too much harm. But the next second his pupil shrank, because at this time Big Mom's eyes began to gradually calm down. The terrifying red light had gradually dissipated. This situation had never happened before. "Okay." After a moment, Katakuri nodded and stepped aside. No one saw Big Mom make any move, but it was obvious that they had already had a conversation. Because Katakuri met the future. "Continue the wedding." At this time, Sanji and Pudding had already arrived at the platform, and Sanji's hands had been placed on the veil on Pudding's head. But because of Big Mom's sudden arrival just now, he took them back. I came at the right time. Big Mom raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Then she sat down. Mom, do you want to change your clothes first? Sparrow whispered. No, wait until the plan succeeds before going. Big Mom winked at her eldest and second sons. Sparrow and Katakuri nodded in succession, returned to their seats, and prepared to act. No matter what happened, as long as Mom returned safely, everything would be fine. The seats of the Vinsmoke family happened to be surrounded by a group of ants and their children. Can all this be called a coincidence? Hee. Reiju's eyes were always on Sanji on the platform. She knew that there would be no Vinsmoke after today. She just hoped that Sanji could escape safely. I can trust you, right? Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. I'll leave my brother to you. The three Germa brothers all looked at Sanji indifferently. Judge's eyes fell on Big Mom. You are late, Big Mom. Well, although a little accident happened, it doesn't affect our marriage at all. Don't worry, Judge. Big Mom smiled at Judge. Glancing at Big Mom, Judge also smiled. Yes, if there is anything you need our help, you are welcome. From now on, we are a family. Yet, the other guests were extremely shocked why Big Mom fell from the sky in such a mess, but on the surface, there was no movement. All those who can come here are smart people. Know what to ask and what not to ask. Chapter 143 Luffy's appearance. Looking at the two people who are about to enter the kissing session, Big Mom's eyes lit up. But her eyes occasionally glanced at the wedding cake beside her. She really had food cravings. As long as Sanji died, they would take down the Vinsmoke family as soon as possible, and she could eat the wedding cake she had been dreaming about without any worries. The hunger effect was really strange. She would lose her mind when she had bulimia, and she did lose her mind. In that empty space, she destroyed everything and searched madly. After no results, she began to feel hungry. The long-awaited wedding cake might never be eaten again, and Big Mom gradually fell into madness. Bullshit. In that situation where she was so hungry that she might miss the wedding, she had bulimia. Gradually she lost herself and began to destroy and search endlessly. Finally, when she was almost desperate, she destroyed everything around her madly, and her shouts filled the entire space. At that moment, the space cracked. At the same time, a passage appeared. Her intuition told her that she could go back through this passage. After passing through the passage, she came here. Obviously her intuition was right. Although she was still in a state of bulimia, the food was already in front of her. She endured it for a while and accepted it. After all, it was for the great cause. However, although she was somewhat rational, she still unconsciously moved closer and closer to the wedding cake, drooling constantly. It was obvious that she was about to reach the limit of her patience. Her eyes kept moving back and forth between the platform and the cake, as if she was waiting for the signal from Pudding to shoot, and then she would start eating. Sanji on the platform was stunned the moment he lifted the veil. What beautiful eyes! You, what are you talking about? Pudding's pupils shrank and her whole body froze. Go ahead. Pudding, what are you doing? Why don't you shoot? The brothers and sisters below all looked anxious, and Big Mom was even more impatient, and quickly winked at the MC. The MC understood instantly and took out a special pistol to shoot. It will be dodged. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and a bead popped out of his hand. But Sanji still noticed it, and he moved back to dodge it, and the bead hit the MC directly. Bang! At the same time, the pistol in the MC's hand fired. The scene was silent for a moment, and everyone was quite shocked. At this time, all the ants and their children began to act. Before the Vinsmoke family had time to make any moves, Perospero swung his stick and stuck them all together. Perospero is a candy man with the ability of the licking fruit, who can use candy mucus with extremely high viscosity and solidify it. The bounty is as high as 700 million Baileys. His strength can also be said to have entered the ranks of masters. The Vinsmoke family, who were fixed by candy, could not move in an instant and completely lost the ability to resist. Action. At the same time, Luffy and his friends also took action at the moment the gunshots rang out. Big Mom saw the Vinsmoke family being subdued in an instant, and a cold smile appeared on her lips, and then her eyes fell on the long-awaited wedding cake. Bang! Just when she wanted to reach out to grab the wedding cake, the cake suddenly exploded by itself, splashing all over her body. Ah! Chi-chi-chi! Instantly, countless King Luffy in red dresses soared into the sky and jumped out of the wedding cake. There were so many things that happened in just this moment that everyone was confused. The only one who didn't show any shock was Katakuri. Of course, there was also the allied forces who knew all these actions. Straw Hat Boy! Luffy! Big Mom shouted to the sky, her eyes instantly red. She had been enduring before, but now everything was broken, and all the anger and cravings suppressed in her heart instantly broke out. Ah! You can see the air wave rising into the sky with your naked eyes, and it suddenly expanded towards the surroundings. How could I be so stupid as to respond to you? Becky said speechlessly. I'm here. Big Mom. Suddenly, a figure stood upright in the cake, still eating the freshly baked wedding cake. It was Luffy. What? Becky was stunned. He actually responded. Is he sick? Ah! Napoleon! The ant could no longer suppress her anger and irritability. A knife slashed at Luffy. Jinbei, Beeg! So cruel! Armament haki hardening. Luffy was not afraid at all, and blew up his hands and blasted, rubber elephant gun. Boom! The two collided, and the violent collision shook everything around. Ah! In the end, Luffy was slightly defeated and was blasted away. Meh meh meh, meh meh. A mere newcomer really thinks you can beat me? Hey! Big Mom said as she rushed towards Luffy again. Boom! 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 The giant sword was swung again as if it was thundering. The people at the wedding scene scattered in an instant. If they were affected by such a terrifying battle, wouldn't it be more unfair than Doi to die? Luffy! All the people in the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked in an instant. Not good. Jinbei rushed over as soon as possible, and his hands gradually hardened, plum blossom skin. Bang! This attack was blocked by Jinbei. However, Jinbei also began to move his legs back after a while. Ugh! It was obviously very strenuous. Jinbei! Big Mom narrowed her eyes and exerted force with her arms. Boom! Jinbei, who was blown away by the blow, stopped his body instantly. Are you going to betray me? Jinbei! Big Mom stared at Jinbei and said. I thought you had given up on leaving us. What are you going to do? I want to quit the Big Mom Pirates and officially join the Straw Hat Pirates. Jinbei sat down and slowly took out a wine glass from his body and gently placed it on the ground. Now I'll give you the wine glass back. What? Jinbei, the former 7 warlords of the sea, is actually going to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Big news! Morgans excitedly took the Den Den Mushi camera and kept taking pictures. Adding the photos of Big Mom's appearance before, this time it will definitely be a big news that will shock the world. The previous report of Ace's promotion to the 4 Emperors did not disappoint him. This time it's Luffy again. Every action of these 4 legendary brothers will trigger a big event. Now Morgans feels more and more that the situation of this era is evolving in a direction that no one can imagine. The excitement in his heart has long been unbearable, and he wants to write a chapter for this changing era with his own hands. When he came to his senses, Everyone looked at Jinbei in amazement, and Jinbei straightened his chest and said loudly, "I am a man who wants to be a member of the Pirate King's crew. How can I be afraid of the four emperors?" Chapter 144 Assassination Failed, Big Melee. When everyone was surprised, Sanji had already rushed to Germa. "Stop them!" The scene was in chaos in an instant. Sanji rushed towards the Vinsmoke family, which was close at hand, but the people of the Big Mom group had already surrounded this place. He couldn't rush in at all. They needed time, and they needed a gap when the other party could not move. "Luffy, you move quickly!" Jinbei shouted. In this situation, they couldn't hold on for long. Luffy quickly suppressed the urge to fight Big Mom and rushed towards the dining table. Not good, his target is... Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly, and his hands stretched out instantly to attack Luffy. Ah! Luffy rolled in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, and looked at Katakuri with a somewhat ugly expression. Before Katakuri could say anything, his eyes flashed red again. Not good. It's too late. Bang! Snap! With a crisp sound, the photo on the dining table that their mother treasured turned into pieces. Becky, who had already felt hopeless, was instantly overjoyed, but the next scene was something he never expected. Wedding cake. A low voice like a beast slowly came out of Big Mom's mouth, and Jinbei looked solemn in front of her. Suddenly Big Mom raised her head and shouted, "Wedding cake!" The violent sound spread throughout the scene, and everyone felt like they were falling into hell. The violent tearing sensation from the eardrums almost killed them. "Mom! Oh no, the bulimia has broken out, quickly disperse!" "Ah! Why at this time?" Boom! 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 Big Mom's wanton destruction, regardless of friend or foe, every punch and kick is not something that ordinary people can withstand. It can be said that if you are hit, you will die. Hey! Luffy stared at the runaway Big Mom in shock. What's going on? No matter what, Luffy quickly put on the earplugs that Becky had prepared for them before. It was a big deal. At this time, Big Mom could no longer distinguish what was in front of her. And she didn't even see the photo being broken. Oh no, it's bulimia. Why at this time? Becky's face became ugly. Didn't the assassination fail before it even started? On the other side, Sanji and his team had taken advantage of this gap to rescue the Germa people and handed them their combat uniforms. It's up to you guys next. After saying that, Sanji led Joba, Nami, and the others to break out. Who will stop them? Smoothie said with difficulty amid the screams. At this time, countless sticky rice earplugs flew out of the field, and Katakuri was no longer affected by the sound and slowly walked towards Luffy. Luffy. Still need show Big Mom one more time, and let her see the broken photo again. Brook came to Luffy and said. Okay. Luffy gritted his teeth, picked up the broken photo on the table and ran towards Big Mom. Boom. At this time, Katakuri suddenly arrived and punched Luffy away. Ah! Luffy! The Straw Hat Pirates were shocked instantly. And the photo of the nun had fallen into Katakuri's hands. None of you want to leave today. Katakuri was really angry this time. Boom! Big Mom's indiscriminate attack has now reached his children, and he is still merciless. Every blow is a collapse. Wedding cake. Mom. I'm Perospero. We are your children. Perospero shouted hurriedly. But what he didn't know was that this time Big Mom had completely exploded, and had been suppressed once before. If you want to wake up the current Big Mom, you must have a wedding cake. Boom. As expected, Perospero's answer was a fist. Ah! Brother! Big Mom's children were all shocked. Quick, let everyone retreat. Compared to the chaos of Big Mom's children, Becky and the others seemed quite leisurely. However, they were extremely confused in their hearts. It seemed that it was impossible to show Big Mom the photo again. And even if they saw it, it would probably not have any effect. After all, the current Big Mom looked unconscious to anyone. It's hard to say whether it will work. No matter what, take action. Big gritted his teeth and carried the special secret weapon that he had prepared. It was the so-called biological weapon. And the younger brother next to him also carried the launcher and pulled the trigger at Big Mom without any hesitation. Bang! Not good. Katakuri, who was about to catch up with Luffy, had a flash of red in his eyes and turned around. Obviously he saw a bad future. Ah ha 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 ha. Big, who had never held a glimmer of hope, laughed instantly when he saw Katakuri so nervous. We have hope. Look at how anxious Katakuri is, he must have seen a bad future, ha ha ha. Asshole Big. Everyone in the Big Mom group stared at Big fiercely. But Big was not moved at all, and the smile on her face was not concealed at all. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, "Candy barrier." A giant candy wall instantly shot up into the sky, just in front of the secret weapon launched by Becky and the others. Boom! With a loud noise, Becky and the others' smiles froze, and their snot flowed slowly and uncontrollably. The people in the ant group breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the unknown weapon that frightened them was blocked. When they came to their senses and were furious, they looked at Becky again, and there was no trace of him at this time. Becky's voice came slowly from a distance, "Mission failed. The coalition forces retreat." Luffy and his friends also ran away, but someone was faster than them. Katakuri rushed in front of Luffy with an expressionless face, and the Earth Dragon trident in his hand stabbed at Luffy mercilessly. Ah! Hey hey hey! Luffy narrowly avoided the attack. At the same time, Caesar flew in from outside holding a large mirror, and on his back was Broly. This was their original plan, and Caesar led Broly to implement the retreat plan. Although this idea is good, it is still an ideal. Bang! The moment the Big Mom pirates realized what they were going to do, a bullet directly shattered the mirror. Caesar was stunned for a moment, and his body suddenly froze. The Straw Hat Pirates, the Flame Tank Pirates. What should I do if the mirror is broken? The scene was in chaos. In front of Luffy, Katakuri stood straight in front of him. Sanji and the others were also surrounded by the Big Mom pirates. Jinbei, Pedro, and Big gradually leaned together. People kept coming around them. Obviously, they were trapped. Chapter 145 Brothers fighting side by side. Germa. Attack. Judge wiped the tears from his face and shouted. Accompanied by a flash of light, 4 figures soared into the sky. With special cloaks dancing in the wind and strange equipment. Each of them was quite powerful. This is the Germa combat uniform. With the flexible participation of the Germa members, there was a vague feeling of breaking the deadlock. Big Mom. Judge held a special spear and rushed towards Big Mom through the air. As if sensing something, Big Mom raised her hand slightly towards Judge to block his attack. Bang! The ground gradually cracked, Big Mom grabbed the spear, exerted force with her feet, and pulled Judge over. Judge was not afraid at all, the accelerator on his heel sprayed with all his strength, and his knees attacked Big Mom's head. However, the huge force from Big Mom's hand was too terrifying, and Judge immediately gave up the spear in his hand. But, a huge fist came towards him, hitting him hard in the face. Blood was splattered in the air, and Judge's eyes rolled back as if he had lost consciousness. The irrational Big Mom obviously had no intention of letting him go, and grabbed his ankle that was about to fly backwards and pulled him back. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. Ugh! Judge spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and there was no more movement. MMMM. MMMM. Wedding cake. Big Mom stepped on Judge again. Bang! It is said that the probability of this kick being unintentional is higher. But this is no longer important, what is important is whether the old guy judge can still survive. And this scene happened to be seen by the dragon soul who had just arrived. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. This kick went down, tisk tisk tisk. The dragon soul sat at the top of the high place and stretched casually. When he saw Big Mom just now, he was really surprised. He never thought that someone could break through the constraints of space with his own strength. Although it was only the lowest level 1 space, but this was against common sense. After searching in the space to no avail, he thought that Big Mom had come out, so he hurried over. Facts proved that his judgment was correct. 4th gear. At this time, Luffy's roar came out from the ruins, and the dragon soul looked over quickly. Bang! Luffy's figure jumped out of the ruins, his body was dark red, and the symbol of the 4th gear. Ape King Spear. Luffy, who suddenly jumped up, kicked his legs hard, hitting the air with unparalleled speed, and punched Katakuri. Come on! Katakuri punched with his hands hardened with armed color. Bang! The fists of the two collided without any hindrance, and a huge air wave swept out. Luffy. Nami saw Luffy actually fighting the enemy seriously, and hurriedly said, "We have to evacuate quickly. Don't forget our plan and purpose." After one blow, Luffy jumped back. "I know, I'll hit you again." Luffy hit the air with his legs, and rushed towards Katakuri like a cannonball. He clenched his fists and slowly accumulated power. But Katakuri didn't move at all, his eyes flashed red, and when Luffy's fist was about to hit him, his head shifted slightly. Luffy's pupil shrank, and he missed the blow. "Look at my move." 2 large donuts suddenly appeared on both sides of Katakuri, and 2 fists came from them. Luffy, his observation haki can see the short future, don't be reckless. At this time, the dragon soul suddenly spoke. As the voice sounded, Katakuri's body stiffened slightly, and Luffy avoided the attack while taking advantage of this gap. Katakuri narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't even notice when Dragon Soul appeared there. "You are Dragon Soul? Ha ha ha." Dragon Soul came to Luffy in an instant, looked at Luffy's 4th gear Elastic Man and said, "Luffy, your trick is good." He he he. Luffy smiled. "Dragon Soul, you are here." The originally chaotic battlefield gradually became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Dragon Soul and Luffy. This time, for Cake Island, these 2 brothers are their biggest enemies. "Let's go, this time I will go to Wano country with you." Dragon Soul said that he ignored everyone around him and took Luffy to walk out openly. Big Mom Group. At this time, Katakuri's eyes glowed red again, and he hurriedly said, "Stop it. Sparrow." However, it was too late. "I'll take care of you for my mother." Sparrow released a large amount of candy, like a huge wave covering Luffy and Dragon Soul. Luffy just clenched his fist and was about to attack, when Dragon Soul raised one hand and gently pushed forward, and a big hole appeared in the candy mucus instantly. Dragon Soul and Luffy flew out of it, and in the air, Dragon Soul clenched one hand. Space rupture. Sparrow. Katakuri moved when Dragon Soul and the others just appeared in the air. Obviously, he saw the future again. However, Dragon Soul was extremely fast. The moment Katakuri grabbed Sparrow, the space in front of his brother suddenly cracked. Crack! The cracks spread from top to bottom, emitting a hint of coldness. Ah! Then a sharp and miserable scream resounded throughout the venue. And a bloody arm was thrown into the air. Sparrow gritted his teeth, his veins bulged, and his forehead was covered with sweat. If Katakuri hadn't pulled him just now, he would have lost more than just an arm. It's possible that he would have been cut in 2. The Big Mom pirates present all had ugly faces. Sparrow was their big brother, and now he had his arm cut off in the territory of their Big Mom pirates. And all of their top members were present. This was not just a revenge for an arm, this was a slap on their heads. Bang! At this time, Luffy suddenly punched out and blocked the attack from Katakuri. "We are leaving. You can't stop us." The corners of Dragon Soul's mouth slightly raised, and his eyes swept around calmly. This scene made everyone in Big Mom's group furious, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. As a Four Emperors pirate group, when did their Big Mom pirates be looked down upon like this? Yes, in their eyes, Dragon Soul's behavior was a contempt for their Big Mom pirates. MMMM. Is that so? Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Everyone then saw that Big Mom had two people in her hands. Germa's Niji and Yuji. Sanji's two brothers by blood. Big Mom actually recovered? Not to mention Luffy and the others, even Big Mom's children felt incredible. When did their mother recover without eating food during her bulimia? Chapter 146 The War Begins. So did Big Mom recover? She really recovered. It wasn't because her bulimia was gone, but because of anger. The moment he heard the voice of Dragon Soul, all his anger rushed to his head, even the gluttony was inferior. Give it a place. Dragon Soul. This guy is obviously gluttonous, how can he still talk like that? He doesn't know that he is 99% responsible for Big Mom's wakefulness. Big Mom, who lives on food almost every day, has been trapped in the space for so long that she can be said to have never had a drop of water. Her hatred for Dragon Soul has long reached the edge of a volcanic eruption. It has accumulated for a long time. Zeus. Prometheus. Napoleon. Big Mom shouted and threw the Germa brothers in her hands out. Here we go, Mom. Holding a sword in one hand and two guardians protecting each other on both sides, it can be said to be a god-level suit. Dragon Soul. None of you can leave here today. Big Mom said, kicking the ground and rushing towards Dragon Soul. A big pit was left on the ground. Dragon Soul slightly raised his head, protected Luffy behind him with one hand, and the broken rainbow sword appeared in his right hand, and slashed forward. You two are so arrogant that you want to fight against your mother. Everyone expressed disdain. Boom. The two swords collided, and Dragon Soul's momentum condensed and his eyes shone. The domineering color entangled. Ah! The two roared at the same time, and all their strength was gathered into one blow. The air wave formed by the attack directly swept across 10,000 meters. All the original furnishings and all the utensils of the tea party turned into ashes, and the dark red lightning was drawn. Anyone who could bear it was instantly cleared. The clouds in the sky split instantly. The scene was silent, and everyone stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, stunned with shock. The sky split. Becky, who was far away, saw this scene and her mouth twitched, with a little snot flowing out of her nostrils, and she looked embarrassed. He had previously looked down on the Straw Hat Pirates, and even felt that the Straw Hat Pirates' description of the Dragon Soul was a bit exaggerated. But now it seems that there is no exaggeration at all, it is clear that the description is not detailed enough. Don't provoke, don't provoke. These four brothers are too scary. Let alone the new four emperors, Entei, who can afford to provoke the two brothers in front of him. He swore that he would never say anything about attacking the Straw Hat Pirates again. That is not a try, but death. This is. Behind the Dragon Soul, Luffy was surprised and looked at the power of the Dragon Soul with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Conqueror's Haki. No. No. This feeling. Luffy shook his head unconsciously again. This feeling is not the same as the ordinary Conqueror's Haki. Luffy, I know you must want to have a good fight. Dragon Soul said with a smile while fighting, Katakuri is Big Mom's strongest general. If you can defeat him, it means you are really strong. Dragon Soul. Luffy looked at the Straw Hat Pirates present, a little hesitant, but more eager to move. I know what you mean, they will be handed over to me for the time being. Go, you will be able to learn a lot from this battle. Well, young people should not be too arrogant. Dare to distract yourself and do unnecessary things when fighting with me. Big Mom grabbed Zeus in the air with one hand, and lightning fell from the sky in an instant, covering the dragon's soul. Boom! Ah! Luffy hurriedly went up to help, but Katakuri would not let him do as he wished, and punched him on the head. Boom! This! Nami and Chopper's pupils shrank. Can such a strong lightning dragon soul be safe? Thunder God's Wrath Lightning Pillar. Mom! Watch out behind you! Katakuri's pupils shrank and he shouted. Suddenly a beam of light cut through the sky and hit Big Mom's back directly. Hey! Before Big Mom could react, the beam of light had already hit her back. Ah! Boom boom! Who is it? The Big Moms were all shocked, and then they saw a figure slowly falling from the sky. As for the thunder, you are not the only one who has it. Kenshin half knelt on the ground, and his palm slowly placed on the hilt of the long sword. That's the thunder god Kenshin of the Dragon Flag Pirates. Now everyone is familiar with the Dragon Flag Pirates, although the Dragon Flag Pirates have not had any activities on the sea for 2 years. But its name, it has been a long time since the sound of the voice came out. Captain Longhun was once a person who fought against the general alone. Just from the scene of the battle with his mother, everyone present had a new understanding of Longhun's strength. And Kenshin was also a person who participated in the war on the top, so he was naturally famous. After all, he was the one who fired a shot at the former Marshal Sengoku in person. Mom! Smoothie drew out his long sword and attacked Kenshin with long legs. Dang! Feeling the huge force coming from the opponent's weapon, the two people's faces became solemn. This opponent is very strong. The two people had the same idea at the first time. The smoke dissipated, and the figure of Longhun and his sword appeared in front of everyone again. He was unscathed and unstained. On the other side, Germa Spark Red Iji had come to judge and helped him up. Although Niji and Yangji had blood at the corners of their mouths, most of the damage was blocked by the combat uniforms, and it did not affect their actions. Reijo also came here to advance and retreat with them. Compared to them, the situation of Sanji and Nami is not optimistic. The Big Mom pirates are outnumbered at this venue. There are many powerful people, and any one of them may have special skills and abilities that will attract the attention of outsiders. At this moment, they gathered together just to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates, Germa, and the Flame Tank Pirates. Nami, we must get to Big and the others as soon as possible, otherwise we will definitely not last long. Sanji performed his fire skills while approaching Nami. Joe Bagalot. Yet. Yo ho ho ho. It's really a tough battle. At this time, Brook also came over. Rather than killing, it's better to say that he walked slowly. Breakthrough. Sanji gritted his teeth and rushed to the front with the moon step. Demon. The big knife attacked, and Sanji kicked it up. Bang. Today, none of you can escape. Daifuku and Owen directly blocked Sanji and the others. Seeing more and more people surrounding them, Sanji and Brook looked slightly solemn. This is not a good situation. Big was also surrounded, with no room to escape. But fortunately, Caesar also came to him, so Ju still had a glimmer of hope to escape. United forces! Come to my side! Big shouted, but the Gatling gun in her hand never stopped. Bang 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 bang! Ha 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 ha! Come on! Look at me, I'll beat you all into a honeycomb! Ha 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 ha! Ah! The people who came forward at the first time were seriously injured and dared not move forward. Sanji was also powerless. There were too many enemies, and each of them was quite powerful. It was impossible to take Nami and the others out of the siege. Chapter 147 No Relationship. Boom 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 boom. At this time, there were sudden explosions around, and a gap in the encirclement appeared instantly. Sanji quickly looked in the direction of the gap and saw 5 figures slowly walking out of the gap. Germa 66. The moment he saw them, Sanji's face calmed down. What are you doing here? Sanji. Why save us? Judge asked, standing in the front. Looking at this son whom he once hated the most and regarded as a lifelong shame, Judge had mixed feelings in his heart. He never thought that he would be saved by Sanji. No, it should be said that Sanji saved the entire Vinsmoke family this time. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to make my father, who is far away in the East China Sea, sad. If he knew that I didn't save my former family because of my hatred in my childhood, he would definitely not forgive me. At this point, Sanji said stiffly, of course, I only have hatred for this family. There is no other meaning. Judge looked at Sanji with mixed feelings and didn't say anything. Remember this, Judge. I have never been your son. Never. Sanji grabbed Judge and said angrily. This scene was played out at such a tense moment when they were surrounded by enemies. At this time, you still have the mind to say these words. Owen's hands gradually turned red, raising the temperature of his body to the extreme. Today, you all have to die. As he said that, he rushed towards Sanji. Sanji glanced at him, gritted his teeth, and when he was about to kick, a figure blocked him. I have a mission. The person who came was his blood brother, Yang Ji. You can't just disturb their business. Reiju turned beautifully in the air and kicked the people who surrounded her. Ah! What is this? No, it's poisonous. Reiju smiled, and at this time Germa had already protected the Straw Hat Pirates in the middle. What do you mean? Sanji looked at Judge. I don't want to owe anyone a favor, especially yours. Judge shook off Sanji's hand and turned away. As you said, we have nothing to do with each other after today. Judge turned around and walked towards the people of Germa. Of course, your benefactor in the East Sea will be safe and sound. Germa, mission, cover the Straw Hat Pirates. Understood. With Judge's order, 4 rays of light shot up into the sky. The overwhelming force opened a path for Sanji and his team. Let's go. Sanji pulled Nami, Chopper, Carrot and Brook followed closely behind, and they arrived in front of Big without any obstacles along the way. Damn it, hurry up, stop them. Big Mom's children gritted their teeth and shouted. But they couldn't spare their hands for a while, because Germa's fighting was too flexible. And each of them was very powerful, and they couldn't hold a stalemate for a while. Okay. As soon as Big saw Sanji and his team coming, it immediately turned into a huge castle. Come in quickly. Ah ha ha ha, so cool. Chopper's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the castle. This. The others were also surprised, but now was not the time to be moved. Soon they entered the castle. Luffy. Come here. Chopper saw that they all came in, and only Luffy and his friends outside couldn't help but feel a little worried. Boom. Ah. Luffy was actually knocked out by a punch. Katakuri came to Luffy slowly. Luffy. Seeing this scene, all the Straw Hat Pirates' pupils shrank. Oh my god. Jinbei made a quick decision to rush out of the castle. Don't come over. Luffy's scream suddenly came from a distance, and Luffy knelt on one knee and gasped heavily. He knew that it would be useless for Jinbei and the others to come, because the guy in front of him could foresee the future. All common sense means had no effect on him at all. Ah! Caesar had not entered the castle in time, and when he saw Katakuri approaching this side, he ran away. Don't panic and close the door. Soon he came to the door, his face gradually opened up, and a feeling of escaping death came to his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly found that he could not move an inch. It turned out that Katakuri stretched out a hand and grabbed his backpack. Ah! If I get caught, I'll definitely die. Looking back, Caesar's eyes almost popped out, his legs ran out of the phantom, but he still couldn't move forward. The backpack behind him began to stretch longer and longer. Caesar gritted his teeth and fought desperately. Damn, if he doesn't fight hard now, he will really die next. Bang! The backpack strap broke directly. Then, Caesar fled into the castle with a look of surviving a disaster. Najiang. Bruli looked at Katakuri, who rescued him with grievance. Boom! A wave of space air swept the whole place again, making Luffy and Katakuri unable to open their eyes. Mah! Mah! Come again! Big Mom swung the giant sword in her hand with force, stepped on Zeus and flew over. Space, compress. The dragon soul controlled the space to gather in the sword, compressing layer by layer. This move requires a very high ability to control space. Even though Dragon Soul has been working non-stop for the past 2 years and dared not take a break, it has only reached the 6th level. Being able to compress the 6th level is the current limit of Dragon Soul. Even he himself does not know how strong the power after such compression is. Because he feels that he can cut anything. One sword cuts out. Bang! Ah! At the moment of contact, Big Mom's Napoleon screamed instantly. Napoleon! Big Mom looked at Napoleon in disbelief, who looked like he was in agony. This is the first time in history that Napoleon has appeared like this. The indestructible Napoleon actually screamed, and the pupils of Big Mom's children all shrank. They have never seen this scene. Looking at Dragon Soul, who was fighting back and forth with his mother effortlessly, Katakuri's face became more and more solemn. The strength of Dragon Soul has reached a very terrifying level. Mom may lose. Once this thought came out, it was out of control. Luffy, Katakuri, I leave it to you, remember my words. Dragon Soul turned around and said to Luffy. The next moment, the space shook violently. What's going on? Katakuri's pupils shrank suddenly, and suddenly he felt that he couldn't move. He felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, they had come to another world. This is the mirror world. After taking a look, Katakuri immediately knew where this was. He was not unfamiliar with this place at all. Isn't it the mirror world of Bruli? However, Bruli didn't come in at this time. Chapter 148 Mirror Showdown. You came in too. Katakuri looked at Luffy standing opposite him with some surprise. Haha, of course, this is a battle between the two of us. Luffy had recovered his original body at this time. Although the duration of the 4th gear has been greatly increased, he knows that the man in front of him is not an enemy that can be solved by only the 4th gear. He needs to become stronger. He was still thinking about what the Dragon Soul said to him at the end. Luffy, remember one thing. If you want to defeat a monster that can foresee the future, you must be flexible and you must also foresee the future. I'll leave it to you. I know you can do it. By the way, there is one more thing I should tell you. In fact, the Conqueror's Haki can also be entangled. Go ahead. I'll take you out after you win. Then, he came here. The Conqueror's Haki can also be entangled. Luffy murmured softly, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. To be able to defeat the monster that can foresee the future, you also have to foresee the future. Then let's fight. You want to fight me? Katakuri looked at Luffy seriously and said, You are not my opponent. My abilities in all aspects are above yours, and you can't hit me at all. How can you know about that kind of thing if you don't fight? Luffy didn't care at all and rushed towards him directly. He swung his right hand, enter. Gear 2. Swoosh. He disappeared from the spot in an instant and attacked Katakuri. Rubber pistol. Bang. Katakuri blocked it with one hand and punched it out. This punch was so fast that Luffy couldn't dodge it at all, and he quickly blocked it with both hands. But he was still blown away by a punch. Bang! It crashed directly into the wall, shattering a mirror. You are not my opponent at all. If you don't use the previous form, you will be even less likely to be my opponent. Katakuri said calmly. He was still confused. How did the two of them get in? Although Pudding was beside him, there was no mirror around that could allow them to enter the mirror world, and his observation hacky didn't see how he got in. This inexplicable feeling made him a little uneasy. And the feeling that the dragon soul gave him was too terrible. He felt that if he went up, he would not be able to hold on for long. This was indeed the case. His feeling was very accurate, because his proud top-level observation hacky was completely useless against the dragon soul. Because the speed of teleportation was too fast, even if he could predict the dragon soul's actions, he would not have time to react. This was the gap. The reason why the four emperors could fight on par with the dragon soul was because their speed was also very fast. Although not as good as the dragon soul's teleportation, their defense and reaction abilities were also it has reached a peak. For dragon soul, except for the four emperors, no one else can defeat him with one move. Because, he can kill the opponent with one move. If Katakuri fights with dragon soul, as long as dragon soul seizes the opportunity, he can behead him with one sword. This is definitely not alarmist, dragon soul has such strength now. Ahem. Luffy walked out of the ruins, staring at Katakuri with unchanged eyes. If he can also foresee the future, he has a chance to win. Looking at the dark red lightning on his palm, Luffy's mouth corners slightly raised. He has reached the secret of Conqueror's color. If he uses it, he will definitely defeat Katakuri, provided that he can attack the opponent. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Must foresee the future. Luffy took a deep breath and watched Katakuri's every move intently. Why don't you attack? Have you given up? Katakuri asked. Humph. I won't leave until I defeat you. That's what he said, but Luffy didn't have any impulse, just stared at Katakuri with all his concentration. Since you don't come over, I'm going to attack. Katakuri came to Luffy in an instant, dancing with the Earth Dragon, sweeping across. Luffy's pupil shrank, and he quickly turned his head away, but Katakuri had expected it and kicked Luffy directly. Boom! As expected, Luffy flew out again. Katakuri was a little anxious after blowing Luffy away. If he didn't hurry back, who knew what would happen on Cake Island? If it was before, with his mother, Katakuri would never worry. But the moment he saw the dragon soul, he became uncertain. Especially after Perospero was easily cut off one arm by the dragon soul. At that moment, his observation hacky was completely useless. Because the moment he foresaw the future, his arm was broken. It's not that his observation hacky is too slow, but because the dragon soul is too fast. Boom! Ah! Luffy threw the ruins in his hand away, breathing out fiercely, humph! Come again! Seeing this scene, Katakuri's face became slightly solemn. He did not hold back when he attacked just now. But Luffy was like nothing happened. At this time, he finally understood the meaning of the last sentence of the Dragon Soul. This was the duel specially arranged by the Dragon Soul for them. A duel that no one is allowed to interfere. He wanted Luffy to grow up. Not only that, he also believed that Luffy could defeat him. Thinking of this, Katakuri could no longer remain calm. This battle was inevitable. But how did they bring the two of us into the mirror world? Although there are doubts, now is not the time to think about this. Now he can basically confirm that the reason they came here is because of the Dragon Soul, not because of Broly. Come on, let me see why you brothers are so confident that you can beat me. Katakuri rushed towards Luffy again. Come on! Luffy was not to be outdone, and his hands were hardened with armed color to meet him. Outside. Brother! Katakuri-san! Broly looked at the place where Katakuri and Luffy were originally. How could the two of them disappear without a sound? What happened? The Straw Hat Pirates and the Flame Tank Pirates in the castle were all in a state of surprise. Luffy! Chopper's tears slowly rolled in his eyes. Where did Luffy go? Sanji's pupils also shrank. Luffy! Nami shouted. No need to shout, Luffy wants to duel with the enemy, I have sent them to the duel venue. Dragon Soul shouted, now all of you just retreat. Kenshin and I will cover you. We will find you soon, hurry up. After shouting the last sentence, Dragon Soul rushed up with a sword. To be honest, he is addicted to fighting. Hey! After hearing what Longhun said, Nami and the others were all stunned. Sanji looked at Longhun deeply. Although this was his first time seeing Longhun, he believed in him without a doubt. Because he is Luffy's brother. Chapter 149 Space Explosion. Let's go! Sanji suddenly said. Hey! Chopper was startled for a moment and said quickly, but Luffy. Believe them. Luffy is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. If he... No, he will not be defeated. Sanji said firmly. Okay. After hearing this, they no longer hesitated and reached a consensus. However, Beak on the side was unhappy. Hearing Sanji and the others keep saying that Luffy can defeat Katakuri, he naturally disagreed. Although he admitted that Luffy's strength was good, he still felt it was impossible to defeat Katakuri. If it was the Dragon Soul, he would definitely think that the Dragon Soul would definitely win. As for Luffy, he didn't believe it. But he was not stupid enough to say the opposite at this time. What if Sanji and the others didn't want to escape? Wouldn't it be a big loss? After a lot of effort, someone held Big Mom back for them, and now they must retreat as soon as possible. Caesar, I will cancel this huge castle state later, and then you will take me out. Even if this castle becomes the size of my original body, you will not be affected in this castle. So next, Caesar will rush out with my body, and after we get out of the wall, our joint army will be disbanded. After that, it's our respective escape lives. I see. Now Sanji and the others also understood the special nature of Beak's ability. That's the best. I'll leave it to you from now on. As they said that, everyone's eyes fell on Caesar, who was standing aside. Hey, 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 why is it me again? You keep ordering me to do this and that, I won't do it anymore. Caesar looked tough. But the next second his face twisted and he screamed in pain. Ah! Stop! Stop now! I saw that Beak had a heart in his hand and needed it with a smile on his face. Go! I'll go now. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and Caesar quickly agreed. I didn't expect you to be useful. Nami glanced at Caesar with disdain and said, although you are still a piece of trash. Ah! Caesar's mouth twitched, it was too heartbreaking, but this was just a prelude. Sanji, go, you scum of society. Chopper, scum. Ah! Although he was constantly hurt, he still had to do his job. Remember, this is also to save your own life. Before Caesar left, Beak reminded him. Got it. Caesar said unhappily. Then the door opened and Caesar jumped out. At this moment, Beak also turned into a human body. Caesar grabbed Beak and carried him on his shoulders and flew outside the wall. Chase! The people of the Big Mom group saw it and surrounded him. The flying people rushed towards Caesar one after another, which was like a canoe encountering a stormy sea, as if they were about to be destroyed. Germa! Cover their evacuation! Judge rushed out first. In the sky, 5 gorgeous figures left long rainbows. At this time, Smoothie was stopped by Kenshin. Big Mom and Katakuri's opponents were Dragon Soul and Kenshin. As for the others, only Perospero could be ranked among the masters. And he was cut off one arm by Dragon Soul. With the escort of Germa, they did not encounter any difficulties along the way. It was not long before they were out of the wall. It's not that easy to escape. At the edge of the wall, Perospero waved the stick in his hand, and a candy wall instantly spread into the air, blocking Caesar and his friends' way. Ah! There's no way ahead. Caesar stopped instantly, his nose running with nervousness. Let's take a detour. No need, just go straight ahead. The three Germa brothers directly used a mixed color to smash the candy barrier in front of them into pieces. Boom! Ah, great, there is a way. Caesar rushed out without any pause. Damn it! Perospero gritted his teeth and looked at Caesar, who was getting farther and farther away and wanted to catch up. Suddenly a ray of light blasted down. Boom! He was caught off guard and was blown away. When he stood firm, the 5 Germa people stood in front of him in a neat row. Germa 66. Perospero gritted his teeth and looked at the 5 people in front of him. After a moment, he suddenly smiled sinisterly. From today on, there will be no more Germa. Are you a fool? Can't you see that we are all fine? Yang Ji said with disdain. Pft, pft, pft. Yes, you are standing here fine. Perospero showed a kind smile. Looking at Perospero's appearance, Judge frowned, and suddenly a bright light flashed in his mind. Not good. Everyone return home. Then all 5 Germa people flew into the sky at high speed, aiming at their country, the Kingdom of Germa. Looking at the figure that disappeared in the blink of an eye, Perospero looked disdainful. Even if you rush back, it will be useless, it's too late. Boom! At this time, the whole castle began to vibrate violently. The strong hurricane made him unable to open his eyes at all. When he was able to open his eyes, he saw that the Dragon Soul and Big Mom were colliding fiercely. Every collision will have an extremely rapid impact on the surroundings. Ordinary people don't even want to get close. What a terrible power! Perospero narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the Dragon Soul fighting Big Mom. His left hand unconsciously touched the right arm made of candy, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His arm was cut off by the Dragon Soul with a casual blow. It was impossible to say that he had no hatred for the Dragon Soul. On the other side, Kenshin and Smoothie were fighting fiercely. Although Kenshin's thunder power had been developed to be extremely powerful, it was not enough to cause great damage to a master like Smoothie. As the highest cadre and one of the generals of the Big Mom pirates, Smoothie's strength could not be measured by common sense. Gradually, it became a swordsmanship competition. Mom, I'm here to help you. Perospero seized the opportunity and blasted a huge candy building on the back of the Dragon Soul who was fighting Big Mom. This building, like a big mouth of the abyss, has many fangs in its mouth, and looks extremely lethal. Looking at the Dragon Soul who had no time to dodge, Perospero lowered his eyes and raised his mouth slightly. However, he was stunned the next second, and saw that the Dragon Soul, who was fighting hard with Big Mom, suddenly disappeared. And the huge fangs that were supposed to hit the Dragon Soul directly hit Big Mom, who was standing opposite the Dragon Soul. Ah! Big Mom screamed, but still couldn't dodge. Boom! It happened to hit him in the face. At the same time, the Dragon Soul's eyes flashed in the air, and one hand was raised and clenched violently. Although it seemed to be just a light grip, drops of sweat were visible on the Dragon Soul's forehead. Space, blast! As soon as the voice fell, the Dragon Soul's clenched right hand opened instantly. Chapter 150 Sword Heart, Victory. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, and Perospero felt that his body suddenly couldn't move. The uneasiness in his heart grew, and before he could react, he heard a strange roar. Boom! The next moment, he was dumbfounded. After the roar, Big Mom, who was originally covered by the giant fangs, seemed to explode, and the giant fangs were directly shattered. Ah! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Mom! Mom! Impossible! How could Mom be so seriously injured? Perospero was stunned and froze in place, his mouth was even more inarticulate. The sense of oppression he just felt had disappeared, but the scene of his mother spurting blood crazily could not be shaken off. Humph! In the air, the corners of Dragon Soul's mouth rose slightly. This blow was the most destructive blow he could explode now. By constantly compressing the surrounding space, the space formed this point, and then exploded instantly. Just now, Dragon Soul condensed the space into a point and gathered it in Big Mom's body. This blow was impossible to resist, because it started to destroy from the inside of the body. Even if a monster as powerful as the Four Emperors is hit by the next blow, it will definitely not feel good, and may even be seriously injured. The Big Mom in front of him is the first opponent it injured. But it is definitely not the last one. However, the requirements for this move are very high. Even if the Dragon Soul is in full state, it can only be used twice. After all, it takes too much energy and will to compress the space into a point. However, it is enough. Sweep the 8 wastelands. The sword light surged wildly, and this blow seemed to split the surrounding space with one sword. Although Big Mom was seriously injured, she was not completely without the strength to fight again. Come on! With a roar, Napoleon swung again. Bang! The two swords collided again. This time, the Dragon Soul can be said to be a full-strength strike, with the 6-layer compressed space power attached to the sword body, and then a sharp sweep the 8 wastelands was performed. With this strike, the Dragon Soul felt that no matter what it was, he could cut it off. Bang! The moment the two swords touched, the Kenhong sword instantly pierced through everything, and Napoleon, who had always been with Big Mom, was directly split in two. Ah! Mom! Mom! Napoleon's soul disappeared before he could make any sound. What? Mom! Sparrow exclaimed. He never thought that Napoleon would be cut off by someone else. The strength of the Dragon Soul has reached a level that he can't even dream of. They can resist it. Why is he so strong? Mom! Smoothie naturally noticed the situation here, and her eyes were full of horror. You are distracted. When she was stunned, the sharp blade in Kenshin's hand slashed her mercilessly. Puff! Blood was splattered. Boom! Then Smoothie fell heavily to the ground. There is a sword in my heart, and I am the sword. Every time Kenshin swings his long sword, there is an indescribable charm. It is this feeling that makes his sword sharper and faster, and the speed of his sword is getting faster and faster. With the blessing of thunder and lightning, his speed has reached the extreme. The sword is also sharp enough. Not only has his strength improved, but his state of mind has reached the level of obsession with swordsmanship. In the past 2 years, he has only practiced swordsmanship, although he has also comprehended the armed color and the observation color domineering. But domineering is not his strong point. What he wants is the ultimate swordsmanship. The relative domineering is only a supporting role. With the blessing of armed color, it can capture the entity of the natural ability user, which is enough. The rest depends on swordsmanship. Mom, I'll help you. Candy barrier. Sparrow saw that the Dragon Soul was about to cut down with a sword again, and rushed over. A huge candy wall instantly protected Big Mom, but the Dragon Soul was cut by a sword. Mom! The ants and children around rushed up. Without even turning his head, the Dragon Soul punched back casually, and the space vibration poured out. Boom boom! The huge space energy directly blasted them all away. Ah! The sword turned and pointed at Big Mom again. The Dragon Soul's breathing was already a little rapid. This battle was not easy for him. However, because of the skill of teleportation, Big Mom basically couldn't hurt him. Sweep the 8 wastelands. The Dragon Soul knew that ordinary attacks would not cause any harm to Big Mom. Therefore, this time, it is still the compression of 6 layers of space, plus the unique skill of sweeping across the 8 wastelands. The huge sword energy is surging in the air, without a magnificent momentum, but only a thin skyline that is almost gone. This sword is only to achieve the extreme sharpness, only in this way can it ignore the monster-level body defense of the 4 emperors. Buzz! Big Mom's hands hardened with armed color, and punched up. Swish! This sword cut through the space in the air and directly cut Big Mom's fist. Boom! The air wave rolled, and the red light of the dragon soul's eyes flashed, and the 4 emperors were blown away. At the same time, a flash of blood appeared, a red mark swayed across the sky, and drops of blood fell in the air. Mom! Everyone hurried forward to check and protected Big Mom behind them. Sparrow also hurried to Big Mom, looking at the dragon soul with a horrified face. The Kenhong sword in the dragon soul's hand was still dripping with blood. Obviously, it was cut from Big Mom. This day is an unforgettable day for most of the people in the Big Mom Pirates. The mother who had hardly been injured was seriously injured by a young boy. This was absolutely impossible in their eyes before. And Brother Katakuri, the leader of the 3 generals, was also taken away by him. This man is really too terrifying. Looking at the dragon soul exuding terrifying pressure, their heartbeats accelerated unconsciously. It was nothing else but fear. Boom! With a loud noise, a figure fell heavily to the ground. A big hole was smashed directly on the ground. In an open space, Kenshin walked out slowly. The moment you were distracted, you were doomed to lose. Smoothie! Everyone shouted in disbelief. As one of the 3 generals, Smoothie was defeated by such an unknown person. Has the world changed? And in a hidden corner, Morgans, the president of the newspaper, recorded everything with a shocked face. Horror! It's really too terrifying. The 4 emperors were defeated. What kind of ghost is this? Hey, you have to take a picture of the jade box for me. Morgans turned around and said to the woman beside him. Okay. The woman smiled, and just when he was about to take the jade box, it suddenly slipped from the sky. Oh no! My jade box! Just when she was about to jump down to retrieve the jade box, a loud noise rose up. Boom boom!